Chapter 1. The Task System. When misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can lead to choking. Su Hao initially thought this was merely an exaggerated jest, yet reality proved the ancients were not mistaken. Just moments ago, while casually sipping water during a document review, a terrifying ghostly face suddenly erupted onto his screen, startling him into a fit of coughing, and he ended up spraying water all over the company's antiquated display. With a crackle, the relic of a computer went completely black. Damn it. My business report. Su Hao's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting the water-soaked screen as he hastily reached for the power button. Unfortunately, the power switch malfunctioned due to the moisture. A surge of electricity coursed through the aging all-in-one machine, causing him to convulse uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of a seizure. Fortunately, a colleague nearby noticed and quickly swung a plastic folder, knocking Su Hao to the ground. Are you all right? Should I call an ambulance? His colleague inquired. I'm fine. Lying on the floor, Su Hao rubbed his head, only to find he had not sustained any injuries. His hand that pressed the power button showed no signs of electric burns, as if nothing had transpired at all. What on earth is happening? I can hear strange noises from the office. Su Hao, what mischief are you up to now? The office door swung open, revealing a stout man in his 30s clad in a suit, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the darkened screen and the sprawled Su Hao. Manager Liu. The display short-circuited and shocked Su Hao, his colleague explained. Short-circuited? He looks more alert than I do, Manager Liu scoffed. Now, tell me how the water got on the screen. Su Hao, did you break the company's computer? It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Stop making baseless accusations. Su Hao sprang to his feet, hastily defending himself. I was working on the report when that ghostly image suddenly popped up. Someone must have tampered with my computer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sprayed water all over the screen. I don't have time to listen to your excuses. The repair costs will be deducted from your salary this month. Finish the report before you leave. But the report is still in the all-in-one machine. Figure it out. If you don't complete the report, don't even think about leaving. Manager Liu offered no sympathy, scoffing coldly before turning to leave. Damn Liu the leech. As the office door slammed shut, Su Hao slammed his fist on the desk. This old computer should have been scrapped ages ago, and now I have to pay for repairs. Perhaps that ghostly face virus was something he had someone installed. He had been working at the company for over a year, getting along reasonably well with colleagues. Yet Manager Liu frequently targeted him maliciously. This deliberate harassment was not the first instance. Liu often assigned him the dirtiest tasks and would dismiss any requests for sick leave. If there was even the slightest error in his work, Head immediately threatened to dock his bonuses and performance pay. Su Hao was puzzled. He had never wronged this man. Upon investigation, he discovered that the receptionist Liu fancied happened to have a liking for him, which he was blissfully unaware of, and she had rejected Liu's advances, leading to Su Hao being unfairly targeted. Just his luck to be caught in the crossfire. This guy is nothing short of a petty tyrant. The more Su Hao thought, the angrier he became. No, I can't stay in this company any longer. I need to resign. His colleague reassured him, calm down. It's almost the end of the month. If you leave now, Liu the leech surely won't pay you. Let's endure a little longer. We have only an hour left before quitting time. Ding. Side quest triggered. Compile the report. Quest requirements. Complete the report before 6 p.m. Quest reward. 1 experience point, 1 skill point. Will you accept this quest? If no choice is made in 20 seconds, the system will automatically accept. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears, leaving Su Hao momentarily bewildered as he turned to his colleague. Did one of you turn on speakers to play a game? What speakers? Our company's rubbish computer doesn't have any. His colleague retorted. Then where did that sound come from? Su Hao felt disoriented. Could it be that I've been electrocuted into hallucinations? Is this considered a work-related injury? You must be hearing things, his colleague replied with a peculiar glance. Returning to his work. 20 seconds have elapsed. The quest has been automatically accepted. A mechanical voice chimed once more, and Su Hao plopped back into his chair, taking a sip of water to steady himself. He waited a few minutes, but the earlier mechanical sounds did not return. Why has it gone silent again? Was it really just my imagination? Though puzzled, he quickly dismissed the thought, succumbing to the anticipation of his unpaid salary, and switched to another computer to continue the arduous task of redoing the report. That an hour passed. Through Su Hao's relentless toil, a brand new report was finally completed. Side quest completed. Rewards granted. 1 experience point, 1 skill point. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 1. You have 4 attribute points to allocate. Another 1. Su Hao sat in astonishment before the screen. Experience points? Leveling up? This hallucination is extraordinary. Could it be that I have truly become possessed by a system? But why is there no system interface? How can I allocate my attributes? Just as he pondered, a brilliant blue system interface suddenly materialized before him. Character: Su Hao level 1. Constitution, 9 points. Strength, 10 points. Agility, 10 points. Mentality, 11 points. Attribute points available, 4 points average. Attributes for ordinary people are 10 points. Experience needed for next level, 10 points. Damn, it really is a system? Su Hao stared at the interface in disbelief, shaking his head. No, I can't rejoice too soon. I can't confirm this is real. What if I'm just experiencing auditory hallucinations followed by visual symptoms? He was typically a composed individual. He would never jump to conclusions before all evidence was in. Perfect. I have 4 attribute points to allocate. Let me test if the system is indeed an illusion. His gaze flitted across the interface. Among these attributes, my constitution is slightly below average. I'll increase that first. Just 2 points should suffice. He tapped the interface twice, and a flash of white light enveloped him as his constitution rose to 11 points. Suddenly, he felt the fatigue from work dissipate, and even the chronic stiffness in his neck from long hours at the computer vanished entirely. He stood up, stretching his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing a sensation of relief indescribable to others. The system is indeed real. Allocating attribute points truly enhances physical well-being. Su Hao clenched his fists in exhilaration after years of hardship. Fortune was finally smiling upon him. What are you dawdling for? Is the report finished? Unbeknownst to him, Manager Lu had emerged from his office, a sneer plastered across his face. If it isn't done, you'd better stay late to finish it. Because this is your responsibility, don't expect overtime pay. It's done. Snapping back to reality from his euphoric thoughts, Su Hao gestured towards the display, gathering his things in preparation to leave. He planned to delve into this unexpected system upon returning home and thoughtfully chart out his future aspirations. For instance, how to leverage the system to amass wealth and rise to prominence. To bid farewell to a life of poverty, flaunt a luxurious car, reside in a villa, become a CEO, and marry a wealthy beauty, thus ascending to the pinnacle of life. Just thinking about it set his heart racing. Chapter 2. A vicious beating for Lu the Leech. No, you cannot leave yet. Just as Su Hao was about to clock out for the day, Lu, the supervisor, called him back. What now? Su Hao retorted, the report is finished, and my salary has already been deducted. What more do you want? Lu snorted coldly, turning to enter the office and emerging with a stack of documents. These are the projects left by the recently departed Xiao Wang. You are on good terms with him, so you will be responsible for resolving all of them. Responsible for all of them? Su Hao raised an eyebrow, suppressing his anger. Typically, the projects of departing colleagues are handed over to new hires, or at the very least, shared among the team. What gives you the right to dump everything on me? What gives me the right? Just the fact that I am your superior. Lu sneered, if you have the guts, quit right now. Don't expect to see your paycheck this month. Lu, don't push your luck. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Su Hao stepped forward. Even a mud Buddha has a bit of temper, let alone this Lu, who wore an unmistakably punchable expression. Just looking at his vile face filled Su Hao with rage. If he didn't give him a good thrashing, he wouldn't be able to swallow his anger. A few colleagues who were on good terms with Su Hao quickly intervened. An older colleague whispered, Xiao Su, why bother getting worked up over someone like Lu? His uncle is the vice president. We can't afford to offend him. Another colleague chimed in. Yes, let's just divide Xiao Wang's work among ourselves and not let this get to us. With his colleague's persuasion, Su Hao managed to calm down a bit. Thank you, everyone. Humph, coward. Lu, initially daunted by Su Hao's fierce approach, regained his bravado upon seeing others intervene. You coward. I'm standing right here, come at me. If you dare lay a finger on me today, I'll make sure you can't survive in the city. What did you just say? Su Hao's simmering anger flared up again. Ding. Side quest triggered. Beat Lu. Quest requirement. The harder you hit within the limits of minor injury, the greater the reward. Quest reward. 15 experience points, 13 practice points. Ding. Main quest triggered. The eve of the meteor shower. Quest requirement. With the world on the brink of change and the awakening of extraordinary powers imminent, reach level 5. Within 48 hours it is advised to quit your job as soon as possible. System tasks? Su Hao paused for a moment, skimming through the information before a smirk crept across his face. Just what I needed. While Lu continued to boast and curse, Su Hao stepped forward decisively and delivered a powerful right hook to Liu's plump face. The once arrogant Lu was instantly caught off guard, collapsing to the ground, clutching his swollen cheek. eyes wide with disbelief that Su Hao actually dared to hit him in front of everyone. You actually dared to hit me. What's wrong with that? I'm going to kick you too. Without hesitation, Su Hao aimed a kick at Liu's abdomen, following up with a flurry of punches aimed at sensitive but non-lethal areas. Stop, don't hit me anymore. Liu, bleeding from his nose, curled up in a ball, shouting at the onlooking colleagues. What are you all just standing there for? Hurry up and stop him. Don't you care about this month's performance bonus? Caught off guard by Su Hao's sudden outburst, his colleagues scrambled to intervene, a few trying to restrain him from behind. Su Hao, that's enough. Yeah, Liu is almost turning into a punching bag. Let's stop, we don't want to attract security. Stop. What a joke. He had barely landed a few punches and was far from satisfied. Without a word, Su Hao opened the system interface, allocating his remaining 2 attribute points to strength. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him at that moment. He felt capable of wrestling a bull. Of course, that was merely an illusion. Adding 2 points of strength only increased his power by a mere 20%. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to break free from his colleague's hesitant grasp. With a sudden exertion, he shook off the colleagues holding him and seized Liu by the collar, lifting him like a chick and delivering 2 slaps to his face. Liu, you just want to force me to resign, right? Fine, I'm quitting. But first, let's settle the score. Please don't hit me. Su Hao, we can discuss this. He'll give you anything you want. Liu, dazed and tearful, begged for mercy, and if he weren't being held off the ground, he would likely have knelt and begged. All I want is to give you a good beating. Su Hao scoffed, delivering a few more slaps to Liu's puffy face before tossing him back into his chair. Had he not been concerned about losing control of his strength, he might have continued the assault further. Not beating you up would be a waste of that punchable face of yours. Side quest completed. Rewards distributed. 5 experience points, 3 practice points. Listening to the delightful system notification amid the astonished gazes of his colleagues, Su Hao strode away, waving his sleeves without taking a single penny of salary. Taking the elevator to the ground floor, the company reception, a charming and broad-minded receptionist greeted him with an adorable expression. Su Hao, are you off work? There's a new restaurant nearby that's supposed to be really good. Should we go together later? I've resigned. Why? Nothing. Su Hao shrugged, offering no further explanation as he turned and exited the company. The receptionist, Wenxing Liu, was the very one who secretly admired him. Even if Liu didn't pursue her, Su Hao certainly wouldn't take his anger out on this innocent girl. She had done nothing wrong. The real culprit was Liu, the petty, vindictive scoundrel who had abused his position to target him. However, being caught in the crossfire was still quite frustrating, and Su Hao had little desire to engage in light-hearted conversation with her. Walking along the bustling street, Su Hao felt immensely relieved after venting his emotions. He was not worried about being summoned by the authorities for thrashing Liu. Firstly, despite the exaggerated nature of his actions, he had only caused minor injuries. Such trivial wounds wouldn't constitute a criminal offense, at most a civil dispute, resulting in a fine of a few $100s. Even if detained, he could likely secure bail. Secondly, he could guarantee that Liu would not dare to escalate the matter. That guy already had a poor reputation in the company. Should news of him forcing an employee to resign and being beaten surface, the company would certainly have to respond for the sake of its image. Even with his uncle as the vice president, it would be impossible for him to retain his position. What a pity about my salary this month. Su Hao scratched his head, but he didn't mind too much after all. He was a man with a system by his side. A few $1,000s was merely a drop in the bucket. Besides, the system also suggests I resign quickly, especially since I need to reach level 5 before that meteor shower. There seems to be a lot of hidden information in this main quest that I need to ponder over for a while. Chapter 3. Heroic Deeds. Upon arriving at the bus stop, Su Hao clutched the railing, his gaze drifting over the system interface. Repeatedly scrutinizing the few words of the main quest, his mind swirling with thoughts. Quest requirement. A great transformation is upon us. The awakening of extraordinary abilities is imminent. Please reach level 5 within 48 hours. It is advised to resign as soon as possible. The awakening of extraordinary abilities? It seemed as though significant events were about to unfold. Could it truly be that, akin to tales in novels, a multitude of individuals worldwide suddenly awaken such powers and become what are known as extraordinary beings? The system urged him to advance to level 5 as swiftly as possible, likely for his own protection. Calculating that each level gained would grant him 4 attribute points. Reaching level 5 would bestow upon him 20 points. Even if distributed evenly among the 4 attributes, his physical prowess would surpass that of an ordinary person by half. Should he allocate all points to strength or agility? He could attain speeds and strength far exceeding that of a typical human, nearly qualifying him as a minor superhero. Thus, even if extraordinary abilities truly surged across the globe, he would not find himself lacking in strength. Moreover, he could continue to undertake various quests to level up, acquire attribute points, and enhance his physical capabilities. He harbored a suspicion that this system offered more than mere physical enhancement. After all, beyond experience, there existed a concept known as training value, the purpose of which remained unknown to him at present. With only 5 experience points needed to reach level 2, where could he seek out quests? As he closed the system interface, lost in contemplation, his peripheral vision caught sight of a yellow-haired ruffian lurking behind a woman in a red dress, stealthily slipping his hand into her bag amidst the crowded bus. Ding. Side quest triggered. Act of valor. Shout to stop him. Experience 3 points. Training value 1 point. Intervene against the pickpocket and call the police. Experience 10 points. Training value 3 points. Ignore. Abandon the quest. What a stroke of luck. Farewell, thief. Your actions will not be forgotten. Naturally, Su Hao opted for the option with the most generous rewards. He stepped forward, firmly grasping the wrist of the yellow-haired thief and gently tapping the shoulder of the woman in the red dress, saying, "Miss, please be cautious while using your phone. Look, you have a pickpocket in your bag." Realizing his scheme had been thwarted, the thief desperately attempted to pull away, only to find Su Hao's grip as unyielding as a vice. He struggled several times without success. The woman in red turned to see the thief and hastily pulled her bag away, gratefully thanking Su Hao. "Thank you so much. I will be more careful next time." Su Hao smiled, remaining silent, and called out to the bus driver. "Excuse me, driver, there's a pickpocket here. Could you please take us to the nearest police station?" The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the bus, and under their collective gaze, the yellow-haired thief panicked. "Hey, brother, don't be so extreme. I'm just trying to get by here. Let go of my hand." Recognizing the disparity in strength between them, the thief threatened Su Hao with a menacing glare. "Save your breath. We can discuss it at the station." Su Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "Even if I were inclined to let you go, these people would not turn a blind eye, would they?" "Yes. Well said. An act of valor. This young man is commendable. The thief deserves to be sent to the police." The passengers, many of whom had previously fallen victim to theft, expressed their disdain for pickpockets. Unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, the bus driver, without hesitation, turned the vehicle toward the police station. "You little brat, you're forcing my hand." The thief, realizing escape was impossible, growled in desperation, drawing a gleaming folding knife from his pocket. "Let me off this bus, or my knife won't discriminate." Upon seeing the knife, the surrounding crowd instinctively backed away, creating a wide berth in the formerly cramped bus. Su Hao felt a surge of panic. He had no combat training, and with the system barely at level 1, his strength was merely slightly above average. Engaging a knife-wielding assailant in such confined quarters could be life-threatening, and he knew the onlookers would likely hesitate to intervene. "Don't worry, I'll stop the bus," the driver shouted through the monitors, hastily bringing the vehicle to a halt and opening the doors, fearful that Su Hao might recklessly confront the thief. The passengers also chimed in, urging Su Hao to prioritize safety. Seizing the moment of hesitation, the yellow-haired thief managed to break free and darted off the bus into the crowd. "Oh no." Su Hao frowned as the thief vanished among the masses. He had failed to deliver the criminal to the police. Would the quest fail as a result? Side quest completed. Rewards granted. Experience 10 points. Training value 3 points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level 2, awarded for attribute points. Wait, the quest is complete? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, remembering that the task did not necessitate delivering the thief to the police, only stopping him and alerting authorities. Regardless, he had successfully reached level 2. He was one step closer to completing the main quest. After this brief interlude, the bus resumed its course. "Thank you for what you did earlier. If it weren't for you, my wallet would likely have been stolen." Though it didn't contain much, it held many important documents, which would be a hassle to replace. The woman in red expressed her gratitude with poise, assessing Su Hao, before adding playfully, "As a token of my appreciation, how about I treat you to a meal sometime?" The young woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with an oval face lightly made up, complemented by cascading black hair that framed her delicate features. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with mischief. "Merely a trifling act. However, since you insist on treating me to dinner, I shall graciously accept." Su Hao smiled, extending his hand. "I'm Su Hao. Su from Su Shi. Hao from the vastness of the sea. I look forward to your guidance." The woman giggled, extending her own dainty hand for a brief shake. "I'm Qiao Miaoan. Xiao as in autumn wind, Miao as in marvelous, and Han as in cultivation. Please take care of me. Her gentle touch left a favorable impression on Su Hao, and he released her hand after a light grasp. Curiously, Xiao Miaohan remarked, "Your strength is remarkable. You appear quite slender. Yet you managed to restrain that thief with one hand while he struggled to escape." He seemed quite flustered. "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary," Su Hao replied, flexing his bicep slightly under his sleeve. "I'm the type who looks slim in clothes, but I actually exercise quite regularly." Chapter 4. Specialization Module. As they engaged in casual conversation, the two exchanged contact information. Suddenly, Xiao Miaohan's phone rang. She glanced down and said, "I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I'm afraid I can't take you out for dinner today. When are you free in the next couple of days?" "I'm quite free lately. I'm available anytime." Su Hao shrugged, having just resigned from his job. What he lacked was certainly not time. "How about tomorrow afternoon?" "Sounds good," she replied. "I'll give you a call tomorrow. I need to get off at this stop." "What a coincidence. I'm getting off here too," Su Hao said. "Really? You don't live in the Zhuke community, do you?" Xiao Miaohan asked, surprised. Su Hao chuckled softly. "I've lived in Zhuke community for over a year now." After their conversation, Su Hao learned that she had recently moved to Zhuke community, and even more coincidentally, they resided in the same building. Albeit he was on the 5th floor while she was on the 18th. After getting off, they continued their lively discussion until they parted ways at the elevator. What a stroke of luck today, Su Hao thought cheerfully as he hummed a tune on his way home. His rented apartment was just over 40 square meters, though not large. It was well equipped with a living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen, all thanks to the landlord's kindness in charging only 700 yuan a month for rent. He casually ordered takeout on his phone and lay on his bed, beginning to explore the system. The system interface hovered before him in a brilliant blue hue, displaying his current attributes and the experience points required to level up. 25 experience points. Subtracting the additional 5 points gained from leveling up to level 2 meant that advancing from level 2 to 3 would require 30 points. A figure that tripled the experience needed compared to leveling from 1 to 2. Just like in a game, the further one progressed, the more challenging it became. With increasing experience requirements, Su Hao was not surprised and accepted this setting with composure. He also noticed that after reaching level 2, a faint interface appeared in the upper left corner of the system screen, seemingly awaiting his interaction. He reached out and gently tapped the small interface. A system prompt box popped up. Specialization Module unlocked. Immediately, a brand new system interface appeared. Current specializations available for unlocking: Combat, Uninitiated; Music, Uninitiated; Culinary Arts, Beginner; Driving, Beginner; Languages, Beginner; Calligraphy and Painting, Uninitiated; Computer Operations, Beginner. Upgrading each specialization requires practice points. Current practice points: 7. A specialization module? Such a feature exists. Su Hao was taken aback and tried clicking the combat option on the interface. Would you like to spend 3 practice points to upgrade combat to beginner level? Yes, Su Hao thought. After all, 3 practice points wasn't too much. He decided to spend them and explore this new feature. The moment combat upgraded to the beginner level, a slight pain surged in his head, compelling him to cover his forehead, as if something had been forcefully inserted into his mind, a fleeting sensation. Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed gained a considerable amount of knowledge and experience in combat. Sitting up from the bed in a swift motion, he tentatively executed a series of mixed martial arts moves, his actions impressively adept, with no gap between theory and practice, as if he had genuinely trained for a year. Having developed muscle memory, the effect was astounding. Su Hao rejoiced, realizing that the system was not merely about enhancing physical attributes but rather encompassed the potential for upgrading all aspects. Having just reached level 2, the emergence of the specialization module hinted that, with further leveling, the system would unlock even more wondrous features. The next level of combat required 10 practice points for advancement. Sure enough, the requirements increased as one progressed. Su Hao glanced at his remaining practice points, only 4 left. Insufficient for leveling up. He resolved to complete more tasks promptly to elevate both his attributes and specializations. After the takeout arrived, Su Hao finished his meal in the evenings. But he had no intention of idling at home. Instead, he ventured out in search of system tasks. Walking down the dimly lit street, he realized he rarely strolled out at night since starting his job. Typically, he confined himself at home, engrossed in his computer or phone, as he lived alone nearby, making outings rather pointless. A saying online aptly put it: 2 people going out is called shopping. 1 person going out is merely walking a dog. He was indeed walking himself, a solitary dog. Based on previous experiences, he surmised that tasks could be triggered either by events related to himself or by unforeseen circumstances. Su Hao scanned the street, feeling the quest for tasks to be somewhat challenging. His life had been rather mundane, and today, with his recent resignation, there were even fewer activities. As for unexpected events, there weren't that many waiting for him to resolve. This city was hardly the quaint Gotham. "Hey, isn't that the guy from the bus?" A voice laced with malice reached his ears. Su Hao turned to see the yellow-haired thief from the bus approaching him. What an ironic twist of fate. They had crossed paths twice in one day amidst the bustling crowd. Perhaps there truly was such a thing as destiny, albeit a cursed one, as the yellow-haired thief was flanked by 3 of his accomplices. "Brothers, grab him. This guy ruined my plans today. Let us drag him into an alley and teach him a lesson," the yellow-haired one shouted, and his 3 cohorts menacingly closed in on Su Hao, attempting to subdue him. Ding. Side quest activated. Justifiable defense. Quest requirement. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Become the only one standing at the scene. Quest reward. 25 experience points, 8 practice points. Wow. Facing 4 opponents is no small feat, though he thought this. Su Hao's expression remained unchanged. He stepped to the left, evading one thug's attack, and instinctively delivered a swift horizontal kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Fortunately, he had upgraded his combat specialization to beginner level. As the saying goes, even a hero struggles against many hands, especially in street brawls. And had he only possessed strength without skill, he would have certainly been overwhelmed by the group. "Watch out. This guy is trained," one thug shouted, scrambling to grab a weapon. The fallen thug, groaning in pain, attempted to rise while clutching his abdomen. The remaining 3 thugs eyed Su Hao warily, and 2 of them produced retractable batons from their pockets, flicking them to extend into black clubs, charging at Su Hao with them raised. Great, they brought weapons, Su Hao thought, hastily attempting to block the batons. However, being unarmed and outnumbered, he sustained several painful strikes to his arms, and the situation quickly turned dire. System. Allocate all points to agility. The interface flashed, and his agility surged to 14 points. Su Hao felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from him. He moved with the grace of a swallow. Even the thug's movements seemed to slow. He lightly pressed his foot to the ground, his form shooting forward like an arrow, reaching the nearest thug in an instant, seizing the baton and delivering a vicious elbow strike to his chin. Chapter 5. Always welcome with a sudden jolt. Su Hao's elbow struck the small-time thug, who let out a pained yelp, his grip on the baton faltering as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chin and wailing in agony. Seizing the moment, Su Hao wasted no time. He hurled the confiscated baton at another thug wielding a stick. Taking advantage of the thug's instinctive dodge, Su Hao lunged forward, delivering a swift punch to his face, knocking him down with a single blow. For the remaining 2, Su Hao aimed directly at their midsections, charging at them with ferocity, landing a punch on each in quick succession. The 2 thugs doubled over, pale-faced, clutching their stomachs, curling up on the ground in convulsions. In less than 3 seconds, all 4 were sprawled on the ground. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 25 experience points. 8 training points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 3, awarded 4 attribute points to allocate. Quite the audacious bunch, aren't you? Su Hao crouched down, coldly observing the yellow-haired thug groaning and clutching his stomach. He lightly tapped the thug's face. Who was it that wanted to drag me into the alley for a beating? Big brother, I was wrong. Please, have mercy. The yellow-haired thug forced a grimace that was more akin to a cry than a smile, filled with regret. Had he known Su Hao was this formidable, he would have scurried away with his tail between his legs instead of provoking him. Today, he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. Su Hao had dispatched all 4 of them as if it were child's play, undeniably a skilled fighter. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the law? Su Hao relieved the yellow-haired thug of his knife, twisting both of his arms behind his back before retrieving his phone to call the police. Since fate had brought them together, he might as well send this scoundrel to the station for some re-education. As for the fact that he had beaten those 4, what a joke. This was self-defense. Besides, he hadn't struck them hard enough to cause even minor injuries. After leveling up his combat specialization, he had grown increasingly adept at controlling his strength. Wait, please. Big brother, don't call the police. The yellow-haired thug pleaded, panic rising in his voice. I've already been inside twice this year. If I go back, I'll be charged with multiple thefts. Big brother, I can pay you. Just let me go this time. Oh, Su Hao feigned interest, noting his own financial constraints. How much do you intend to offer? The yellow-haired thug averted his gaze. I only have 200 left on me. I'll give it all to you. Su Hao shrugged. Forget it. I think I'll call the police instead. 200 is hardly worth my time. Seeing Su Hao begin to dial, the yellow-haired thug panicked further. Big brother, I made a mistake. I actually have 800 in my pocket. That's all I have, I swear. It's in my left pocket. After checking, Su Hao found indeed 800 in cash. Fine, I'll let you off this time. But don't let it happen again. Discreetly pocketing the money, Su Hao released the yellow-haired thug's arms and gestured for them to leave hastily. Consider the batons and knife a keepsake. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Wasn't concerned about being accused of extortion. After all, a police report would require at least 1,000 yuan to file. He was quite confident in his knowledge of the law. The thugs, feeling a weight lifted, scrambled to their feet, supporting one another as they hurried away. Su Hao watched them depart, a genuine smile gracing his lips as he waved. If you're not satisfied, remember to bring more friends next time. I live nearby, always at your service. The backs of the four thugs shivered, quickening their pace until they disappeared from sight. Su Hao's earlier words were not mere bravado. He sincerely hoped the yellow-haired thug would return with reinforcements. If he could trigger a few more system quests, he might just reach level 4. What a delightful thief, providing him with both experience and cash. Perhaps next time, he should go easy on him. By the way, his training points had reached exactly 10, allowing him to elevate his combat skills by another level. Fueled by the recent scuffle, Su Hao came to appreciate the significance of combat specialization. Leveling up as soon as possible was undoubtedly wise. Would you like to spend 10 training points to upgrade combat to proficient level? Yes. Without hesitation, Su Hao confirmed. In the next instant, a wealth of theoretical knowledge concerning combat flooded his mind, encompassing techniques from Sanda, Taekwondo, Karate, and beyond, coalescing into a brand new and effective fighting style within his consciousness. As he practiced a few punches, Su Hao realized his strikes were now more precise. With a single blow, he could effortlessly employ numerous techniques. Truly, he had achieved the proficient level. All combat skills were harmonized, transcending mere techniques. Most free-fighting athletes might not even reach this standard. A surge of excitement coursed through Su Hao. With these refined combat skills and his extraordinary physical attributes, if he were to enter a free-fighting competition, he would likely secure a commendable ranking. Perhaps not the championship, but undoubtedly a spot in the top 3. Glancing at the next level of combat specialization, he noted it was elite level, requiring 30 training points. Furthermore, after reaching level 3, he had gained an additional 4 attribute points to allocate. Where should he assign them? His current attributes were Constitution 11, Strength 12, Agility 14, Spirit 11. Increasing agility seemed beneficial. Not merely enhancing speed, but also improving reaction time and dynamic vision. It appeared he needed to further study these 4 attributes before making any decisions. Closing the interface, he resolved to run a few laps, curious to test the limits of his current physical capabilities. He opted for a gentle jog over a few miles. However, due to his heightened agility, what he considered a slow run appeared almost like a sprint to onlookers. Amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by, Su Hao sprinted through 3 blocks, only to find himself not particularly fatigued upon stopping. It seemed the 2 initial points added to his constitution had made a noticeable difference, elevating his endurance beyond that of an average person. Constitution, strength, and agility were all crucial. They complemented one another. Su Hao pondered. Without sufficient constitution, even the strongest strength and agility would falter. He resolved to bolster his constitution by 2 points. He couldn't allow his stamina to become a weakness. Ding. With 2 beeps, his constitution increased to 13 points. Shifting his focus to spirit, he realized it was the only attribute he hadn't adjusted yet and was still unclear about its significance. With an initial spirit of 11 points, the highest among his attributes, he wondered what it truly represented. Intelligence? Mental fortitude? Or perhaps something as elusive as the soul? Chapter 6. The Little Girl Next Door. Oh well. It seems I won't be needing the spirit attribute for now, so I'll hold off on adding it. I'll keep the remaining 2 assignable attributes in reserve. Su Hao glanced at the experience points required to level up to level 4. 100 experience points. It's more than tripled again. It seems I'll be quite occupied within these 48 hours. Su Hao chuckled wryly. Reaching level 4 requires 100 experience points. Wouldn't level 5 need 2 or 300? The main quest requires him to reach level 5 within 48 hours. Although he doesn't know if there will be any penalties or rewards for this quest. Since the system hasn't indicated anything, he doesn't plan to gamble. Among all the current tasks, this is the only main one, and it's obviously crucial. He pulled out his phone and checked the time. It was getting late, so Su Hao decided to head home. Anything else can wait until tomorrow, after all. There are still almost 2 days left. If he really can't find any quests, he can always deliberately stir up trouble, like picking a fight with some thugs again. He returned home and slept soundly. The next morning, the doorbell rang. Su Hao groggily got out of bed and opened the door, only to find a cute little girl in a pristine white dress standing outside. Her features were quite doll-like, and her petite stature barely reached his chest. She looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. "Good morning, Brother Su Hao." The little girl waved cheerfully, skipping inside and settling onto the sofa. "Oh, it's Xiaoyi. Is your family out again today?" Su Hao said, unfazed. He took a can of soda from the fridge and handed it to the little girl. This little girl is his neighbor's child, named Yi Mengjun. Despite her middle school appearance and height of 1.5 meters, she is actually a high school student nearing adulthood. "My parents had to go out, so I came to freeload. Please take care of me today," she declared. "For breakfast, let's have fried eggs and bread. And for lunch, how about you siang rousey with rice?" Su Hao glanced at the ingredients in the refrigerator and took out the eggs and lettuce, preparing to chop them in the kitchen. As a bachelor living alone, cooking is an essential skill. In his specialization modules, both his driving and cooking skills are at the entry level. Although his dishes aren't particularly delicious, they're decent enough as home-cooked meals. He didn't cook yesterday simply because he was too lazy. Xiaoyi's parents seem to be quite busy with work, often traveling out of town. Since about half a year ago, after the little girl became familiar with him, she often comes to his place on weekends to freeload. It's just making an extra portion of food, so Su Hao didn't refuse. The neighbors often send him local specialties from their travels in return, creating a mutually beneficial and harmonious relationship. After making 2 servings of fried eggs, he took out whole wheat bread and milk from the refrigerator. As they finished breakfast, the little girl kept glancing at the PS4 next to the TV, suggesting eagerly, "Brother Su Hao, let's play King of Fighters. I'll definitely beat you today, under normal circumstances." Su Hao would usually agree, but today he hasn't completed his main quest yet, so how can he spend time playing games with her? "I can't, today Su Hao was about to decline when he heard a system notification. Ding. Side quest triggered. King of Fighters Master. Quest requirement. Win with more than half health remaining. The more victories within 30 rounds, the higher the rewards. Quest reward. 130 experience points, 110 practice points. Playing games can trigger quests too? Su Hao was pleasantly surprised and quickly changed his tune. "Okay, let's play King of Fighters. The loser of the first round washes the dishes for lunch today." "No problem." Xiaoyi was overjoyed, skipping over to turn on the PS4, connecting the game controllers, and handing one to Su Hao. Su Hao brought up the King of Fighters game, entered the interface, casually selected a character he was familiar with, and calmly waited for the game to start. He wasn't worried about this quest at all. After all, they often play 2-player games on the PS4, and at least in the fighting game King of Fighters, this little girl has never beaten him. She's always been KO'd with full health. "Don't underestimate me, Brother Su Hao. I practiced at the arcade for a long time last week. I'll definitely win this time," Xiaoyi said, swinging her legs on the sofa as she selected Iori Yagami. As the battle began, Su Hao noticed that the little girl's control of the moves was indeed much more skilled than before. She could barely make some corresponding counterattacks based on the moves, making it slightly difficult to defeat her with more than half health remaining. But that was it. With his agility increased to 14 points, his reaction speed was nearly half faster than the average person. Coupled with his extraordinary dynamic vision, playing fighting games was a breeze. He easily neutralized the little girl's counterattacks one by one, finishing her off with a series of combos. At first, Xiaoyi tried to attack, but later she simply focused on defending. Still, she couldn't stop Su Hao's overwhelming offensive. Almost every game ended within a minute or two. Staring at her character's defeat on the TV screen once more, Xiaoyi's eyes welled up with tears. Losing 5 or 6 times is normal. But being crushed without any chance of retaliation for dozens of consecutive rounds isn't just about winning or losing a game. It's a dimensional strike to the soul. Under normal circumstances, Su Hao would occasionally throw a game to make the little girl happy. But for the sake of the quest rewards, he had to let Xiaoyi suffer for now and compensate her later. In less than an hour, the 30 rounds were quickly over. As expected, Su Hao won every game almost effortlessly. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 30 experience points, 10 practice points. Seeing that the quest was completed, Su Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly glanced at the sulky Xiaoyi and deliberately made a few mistakes during this round, giving the little girl a chance to knock him out. "I won." Xiaoyi jumped up from the sofa excitedly. Seeing the little girl finally smile through her tears, Su Hao patted her head. "Let's not play this anymore. Let's play something else." Okay. Xiaoyi nodded quickly. She had finally won a game and didn't want to be beaten up by Su Hao again. It's best to quit while you're ahead. Su Hao, on the other hand, was wondering if playing other games could trigger new quests. He had earned 30 experience points just from this 1 hour of King of Fighters, which was quite a generous reward. If he could get 2 or 3 more quests with such high rewards, he could level up to level 4. However, reality is often disappointing. He and Xiao tried playing several other PS4 games, including Sekiro, Zelda, the Dark Souls series, and even 2-player Mario. But none of them triggered any new system quests. Chapter 7. Culinary Excellence. Indeed, experience points are not easily acquired. It is fortunate enough to trigger a quest in a game even once. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived. Reluctantly gazing at the death message that appeared on the screen of Sekiro, Su Hao handed the controller to Xiao and rose to prepare the meal. Brother Su Hao, please don't include carrots in my portion. No way, you must not be picky. Su Hao dismissed the little girl's request. Carrots are specifically added for you. We must maintain a balanced diet. But carrots are truly unpalatable. Xiao pouted. Though she refrained from throwing a tantrum, her frustration manifested in her fingers, pressing buttons in the game to unleash her discontent upon the innocent monsters. Ding. Side quest triggered. Sumptuous lunch. Quest requirement. Prepare a lunch that will leave the little girl singing praises, including carrots. Quest reward. 15 experience points. 3 practice points. Oh? Preparing lunch is a quest as well? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback. The range of system tasks was indeed extensive. However, this particular task seemed quite challenging. Xiao already disliked carrots, and given his culinary skills were not particularly remarkable, crafting a lunch that would earn her admiration appeared nearly impossible. Wait a moment. I almost forgot. I am a man capable of leveling up. A mere lunch should pose no challenge. Su Hao slapped his forehead, summoned the system interface, and selected culinary specialization. Would you like to consume 2 practice points to upgrade your culinary skill to proficient level? Oh, the cost for upgrading culinary skills is so low. If memory served correctly, leveling up combat skills to the beginner level had cost 3 points yesterday, and ascending to proficient level was a hefty 10 points. Yet, elevating culinary skills to proficient level only required a mere 2 practice points? Could it be? Su Hao speculated, immediately upgrading his culinary skill to proficient level, then proceeded to upgrade again. Would you like to consume 6 practice points to upgrade your culinary skill to elite level? As expected, the practice points required for upgrading different specializations are not fixed. For instance, the points required for culinary skills were significantly lesser than those for combat. To confirm his hypothesis, Su Hao also checked the driving skill, discovering that upgrading it to proficient level required even fewer practice points, just 1 point. It seemed that the simpler the specialization, the lesser the points consumed for upgrading. Since it only required 6 practice points, he decided to go all out and elevate his culinary skill to elite level, ensuring that the little girl would be left in tears of joy over the meal. A smile crept onto Su Hao's lips as he casually upgraded his culinary skill once more. A wealth of recipes and knowledge surged into his mind. In the next moment, he regained focus. Gripping the kitchen knife with a deft twist, it danced in his hand with the grace of an extension of his own body. Placing a carrot on the cutting board, in mere seconds, it was sliced into thin pieces, then finally shredded with a few swift movements. Steaming rice, heating the pan, and preparing the ingredients all came together seamlessly. Countless combinations of seasonings flashed through his mind at this moment. He possessed dozens of techniques to completely eliminate the peculiar taste of the carrot. Soon, a plate of steaming fish-flavored shredded pork emerged from the stove. Well, today's dish smells delightful. Xiao Yi, engrossed in her game, caught a whiff of the aroma and couldn't resist leaving her controller to peek into the kitchen. Su Hao remained silent, smiling as he divided the steamed rice into 2 plates, ladling generous portions of the dish atop, the fragrance mingling with the rice's aroma, creating an irresistible allure. Setting the plates on the dining table, he retrieved 2 cans of cold drinks from the refrigerator. Delicious. Today's meal is absolutely exquisite. Even the carrots taste incredible. It's simply unbelievable. Xiao buried her face in her food, occasionally sipping her drink, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Slow down. Don't choke. Side quest completed. Quest reward. 15 experience points, 3 practice points. Su Hao sampled his own creation, and indeed, it was delectable. A feast for the senses, rivaling the finest dishes crafted by top chefs in upscale restaurants, all achieved with the most ordinary of ingredients. Even without a chef's certification, his astonishing culinary prowess would undoubtedly earn him a high-paying position in any esteemed establishment. Brother Su Hao, did you secretly attend a culinary school for intensive training? Your skills today are worlds apart from before. It's explosively delicious. Xiao Yi quickly finished her portion, gazing at Su Hao with admiration. How could the difference be so vast? I used to cook quite well. Su Hao stubbornly defended himself, though he had to admit that compared to today's culinary feats, his previous skills were indeed lacking. Xiao Yi sipped her drink. Brother Su Hao, have you started dating someone, which is why you're so determined to improve your cooking? Dating? What is that compared to the joy of playing on a PS4? Su Hao rolled his eyes. I haven't even started earning money yet. Where would I find the time for such an extravagant pursuit? In the past, my monthly salary barely exceeded 4,000. After accounting for daily expenses and rent, I had hardly anything left. If I were to date someone, I would truly be living on scraps. However, with the system now in place, financial concerns would soon be alleviated. Perhaps there was hope for him to find a partner? The young woman in the red dress he encountered on the bus yesterday seemed quite promising. She had even invited him to dinner this afternoon. Perhaps there was potential. While Su Hao was lost in thought, Xiao Yi flashed a mischievous smile, obediently gathering the dishes and humming a tune as she headed to the kitchen to wash up, an outcome of their wager while playing King of Fighters that morning. You play on the PS4 at home. I have some matters to attend to outside. As Xiao Yi washed the dishes, Su Hao donned his clothing and shoes, preparing to leave. He suspected he would not trigger any new quests here. He could not afford to waste time at home. Xiao Yi blinked. Oh, can I come with you? I was just planning to go out for a stroll as well. About that. Su Hao pondered briefly. The matters I need to attend to aren't suitable for you to be present. He intended to seek out various tasks, if he could not find any. He might even have to confront some street thugs. Regardless of the dangers, it was certainly not child-friendly, and he could not allow Xiao Yi to accompany him. What could possibly be unsuitable for me? Xiao Yi inquired suspiciously. It wouldn't be a date with a girl, would it? Of course not. It's merely a few inconsequential matters. Su Hao considered for a moment, then added, however, there is indeed a girl who has invited me to dinner this afternoon. Your girlfriend? I already told you, I don't have a girlfriend. That girl is inviting me to dinner as a token of gratitude. Su Hao recounted the events from the previous day on the bus. I helped her scare off a pickpocket, so she intends to treat me to a meal. It's as simple as that. By the way, it seems she lives in this building as well, on the 18th floor. Is that true? What a coincidence. Performing a good deed, and then discovering she lives in the same building. Xiao Yi blinked, her mind seemingly racing with thoughts, and suddenly remarked, why not take me along for lunch this afternoon? Chapter 8, Supernatural Phenomena? Is that really appropriate? Su Hao hesitated. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's merely an additional person at dinner. If necessary, we can share a meal. Xiao Yi chimed in, her large eyes brimming with innocence. Otherwise, wouldn't it be rather pitiful for me to eat leftovers all alone at home? Right? Very well. Ultimately, Su Hao could not resist Xiao Yi's adorable plea. He decided to take his sister out for a meal, trusting that Xiao Miaohan would not mind. Hee, you're the best, Su Hao Gidge. Xiao Yi giggled as she rushed to embrace him. Wait a moment, I'll go change my outfit and be right back. I only agreed to take you out for lunch this afternoon, not to let you follow me. Seeing Xiao Yi dash back to her house, Su Hao helplessly rubbed his forehead. This little girl was becoming increasingly difficult to handle, like an overly clingy sister. His plan to confront street thugs had been prematurely thwarted. Was there any task aligned with the coarse socialist values waiting for him? Su Hao felt his brain cells rapidly depleting. He decided to take things as they came and strolled around the nearby Qingfeng Park. After about a quarter of an hour, Xiao Yi emerged in a pink sundress, topped with a brown felt hat, looking exceptionally pure and adorable. Xiao Yi asked, Su Hao Gidge, where are we going? To the park, Su Hao replied, not bothering to explain why. He was uncertain himself. The two took the bus to Qingfeng Park, where they bought 2 ice cream cones at the entrance, leisurely strolling and enjoying the spring blooms. The park was picturesque, albeit crowded with visitors. At the heart of the park lay a large lake, surrounded by several middle-aged and elderly individuals fishing, while rented boats glided across the water, occasionally revealing a swan or two. How tranquil it was. Not a hint of any sudden disturbances could be detected. Su Hao had no inclination to appreciate the scenery. He craved chaos and trouble. Oh, Su Hao Gidge, look over there. A child is crying. Perhaps he is lost. Xiao Yi pointed toward the depths of the woods beside the path. Indeed, a boy of around 6 or 7 was sitting on the grass, weeping. Without a closer inspection, one might easily overlook him. Overjoyed to find a potential task, Su Hao approached and asked, little one, what is the matter? Have you lost your family? Wah, my daddy. My daddy was taken by bad people. The boy sobbed, his words muffled by tears. Your daddy was taken by bad people? When did this happen? Su Hao furrowed his brow, initially believing it to be a simple case of a lost child, but the situation seemed more dire. Could it involve a criminal gang? To abduct an adult in such a public space? The boy wiped his tears and replied, just a few minutes ago. A few minutes ago? Su Hao glanced around, but saw no signs of struggle nearby. Which direction did they go? The boy pointed, and Su Hao followed his gaze, only to find a set of adult male footprints extending nearly 10 meters before abruptly vanishing. At the spot where the footprints disappeared, there was a suspiciously concealed hole, roughly the size of a human head, shrouded in darkness, its destination unknown. Why was there only one set of footprints? Why did they vanish? What lay beyond that ominous hole? Before Su Hao could ponder further, a system notification chimed. Ding. Side quest triggered. Lost child. Quest requirement. Leave the park promptly and escort the boy to the police station. Quest reward. 20 experience points, 5 practice points. Reminder, do not investigate any supernatural phenomena before reaching level 5. Cherish life and act within your means. Supernatural phenomena. Gazing at the ominous hole, Su Hao felt as though several pairs of eyes were peering at him through its dark entrance, sending a shiver down his spine. He quickly grasped the boy's hand and called for Xiaoi to hasten back down the path, striding toward the park exit. Xiaoi, puzzled, asked, Su Hao Gidge. What's wrong? I think I saw something over there. You must have misseen. Let us first take the child to the police. Su Hao interrupted, explaining. If his father was indeed abducted, staying there would put us in danger. The proper course of action is to involve the police. Xiaoi nodded, somewhat understanding, and followed Su Hao as they exited the park, arriving at the nearest mobile police station, where they handed the boy over to the officers. The police inquired about the situation, but the boy reiterated his earlier statements, leaving the officers incredulous. They promptly dispatched a team to survey the park while commending Su Hao and Xiaoi for their actions, assuring them that they would handle the matter from there. With the system notification chiming, Su Hao had no intention of getting involved further. He quickly led Xiaoi away from the scene. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 20 experience points, 5 practice points. Though slightly rattled, they had successfully resolved the task, leaving Su Hao just 15 experience points shy of leveling up to 4. He was wary of returning to Qingfeng Park, opting instead to wander with Xiaoi in busier areas nearby. They purchased some candied hawthorn skewers, enjoying them as if they were on a leisurely outing. When Su Hao spotted a ring-toss stall on the street, an idea sparked in his mind. Xiaoi, do you see any prizes over there that you would like? Xiaoi blinked and pointed to the largest stuffed bear in the prize area. I want that one. Or, I could settle for this one too. She hesitated and indicated a slightly easier toy to win. Ding. Side quest triggered. Stuffed bear. Quest requirement. Use a maximum of 3 rings to win the stuffed bear. Quest reward. 10 experience points, 3 practice points. No problem. Just watch me. Su Hao smiled slightly, approaching the stall and purchasing 3 rings. Though he rarely played such carnival games, he felt confident in his agility, believing his coordination skills surpassed those of the average person, granting him a distinct advantage in a game reliant on precision. Standing behind the yellow line, he steadied his breath and tossed the first ring. It grazed the bear's head but veered slightly off course, bouncing back to ensnare a metallic spinning top positioned in front of the bear. Having found his rhythm, Su Hao wasted no time and launched the second ring. It arced gracefully through the air, this time landing perfectly around the bear's ear, wobbling precariously but managing to stay suspended. Chapter 9. The Hot Pot Restaurant. Upon witnessing the spectacle, the onlooking tourists erupted into gasps of astonishment, and even the proprietor cast a disbelieving glance at Su Hao. The plush bear was undoubtedly the most valuable and challenging prize at the stall, with a procurement cost of around 400 to 500 yuan. Its head was larger than the plastic rings and positioned at a considerable distance, making it exceptionally difficult to ensnare. Since the stall's opening, few had managed to capture it, let alone someone like Su Hao, who succeeded on his second attempt. Brother Su Hao is amazing. Little E cheered joyfully, accepting the plush bear from the proprietor, her large eyes squinting into crescent moons of happiness. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 10 experience points, 3 training points. Just a small feat, Su Hao chuckled, brushing his nose as he nonchalantly tossed the remaining ring towards the panda plush that Little E had pointed out. The ring spun elegantly through the air, landing perfectly. Thus, Little E now cradled yet another toy, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Su Hao intended to purchase a few more rings for fun, but noticed the stall owner's gaze was somewhat frozen. With an awkward smile, he led Little E, arms laden with 3 prizes, away from the stall. Enjoying games is all well and good, but it is not easy for the proprietor to make a living. One should not be overly harsh on others. Before he knew it, it was already 4 o'clock. Time flew by while they played outside. Su Hao pondered what he had come out for in the first place. Embracing the plush bear, little E stole glances at him with a sly smile. About that. Su Hao faltered at a loss for words when his phone rang. Hello? It's me, Xiao Miaohan. A melodious female voice chimed from the other end. I've reserved a table at the Donglai Hot Pot restaurant nearby. Are you free at 5? Yes, I'm free. I'll be there at 5. Su Hao replied. Then added, by the way, my sister wants to join us. You don't mind, do you? Xiao Miaohan giggled. Of course not. I actually quite like children. Is she your real sister? She asked the little girl from the neighboring house. Su Hao glanced at little E, who was clutching her plush toys, teasingly adding, this little girl usually comes over to mooch meals on weekends. Since I didn't cook this afternoon, she'll have to go hungry. You can cook? Xiao Miaohan inquired. A hint of surprise in her tone. Just a little, Su Hao modestly replied. With his elite culinary skills. If he claimed to cook just a little, it would imply that most restaurant chefs might as well be considered inept. Xiao Miaohan jokingly remarked, next time, I'll come over to mooch a meal and sample your cooking. You're always welcome. After a light-hearted chat, the call ended. And Su Hao noticed little E puffing out her cheeks, glaring at him. Did you just say I'm a moocher? Little E protested indignantly. I was joking. Don't mind the details. Su Hao chuckled, deftly shifting the topic. All right, let us head home first to prepare for the hot pot. Transporting such a large plush toy on the bus would be quite cumbersome. Considering his current financial situation, he opted for a taxi back to the neighborhood. After placing the 2 plush toys at Little Yi's house and resting for a brief moment, they set off once more towards the Donglai Hot Pot restaurant. The Donglai Hot Pot restaurant was one of the better establishments in the vicinity. Su Hao had previously dined there with colleagues and was familiar with the ambience. Upon entering, he spotted Xiao Miaohan waving at him and joined her and little E at the table. What a cute child. Come here, dear. Are you in elementary school or middle school? Xiao Miaohan exclaimed upon noticing little E in her felt hat, reaching out affectionately to ruffle her hair, only to have little E dodge her hand. Don't treat me like a child. I'm a high school student. Little E retorted with a frown. A high school student? Xiao Miaohan turned to Su Hao in disbelief. The little girl before them, with her chubby-cheeked, adorable face hidden beneath the brown felt hat, stood less than 5 feet tall, undeniably looking to be around 12 or 13, even more youthful than most middle schoolers. Indeed, her name is Yi Mingxuan, and she is in her 2nd year of high school, Su Hao confirmed, playfully removing her hat and adding, however, this girl's intellect and appearance seemed to linger in her elementary years, so treating her as a child isn't entirely inappropriate. Brother Su Hao, what nonsense are you spouting? Little E puffed her cheeks and playfully punched his arm, though it was more amusing than painful. Xiao Miaohan covered her mouth, chuckling. I envy you both. I always wanted a little sister when I was young, but my family wouldn't allow it. The waiter soon brought the pot base and dishes to their table. After Xiao Miaohan expressed her gratitude to Su Hao once more, the 3 of them chatted happily while dining. During their conversation, Su Hao discovered that Xiao Miaohan had recently graduated from university, 2 years younger than him. Having just turned 22, she worked as an accountant at a small company nearby and was currently single. Clearing his throat, he thought, this girl is quite attractive. And with her living nearby, perhaps there is an opportunity to develop something further? While they were eating, he noticed Xiao Miaohan genuinely enjoyed little E's company, enthusiastically offering her slices of lamb. Yet, for some reason, little E remained rather aloof toward Xiao Miaohan. Was it perhaps due to Xiao Miaohan treating her like a child? Before they had finished half their meal, a sudden ruckus erupted behind them. Curiously glancing back, Su Hao discovered a man at the next table, inebriated and creating a scene. Standing on the table with a broken bottle in hand, swaying precariously as he shouted incoherently. Several waitstaff and security personnel rushed around, attempting to bring the man down, but they hesitated to approach due to the bottle he brandished. As restaurant staff, they were all too aware that inebriated individuals could act unpredictably. Some were as aggressive as those with mental disorders, posing a risk of violence at any moment. It appeared the drunken man was alone, his only company being the alcohol, venting his emotions through slurred insults. After finishing a bottle of beer, he carelessly smashed it to the ground, shards flying everywhere. A couple of tables away, some glass fragments even scattered beneath the feet of the trio. Xiao Miaohan frowned and suggested, shall we change tables? Su Hao was about to agree when he heard a crisp notification chime in his ear. Ding. Side quest triggered. Shameful inebriation. Quest requirement. Subdue the inebriated individual and hand him over to security. Quest reward: 15 experience points, 6 training points. Another quest triggered? Cheers to you, drunken bro. Su Hao chuckled. No need to change tables. You all sit tight for a moment. Both Qiu Miaohan and Little E watched in astonishment as he stood up and walked toward the rowdy table. The waitstaff, seeing Su Hao approach, mistakenly assumed he was also seeking to change tables, hurriedly apologizing. We sincerely apologize for the disturbance. We will arrange for you to switch seats immediately. And we will handle this situation right away. Chapter 10. The Drunken Ruckus. No need to change. Su Hao waved his hand dismissively and looked up at the inebriated man. Come down, buddy. Aren't you afraid of falling from up there? Fall. What is there to fear? I've already lost everything in the stock market. What more can I lose? Surprised to discover that this man was a stock trader, Su Hao realized he must have suffered significant losses, which explained his current state of drunken despair. Who the hell are you? The drunken man, with a flushed face and slurred speech, shot an irritated glance at Su Hao. Just a pretty boy. Get lost and don't disturb my drinking, or I'll smash a bottle over your head. Oh, I'd like to see you try, Su Hao smirked, stepping onto the table. With a sudden activation of his combat specialization, his right fist shot forward like a released arrow, feigning a strike at the drunken man's face. As the man instinctively raised his hands to protect himself, Su Hao swiftly struck his wrist with his left hand, knocking the shattered beer bottle from his grip. Before the bottle even hit the ground, Su Hao transformed his fist into a palm, seizing the man's right shoulder while his left hand gripped the right wrist. With a forceful twist, he pinned the drunken man's arm behind him, rendering him immobile. Such basic grappling techniques are commonly seen in police dramas. Often, the simplest maneuvers prove to be the most effective. Su Hao executed this sequence of actions almost instantaneously, so swiftly that not only did the drunken man fail to resist, but even the onlookers and security staff were taken aback. By the time they regained their senses, Su Hao had already subdued the man. You little punk. How dare you ambush me? Let go if you have the guts. Let us fight fair. Ouch, don't be so rough. Fine, I give up. Just let me go. Initially, the drunken man cursed vehemently, but as Su Hao tightened his grip, he quickly resorted to pleading for mercy. There you go. I leave him to you. Make sure to help him sober up, Su Hao said, handing the drunken man over to 2 security guards standing nearby. The guards expressed their gratitude, and, with the drunken man in tow, they escorted him toward the security office. The diners who had witnessed the commotion were left in awe of Su Hao's prowess, with several capturing the entire incident on their phones. Perhaps tomorrow, a viral video would feature Su Hao prominently. However, Su Hao was indifferent to such attention, fully engrossed in the system interface before him. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 15 experience points, 6 training points. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level: 4. You have earned 4 distributable attribute points. Reaching the next level requires 200 experience points. Thankfully, this time it was just a 2-fold increase, slightly better than expected. Su Hao glanced at the interface, feeling a sense of relief. He had feared that subsequent levels would require a tripling of experience. But it appeared that the needed experience for the next level followed a different calculation, or perhaps it was entirely variable. Excluding the extra 10 experience points from this quest, he still needed 190 points. With a full 24 hours remaining before the task deadline, it should be manageable. Returning to his seat, he found Xiao Yi and Xiu Miaohan looking at him in disbelief. Su Hao, you were incredible. You subdued that guy in one move, Xiao Yi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I never realized you had such skills. Have you trained in martial arts? Was it that impressive? Su Hao chuckled. I just self-studied some combat techniques in the past. It was merely instinctive. Don't be modest. That was truly impressive, Qiu Miaohan added earnestly. Even as a layperson, I could see the finesse in your movements. It was almost beyond the realm of ordinary martial arts. Let us not dwell on this. Let us continue eating, Su Hao said with a forced laugh, opting to change the subject. He was reluctant to discuss his combat specialization, as it stemmed from the system upgrade. Unlike his foundational culinary skills, which he felt more comfortable showcasing, curiosity is a woman's nature, and the 2 girls were relentless in their inquiries about where he had learned his martial arts. With no choice but to concoct a story, Su Hao claimed he had a childhood fascination with martial arts, often mimicking moves from films and books, eventually teaching himself. Though this explanation was somewhat contrived, it lacked any glaring flaws. If he had claimed to study at a martial arts academy, the truth might eventually surface. However, the self-taught narrative allowed for broad interpretations, leaving little room for scrutiny and unassailable defense. Yes, that's it. After this brief interlude, the trio resumed their hot pot meal. Before long, the manager of the hot pot restaurant arrived. Likely concerned about any potential repercussions from the incident, he expressed his gratitude to Su Hao and declared that their meal would be on the house. Wait a minute. Qiu Miaohan suddenly realized, perplexed. I was supposed to treat you. How did it end up that you're treating us? The three exchanged amused glances, unable to contain their laughter. Then this meal doesn't count. You'll treat me next time, Su Hao suggested with a grin. All right, what would you like to eat? How about a seafood buffet? I heard a new one open nearby, Xiao Yi tentatively proposed. Su Hao shrugged. I don't have any particular preferences, you decide. Then it's settled, seafood buffet it is. As the three continued to discuss their next dining destination, a young man in a white t-shirt approached Su Hao. Can I help you? Su Hao noticed that the young man had been observing him for quite some time. The young man stood about 6 feet tall, towering over Su Hao, with a close-cropped hairstyle and a chiseled face. Through his t-shirt, a muscular physique was faintly discernible, exuding an intimidating aura. However, Su Hao was undeterred. What did it matter if he was muscular? He still possessed 6 distributable attribute points. If he allocated them all to strength, he could easily transform into a miniature Superman. The young man met Su Hao's gaze, pondering his words for a moment. Hello, I'm a disciple of Hongfeng Martial Arts School. May I ask which school you belong to? I would like to learn from you. A martial arts school? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. I've never trained at one. My combat skills are purely self-taught. Self-taught? The young man's face registered astonishment. That's impossible. Your fluid movements earlier were clearly the result of mastering techniques. To execute multiple variations within a second is something even most elite martial artists would struggle to achieve. He refrained from voicing an additional thought. He had a feeling that what he had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding Su Hao's capabilities. Chapter 11. May I have a reason to hit you first? Could it be that the young man was indulging in his own whimsical speculations? He firmly believed that this friend was reluctant to reveal his martial arts school affiliation. Many sects have such customs, which I can understand. So let us not dwell on that. Well, whatever you think is what it is. Su Hao shrugged dismissively and remarked, if there is nothing else, we should continue our meal. Farewell, and take care. Wait a moment, the young man interjected boldly. Let us get straight to the point. May I challenge you to a duel? A duel? You mean you want to fight me? Su Hao regarded him with a look of bemused incredulity. In a harmonious society, why resort to violence? As the saying goes, a gentleman uses words, not fists. But can you first provide me with a reason to hit you? Ding. Side quest triggered. Yang Hongwu's challenge, quest requirements. Defeat him, pin him down, and make him aware of your prowess. Quest rewards, 60 experience points, 20 training points. Well, before the young man could utter a word, the system had already laid out the reason. Such generous rewards were a rare sight indeed. Even if he wished to avoid a beating, Su Hao could not refuse this offer. 60 experience points. If he could engage in a couple more matches, he could level up to 5. And with an additional 20 training points, combined with his previous accumulation, he could elevate his combat specialization to elite status. A fierce determination ignited within him. For experience, for training. What would it take for you to agree to a duel with me? Young Yang Hongwu was still pondering how to provoke Su Hao's fighting spirit, oblivious to the fact that Su Hao's enthusiasm had already reached its peak. Just as Su Hao was about to agree, the young man suddenly had a bright idea. How about this? If you win, I will reward you with 10,000 yuan. If you lose, you owe me nothing. How does that sound? Will you accept my challenge now? Oh, you are quite the clever one. Su Hao exclaimed, overjoyed, finding this earnest youth increasingly likable. Experience and money? What a generous soul. He was even more endearing than that previous fellow with the yellow hair. So you agree? The young man was equally elated. Yes, but I have one request, Su Hao replied, raising a finger and shaking it. If I lose, I will also give you 10,000 yuan. I do not like to take advantage of others. Agreed. The young man regarded Su Hao with newfound admiration. I am Yang Hongwu, a disciple of the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School. What is your name, my friend? Little did he know, Su Hao's confidence in making such a statement stemmed solely from the fact that the possibility of losing was entirely absent from his mind. I am Su Hao. Su as in Su sure, Hao as in vastness. Ah, so you are Brother Su. A pleasure to meet you. Yang Hongwu smiled widely and extended his hand. Out of politeness, Su Hao reciprocated, but just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he felt Yang Hongwu grip it tightly, gradually increasing his hold. He looked up to meet Yang Hongwu's meaningful smile. Whoa, I'm not interested in that. Release my hand. Su Hao shuddered, suppressing the chill running down his spine. He understood Yang Hongwu's intentions. It was a preliminary test of strength. Was he joking? Did he think he was playing around with 12 points of strength? Unwilling to back down, Su Hao slowly increased his grip in return. From the perspective of Qiu Miaohan and Xiao Yi, the two were merely smiling and gazing at each other, exuding an aura of harmony and tranquility. In reality, they were secretly engaged in a contest of strength, each squeezing the other's wrist painfully, neither willing to be the first to relent. This guy has tremendous strength. He probably exceeds 12 points. As their grip intensified, Su Hao began to struggle. He had thought his strength, elevated by 20% over the average person, was quite significant. But it appeared that many fitness enthusiasts possessed considerable power, and this fellow was one of them. Perhaps sensing Su Hao's diminishing strength, Yang Hongwu smiled and exerted more pressure, casting a triumphant glance his way. "TSK, is he getting cocky? Fine, I concede that your grip is impressive, but do you think I will lose? Not a chance." Summoning the system interface, Su Hao casually increased his strength by 2 points. A surge of potent energy coursed through him, and he flashed a radiant smile at Yang Hongwu, suddenly increasing his grip dramatically. Yang Hongwu's smile froze instantly. The disparity in their strength was minimal. But once Su Hao's power spiked to 16 points, the tables turned decisively in his favor. "I concede." Yang Hongwu quickly withdrew his hand. Glancing at the bluish mark left behind, his expression slightly grim. "Thank you, Brother Su, for holding back. I was too ambitious." He had initially thought Su Hao was merely toying with him, and now his eyes reflected genuine shame as he sincerely apologized. Qiu Miaohan and Xiao Yi exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered as to why he suddenly claimed defeat after merely shaking hands with Su Hao. What had transpired? Su Hao replied, "Let us postpone the duel for a bit, until we finish our meal." "Of course," Yang Hongwu nodded, gesturing towards a private room in the back. "I, too, came here for hot pot with friends from the martial arts school. I happened to see Brother Su in action and was seized by the urge to challenge you. After you finish dining, please find me in room 103. With that, he turned and departed. "That guy is quite strange," Qiu Miaohan remarked. His opening line sounded like something from a kung fu movie, talking about martial arts lineage and challenges. Yet, he doesn't seem to be joking. "Are there still martial arts schools around here?" "There seems to be," Xiao Yi replied. Martial arts, a term that inevitably conjures images of period dramas or martial arts films. Perhaps in the last century, many places had martial arts schools, but in modern times, this profession has largely declined, gradually replaced by foreign cultures such as taekwondo, karate, sanda, and fitness centers. Even if there occasionally exist training classes under the guise of martial arts, most cannot teach authentic skills and merely offer a couple of popular fighting techniques. Xiao Yi expressed concern. "Brother Su, are you really going to duel with him?" "Of course, I've already agreed to it," Su Hao replied, taking a sip of his drink and smiling nonchalantly. 10,000 yuan just handed to me on a silver platter. I cannot refuse." "Are you really that confident?" Xiao Yi questioned, still worried. She knew Su Hao excelled at fighting games, but in terms of real combat, she had never seen him in action. He always appeared refined and gentle, hardly resembling someone adept at fighting. Moreover, that muscular youth seemed formidable and claimed to be a disciple of a martial arts school, which was genuinely concerning. Qiu Miaohan, on the other hand, regarded Su Hao with curiosity, saying nothing. After all, unlike Xiao Yi, she was unfamiliar with Su Hao, having only met him for the second time today, making it difficult for her to voice any objections. Chapter 12. The Baji Martial Arts School. "Rest assured," Su Hao said, gently ruffling Xiao Yi's hair. "It's merely a competition, not a street brawl. Both parties will exercise restraint. There's nothing to worry about. Once I win that 10,000 yuan, I shall treat you to a large tub of Haagen-Dazs." "All right," Xiao Yi replied, her worries dissipating as a smile broke across her face. "I want strawberry flavor." Qiu Miaohan chimed in. "May I join you to watch?" Of course. After a series of twists and turns, their hot pot meal eventually came to an end. Su Hao wiped his mouth and headed toward room 103, as pointed out by Yang Hongwu. He pushed open the door to find over 10 burly men seated inside, their bare torsos glistening with sweat as they devoured hot pot and drank beer, creating a lively atmosphere. Most of the men were in their 20s or 30s, with a few younger lads among them. Regardless of age, they all possessed impressive physiques, their bodies sculpted with well-defined muscles. Gazing upon this gathering of muscular men in such a small room felt akin to witnessing a rather uncomfortable display of muscle-bound camaraderie. "My apologies, I've entered the wrong room," Su Hao said, turning to leave without hesitation. "Hey, Su, wait." Yang Hongwu, having spotted him, quickly stood up. "You're in the right place." "Fine," Su Hao sighed. genuinely reluctant to enter. He stood at the door and asked, "Are you free now? How about we head to the dojo for a spar?" "Absolutely." Yang Hongwu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of a duel. "Let us go to the dojo at once." Hearing their exchange, the group of muscular men at the table turned their attention to Su Hao, murmuring among themselves. "Is this the expert Wu mentioned? He doesn't seem particularly formidable." I'm not sure what Wu was thinking. This guy, while stronger than an average person, still pales in comparison to us. But we shouldn't dismiss him outright. Didn't Wu say his techniques have reached a level of mastery, at least on par with him? What does it matter if his techniques are exquisite? The foundation is what truly counts. My master always said, without strength, even the most intricate techniques are useless. Precisely. Techniques without a solid foundation are mere show. Akin to the exaggerated choreography in those martial arts films. Unbeknownst to them, each of these muscular men was a disciple of the Baji martial arts school, with Yang Hongwu holding an esteemed position akin to that of the eldest disciple. His prowess in martial arts was unmatched, making him, aside from their master, the strongest presence in their eyes. Thus, when Yang Hongwu claimed to have encountered a potential rival, their initial reactions were ones of surprise and skepticism. Their doubts only deepened upon seeing Su Hao's appearance. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the muscular men, who occasionally erupted into ambiguous laughter, Su Hao felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He promptly turned away from the door and returned to Xiaoyi and Chou Miaohan. Why would he want to stand there, allowing a bunch of burly men to gawk at him when he could share laughter with beautiful women? As for what the men were saying among themselves, he couldn't be bothered to listen. Quiet down, Yang Hongwu raised his hand to silence the chatter. Do not judge by appearances. Su is no less strong than I am. In fact, we tested our grip strength, and I must admit, he surpassed me. How can that be? The disciples exclaimed in disbelief. Although Yang Hongwu's grip was not the strongest among them, it certainly ranked among the top 3. Capable of crushing unopened soda cans. How could he possibly be weaker than this seemingly unimposing lad? Continue eating. Su and I are heading to the dojo, Yang Hongwu declared as he exited the room. The group exchanged glances, abandoning their hot pot to follow, eager to witness the duel. The 3 of them waited outside the hot pot restaurant, only to be met by a throng of imposing muscular men emerging behind Yang Hongwu. Their expressions a mix of curiosity and intimidation. Why are so many of them suddenly appearing? Is there a risk? Should we call the police? Chou Miaohan whispered. They look rather fearsome. Xiaoyi shrank back toward Su Hao. There's nothing to fear. I'm here, Su Hao reassured them, maintaining his composure. He turned to Yang Hongwu and asked, what is the meaning of this? Are you suggesting that I face all of them alone? Yang Hongwu glanced back, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched the back of his head. Oh, Su, you jest. These brothers are all disciples of our school. They merely wish to observe our match. Ah, I see, Su Hao nodded. He turned to Xiao Yi and Chou Miaohan, saying, perhaps you two should head back for now? The 2 girls exchanged uncertain glances but ultimately shook their heads. Our dojo is right across the street. Yang Hongwu pointed to a building adorned with a vintage sign proclaiming the Baji Martial Arts School. The structure was substantial, spanning 3 to 4 stories, significantly larger than most training centers or gyms, indicating a legitimate establishment. With the system at his disposal, Su Hao felt untroubled. He still had 4 attribute points to allocate. If any danger arose, he could easily raise his agility to 18 and arm himself with a weapon, ensuring he could handle even a dozen muscular men without difficulty. Thus, the group strode across the street with great enthusiasm. Upon entering the building, Su Hao was taken aback by the dojo's exquisite decor. The marble flooring, comprehensive elevator facilities, and designated areas for various activities, including a small playground and archery range, were all present. Traditional martial arts equipment, such as wooden dummies, plum blossom poles, and stone locks were also visible. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, a spacious hall greeted them, roughly 100 square meters in size. Aside from a display of cold weapons against one wall, the room was devoid of furnishings. The floor was covered in tatami mats reminiscent of Japanese design, with rubber padding lining the walls. A striking calligraphic piece hung prominently at the front, boldly declaring the character martial. Is this the venue for the duel? Su Hao mused, glancing at the tatami mats. Do we need to remove our shoes to enter? No need. The mats are replaced weekly, so it doesn't matter if they get dirty. Yang Hongwu gestured for Su Hao to proceed. Are you ready, Su? Yes, let us begin, Su Hao affirmed, stepping into the center of the arena. He observed as Yang Hongwu clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and he mirrored the action. In the background, he activated the system interface and discreetly allocated his remaining 4 attribute points, 2 to constitution, and 2 to agility. Instantly, he felt a lightness envelop him, as if he were floating. His attributes reached an astonishing level. Constitution 13, Strength 16, Agility 16. In terms of strength and agility, he surpassed the average person by a significant margin. Confident, Su Hao believed he could physically overpower Yang Hongwu, alleviating any concerns about his foundational skills. In the center of the dueling hall, the two stood approximately 2 meters apart. Noticing Su Hao's stillness, Yang Hongwu took the initiative, stepping forward to deliver a probing right straight punch aimed at Su Hao's chest, while his left hand remained poised defensively in anticipation of a counterattack. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The straight punch is the simplest and most universally employed technique in combat. It is often the fastest and most effective choice, whether for a fierce assault or a mere probe. Chapter 13. A gracious yield. Su Hao had long anticipated this encounter. His extraordinary dynamic vision instantly perceived the punch as merely a probing strike. The essence of his combat specialization manifested itself, presenting him with a myriad of countermeasures. Almost instinctively, he sidestepped to evade the blow. Just as Yang Hongwu attempted to retract his fist, Su Hao stepped forward, his right hand positioned like a knife-edge palm, striking the inner side of Yang's elbow, effectively dissipating the force of his entire arm. Simultaneously, Su Hao's left hand seized Yang's wrist. Following this, Su Hao's right arm transitioned into an elbow strike, propelling him forward with all his might towards Yang Hongwu's chest. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, as swift as lightning. What is Chuanfa? Yang Hongwu's heart raced with surprise, and he hastily raised his left hand to defend. However, caught off guard, relying solely on his left hand, he could hardly withstand the full force of Su Hao's elbow strike. Despite managing to grasp Su Hao's right elbow, he was unable to negate much of the power. The impact still collided with his chest. A dull thud echoed through the air. Yang Hongwu felt a sudden pressure in his chest, gasping for breath as darkness encroached upon his vision, clutching his chest in distress. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Could it be? Just one exchange? Surely, Brother Wu could not have been intentionally holding back. No, Brother Wu's punches were swift, yet he never anticipated that the other's reactions would be even quicker. To catch such a close-range straight punch with ease, this reaction speed seemed almost superhuman. His combat experience was equally formidable. That elbow strike had sealed off all avenues of retreat, leaving no room for evasion. If I were in his position, I doubt I could even block it. The disciples of the martial arts school whispered in shock about the recent exchange, their initial skepticism towards Su Hao transforming into awe and respect. Deeply aware that his physical prowess and combat skills far surpassed their own. Indeed, he might even rival their master. In contrast to the muscle-bound warriors, Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan were more impressed by the display of skill than anything else, feeling an undeniable admiration for Su Hao, who had momentarily bewildered the much larger opponent. Are you all right? Noting Yang Hongwu's pallor, Su Hao released his grip on Yang's left hand, choosing not to press the advantage. Instead, he took a step back, patiently allowing him to regain his composure. It was merely a spar. There was no deep-seated enmity. Being overly aggressive could lead to unfavorable outcomes. Even if victorious, it would only yield superficial compliance. One must not rush. Patience is paramount. Only among equals do rivalries flourish. Thus, one must first cultivate an air of calm sophistication. By maintaining a peaceful demeanor, he could earn genuine respect. Yang Hongwu took several deep breaths before managing to recover, feeling grateful and respectful towards Su Hao for not exploiting the initial advantage to overwhelm him. In that fleeting moment, Su Hao not only intercepted his punch and effortlessly dissipated its force, but also launched a debilitating elbow strike that left him gasping for breath. Had this been a real fight, he would have been reduced to a mere punching bag. Are you a practitioner of Chuanfa, Brother Su? Yang Hongwu inquired, curiosity piqued rather than rushing to attack. Chuanfa? Su Hao glanced at Xiao Yi and Xiao Miaohan, shaking his head. I merely practice haphazardly, learning whatever techniques I find in books. I can only claim a slight acquaintance with Chuanfa. I dabble in a few other styles as well. Yang Hongwu's eyes twitched in disbelief. If your practice is haphazard, then what does that make us, who have trained for over a decade? Are we merely floundering? Believe it or not, it matters not. Allow me to demonstrate some other combat techniques, Su Hao replied, assuming a taekwondo stance and nodding for Yang Hongwu to attack. Yang Hongwu exhaled slowly. Though skeptical of Su Hao's supposed breadth of knowledge, he was cautious, having learned from the previous encounter. He assumed the stance of their school's Bajiquan, stepping forward with deliberate, stable movements towards Su Hao. Bajiquan, deriving its name from the 8 extremities, signifies a martial art where the power can reach outwards in all directions. This style, characterized by short, powerful strikes, emphasizes raw strength and swift execution. Its core techniques revolve around the principles of pushing, striking, squeezing, and crashing. With each step Yang Hongwu took, his heel struck the ground first, his taut body revealing the explosive potential contained within. As he closed within a meter of Su Hao, he halted, observing him closely, waiting for the opportune moment. Hesitant to attack, Su Hao scanned Yang Hongwu, recognizing that he was searching for weaknesses. Like a tiger poised to pounce. Very well, I shall initiate the assault. Su Hao pivoted, lifting his leg to deliver a swift kick aimed at Yang's midsection. This strike was executed with such speed that even a seasoned fighter like Yang would find it difficult to recover if struck. However, as the kick approached, Yang Hongwu's expression shifted from surprise to delight. He pushed off his heel, pivoting at the waist, and deftly sidestepped, grabbing Su Hao's kicking ankle with a triumphant grin. Believing he had finally found an opening, Su Hao smiled in return. His left foot propelled upward, his entire body soaring as he executed a spinning kick aimed at Yang Hongwu's face. Before Yang could counter, he found another foot hurtling towards him with even greater velocity, causing him to panic and release Su Hao's ankle, crossing his arms in a desperate defense. A resounding impact reverberated as their arms collided violently, sending Yang Hongwu staggering backward. Unable to maintain his balance, ultimately crashing to the ground, he swiftly rose, only to discover his arms tingling and trembling uncontrollably, though he could still move. He lacked any significant strength. It would likely take him a couple of hours to recuperate. Gracious yield, Su Hao exclaimed, performing a nimble leap. After executing the kick that forced Yang Hongwu back, he too could not avoid descending to the ground, a consequence of the spinning kick. Had he failed to push his opponent away, he would have found himself at a disadvantage. I have learned much, Yang Hongwu acknowledged, bowing respectfully. Brother Su's techniques are truly extraordinary, and you have graciously held back during our spar. I am not one to disregard reality. I concede this match. In that moment, he realized that, under the influence of Su Hao's diverse techniques and astonishing reaction speed, he had no chance of victory. Even the Bajiquan techniques he sought to employ were rendered ineffective. Once engaged at close quarters, defeat was inevitable. The two were simply not on the same level. Chapter 14. You want me to be a coach? Side quest completed. Quest rewards, 60 experience points, 20 practice points. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Su Hao realized that Yang Hongwu was genuinely convinced of his abilities this time. Well, your martial skills are quite commendable. In response to Yang Hongwu's unreserved praise, Su Hao humbly replied, I only know a few basic moves. Had I reacted a moment slower, I might have been at a disadvantage. Haha, Su brother. You are overly modest. Yang Hongwu chuckled, then shifted his tone to one of earnest respect. I wonder if you would consider taking on the role of a coach at our martial arts school. I am willing to offer a substantial salary. You can set the terms, as long as you can teach us a few techniques. You want to hire me as a coach? Su Hao was taken aback and quickly shook his head. No, that's not feasible. I'm merely a beginner myself, hardly qualified to teach others. Besides, don't you already have a master? You're training in the traditional Chinese martial art of Baji Quan. What need is there for me? In his expertise in combat, most of Su Hao's skills were rooted in modern fighting techniques, with only a scant portion touching upon rudimentary Chinese martial arts, such as Jeet Kune Do, which incorporates elements of Wing Chun. When it comes to the intricacies of genuine techniques, Baji Quan undoubtedly surpasses his own knowledge. It was merely due to Yang Hongwu's lack of mastery and differing reaction speed that he had so easily been defeated. In the realm of traditional Chinese martial arts, it is often said that literature brings peace through Tai Chi, while martial arts stabilize the world with Baji, underscoring the significance of Baji Quan within the martial community. Given the opportunity, Su Hao would prefer to delve into the study of Baji Quan. Wishing the system would present an option for upgrading martial skills within his specialization module, however, perhaps due to his lack of exposure, such specializations were absent in the system. No, grappling techniques are equally important. Yang Hongwu shook his head. I must admit, mastering Baji Quan is extraordinarily challenging. It requires over a decade of dedication to achieve any significant progress. In contrast, many modern combat techniques can be learned relatively quickly, and studying various fighting styles can also enhance one's martial experience. That was indeed true. Su Hao nodded in agreement. Yang Hongwu continued earnestly. I see that your breadth of knowledge is quite extensive, and it would be wonderful if you could join our martial arts school as a coach. The monthly salary is at least 50,000, along with benefits including housing and meals. If you think the compensation is inadequate, we can negotiate further. A salary of 50,000, meals and accommodations provided? Su Hao was immediately intrigued. Previously, as a beleaguered salesman, his earnings barely reached 4,000 to 5,000 a month. Even with bonuses, leaving little room for savings, his bank account had remained firmly in the 4-digit range. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, he still chose to decline. I truly cannot take on the role of a coach. Su Hao shook his head. However, if you all wouldn't mind, I could occasionally come to the school to spar and offer some pointers. Honestly, I am quite interested in the Baji Quan you practice. The prospect of coaching had never crossed Su Hao's mind, although his combat specialization had endowed him with significant knowledge and experience. The thought of teaching others how to fight made him feel somewhat insecure. Nevertheless, his interest in the Baji techniques was genuine. He contemplated whether he could learn a few moves and see if the system might unlock a Baji Quan specialization. Although Yang Hongwu was disappointed that he could not persuade Su Hao to be a coach, he brightened at the latter's offer. Why would we mind? Our school always welcomes you, Su brother. Please feel free to visit us anytime. All right, that works for me. Su Hao nodded slowly. Let us exchange contact information. I have some matters to attend to and must leave now. With that, he opened WeChat and displayed his QR code. Yang Hongwu took out his phone and scanned it. Perplexed, oh? Su brother, is that a payment code, oh? How forgetful of me. After a few taps on his phone, Su Hao's phone displayed a notification of 10,000 yuan received. Apologies, I clicked the wrong option. Su Hao chuckled knowingly and leisurely switched to his business card QR code, adding Yang Hongwu as a friend. After completing the addition, he bid farewell to Yang Hongwu and departed the martial arts school with Qiu Miaohan and Xiao Yi. As darkness descended outside, Su Hao opted for a taxi to take the two back to their residential complex. Normally, he would not indulge in such extravagance, but having just earned 10,000, spending a few dozen on a taxi seemed trivial in comparison. Once back at the complex, Su Hao and Xiao Yi exited the elevator on the 5th floor and said their goodbyes to Qiu Miaohan. Brother Su, you were so impressive just now. You dispatched both opponents with a single move, just like a master from a television show. Upon returning home, Xiao Yi could no longer contain her excitement, mimicking Su Hao's moves against Yang Hongwu with her tiny fists. What do you mean like? I am a true master. In front of acquaintances, Su Hao naturally shed any pretense of modesty, laughing heartily as he picked up the petite Xiao Yi and spun her around. Feeling elated, I just earned 10,000. Isn't that amazing, Xiao Yi? This 10,000 was merely the beginning. As long as he continued to complete tasks, elevate his level, and enhance himself, there would undoubtedly be a continuous influx of income in the future. This was the source of Su Hao's exhilaration. Suddenly being lifted high startled me. Xiao Yi blushed. Put me down. Don't spin me around. I'm afraid I'll get dizzy. Calming his excitement, Su Hao set her down and offered an awkward smile. I'm sorry, I was just too thrilled. Tomorrow, I'll buy you strawberry Haagen-Dazs, Xiao Yi. It's getting late. Shouldn't you head home? At present, he had over 40 practice points and needed to carefully consider how to allocate them for maximum benefit across his specializations. Xiao Yi blinked. It's only a little past 9. Can't we play some PS4? Oh, have you finished your homework? Today is Sunday. Su Hao resorted to his trump card. Xiao Yi immediately lost her enthusiasm, her energy drained as she trudged back home to tackle her assignments. She had spent the entire day playing and hadn't touched her homework at all originally. She had planned to sneak it in during morning self-study. But since Su Hao brought it up, she felt it would be unwise to lie. After seeing Xiao Yi off, Su Hao returned to his room and sprawled out lazily on his bed. So much had transpired today. From morning until night, he had completed 7 or 8 system tasks, the rapid pace leaving him with no time to relax, and he was undeniably fatigued. Without experiencing storms, how can one see the rainbow? Hold on. He took a deep breath, performing a leap from the bed, summoning the system interface. Character: Su Hao, level 4, Constitution, 13 points, Strength, 16 points, Agility, 16 points, Mentality, 11 points, Available Attribute points, 0 points, Practice points, 41. Experience points required for next level, 130 points. Chapter 15. Pretending to be a boyfriend, is it really still a matter of 130 experience points? Just a few tasks to complete. Su Hao felt considerably more relaxed. He was merely one step away from finishing the main quest, with ample time remaining 20 full hours. He shifted his gaze to the specialization interface. Su Hao found himself in a quandary. Upgrading his combat skill to the elite level required 30 experience points. Currently, he had sufficient experience. Should he proceed with the upgrade? Had he not encountered the individuals from the martial arts school, he might have readily upgraded his combat specialization to the advanced level. However, after his experience at the 8 Extremes martial arts school, he suddenly realized that combat was merely a common specialization. While its initial techniques were simple and effective, it seemed unlikely to possess significant long-term value. If he could learn the 8 Extremes fist techniques and unlock a martial arts specialization, wouldn't it be splendid to use this experience value to elevate such a specialization? Beyond combat, numerous other specializations appeared equally promising. Su Hao's gaze wandered toward music, language, calligraphy, and computer operations. While the artistic pursuits of music, language, and calligraphy could be set aside for the moment, computer operations piqued his interest. His computer skills were at a rudimentary level, which was entirely normal. As a modern individual, he possessed at least a basic understanding of computers, especially as a businessperson who relied on them daily to compose reports. Surely, routine internet browsing and spreadsheet creation constituted entry-level operations. Yet, what would qualify as advanced or elite-level operations? Coding? Decryption? Network intrusion? Such computer operations could more aptly be termed hacking specialization. Upon realizing the true value of this specialization, Su Hao felt a surge of interest and tentatively considered upgrading it. Do you wish to consume 25 experience points to upgrade computer operations to the advanced level? Such a steep price? That was more than double the cost of upgrading combat. Su Hao was taken aback. Could it be that the knowledge required for this upgrade was extensive? This seemed plausible. Even foundational coding necessitated substantial knowledge, such as an understanding of C language. It was highly likely that the consumption of experience points was correlated with the strength of the specialization. Committing this speculation to memory, Su Hao exited the interface, deciding to withhold his experience points until a more pressing need arose. A night passed in the blink of an eye. On Monday morning, Su Hao rose early to wash up, donning his clothes before heading out in search of tasks. At the entrance of his community, he fortuitously encountered Xiao Miaohan, who appeared to be preparing for work as well. She stood beside a Weiji, awkwardly conversing with someone. Upon spotting Su Hao, her expression brightened as if she had seen a savior, and she hastened over. "Manager Feng, you can leave now. My boyfriend has come to see me off to work." Xiao Miaohan linked her arms with Su Hao's, adopting a charmingly dependent demeanor. Su Hao was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Xiao Miaohan leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Please, do me a favor and pretend to be my boyfriend." "Oh, all right." Su Hao understood that Xiao Miaohan's actions were intended to evade Manager Feng, so he remained silent, standing by as they awaited the departure of the Weiji. The car window rolled down, revealing a slightly overweight man in his 30s. He frowned at Su Hao, his gaze laced with hostility. Upon recognizing Su Hao as a less affluent individual, a hint of mockery crept into his smile. Manager Feng remarked with a smirk, "Xiao Qiu, I must say, your taste in boyfriends leaves much to be desired. Just look at his attire. It all appears to be from a street vendor. He doesn't even own a car. Are you expecting to take the bus to work?" "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Miaohan retorted angrily, casting an apologetic glance at Su Hao. Su Hao was indifferent. His self-esteem was not so easily bruised. After all, poverty was a reality he had long accepted, and his previous reluctance to pursue relationships stemmed from this very understanding. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, he would inevitably rise above his current circumstances. Nonetheless, he had no interest in squabbling with Manager Feng, as their paths would likely never cross again. Noticing Su Hao's silence, Manager Feng smirked victoriously and continued his verbal assault. "Young man, if you had any sense, you would gracefully step aside for Xiao Qiu. How can someone as impoverished as you provide her with happiness? Can you afford the things she desires? Mind your own business." Su Hao shot a sidelong glance at Manager Feng. Manager Feng's expression stiffened, his ire palpable. "How dare you insult me? I am merely offering some friendly advice." "Mind your own business," Su Hao reiterated, uninterested in further dialogue with the man. "Shouldn't you be on your way?" With that, he took a step forward, casually striking the nearby sycamore tree with his fist. A thunderous sound echoed as the nearly half-meter-wide trunk trembled, shedding a few pieces of bark in the process. Manager Feng paled in fear, retreating hastily to his vehicle. Seated in the driver's seat, he seemed to regain some bravado, leaning out to say, "Xiao Qiu, why not get in my car instead? It's already 8:30. I fear you might be late if you take the bus." Xiao Miaohan awkwardly declined, thinking to herself that had it not been for his incessant meddling, she would have already left by bus. "Don't worry about it. I'll take a taxi." Su Hao shrugged, confident he could afford the taxi fare. As he approached the roadside to hail a cab, a taxi eluded him, yet a Land Rover inexplicably halted before them. The trio was puzzled, but as the window rolled down, they discovered it was none other than young Hongwu. "What brings you here?" Su Hao inquired, bemused. "Su, I need your help with something," young Hongwu said, scratching his head sheepishly. "I initially intended to message you on WeChat, but after some consideration, I thought it would be more sincere to come find you in person. What brings you two here?" He glanced at Su Hao and Qiu Miaoan. Su Hao, perplexed, asked, "You need me to help with something? What is it?" "It's a long story." Yang Hongwu sighed. "This morning, a few practitioners from neighboring cities came to the martial arts school, claiming to seek instruction, but in reality, they intend to challenge us. My master has been away recently, and I am usually in charge of the school, but I fear I won't be able to handle them. So, you wish to request my assistance?" "Yes." Yang Hongwu was straightforward, his tone respectful. "Although it may be a bit abrupt, I would like to ask you, Su, to temporarily serve as a coach at the martial arts school for a day to help deal with these challengers. We can negotiate the compensation." Beep. Side quest triggered. Group assault on challengers. Quest requirement. With such limited skills, how dare you challenge us? Bring it on. I'll take on 5 of you. Quest reward. 200 experience points, 50 experience value. Upon hearing the quest prompt, Su Hao was taken aback. What was this? Group assault on challengers. Yet I am to face 5 opponents alone? It seemed this meant that he would be outnumbered 5 to 1. However, the rewards were undeniably generous, 200 experience points. Completing this quest would surely grant him an entire level up, making it a risk well worth taking. All right. I comprehend the text. Here's a refined version, removing extraneous elements and employing more sophisticated language. Chapter 16, A Martial Arts Challenge? Very well, I accept. Su Hao glanced at Manager Feng and Qiu Miaoan. However, I must first escort my companion to her workplace. I will arrive at the gymnasium shortly. No need for a taxi. Allow me to handle this minor task. Yang Hongwu thumped his chest magnanimously and flung open the car door. "Madam, please enter the vehicle. I assure you of the swiftest possible conveyance to your company." Upon hearing the title Madam, Qiu Miaohan's countenance flushed crimson. She cast a hesitant glance at Su Hao, only to find him already ensconced in the passenger seat, gesturing for her to enter the car. Manager Feng, seated in his Veyron, was utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. What was transpiring? This impecunious youth was acquainted with such affluent individuals, and they were earnestly soliciting his assistance? What an upside-down world. Once Qiu Miaohan was seated, Yang Hongwu resumed his position behind the wheel, and the Land Rover hurtled away. Su Hao, throughout this entire affair, did not deign to cast so much as a fleeting glance at Manager Feng, leaving him in a state of disarray within his Veyron. "Where is your company located, madam?" Yang Hongwu inquired. "North Xiaojie intersection." Qiu Miaohan, her face still flushed, expressed her gratitude to Su Hao. "I apologize for feigning as your girlfriend earlier. Our company's Manager Feng has been persistently pursuing me, even following me to my residential complex today. Thus, I resorted to this tactic. I am immensely grateful for your assistance." "It is of no consequence, a mere trifle." Su Hao responded with equanimity. "Such individuals can indeed be vexatious. I comprehend your situation." Upon seeing Manager Feng, Su Hao was reminded of their company's skinflint, Lu Bapi, and an aversion arose within him. He had no desire to even glance at the fellow. Hearing their exchange, Yang Hongwu, from his position in the driver's seat, turned his head and regarded Su Hao with surprise, his expression seemingly conveying, "So Su, you have not yet secured madam's affections?" Su Hao cast a sidelong glance at Yang Hongwu. "We only became acquainted the day before yesterday. Even with the most rapid of advancements, such a feat would be impossible. Let us first discuss the specifics of the assistance you require." "Very well, this is the situation." Yang Hongwu's countenance adopted a solemn expression. "This morning, a venerable master of Tongbei Fist from a neighboring city arrived at our gymnasium with his disciples. He claimed that he also intended to establish a martial arts school in the vicinity and had come to pay his respects to his peers and to seek guidance in our gymnasium's Bejiquan. Although the words were uttered in such a manner, in reality, they were clearly intending to challenge our gymnasium. Such is the custom within the profession. A new martial arts school, desiring to gain recognition within a city, must first challenge an established gymnasium to establish its reputation. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be of no consequence. However, I suspect they are attempting to exploit our master's absence to establish their dominance over our gymnasium. I comprehend. Su Hao had a general understanding of Yang Hongwu's intentions. Someone intended to challenge the Bejiquan gymnasium to establish their reputation, and it was highly probable that they had specifically targeted the vulnerable period of their master's absence. Yang Hongwu felt that he could not withstand the challenge alone, so he sought his assistance to maintain order. Su Hao inquired, Feigning ignorance. How many individuals are there in total? The system task had stated that he was to contend with 5 individuals. In all likelihood, the opposing side consisted of 5 individuals. A venerable master with 5 disciples. 6 individuals in total. Oh, 6 individuals? Su Hao was slightly taken aback, but quickly composed himself. It appeared that the system's requirement for him to contend with 5 individuals only pertained to the challenger's disciples. Their master would not participate, perhaps due to considerations of propriety. As he did not wish to engage in bullying the weak, Yang Hongwu scratched his head. Our gymnasium has not been established for an extended period. Although we have numerous disciples, they have only been practicing for approximately 2 or 3 years. I fear they are no match for the opposing side. Therefore, I was compelled to seek your assistance, Su. I apologize for this. It is of no consequence. Su Hao responded with sincerity. In the future, should the gymnasium require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I would be delighted to engage in a few more exchanges with others. These words were uttered with the utmost sincerity. With the system as his support, he had no fear of difficulties. Each difficulty was a stepping stone to his advancement. Furthermore, such difficulties could generate both revenue and experience points. The more, the better. Su, I acknowledge you as my brother. Yang Hongwu was filled with gratitude. The Land Rover sped along the road. A journey that would have taken nearly half an hour by bus was completed in less than 10 minutes. After delivering Xiao Miaohan to her company's entrance, the Land Rover's engine roared once more, and the two quickly arrived at the gymnasium's entrance. As they arrived at the gymnasium's entrance, a gymnasium disciple rushed forward. Wu, where have you been? Those fellows brought by the old man have already engaged us in 7 or 8 bouts. They are employing underhanded tactics, targeting vital points. Our brothers are simply no match for them. Is this not the gentleman from yesterday? I have invited Su to serve as a temporary instructor. Yang Hongwu stated. With the 2 of us present, we need not fear even a war of attrition, correct, Su? Adequate, I suppose. Su Hao responded ambiguously. Where are the challengers? The gymnasium disciple led the 2 into an elevator, ascending to the gymnasium's 3rd floor, in front of a classical, solid wood tea pavilion. 5 men, clad in t-shirts emblazoned with the words Tongbei, were seated around an 8 immortals table, awaiting their arrival. The eldest was in his 30s, while others were as young as 16 or 17. At the center was an elderly man in a tang suit, his hair as white as snow, indicating that he was likely in his 60s or 70s. Upon seeing Yang Hongwu enter, the elderly man sipped his tea and remarked, Your gymnasium's decor is indeed impressive. My disciples have already engaged in a warm-up with your gymnasium's disciples. I wonder when we can commence the competition? We can begin now, Yang Hongwu replied. However, our master is currently out of town and may not be able to return immediately. Indeed, no matter. The elderly man chuckled. I have come here to allow my disciples to experience the arena. You young people may engage in mutual exchanges. This young gentleman is unfamiliar. Have I not seen him before? The elderly man turned his gaze towards Su Hao. I forgot to introduce him. This is our gymnasium's newly appointed instructor, Su Hao. Yang Hongwu stated. Su, this is Elder Lu Wanmin, a master of Tongbei Fist. Su Hao greeted him. Greetings, Master Lu. I am not worthy of the title of master. Simply address me as Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu waved his hand dismissively with a smile. This instructor Su is so young, yet he has already become a gymnasium instructor, guiding this gymnasium's disciples in martial arts. His boxing skills must be quite impressive, correct? Passable. Su Hao responded ambiguously. What he possessed was not boxing skills. The techniques within the combat specialization were diverse. Although there were numerous punching and kicking techniques, they were unrelated to the martial arts of boxing and kicking. If pressed, they could only be considered combat techniques. Instructor Su is indeed modest, haha. Teacher Lu stroked his beard, his words carrying profound implications. Perhaps you would be willing to exchange a few moves with my eldest disciple later? I am also eager to witness the level of your gymnasium's instructor. I trust it will not be too disappointing. Very well. Su Hao scoffed inwardly. This elderly man's words were laden with hidden meanings. First, he praised his boxing skills. Then he tied him to the standards of this gymnasium. And finally, he proposed that he engage in a match with his eldest disciple. It was clear that he intended to further suppress the Bejiquan gymnasium and establish his reputation by defeating him. If Su Hao were to win, it would be considered normal for an instructor to defeat a disciple. They would suffer no losses. If the 2 were to draw, they could claim that your instructor and our disciple are of the same level, gaining a significant advantage. If Su Hao were to lose, they would become even more arrogant, proclaiming, Your gymnasium's instructor cannot even defeat our disciple. Regardless of the outcome, they would not suffer any losses. This old fellow was truly cunning. Su Hao sneered coldly. To dare to plot against me. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Chapter 17. I Challenge 5. Within the tea house. Yang Hongwu and Master Lu exchanged polite pleasantries for an extended period before finally addressing the matter at hand. A grand procession made its way to the practice arena on the second floor. As per tradition, the match would consist of 5 rounds, with the esteemed venue intending to have its top disciple take the first turn. Master Lu sat composedly in his chair, casting a glance towards Yang Hongwu. I shall commence the first round. Yang Hongwu began, but before he could proceed, Su Hao stepped forward. Allow me. After a brief exchange of glances, Yang Hongwu retreated, confident in Su Hao's formidable skills. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Su Hao sauntered to the center of the hall, surveying everyone present. His gaze ultimately resting on Master Lu and his entourage. Since Coach Su has expressed such interest, let my eldest disciple take the stage first to showcase his abilities. Master Lu remarked, a smile gracing his face as he gestured towards the oldest man among them. There's no need for that, Su Hao interjected. Observing the puzzled expressions around him, he glanced at his watch. It's already past 11. Master Lu, why not let your disciples compete together? We might finish swiftly and even catch a meal afterward. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room, quickly followed by an uproar. What? What did the challenger just say? The disciples clamored, incredulous at the perceived insult. Is he suggesting we all face him at once? Has he lost his mind? A youth scoffed. Perhaps he realizes his lack of skill and wishes to exit with dignity. After all, losing 5-1 is nothing to be ashamed of. The eldest disciple retorted with a snort. Unable to contain their indignation, the disciples of the Baji martial arts school rallied together, despite their confusion over Su Hao's intentions. What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Su's combat skills are exceptional. If he says you should all compete together, then you shall. Indeed, if you possess any ability, step forward. Why waste breath? Are you feeling insecure? The atmosphere grew tense, both sides exchanging heated barbs, the hall echoing with the discordant clamor reminiscent of a bustling market. Silence! Yang Hongwu commanded, raising his hand to quell the Baji disciples. You too, quiet down, Master Lu quietly admonished his own disciples. His demeanor calm as he turned to Su Hao at the center of the hall. Coach Su is merely jesting. Let us not create a commotion and instead commence the duel. Su Hao shook his head. No, I insist on challenging 5 at once. Competitions are meant to be one-on-one. How could one stoop to such tactics? That would surely disrupt the established order. Master Lu maintained his composure. If Coach Su is truly intent on this, perhaps you should first compete with my eldest disciple. Oh, that is acceptable. It won't take too long, Su Hao replied nonchalantly, his expression suggesting he held little regard for the challengers. You're quite audacious, aren't you? I am eager to see where your confidence stems from. The burly eldest disciple declared, stepping forward with an aggressive demeanor, positioning himself in the starting stance of his combat style. Lu Qinghua, I look forward to your guidance. He introduced himself. I am Su Hao. Su Hao returned the gesture. In truth, prior to his entrance, he had discreetly summoned the system interface, expending 30 points of experience to elevate his combat proficiency to an elite level. His indifferent expression was not due to disdain for Master Lu's disciples, but rather a concentrated effort to assimilate a wealth of combat experience that had suddenly surged within his mind. After exchanging customary combat greetings, Lu Qinghua surged forward with impatience. The essentials of his combat style comprised swift, firm, and flexible strikes, with an emphasis on deception and agility. The robust disciple executed a feint with his legs to disrupt Su Hao's vision, swiftly targeting Su Hao's midsection with a punch emerging from an unexpected angle. His movements rapid and intricate. Yet, in the face of Su Hao, who was now proficient in combat, the attacks appeared as childlike flailing. Unfazed by Lu Qinghua's feint, Su Hao delivered a straightforward left palm strike that met the incoming punch head-on, seizing it with unwavering strength. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Qinghua's eyes as he attempted to retract his fist, only to find it firmly ensnared by Su Hao's grip, immovable. What immense strength! Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Lu Qinghua quickly shifted tactics, aiming another kick at Su Hao's lower body. However, Su Hao was faster, delivering a counter kick that sent Lu Qinghua off balance, and in that fleeting moment, Su Hao's right fist surged forward, seemingly magnified before Lu Qinghua's eyes. You have lost. Just as Lu Qinghua braced himself for a blow, Su Hao's fist halted gracefully before him. I have lost, Lu Qinghua sighed, his body relaxing. The disparity in skill was evident even to the untrained eye. Given that Su Hao had held back, persisting would only lead to further embarrassment. witnessing Su Hao's decisive victory. The disciples of the Baji martial arts school erupted in cheers, extolling Coach Su's prowess. Meanwhile, the challengers stood in disbelief, unable to fathom Lu Qinghua's swift defeat. Master Lu's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by the outcome, as it was unforeseen that his most skilled disciple would falter without even landing a blow. "Now may I challenge 5? Su Hao inquired of Master Lu, his tone serene yet laced with audacity. "Is Coach Su serious? Combat is unpredictable. Do be cautious not to injure yourself," Master Lu retorted, irritation boiling within him at Su Hao's brashness. "Quite serious," Su Hao pressed. "Let us proceed. I shall not hold back this time, ensuring fairness." "Very well, I shall grant this opportunity to Coach Su." "Go forth," Master Lu scoffed, casting a knowing glance at a few of his disciples, signaling them to deliver a stern lesson to this audacious challenger. The 4 disciples, already simmering with anger from Su Hao's earlier taunts, rushed in from all directions, surrounding him and glaring with ill intent. The disciples of the Baji martial arts school felt a wave of discontent, casting glances at Yang Hongwu, silently questioning whether they should intervene. No need. Since Brother Su has issued this challenge, he must have his reasons. "We must trust in him," Yang Hongwu replied, though he had initially hesitated. The confident look Su Hao shot him assuaged his doubts. In the hall, standing before Su Hao, Lu Qinghua frowned. "While you are indeed skilled, 5 against 1 is rather presumptuous. I suggest you reconsider before you invite unnecessary hardship upon yourself. I have no desire to engage in such unfairness. Let you come forward if you wish. Spare me the chatter." Su Hao shrugged, his gaze sweeping over the 5 individuals. Seizing the opportunity before they could completely encircle him, he lunged toward the youngest among them. Chapter 18. The extraordinary ability module in an instant, while everyone was still taken aback. He struck the young man on the left side of his neck with a powerful palm, rendering him unconscious. The 4 onlookers were astonished, clearly unprepared for Su Hao's astonishing speed. They rushed forward in a panic, even neglecting to adopt the initial stance of the Tongbei fist. One individual, closest to Su Hao, attempted to grapple him. "Think you can catch me? How absurd. Do you really believe my agility of 16 is a joke?" A smile curved at the corners of Su Hao's lips. Before he could be seized, he executed a swift sideways kick, striking the man in the ribs. The violent impact instantly disrupted the man's balance, sending him crashing to the ground, groaning in agony. At that moment, another assailant swung a fist towards Su Hao's head from behind, but Su Hao, as if possessing eyes on the back of his head, ducked just before the punch landed, swiftly rising to deliver an elbow strike to the opponent's abdomen. The struck man, clutching his midsection in pain, curled up like a shrimp, rolling on the ground. Seeing 3 of his companions incapacitated in mere seconds, the remaining individuals stood frozen in shock, momentarily forgetting to attack. Su Hao had no intention of sparing him. He dashed forward, feigning a move that sent the already panicked disciple into unconsciousness. In just a few seconds, the 4 Tongbei fist disciples, who had initially charged in with bravado, now lay sprawled on the ground, either groaning in pain or unconscious, leaving only 2 standing. Lu Qinghua, the eldest disciple, had yet to speak when a fist, as large as a sandbag, came crashing towards his face, forcing him to dodge awkwardly. "What are you babbling about? We're still in a competition." Su Hao remained calm and composed. After a feint, he executed a spinning kick, destabilizing Lu Qinghua before delivering a punch, one that Lu could not evade, sending him crashing to the floor. Now, only one person remained standing in the hall. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone was dumbfounded. They could hardly comprehend what had transpired. The 1 versus 5 competition had concluded in a flash. What does it mean to dominate? This is domination. Su Gu is magnificent. A cheer erupted from the crowd, echoing throughout the martial arts hall. Sitting in a chair, Master Lu could no longer maintain his composure. His aged visage darkened with fury, tightly gripping the armrests as he glared at Su Hao in the center of the hall. However, Su Hao had no time to concern himself with the onlookers. He was immersed in the delightful sounds of the system notifications. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 200 experience points, 50 training points. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 5. You have gained 4 attribute points to allocate. Congratulations on completing the main quest ahead of time. The extraordinary ability module has been unlocked. You have received 1 ability point. The extraordinary ability module? Su Hao was overjoyed. Could it be the dazzling powers found in games? This system truly expands its functionalities with each level. How splendid it would be to possess a skill akin to 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Before Su Hao could delve into the extraordinary ability module, Master Lu rose from his seat and approached the unconscious disciples, delivering a firm slap to their foreheads, awakening the two who had been knocked out, while the remaining three, enduring their pain, hastily stood up. Squinting his eyes, Master Lu remarked, "Coach Su possesses remarkable skills. I have intruded upon you today, and I, an old man, must take my inferior disciples and depart. Perhaps in the future, I shall seek your guidance once more." With that, he turned away, hands clasped behind his back, leading his disciples towards the elevator. Su Hao, puzzled, called out, "Are you not going to compete with me?" Master Lu stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Clearing his throat, he replied, "I am advanced in years, my strength wanes. How could I possibly compare with the youth? Were I 20 years younger, perhaps I could still fight. If it were anyone else, Master Lu might have engaged in a few exchanges." However, he recognized Su Hao's profound foundation. He could not hope to contend with him in mere technique. As the saying goes, one force can subdue 10 skills. Even if he entered the fray, he would only be subject to defeat. Safe travels then. Su Hao waved his hand, feeling a hint of regret. If only he could have had the chance to spar with Master Lu, he wondered how much experience he might have earned. Once the challengers left in disgrace, the disciples of the Bejiquan Martial Arts Hall could no longer contain their excitement, crowding around Su Hao, bombarding him with questions about how he had accomplished such feats, or inquiring whether he had truly become a coach at the hall, showering him with unreserved praise and exuberance. Surrounded by a throng of muscular men, Su Hao felt somewhat embarrassed. "Come on, you're not a bunch of cute girls. Why is everyone crowding around, blushing and shouting Su Gu is amazing? Can you back off a bit?" To celebrate Su Hao's remarkable achievement of defeating 5 opponents, Yang Hongwu announced, "Today, I will treat everyone to a meal at the Honghu Grand Restaurant." Yang Hongwu, equally exhilarated, raised his arm in jubilation, prompting a chorus of cheers from several disciples of the martial arts hall. "Wait, a meal? That's unnecessary. I have something to attend to." Su Hao initially intended to return home to explore the extraordinary ability module, but he was surrounded by people as they ushered him out of the hall, insisting that he was the guest of honor at this celebratory feast, making it impossible for him to slip away. Since it was already lunchtime, he figured it would be fine to join them for a meal, and thus he reluctantly agreed. The restaurant chosen by Yang Hongwu was no ordinary establishment. It was a renowned 3-star hotel in the vicinity, where a casual banquet could easily cost tens of thousands, offering all manner of delicacies. At the banquet, toasts were raised, and a multitude of glasses were exchanged in Su Hao's honor. Perhaps due to his superior physique, after downing numerous shots of both white and beer, Su Hao managed to keep the entire group of toasters at bay, remaining merely tipsy himself. The meal stretched on for an astonishing 2 to 3 hours. "Brother Su, I owe you a great debt this time," Yang Hongwu slurred, his tongue slightly thickened from drink. The earlier competition was absolutely thrilling. 5 against 1, and all of the opponents were skilled practitioners. "In my entire life, aside from seeing it in dramas, you are the only one who has achieved this." Su Hao maintained his composure, replying, "I merely caught them off guard. If they truly coordinated their efforts, I would undoubtedly be the one to lose. Winning is winning. Why the humility, Brother Su? Come, drink." Yang Hongwu poured 2 more glasses of white liquor, his joy mingled with a tinge of concern. "Yesterday, when I competed with you, I couldn't even force out a fraction of your true abilities. I feel utterly ashamed. It seems I have a long way to go in my martial arts journey." Unbeknownst to him, Su Hao possessed not only expertise in combat but also attributes that far surpassed the ordinary, making him a poor benchmark for comparison. "Martial arts, you say?" Su Hao seized the opportunity to inquire, "Might I learn some of the boxing techniques from your martial arts hall?" "Of course," Yang Hanwu replied, his enthusiasm evident. "If Brother Su wishes to practice, I can teach you some fundamental techniques and footwork at any time. However, some of the finer points will have to wait until the master returns." He had always intended to draw Su Hao closer, and seeing his interest in learning their martial arts, he naturally welcomed the opportunity. "Thank you very much. Once I have some free time in the coming days, I shall come to the hall to learn boxing." Su Hao smiled and raised another glass, inwardly resolving to accumulate more training points during this period. Chapter 19. An invitation to witness the meteor shower. Having thoroughly intoxicated the gathering at the martial arts school, Su Hao stepped out of the hotel and glanced at his fitness tracker. It was already 4 in the afternoon, leaving him with merely 2 hours until the meteor shower. As stated in the main quest, what transformations would the world undergo? He pondered. Just then, his WeChat notification chimed. Upon opening his phone, He discovered that Yang Hongwu had transferred him 50,000 yuan, accompanied by a message stating that the total remuneration would amount to 100,000. But due to daily limits, he could only send 50,000 today, with another 50,000 to follow tomorrow, adding yesterday's 10,000. That equated to a grand total of 110,000. While this sum might seem modest to some, for Su Hao, who had always maintained scant savings, it felt akin to a fortune. Indeed, with the system in place, acquiring wealth was swift and effortless. In high spirits, Su Hao casually browsed through other messages that had accumulated during his recent absence from WeChat. As he scrolled down, he stumbled upon a plethora of unread messages from Wen Qinglu, the charming receptionist who harbored affections for him. There were dozens of messages. The evening prior, she expressed her regret. "I sincerely apologize. I learned the details from your colleague. Had it not been for me, you would not have been compelled to resign. I am truly sorry for the inconvenience I have caused you." The next morning, she inquired, "Su Hao, are you there?" Followed by hello. "And I genuinely did not mean it. Should I resign as well?" Then came, "Could I treat you to a meal? And please don't be upset, all right?" This barrage of messages continued until this morning. What was he to say? Staring at the multitude of messages, Su Hao felt at a loss for words. How should he respond? Scrolling to the latest message, his gaze caught on one from Wen Qinglu that warned him to be wary of Liu Bapi's vengeance. Rumors had circulated within the company that Liu Bapi had a cousin involved with some unsavory characters, who vowed to teach Su Hao a harsh lesson. Teach me a lesson? Huh, that would be a welcome challenge. Just a few days ago, he might have felt daunted. However, now, he could only chuckle at the thought. A handful of thugs believed they could intimidate him, even if they gathered a dozen men wielding weapons. His current martial arts skills and physical prowess gave him the confidence to take them all down. In fact, he was more eager to discover how much experience he would earn from such an encounter. He typed a brief message thanking Wen Qinglu for her warning, assuring her not to worry, and clarifying that he was not angry, he had merely been inactive on WeChat. As for the meal, he politely declined. That would suffice, after all. He had already resigned from the company, and it was unlikely he would have any further interactions with her. Su Hao had no aspirations for a deeper relationship with Wen Qinglu, despite her undeniable charm and sweetness. To his surprise, just as he sent his message, he received an immediate reply. "I heard there's a meteor shower tonight around 8. Are you free? Let us go watch it together." A meteor shower? Su Hao froze momentarily, recalling the main quest titled Eve of the Meteor Shower. Was it possible that he was not the only one aware of this event? "What do you mean by a meteor shower?" he inquired in response. Wen Qinglu replied, "Haven't you seen the news? It's all over the trending topics." She then sent another message. It was reported that this morning, the space agency detected a small meteor shower expected to pass through the atmosphere around 8 this evening. The meteors are quite small and pose no danger, scattered widely enough that a significant portion of the Earth will witness a magnificent display. It's a rare occurrence. Particularly romantic. A meteor belt? Su Hao contemplated this and opened his browser, only to find an abundance of articles discussing the evening's meteor shower. However, most of the attention was focused on how romantic the event would be, akin to the previously celebrated blue moon phenomenon. Few considered that such a trivial astronomical event could impact their lives. It was merely a fleeting topic of interest. Yet, armed with knowledge from the system about the impending transformation of the world, Su Hao understood that these meteors were far from ordinary. Ding! Another message from Wen Qinglu arrived, asking if he was free to join her for the meteor shower. Su Hao, recognizing that he was free and had nothing pressing to occupy his time, contemplated accompanying her to witness the celestial event. Just as he hesitated, a new message from Xiao Yi popped up. "Brother Su Hao, there's a meteor shower tonight. I managed to sneak a key for the rooftop gate while the property management was distracted. Let us go watch the meteor shower from the rooftop together." The rooftop of their apartment complex was typically off limits to residents. To think that the clever Xiao Yi had secretly acquired a key. What a brilliant move. Observing a meteor shower from over 30 stories high would undoubtedly be breathtaking. Su Hao smiled knowingly. Between the adorable neighbor girl he had known for over a year and the not-so-familiar receptionist, the choice was clear. He sent Xiao Yi an OK cat emoji and informed Wen Qinglu that he had other commitments. Having resolved his WeChat matters, Su Hao pocketed his phone and hailed a taxi back home. Naturally, he did not forget to stop by the supermarket to purchase a tub of Haagen-Dazs for Xiao Yi. Upon arriving home, he placed the ice cream in the freezer, sipped on a cold drink, and collapsed onto his comfortable bed, eager to explore the newly unlocked ability module within the system interface. At the top of the system interface were 3 small boxes labeled Status, Specialization, and Abilities. Su Hao clicked on the Abilities box, revealing a complex tree diagram filled with numerous ability icons. At the top tier were elemental abilities such as wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. The right side displayed special abilities like X-ray vision, sword control, illusions, and cloning, while the left featured passive abilities such as absolute balance, weakness, and sight, and limb regeneration. The sheer array of abilities dazzled Su Hao, filling him with exhilaration. Could it be true? Elemental abilities, cloning, sword control, even the legendary technique of all swords returned to one was included. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Hao leaped off the bed, clenching his fists. He could vividly envision himself wielding the 5 elemental forces, soaring through the skies with countless flying swords hovering behind him, shouting, "Swords, come forth." The imagery was simply magnificent. Calm down, Su Hao forced himself to temper his enthusiasm. That vision was still far from his reach. He needed to consider where to allocate his soul ability point. Although the tree diagram presented a plethora of abilities, most were in a locked, gray state, requiring the acquisition of a higher level ability or the fulfillment of unspecified conditions for unlocking. Moreover, certain special abilities were exceedingly costly. For instance, although the cloning ability was unlocked, it demanded a staggering 10 ability points to learn, and Su Hao had no idea how long it would take him to accumulate such a number. Chapter 20, Mastery of the Elementary Thunder Element. After much contemplation, Su Hao discovered that he could only enhance a mere 9 abilities. Gazing at the uppermost part of the tree diagram, he noted the initial abilities, 2 unique powers, X-ray vision and invisibility, the 5 elemental controls of wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder, and 2 passive abilities, absolute balance and near-death persistence. Each of these 9 abilities could be illuminated with just a single point, and their apparent efficacy left Su Hao in a quandary over which to prioritize. The 5 elemental powers were self-evident. Investing in any would grant him command over the corresponding elemental forces, whether wielding a small fireball or summoning thunder, both undeniably impressive and formidable. The 2 unique abilities, X-ray vision and invisibility, were equally compelling. X-ray vision, reminiscent of a gambling god's prowess, would render him invincible in casinos, drawing wealth with ease. Moreover, it could serve less noble purposes. Invisibility offered unmatched advantages for both escape and combat, allowing stealthy returns to the company to exact vengeance on Liu, with the potential for even greater retribution this time. Absolute balance, though seemingly unremarkable, could ensure that he maintained an unwavering sense of equilibrium, swiftly correcting any bodily imbalance. This synergy with combat techniques promised numerous special applications. Near-death persistence was an ability that Su Hao felt compelled to acquire. It would enable him to endure for 3 minutes after sustaining fatal injuries, such as a pierced heart or severe bodily destruction, provided his head remained intact. After a thorough examination of these 9 abilities, Su Hao found himself pondering the implications of the near-death persistence ability. What would become of him once its effect waned? Would he indeed succumb to death? After all, if his heart were gone, a trip to the hospital would be futile, wouldn't it? He recalled a previously encountered ability, limb regeneration, and realized that perhaps near-death persistence must be coupled with other powers or artifacts to yield its fullest potential, primarily serving as a safeguard against instant demise. In the short term, the most valuable abilities appeared to be the 5 elemental powers. The thought of the various dazzling powers from games ignited a thrill within him, prompting a decision to first invest in one of the elemental abilities. Among the 5, which would wield the greatest strength? Undoubtedly, it was thunder. In a modern city, what was most indispensable? Without question, electricity. Thus, without hesitation, Su Hao selected the elementary control of thunder. A jolt coursed through his body, akin to an electric shock. As a surge of energy flowed from the crown of his head through his limbs, the sensation lingering for over 10 minutes, a delightful blend of discomfort and exhilaration. Ultimately, the current settled within his chest. Exhaling a breath laden with vapor, Su Hao was astonished to see smoke emanating from his exhalation. Rushing to the mirror, he was met with a reflection resembling one struck by lightning. His hair stood on end, and his skin was charred and blackened. Was this truly the aftermath of acquiring a power? What would happen if he had chosen to harness fire instead? Muttering to himself, Su Hao decided to take a shower to cleanse his soot-stained skin. Post-bath, he observed his complexion had inexplicably improved, appearing several shades lighter and remarkably smooth, almost as if he had been bestowed with fresh, youthful skin. His already handsome visage now radiated even greater charm. Was there such a benefit to being electrified? Gazing at his reflection, Su Hao remarked, "This is akin to a whitening treatment." though being overly pale might invite jests of being a pretty boy. I am a man of substance. Where was the thunder element? He pondered, raising his hands. He felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. Opening his palms in a grasping motion, he exerted a slight force, and crackling sounds erupted as strands of azure lightning danced between his fingers, illuminating the dim room. He could indeed unleash thunder. Overcome with excitement, he summoned his strength. His muscles taut. Sparks of lightning manifested upon his skin, albeit faint, each thread thinner than a hair, yet visually striking. Accompanied by crackling sounds, he emanated a gentle glow. This sensation was exquisite. Observing himself in the mirror, enveloped in lightning, Su Hao felt an exhilaration that compelled him to cheer aloud. Possessing such arcane power was a far cry from merely enhancing physical attributes. Every individual has dreamed of awakening extraordinary abilities, transcending the mundane. And now this path lay vividly before him. However, this elation was short-lived. The radiant lightning that enveloped him lasted scarcely 10 seconds before an overwhelming weakness surged from within. The glow faded, and his legs buckled, barely managing to grasp the sink to steady himself, feeling utterly drained as though he had run a marathon. The exertion of releasing thunder proved to be excessively taxing. After mere seconds, he felt on the brink of collapse. Leaning against the wall, Su Hao trudged back to his bedroom, collapsing onto his bed, panting heavily. The energy consumed by summoning lightning had drained his stamina. Prolonged use would lead to exhaustion. Did no higher power exist, such as mystical energy or magical force? A thought struck him, and he opened the abilities tree diagram for further investigation. Indeed, he discovered an ability called Source of Magic, requiring 3 ability points to coalesce the first elemental vortex within his being. 3 ability points? He had yet to ascertain how to acquire them, but he resolved to prioritize this acquisition in the future. Considering that the exertion of abilities drained his physical energy, it would be prudent to enhance his constitution first to prevent the embarrassment of sudden fatigue during combat. Su Hao allocated all 4 attribute points gained from leveling up to his constitution, elevating it to 17 points. This surpassed his agility and strength attributes, exceeding those of an average individual by a significant margin. The weakness dissipated quickly, and soon he felt revitalized, brimming with energy, as if he had never felt so invigorated in his life, save for a slight hunger pang. He devoured 10 slices of bread before feeling satiated. His digestive capacity evidently enhanced. Rejuvenated, Su Hao could not resist attempting to master the control of the thunder element once more. This time, he approached it with caution, extending his right hand, striving to coalesce a sphere of lightning within his palm. A strand of lightning, roughly the thickness of a hair, flickered and danced between his fingers, crackling and intertwining like arcs of electricity, casting a brilliant blue glow upon Su Hao's face. Chapter 21. Rooftop. The view appeared promising, yet its true power remained uncertain. Su Hao glanced around, his gaze fixating on the kitchen. "It shall be you," he declared, pointing at the cutting board. Stepping into the kitchen, he raised his hand, crackling with lightning, and shouted mischievously, "Spiral sphere." He brought his palm down forcefully onto the unsuspecting cutting board. Bang! The board emitted a crisp sound, and a wisp of charred smoke rose from between his fingers. Upon lifting his hand, Su Hao discovered that only a small area of the wood had been scorched, the burn shallow and seemingly lacking in lethality. Could it be that my method is flawed? He pondered, scratching his head. A spark leapt from his thumb to his index finger, and he tested it on his arm. Instantly, his body convulsed violently, akin to touching a live wire, almost causing him to collapse. Goodness, this power is genuinely electrifying. The destructive capability of lightning on living beings was formidable, yet its impact on non-conductive objects was relatively weak, at least in the initial stages. Su Hao concluded this through first-hand experience. Despite the discomfort from the shock, he remained engrossed in mastering the manipulation of lightning. Much like a child enchanted by a newfound toy, an hour slipped away in the blink of an eye. Through his persistent experimentation, Su Hao deduced the following. With his current physical strength of 17, he could unleash lightning sufficient to incapacitate an average person approximately 9 times. The lethal potential remained uncertain, perhaps requiring 2 or 3 discharges. Additionally, the most effortless way to release lightning was through his hands, followed by his legs. Attempting to harness it from other parts of his body proved significantly more challenging, with greater energy expenditure and reduced precision. For now, the lightning could only be emitted from his body surface, resembling a strand of hair in width, and he was unable to project it through the air or hurl it as seen in games. Could it be due to my insufficient ability? Summarizing these observations, Su Hao opened the ability tree diagram. To his delight, he discovered that the control over lightning could indeed be upgraded, costing 3 ability points to reach intermediate control, which would enhance power, reduce consumption, and improve precision. Moreover, there were numerous lightning-related skills awaiting unlocking, such as Lightning Spear, Thunder Thorn, Elemental Transformation, and many other derivative skills, each requiring varying amounts of ability points. The Elemental Transformation skill not only demanded 10 skill points, but also required the control of lightning to be elevated to an advanced level before it could be accessed, indicating it was a potent lightning ability. Su Hao recalled witnessing elemental transformation abilities in anime, where an individual could transmute their entire being into elemental force, rendering them nearly invulnerable to fatal injuries. Their offensive and agility capabilities were astonishing, and they could even absorb similar elemental energies to augment their power and heal injuries. The road ahead was long and arduous. Closing the ability tree diagram, Su Hao continued his practice of harnessing lightning. Before long, it was 7 in the evening. A melodic ring echoed from the entrance, and as Su Hao approached the door, he needed no guess to know it was Xiao returning from school. "You're home quite early today." "Oh, Xiao Miaohan." Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Xiao Miaohan standing outside, holding a large covered plate. She blinked, asking, "What is this? Am I not welcome?" "Of course, you're welcome." Su Hao invited her inside, curiosity piqued. "What brings you here all of a sudden? Is there something you need? I wanted to thank you for helping me out this morning. I've been learning to make pastries lately and bake some egg tarts to bring as a token of gratitude." Xiao Miaohan smiled, placing the plate on the coffee table and lifting the lid to reveal 10 fragrant egg tarts. "It was merely a small effort," Su Hao remarked, picking up one tart and savoring it. Quite delicious. This is my first visit to your home. Just dropping by," Xiao Miaohan observed, scanning the living room. "I've heard that homes of single men are usually quite messy, yet yours is surprisingly tidy, even cleaner than my own room. Unfortunately, I have to keep it in order. The little girl next door tends to pop over now and then," Su Hao replied with a hint of resignation. "Oh, by the way, I heard there is a meteor shower happening soon. Would you like to go watch it together?" "Another meteor shower?" Su Hao was taken aback, wondering if he was experiencing a stroke of good fortune with multiple girls inviting him in succession. "Is that a problem?" Seeing Su Hao's expression change, Xiao Miaohan's eyes dimmed slightly. "No, it's not." Just as he was about to clarify, a crisp knock echoed from the entrance again, and this time, it was indeed Xiaoyi in her school uniform. "What smells so good?" "Su Hao, what delicious food are you making?" Xiaoyi peeked into the living room and noticed Xiao Miaohan, her brow furrowing slightly. "Oh, why is she here?" "I baked some egg tarts to bring over," Xiao Miaohan said, stepping forward with the plate, presenting an egg tart to Xiaoyi. "Oh." Xiaoyi wasted no time and devoured it in a few bites. "It's passable." After finishing the tart, Xiaoyi tugged at Su Hao's sleeve. "Su Hao, let us go to the rooftop. We don't know when the meteor shower will start, so let us go up and wait for a bit." Xiao Miaohan's gaze shifted towards Su Hao, intrigued. Xiao Miaohan wants to see the meteor shower too. Why not take her along to the rooftop? "Wait, she is coming as well?" Xiaoyi replied reluctantly, nodding. "I guess that is fine. Are you all heading to the rooftop?" Xiao Miaohan inquired, slightly puzzled. "Isn't the rooftop gate locked?" I have the key." Xiaoyi proudly pulled a key from her pocket. The trio first descended to the convenience store to purchase snacks and drinks, packing them into bags. Then took the elevator to the 33rd floor, arriving at the locked rooftop gate, which Xiao eagerly unlocked. A gentle breeze greeted them on the rooftop, with the faint glow of the setting sun casting a serene ambience. The view was unexpectedly splendid. Su Hao stood at the edge, gazing into the distance. His enhanced vision allowed him to see the bustling streets outside the community, the entire cityscape unfolding beneath the dimming sunset. After laying out a prepared tablecloth on the ground, the three arranged their snacks and drinks, creating a cozy picnic atmosphere. "So, how did things go with the martial arts school?" Xiao Miaohan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Recalling the conversation between Su Hao and Yang Hongwu from earlier that day, "It was nothing significant. I easily sent those challengers packing," Su Hao replied nonchalantly, as if recounting a trivial matter. He pulled out a tub of ice cream from the bag and handed it to Xiaoyi. "Here, as promised, strawberry Haagen-Dazs." Xiaoyi joyfully accepted the ice cream, gratefully exclaiming, "You're the best, Su Hao." She peeled back the lid and took a large spoonful with a look of satisfaction. Ruffling Xiaoyi's hair, Su Hao turned to Xiao Miaohan. "If that manager phone bothers you again, just let me know. I have plenty of ways to make him behave. For instance, I could bring a dozen muscular guys from the martial arts school to discuss philosophy with him." "Thank you," Xiao Miaohan chuckled lightly. "Xiaoyi, enjoying her ice cream, curiously asked, "What are you two talking about?" Chapter 22. The Falling Meteor. Time passed in idle chatter, and as the sky gradually darkened, a fleeting arc of light silently streaked across the horizon as the sun completely vanished. "Look, a meteor!" Little E exclaimed, pointing towards the north. The three gazed upwards, witnessing meteors cascading from the heavens, akin to the brushstrokes of a divine artist, momentarily enchanting and dreamlike, evoking a sense of reverie. But this was merely an appetizer. The main spectacle awaited. Initially, only a few meteors traversed the sky, yet moments later, it was as if a torrential downpour had commenced, with countless meteors descending in unison, resembling a celestial shower of stars, filling the vast canvas of night. Su Hao's eyes widened, his pupils reflecting the endless streams of light. Yet he could hardly encompass this magnificent meteor shower in its entirety. In the midst of all, he couldn't help but ponder, was this the meteor shower mentioned in the main quest? Truly, it was a breathtaking phenomenon preceding a monumental upheaval in the world, one that would undoubtedly be etched in the memories of people globally. After tonight, the world would soon welcome a wave of supernatural awakenings. After a moment of astonishment, all three promptly retrieved their mobile phones, eager to document this astronomical marvel that might not grace the skies again for millennia. The meteor shower was brief, lasting merely a few seconds. With Su Hao's almost hawk-like dynamic vision, he discerned that the meteors did not vanish as experts claimed, consumed by atmospheric friction. Rather, a significant number of them were hurtling towards the ground with great momentum. What were these meteors? What could provoke a surge of supernatural abilities? If they could potentially strike the Earth, perhaps I might attempt to collect a fragment of one. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Su Hao's mind. At that moment, he noticed one meteor growing increasingly bright. His pupils constricted as an ominous premonition surged within him. "Get down," Su Hao shouted, pulling little E and Xiao Miaohan into his embrace and collapsing to the ground. As anticipated, the next instant, that meteor was barreling towards them, a searing wave of heat sweeping over their heads, crashing approximately 10 meters away. Boom. The entire building trembled violently as a massive hole was smashed into the rooftop, debris scattering dangerously close to the trio. What just happened? The deafening noise left little E and Xiao Miaohan paralyzed with fear, huddled tightly against Su Hao. "A meteor just flew over our heads," Su Hao remarked, releasing the two and fixating on the crater created by the meteor. "You two stay put. I'll check the situation." With that, he darted away like a released arrow before the girls could protest. The meteorite crater was not large, measuring about a meter in diameter. Through the swirling smoke, he could discern that the meteor had struck an uninhabited apartment on the 33rd floor of a building. Realizing the room's condition, Su Hao wasted no time and jumped into the crater. In the dimness, he could faintly see a silver-white orb, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, glimmering like crystal, embedded in the floor of the pit, continuously emitting silvery specks of light, which seemed to be gradually dissipating, shrinking in size. Was this the true form of the meteor shower? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, noticing the orb was vanishing at a visible rate. It would likely disappear within 10 seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward to seize the orb. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a micro superpower orb. This superpower orb can provide 10 superpower points. Would you like to absorb it? A superpower orb? Su Hao was both astonished and elated. Could he truly obtain 10 superpower points? So much. He hurriedly agreed to absorb it. The silver-white orb melted into his skin. Beginning absorption of the superpower orb. Absorbing. Detecting that your physical condition is too low to absorb the orb's energy quickly. System automatically converting to slow absorption. Ding. Absorption completion will take 1 month. Every 3 days, you will gain 1 superpower point. What? A month to fully absorb it? A series of notifications echoed in his ears, leaving Su Hao bewildered. Was his physical condition still lacking? Was extraordinary physical prowess required for rapid absorption? A hint of disappointment flickered within him, yet overall, it was still a boon. For he had secured 10 superpower points without effort. "Su Hao, are you down there? Are you hurt?" Came the anxious calls of Xiao Miaohan and little E from the crater's edge. "I'm fine." Su Hao leapt up, grasping the crater's edge, easily climbing back onto the rooftop. "Let us hurry downstairs. People will soon come to investigate. It would be troublesome if the property management discovers us selfishly on the roof." They hastily gathered their belongings and snacks, taking the elevator back to Su Hao's apartment on the 5th floor. Sitting on the sofa, the three let out a collective sigh of relief. That was close. I can't believe a meteor actually fell. If Su Hao hadn't pulled little E and me down, we might have made tomorrow's headlines. Qiu Miaohan, still shaken, managed to jest, her resilience evident. Indeed, all thanks to Su Hao, little E added, still shaken. I never imagined I would almost be crushed by a meteor. I might never dare to go to the rooftop again. In contrast to the two girls' lingering fear, Su Hao felt quite content. He retrieved 2 cans of cold drinks from the refrigerator and handed them to the girls. Surviving a disaster surely brings blessings. Here, let us drink to ease our shock. After taking a sip, little E curiously asked, by the way, Su Hao, why did you suddenly jump into the meteorite pit? Well, I was actually worried that the meteor might have injured someone else, considering there are residents below. Fortunately, that apartment was vacant. Su Hao cleverly fabricated this flawless excuse. After hearing this explanation, the girls had no suspicions and inquired about the meteor's appearance. Naturally, Su Hao could not casually divulge the existence of the superpower orb. He simply stated that he hadn't seen the meteor at all, fabricating a tale that it might have exploded along with the crater or fallen to a lower level. To divert the girls' attention, Su Hao switched on the television to the news channel, which indeed was broadcasting reports about the meteor shower. Breaking news: multiple incidents of meteorite falls have been reported across various regions. Experts suggest that these meteorites may possess hazardous radioactivity. If you discover a meteorite pit, please keep your distance and promptly notify relevant authorities. The first person to report will receive a reward of 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan reward, Little E exclaimed with excitement. Su Hao, let us report it. It's probably too late now. Su Hao shrugged with a smile. Look downstairs. He had already heard the sirens of police vehicles approaching. Little E peered out the window and indeed saw a police car entering the neighborhood. Her excitement dimming as the prospect of the 1,000 yuan reward slipped away. Due to the meteorite's impact on the rooftop, the entire residential complex was abuzz. Many residents, swayed by news reports, feared the meteorite's radioactivity and hastily evacuated their homes, avoiding proximity to Su Hao's building and awaiting police intervention. Xiaoyi and her companion initially considered leaving as well, but Su Hao dissuaded them, deeming it unnecessary. He was acutely aware that the meteorite posed no danger. It was, in fact, a treasure trove of potential ability points. Moreover, even if it were radioactive, he had thoroughly absorbed any such properties, rendering any fear of the meteorite crater unwarranted. They remained indoors, patiently awaiting the departure of the police investigation team. After a brief interlude of casual conversation at Su Hao's residence, they bid farewell and returned to their respective abodes. Radioactive meteorites. Could these be the catalysts for awakening extraordinary abilities? Su Hao mused, piecing together the available information and concluding that this was highly probable. He entertained no thoughts of venturing out in search of other meteorites. Although meteor showers were frequent, the likelihood of 2 meteorites landing in the same city was exceedingly slim. Furthermore, he had observed that the fallen meteorites spontaneously dissipated, vanishing completely within seconds, even without physical contact. Thus, even if he were to locate another meteorite crater, he doubted he would procure a second ability crystal. Could others have also obtained ability crystals? The probability was negligible. Unless, like him, one were to rush to the meteorite crater at the instant of impact and seize the crystal without hesitation before it vanished. There would be no chance of acquiring it. How many individuals would willingly approach a perilous meteorite crater? Even among those curious enough to approach, how many would dare to touch a meteorite potentially laden with radioactivity? Hesitation was inevitable, and in those fleeting seconds of indecision, the ability crystal would utterly dissolve. The likelihood of others obtaining an intact ability crystal was infinitesimal. In comparison, he considered himself an exceptionally fortunate individual, 1 in a million. With a subtle manipulation of his fingers, Su Hao conjured a miniature lightning storm, eliciting a series of crackling, vibrant sparks. Even if the entire world were to witness a widespread awakening of abilities, he vowed that he would never be subjugated. With the power of the lightning element and the upgrade system at his disposal, he was determined to stand at the vanguard of this new era. After switching off the television and washing his face in preparation for sleep, night deepened. Su Hao was soundly asleep when a series of loud knocks on the front door jolted him awake. Who could that be? He muttered, furrowing his brow as he approached the door. Such an uncouth manner of knocking could not possibly be attributed to Qiu Miaohan or Xiaoyi. Peering through the peephole, he observed an unfamiliar man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of impudence as he impatiently pounded on the door. Who's there? Su Hao inquired. We're from the Public Security Bureau, the man retorted. Open the door immediately for inspection, or risk being charged with obstruction of justice. The Public Security Bureau? Don't insult my intelligence, Su Hao scoffed. In the dead of night, without a uniform in sight, and with a cigarette dangling from your lips, you dare impersonate the police. I suspect you're a recent escapee from a mental institution. You little brat, are you courting death? Accusing me of being insane? The impudent man's eyes widened, and he delivered a forceful blow to the door. A voice, laced with malicious glee, emanated from the man's side. Stay, Lou. I told you this approach wouldn't work. Should we just break down the door? Hold on. Breaking down the door would create too much noise. Doesn't Monkey know how to pick locks? It's his time to shine. TCH, now you remember me? I told you to let me open the door. You all just stand aside. Hurry up, or the kid might call the police. So what? If he calls the police, we'll retreat and come back for him later. A cacophony of voices, betraying the presence of more than 3 or 4 individuals. Click. Click. The door lock emitted a series of unsettling sounds, as if being tampered with. Are these thugs deliberately seeking trouble? Before Su Hao could fully comprehend the situation, a system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Side quest triggered. Midnight assault. Quest objective. Thoroughly thrash Lou Boppy's cousin and his cronies, and ensure their incarceration. Quest rewards. 100 experience points, 20 experience points. So, these hoodlums are the ones Lou Boppy sent to retaliate against me. How convenient. Quests are practically falling from the sky. Su Hao's lips curled into a smile. A complimentary experience point package, too good to pass up. With a sudden surge of energy, he flung the door open, eliciting a cry of agony. It appeared that the would-be locksmith had collided headfirst with the doorframe, resulting in an undignified tumble. He's opening the door, one of the thugs exclaimed. In an instant, a swarm of 7 or 8 individuals surged into the apartment, encircling Su Hao. The impudent man, brandishing a menacing cleaver, spat on the floor and barked, "Brothers, pin this kid down and give him a thorough beating. As long as we don't kill him. Beat him to within an inch of his life." Su Hao surveyed the assembled rabble. 8 in total, with the ringleader wielding a cleaver. Among the remaining 7, only 3 brandished batons, while the other 4 appeared to be mere accessories. Ordinarily, in a situation of numerical superiority, the presence or absence of weapons would be inconsequential. The average person, confronted with such a mob, would likely cower in fear, offering no resistance. However, Su Hao was far from a pushover. As the thugs lunged to seize him, he retaliated with a straightforward punch to the face of the first assailant. The hapless thug immediately collapsed into unconsciousness. The kid's fighting back. Subdue him. The remaining thugs, who had been watching from the sidelines, rushed forward. You think you can subdue me? A laughable notion. Su Hao smirked. In the confines of such a cramped space, his reflexes were honed to their peak. Employing both fists and feet, he targeted the thug's joints and vital points. In a matter of moments, he had incapacitated several more, each writhing in agony, rendered incapable of further combat. In truth, these thugs were pathetically weak, their attacks lacking any semblance of skill or ferocity. They might have been adept at bullying ordinary citizens, but they were no match for a trained combatant. Witnessing his underlings collapsing like rotten fruit, the impudent man realized the gravity of the situation and panicked. He raised his cleaver and shouted, "Stop! This blade is indiscriminate. I'll kill you." "Oh, I'd like to see you try." Su Hao dispatched the last fleeing thug and advanced purposefully towards the impudent man. Driven to desperation, the impudent man swung the cleaver at Su Hao, but the disparity in skill was too great. Su Hao effortlessly sidestepped the attack, disarmed the man, and held the blade to his throat. "You want to kill me? Is that so?" Su Hao narrowed his eyes, drawing the sharpened edge across the man's throat, eliciting a thin trickle of blood. The man's face paled with terror, and he shrank back, his body rigid with fear. The man's bravado evaporated. "Don't, please. Let's talk this over." Put the knife away. At the threshold, a youth clad in pajamas brandished a machete against the neck of a man in a black jacket. Behind him, the living room, scarcely 20 square meters, was strewn with prone figures of petty thugs, some groaning, some unconscious, creating a bizarre tableau. "You're Lou Boppy's cousin?" "Yeah." The man responded listlessly. Without preamble, Su Hao delivered a pair of resounding slaps, sending the man's vision into a spin, utterly bewildering him. "You." The man began to retort, but sensing the cold steel at his throat, he swallowed the profanity rising to his lips. "We concede defeat today. I won't interfere in your affairs with Lu Cheng anymore. Let's leave things as they are, brother. Let us go. Is my home a place you can come and go as you please? Save your words for the police." Maintaining his grip on the blade, Su Hao retrieved his phone and dialed the police station one-handed. "Don't call the police," the man exclaimed, alarmed. "If you dare arrest me today, My boss will send dozens of brothers to kill you tomorrow. Oh, who's your boss? Su Hao's interest was piqued, as he was previously unacquainted with the local gangs. If he could gather intelligence on these underworld factions, he would have a reliable source of missions, creating opportunities to cause trouble for them. My boss is Brother Long, who oversees this area. The man's confidence grew as he spoke. Brother Long has a superior, the 8 Extremities Martial Arts Academy? My direct superior is the leader of that academy, known as Brother Wu. He commands a group of martial arts practitioners. As formidable as you may be, Brother Wu could defeat you with a single hand. What did you say? Brother Wu? Su Hao was perplexed. Is his name Young Han Wu? You've heard of Brother Wu? The man boasted. Knowing Brother Wu's reputation, you should quickly remove the blade. It's not too late to release us now. Su Hao regarded him strangely, bursting into laughter. Fine. I'll call you Brother Wu. Under the man's bewildered gaze, Su Hao made a call and activated the speakerphone. The call connected, and Yang Hongwu's voice echoed. What's up, Brother Su? At this hour? Su Hao inquired directly. Does your martial arts academy oversee any gangs? Well, I suppose so. Yang Hongwu hesitated. Running a martial arts academy is costly, and I associate with people from various spheres. Do you know Brother Long, who oversees this area? Oh, you mean Little Long? He trained at our academy for a few years. The gangster clearly recognized Yang Hongwu's voice, staring at Su Hao in disbelief. Unable to comprehend that Su Hao knew his superior and that Yang Hongwu treated him with such deference. Su Hao glanced at the terrified man. Some of his men are causing me trouble. I'm preparing to send them to the police station, understood? Who has the audacity to trouble you, Brother Su? Yang Hongwu's tone was astonished. In his eyes, Su Hao's martial arts prowess rivaled that of his own master. Tell me your name. Su Hao held the phone to the gangster, who was too frightened to speak coherently. Yang Hongwu declared, handle it as you see fit, Brother Su. I'll inform Little Long to keep his men in check. Hanging up, Su Hao turned back to the man. Anything else you want to say? Brother, I was wrong. Just call the police. The gangster cursed his cousin, who had sent him to provoke such a formidable figure. Having offended someone treated with respect by Brother Wu, he was finished. Brother Long would no longer protect him. Once he was released from the police station, he would make his cousin pay. A minor incident concluded. Several police cars arrived, and 2 officers questioned Su Hao about the events. They escorted him upstairs and led the thugs, strewn across the room, to the police cars. You're incredibly skilled, aren't you? You took down all these guys by yourself? Downstairs, a young officer marveled. Aside from kung fu movies, I've never seen anyone take on so many people in real life. Just lucky, Su Hao replied casually. How long will they be sentenced for? Another officer shrugged. Probably 15 days of detention and a fine of 1,000 yuan each. Although they committed a legal intrusion, you weren't injured, were you? These cases are usually resolved with leniency. As they chatted, a police car was suddenly rocked by a deafening explosion. Its door kicked off its hinges. What the hell? What happened? The young officer exclaimed. A thug suddenly swelled up like the Hulk, his muscles bulging, his height increasing to nearly 3 meters. He flung aside the officers attempting to restrain him and fled toward the edge of the residential complex. What is that monster? The officers were stunned, watching the giant flee. Intimidated by his imposing figure, too afraid to pursue him. Domestic police officers are not usually armed with guns, carrying only batons and stun guns for self-defense. It was clear that they could not handle the rampaging giant with their limited equipment. Regaining his senses, an officer grabbed his radio and called for backup. Headquarters, requesting assistance. There's a monster at the Vermilion Bird complex. What? I'm not joking. There's a real monster. It kicked the door off a police car. Send armed special police officers immediately. One officer reported the situation, while others tended to their injured colleagues. Su Hao, witnessing the scene, was shocked. Unlike the others, he had some understanding of what was happening. The wave of supernatural abilities had begun. The thug had likely awakened some kind of power, transforming into that form. Kicking off a car door. How much strength does that require? His strength must exceed 20 points. No, maybe even 30. That person had indeed awakened a supernatural ability. A strength-based one? It looked formidable. Narrowing his eyes, Su Hao pursued the giant, running toward the complex entrance. Hey, what are you doing? The young officer exclaimed. Don't go there, it's dangerous. He tried to grab Su Hao, but missed, watching him disappear. His speed was comparable to a cheetah in the wild. It made one wonder if he was also a monster. Having dashed out of the residential complex's gate, Su Hao immediately spotted the giant hurtling northward. However, his sheer size made his strides ponderous, each footfall landing with a resounding thud. His frantic sprint barely matched a leisurely jog. Fortunately, the late hour meant the streets were deserted, averting what would surely have been a riot had this behemoth been seen. Great strength, but glacial speed? A rather hackneyed trope. Su Hao mused, his nerves slightly assuaged. While the strength-based aberrant was indeed formidable, one punch could likely spell his demise. His raw power was futile if he couldn't land a blow. That's where martial finesse came into play. In a flash, he was upon the giant's heels. Up close, the nearly 3-meter-tall giant resembled a towering wall. His physique, stretched to its limits, had torn his shirt, revealing a landscape of taut muscles. Simply standing near him was an exercise in enduring palpable pressure. Before the giant could react, Su Hao tentatively struck a vital point along his spine. The blow landed with a dull thud against the giant's muscular back. Incredibly dense. Su Hao marveled. The sensation was akin to striking hardened leather, the impact causing a tremor in his hand. What struck me? The giant bellowed, whirling to face Su Hao, animosity blazing in his eyes. It's you. I'll crush you. Though the aberrant's mind had grown sluggish, his memory remained intact. He hadn't forgotten Su Hao's earlier pummeling. Without hesitation, he swung a fist at Su Hao. Crush me? You'll have to land a hit first, Su Hao retorted, retreating effortlessly to evade the blow before retaliating with a kick to the giant's abdomen. Thud. Again, the dull sound echoed, as if striking a rubber tire. It was as if he was impervious to damage. Ah! The giant roared, flailing wildly, unable to touch even the hem of Su Hao's clothing. While his fists possessed the potential to obliterate a skull, his excessive musculature slowed his strikes to a crawl. To Su Hao, he was little more than a mobile leather punching bag. Deftly dodging the giant's attacks, Su Hao's fists and feet rained down upon him, producing a drum-like cadence of thuds. The officers who emerged from the residential complex were stunned by the scene. They watched as the towering giant raged on the street, his fists flying. Before him, a youth danced through the onslaught, his movements astonishingly swift. It was as if he was dancing on steel cables, occasionally landing a blow, effortlessly toying with the giant. One officer gawked. Am I dreaming? Did I fall asleep in the duty room? Isn't that the guy who took on 8 thugs? Wow, he's a martial arts expert. A younger officer exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. He's handling that monster with such ease, unbelievable. Another officer quipped, monsters and a badass hero fighting them. It's like a movie, isn't it? Just like those American superhero flicks. Should we assist? The younger officer asked, clutching his stun baton. Assist with what? That monster would flatten you with one punch. Don't risk your life, the officer with the radio replied, patting his colleague's shoulder. I've requested backup. The SWAT team will be here in 10 minutes. Until then, let's see if our superhero can hold out. The officers watched, some even recording the spectacle on their phones. Seriously. These guys have nerves of steel. They won't help, and they don't even notice I'm unarmed? Couldn't they toss me a baton? Or anything? Su Hao muttered. Oh well. I wasn't expecting much anyway. In a mere 10 seconds, he and the giant had exchanged over a dozen blows. The strength-based aberrant was not only incredibly powerful, but also remarkably resilient. Punches and kicks were ineffective. Even with Su Hao's enhanced strength, he could only inflict temporary pain. The giant's colossal size also rendered many of Su Hao's martial techniques useless. Hand-to-hand combat alone wouldn't suffice. Is that my only option? Su Hao wondered, his brow furrowed. His control over the lightning element was still rudimentary, and he preferred not to use it on a person. But now, there was no other way. He had to subdue the strength-based aberrant before the SWAT team arrived, or the mission would be deemed a failure. Damn you, you slippery little eel. Just stand still and take a punch. The giant roared, exasperated. When I catch you, I'll break those legs of yours and see how you like running then. Take a punch? Very well, have it your way. Su Hao grinned, abandoning his evasive tactics. He charged toward the giant's oncoming fist, barely dodging the blow. Su Hao wrapped his arms around the giant's thick arm, a surge of lightning coursing through his hand. Instantly, the giant's arm spasmed, losing all control and strength. What did you do? The giant stammered, his mind reeling from the electric shock. He saw Su Hao place his hand on his stomach. The next moment, lightning erupted. The giant crumpled to the ground, clutching his abdomen, his limbs convulsing in agony. Is that it? The lightning element is devastating to living beings, Su Hao marveled. He had only used a fraction of his power, yet the giant was already incapacitated. Good thing I didn't go all out, or I might have killed him. Wielding the lightning element made him akin to a walking high-voltage power line, even more potent than the most powerful stun baton. Placing his hand on the foaming giant's neck, a faint arc of electricity crackled on his palm. Almost instantly, the once imposing strength-based aberrant lost consciousness, his body shrinking back to normal size. Ding. Submission completed. Mission reward. 300 experience points, 70 practice points. Ding. Congratulations, You have leveled up to level 6. You have gained 4 assignable attribute points. 1 ability point. Huh? I leveled up? Su Hao blinked, surprised. He hadn't been paying attention to his experience points. And leveling up grants ability points? Summoning the system interface. He saw that he needed 730 experience points to reach level 7, less than he had anticipated. A few more of these aberrant subduing missions should do the trick. It seems the road to advancement isn't too arduous after all. Chapter 26. The police chief as the giant reverted to a normal human stature. The surrounding police officers cautiously approached, tentatively poking him a few times before bravely placing handcuffs on the young thug. One officer hesitantly inquired of Su Hao. Is this guy dead? No, he merely fainted, Su Hao replied, advising. You should administer a sedative and have a tranquilizer gun ready in case he regains consciousness and becomes violent again. The officers nodded in agreement and proceeded to drag the thug back to the police vehicle. Having witnessed the fierce battle, the officers looked at Su Hao with expressions filled with awe and amazement. However, this was not the time for questions. The disturbance caused by the giant had awakened many residents in the vicinity, and they needed to reassure the public. Truth be told, Su Hao was equally troubled. If it weren't for the system's task, he would prefer to avoid such attention. He anticipated undergoing thorough interrogation by the police. As reality was far from cinematic portrayals, being a superhero was not an easy role to fulfill. With so many witnesses having seen him subdue a power-type ability user, it was not something he could brush off as mere martial arts prowess. There was a possibility that he might even be classified as an ability user himself, which would prevent him from lurking in the shadows and developing his powers discreetly. Aside from feeling a bit inconvenienced, he was not overly concerned about being dissected. If he were the only ability user, there might be a risk of being treated as a laboratory specimen, but the surge of abilities was a global phenomenon. In just this city, a power-type ability user had emerged in this neighborhood alone, indicating that such individuals would not be rare in the future. Hey, you were incredible just now. We didn't even see how you took that guy down. The young officer who had previously chatted with Su Hao exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. Su Hao shrugged nonchalantly. I merely delivered a forceful elbow strike to the back of his neck to incapacitate him. It seemed that the elemental power had not been exposed. After all, the arcs of electricity he had released were rather inconspicuous, and the officers were too far away to notice. Since he had not been discovered, Su Hao decided to play along, preserving his trump card of elemental power. In this unpredictable world, it was wise to have a backup plan, especially as chaos seemed imminent. Who would have thought there were truly mutated criminals in the world? The young officer admired. Brother, you dared to confront that monster and actually brought it down. You must be a legendary martial arts master in hiding. Have you watched too many movies? I'm just an ordinary person with some combat skills. Su Hao chuckled, shrugging. That mutated giant was all brawn but lacked speed. It wasn't as difficult to handle as it appeared. Even someone with a modicum of skill could have fared well against it. While it was true that one could hold their ground, winning was nearly impossible. Power-type ability users possessed not only immense strength, but also remarkable durability. Su Hao suspected that even a not-so-sharp knife would struggle to penetrate its skin, which felt as tough as leather. With nothing much to do, Su Hao engaged in further conversation with the young officer. He learned that this rookie, named Su Hao, was indeed quite young, 2 years his junior, having just graduated from the police academy the previous week. This was his first day on duty. And encountering such a supernatural event was a stroke of luck, though whether it was fortunate or unfortunate remained debatable. A few police riot control vehicles sped down the street from the opposite end. A well-equipped squad of armed police officers jumped out, scanning the area with their weapons, only to find themselves bewildered upon realizing they had arrived too late. The monster had already been dealt with. The armed police quickly took control of the situation and sought out the senior officer who had requested assistance to gather information. The ensuing events were straightforward. The unconscious power-type ability user was loaded onto a riot vehicle, with no knowledge of where he was being taken. Meanwhile, Su Hao was respectfully invited by the police officers to board a police car to provide a statement at the precinct. First, he needed to give testimony regarding the unlawful entry into a private residence. Seizing this opportunity, Su Hao made sure to implicate Lu Bapi, asserting that the individuals were sent by Supervisor Lu due to a previous dispute, thereby placing the blame partially on him as the mastermind. The officer taking his statement had witnessed the confrontation between Su Hao and the giant and held him in high regard. Without hesitation, the officer included Lu Bapi in the list of offenders, ensuring at least a 15-day detention. After completing the statement, Su Hao should, under normal circumstances, have been free to leave. However, the officers asked him to wait a moment in the interrogation room, mentioning that someone from the higher-ups wanted to personally commend him for his bravery. The battle with the power-type ability user had indeed attracted the attention of national authorities. Su Hao silently mused, what commendation? It was clearly a government inquiry into him. This was not unexpected whenever a significant event occurred. The first to grasp the information were government agencies. It was possible they were already aware of the existence of the ability surge, merely choosing not to disclose it. Feeling somewhat anxious, he wondered what stance the government would take regarding ability users. His displayed strength was not particularly impressive. Having struggled for so long against the power-type ability user, others might see him as merely slightly superior to the giant. The government likely would not regard him with too much importance. In reality, if he had not been unarmed, he could have easily defeated the power-type ability user without resorting to his elemental powers. Of course, Su Hao did not wish to attract too much attention. While being noticed might yield fame and fortune, the cost would be intense scrutiny and the loss of his freedom. Su Hao contemplated, with the system at my disposal, it is only a matter of time before I grow powerful. Until then, I must remain low-key. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, a middle-aged man clad in an elite police uniform entered the room, holding a document. Are you Mr. Su? Yes, Su Hao nodded, scrutinizing the officer. The insignia on his shoulders indicated he was a first-class police chief, a legitimate head of a county-level public security bureau. Su Hao was somewhat taken aback that even the district police chief had been alerted. He had expected that the inquiry would be conducted by a special officer or, at most, a deputy chief. Mr. Su, first and foremost, we are grateful for your courageous assistance in apprehending the fugitive. The police chief began with a lengthy official address, expressing intentions to present him with a banner of commendation and a monetary reward of 500 yuan, which made Su Hao feel a bit impatient. However, the conversation took a sudden turn. Let us get straight to the point, Mr. Su. Have you awakened any special abilities? Special abilities? Su Hao's face subtly betrayed a hint of wariness. What do you mean? Chapter 27. The olive branch. What if one were to suddenly acquire an extraordinary ability? Or perhaps one's physical prowess dramatically surpasses that of an average person. The police chief, hands clasped, replied with a nonchalant smile. Mr. Su, there is no need for concern. Although individuals who awaken special abilities are rare, they are not entirely absent in our history. The state refers to such individuals as superpowered beings. As long as you do not misuse this power, the government generally maintains a friendly stance towards them. With such a statement, it seemed the chief had already concluded that Su Hao was most likely one of these superpowered individuals. Indeed, my physical capabilities have markedly improved recently, Su Hao admitted, having no intention of concealing the truth. Upon learning the government's perspective from the chief, he felt compelled to confess. The chief's expression turned more serious. In what aspect has your physical condition improved? Strength or speed? Both, I suppose, Su Hao replied vaguely. My strength has increased by nearly 50%, and I can run significantly faster than before. My reflexes and stamina have also seen improvement, though I have not measured precisely. I believe I could outpace elite athletes by a considerable margin. An all-encompassing enhancement of physical capabilities? The chief mused, jotting down a few notes. Do you possess any other special abilities? Not that I know of, Su Hao yawned. Officer, when can I return to sleep? I just had a rather exhausting encounter with that giant. By the way, was that thug who transformed into a giant also a superpowered being? Yes, indeed. The chief nodded, revealing information in light of Su Hao's own status as a superpowered individual. Based on current intelligence, we suspect he is a mutated strength superpowered being, capable of significantly enhancing his strength by altering his physical form. A mutated strength superpowered being? Su Hao furrowed his brow in confusion. Are there many types of superpowered beings? Mutated? So, there must also be regular types? Naturally, the chief explained. Regular strength superpowered beings experience direct enhancement to their physical bodies, while mutated types differ. They may not possess inherent strength, but they can amplify their capabilities through transformation. Moreover, their physique post-transformation is generally much greater than that of regular strength superpowered beings. Does this mean that mutated types are stronger than regular types? Su Hao inquired. Not necessarily. Each type has its own advantages and disadvantages. After all, the mutation process can be a double-edged sword if their base strength is lacking, the chief responded. What type of superpowered being do I classify as? Su Hao pressed on. According to your description, your body has been comprehensively enhanced, which would categorize you as an all-round regular superpowered being, the chief replied, albeit with some uncertainty. We would need to conduct tests to ascertain the extent of your physical enhancements compared to the average person. Su Hao then asked, how are those with special strength abilities treated? Detained, subjected to re-education, and transformed into pillars of the state, the chief stated flatly. Understood. Su Hao's lips twitched, fully grasping the government's stance on superpowered beings. As he had anticipated, the state would impose strict controls on this unpredictable factor, with the best outcome being their integration into the system for utilization. After a brief exchange, the chief, in response to Su Hao's inquiries, shared a wealth of information regarding superpowered beings, subtly hinting that within the government framework, superpowered individuals enjoy excellent benefits. With the groundwork laid, it was not surprising when the chief extended an olive branch towards Su Hao in the end. Government position, you say? I happen to be unemployed at the moment. What role is available? Su Hao feigned interest. If he could secure a position at the police station, he would have the opportunity to encounter more incidents, thereby increasing his chances of triggering system tasks and expediting his progression. The specific position has yet to be determined, but it would at least be at the deputy section chief level, along with additional benefits. The chief paused before adding, however, to join the ranks of superpowered beings, you may need to undergo a period of training and assessment. Not everyone qualifies. Training and assessment? Su Hao frowned. What does that entail? The chief handed him a prepared document. The paper outlined that superpowered individuals must undergo ability evaluations, participate in specialized training to utilize their powers effectively, and complete written assessments regarding various regulations. A series of training and assessment would require at least 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks? That's far too long. It simply won't do. The world is on the brink of a superpower wave, and if I spend 2 to 3 weeks training, I will be entirely disconnected from current events. Who knows what the world will look like upon my return? Is it possible to forego training and directly enter the system? Su Hao tentatively asked. After all, my abilities involve comprehensive physical enhancement, making training unnecessary. I can study the regulations at home. How about we board the ship first and settle payment later? I cannot decide that. I must report to my superiors. Please await further notice at home. Someone will contact you by tomorrow at the latest, so ensure your phone remains accessible, the chief concluded, unperturbed by Su Hao's lack of immediate agreement. He instructed Su Hao not to disclose information regarding superpowers to ordinary individuals before summoning an officer to record Su Hao's personal information, signaling that he could leave. As he departed the precinct, dawn had just begun to break. Su Hao looked up at the sky. Although the chief had indicated an intention to recruit him, it appeared he did not place much importance on Su Hao's abilities. In a way, this lack of emphasis meant that surveillance would likely not be overly strict, which was beneficial for him. From the chief, Su Hao learned that superpowered beings are broadly categorized into 4 types: elemental, special, mysterious, and regular. Regular superpowers are the simplest, merely involving the enhancement of a specific physical aspect. Subcategories include strength, agility, and all-round types. Su Hao's displayed strength had been mistakenly classified by the chief as all-round. Regular superpowers? It sounded rather mundane, merely a physical enhancement. In this age dominated by firearms, such a slight increase in strength is hardly significant. It was no wonder they were not taken seriously. Su Hao clenched his fists, even without utilizing lightning elemental skills. The attributes from leveling up alone would be sufficient to rival most regular superpowered beings. That said, anyone who dared to regard him as merely a regular superpowered individual would surely regret it. Let them not forget that he also possessed system expertise, with combat skills that could be deemed elite among the elite, and he could continue to upgrade when the disparity in strength is not vast. Su Hao could indeed overwhelm his opponents with exquisite techniques. As for elemental superpowers, there is little need for introduction. The lightning element he currently commands falls under this category. The special category encompasses a wide range of abilities, akin to the special and passive powers found in the system's ability modules. Abilities such as invisibility, duplication, regeneration of severed digits, and absolute balance all belong to this special category. Chapter 28. Types of superpowers. As long as he diligently upgraded and sought to acquire more superpower points, there would come a day when he could unlock all the abilities within the superpower module. At that point, he would be nearly comparable to the legendary celestial beings, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth with boundless capabilities. The pressing question, however, was where to obtain these superpower points. Apart from leveling up, he was currently aware of only one method to acquire them: superpower crystals. The meteor shower that had recently descended from the sky was composed entirely of these superpower crystals, and it was very likely that these crystals had triggered the so-called superpower wave. Su Hao found himself pondering whether the appearance of these crystals was mere coincidence or if they had been deliberately cast down to earth by someone. Yet, despite his curiosity, he felt no inclination to delve deeper into such complexities. The primary concern was that these superpower crystals evaporated far too quickly by now. The meteor shower had likely caused them to dissipate entirely, leaving him with no other avenues to pursue. Resigned to his circumstances, he thought, what will be will be. I shall seek solutions later. With no clear leads, Su Hao did not dwell on the matter. He returned home, grabbed a bite to eat, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Just 2 hours prior, he had been roused from sleep in the middle of the night by a ruckus caused by a group of delinquents. After engaging in a skirmish with a physically strong superpower user, he had spent a considerable amount of time giving a statement at the police station. This left him utterly exhausted, famished, and weary. Before unlocking the passive ability source of magic, using lightning elements had consumed a significant amount of his physical energy, leading to fatigue and hunger. Su Hao had previously tested his limits and found that he could unleash the stunning effects of lightning elements approximately 9 times. However, in his recent encounter with the strength-oriented superpower user, he had expended nearly half of his physical energy just to incapacitate him with lightning, indicating that combating physically robust adversaries required exponentially greater energy. When he finally awoke, it was already noon. Upon checking his phone, Su Hao's eyes landed on a notification from Yang Hongwu, who had transferred him another 50,000 yuan, bringing his total in his WeChat wallet to over 110,000. With newfound wealth, he felt it would be a waste not to treat himself. Thus, filled with delight, he opened a food delivery app and ordered a family bucket and a pizza set. Su Hao's nature was not one to indulge extravagantly. Instead of dining at a lavish restaurant, he preferred the comfort of his home, watching movies while savoring a bucket of chicken legs and wings. What bliss! After reaching level 5, the main quest had yet to refresh, leading him to feel less urgency about leveling up and more inclined to indulge in leisure. After freshening up, his order arrived just in time. He reclined lazily on the sofa, munching on chicken while sipping a cold drink, and casually switched on the television to the news channel. The broadcast reported on the damages caused by the meteorite crash the previous night. Statistics indicated that at least half of the cities nationwide had experienced meteorite impacts, with the television tower in Shanghai being severely damaged, resulting in losses amounting to billions. Beyond the domestic sphere, many foreign regions had also suffered from the onslaught of meteor showers. Experts suggested that the frequent meteorite falls could be attributed to the hardness and high thermal resistance of these meteorites, allowing them to penetrate the atmosphere and crash to the ground. This meteor shower had been heralded by global news media as a once-in-a-100,000-year catastrophe. Remarkably, despite the multitude of meteorite falls, there had been no reported casualties worldwide, aside from property damage. Su Hao mused to himself, had I not reacted swiftly last night, the 3 of us might have become the only unfortunate souls to perish beneath a meteorite. How ironic it would be to find ourselves etched into the annals of history for such misfortune. He chuckled at his own self-deprecating humor, feeling no real sense of misfortune. Indeed, as the saying goes, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Had it not been for the meteor's close call, he would never have acquired the superpower crystals, which granted him a substantial 10 superpower points. Although it would take a month to fully absorb them, he felt quite content with his fortune. Finishing his drink, he switched to several news channels, all similarly focused on the meteorite events. Su Hao found it quite curious that there was no mention of superpowers in the news. It appeared the government had tightly sealed information regarding this phenomenon. It seemed that in the short term, the superpower wave would not incite any significant global upheaval. While the superpower wave was indeed underway, it was likely that only a small fraction of the population would awaken such abilities. It was implausible for billions to possess superpowers. After watching the news for a while, he switched off the television and summoned the system interface, falling into deep thought. How should he utilize the singular superpower point he had acquired through leveling up? He decided to set aside elemental powers for now. As he had yet to fully comprehend even the lightning element, it would be unwise to dabble in others, lest he become a jack of all trades and master of none. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he noted that the remaining powers available for upgrade were X-ray vision, invisibility, absolute balance, and the near-death experience. The first 2 options were particularly enticing. Perhaps he should learn the invisibility skill first? A sly smile crept across his lips as he considered the fantasies most people entertain about invisibility, what they might do if they could become unseen, engaging in actions they typically would not dare to undertake. For instance, slipping into a bank to withdraw a hefty sum of cash, or stealthily entering a women's bathhouse for a clandestine visit. However, the system's basic invisibility likely was not as formidable as he imagined. Otherwise, it wouldn't require merely one superpower point to upgrade. Dismissing his errant thoughts, Su Hao clicked on the invisibility abilities description. Basic invisibility, achieved through light refraction to create a visual effect of invisibility. Cannot conceal breath, sound, or body heat. Maintaining invisibility requires a consumption of 1 point of magical energy per second. If magical energy is depleted, physical energy will be consumed instead, at a rate of 3 points per second. Well, Su Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 points of physical energy per second? That's excessively high. He couldn't help but exclaim. With my current physical capacity of 17 points, that means I can maintain invisibility for at most 5 seconds? Such a brief duration would hardly suffice for even the simplest tasks. Coughing to redirect his thoughts, he lamented that 5 seconds of invisibility was indeed far too short for accomplishing much, whether serious or frivolous. With a sigh, Su Hao concluded that the initial stage of invisibility would serve primarily as a trump card for ambushes in combat. To maintain invisibility for extended periods, he would need to learn the source of magic first. In truth, even 5 seconds of invisibility was not without merit. In battle, it could very well be the deciding factor for victory. Just imagine, if you were engaged in a fight and your opponent suddenly vanished, you would undoubtedly be momentarily disoriented, questioning whether they had fled or hidden. And just at that moment, a dagger would silently pierce your vital points. The way of the assassin is to strike decisively in a single blow. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. Although the invisibility ability was costly, it offered both offensive and defensive potentials, making one ponder whether to invest further points into it. Chapter 29, Ability Assessment. After pondering for a while, Su Hao ultimately decided against utilizing his ability points. Nearly all abilities demanded substantial physical stamina. If he were to employ the invisibility skill, he would inevitably lack the energy to unleash his lightning elemental ability. The adage "too much leads to failure" aptly applies here. While it may seem advantageous to possess an additional ability, in reality, it does not significantly enhance his combat prowess. For the time being, invisibility was of little use to him. It would be more prudent to accumulate 3 ability points to unlock the mana source ability first. Once he reached level 7, coupled with the feedback from the elemental crystal scheduled for tomorrow, he would have enough points to upgrade the mana source. Glancing at the 4 points available for allocation, he deliberated and decided to invest them all into his constitution. Instantly, his physical resilience surged to twice that of an average person, 21 points. His reasoning was straightforward. With increased stamina, he could execute his lightning elemental ability more frequently, thus amplifying his short-term combat effectiveness. As for his strength and agility attributes, he had already surpassed the average person by a considerable margin, so further investment was unnecessary for the moment. Suddenly, his phone rang. Picking it up, he noticed an unknown number. Upon answering, a crisp female voice, tinged with official authority, greeted him. "Is this Mr. Su Hao?" "Yes, it is. Please proceed to the No. 3 training building at the provincial stadium for your ability assessment within the next 2 hours. Upon arrival, kindly contact the relevant personnel at this number. We will discuss the administrative matters after the assessment." "Assessment? All right, I will head there immediately." As he hung up, Su Hao mused on the government's efficiency in handling such matters. He had only learned of his status as an ability user that morning, and by noon, an assessment had already been arranged for him. Ding. Main quest triggered. Ability assessment. Quest requirement. Achieve a rating of E or above in the ability assessment. Quest reward. An additional 4 allocation points. The main quest has been updated? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback. This new quest indeed offered a reward, attribute points. He wondered what an E rating truly signified and resolved to gather more information upon reaching the assessment site to avoid the risk of failure, as the value of those 4 allocation points was not insignificant. Dressing quickly, he prepared to head to the provincial stadium. His residence was merely 5 stops away, and in under half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the number 3 training building, only to find the entire structure cordoned off, with seals and barricades stating that entry was prohibited to unauthorized personnel. He retrieved his phone to contact the woman from earlier, and shortly thereafter, a young woman in police uniform emerged from a side entrance of the building. "Mr. Su, we have been expecting you. Please come in." The young officer assessed Su Hao and gestured for him to follow. As he trailed behind, Su Hao noted the 2 stripes and 2-star insignias on her shoulder. Feeling a twinge of surprise, this woman, only a few years his senior, held the rank of second-level police inspector, at least at deputy division level. Typically, a regular officer would require over a decade of service to attain such a rank unless they had connections or possessed exceptional academic credentials, or perhaps were an ability user. Recalling the chief's remark about joining the ranks of ability users, which required at least a deputy division level position, Su Hao wondered if the young officer was also an ability user. Lost in contemplation, he followed her into the training building. The space, generally utilized for gymnastics training, was vast, spanning thousands of square meters. Training equipment had been pushed aside to make room for various testing machines, speed tracks, punching power testers, high jump bars, and even blood sampling equipment with medical personnel on standby. Such extensive preparations. Could it all be for him alone? Su Hao quietly inquired, "Excuse me, could you share what the standards for joining the ranks are? Something like running 100 meters in 9 seconds? There are other ability users being assessed alongside you." The officer replied, already prepared. She produced a document and handed it to him. "As for the standards, you can see for yourself." Taking the document, Su Hao examined it closely. The grading criteria for ability users were typically divided into 7 levels: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with the minimum requirement for joining the ranks set at an E rating. Abilities were evaluated based on 3 criteria: type, characteristics, and strength. For instance, if one possessed an elemental ability, they would automatically receive a rating of B or higher and would be afforded stringent protection. Elemental ability users were as rare as giant pandas. Characteristics depended on the type of ability. Skills such as X-ray vision or invisibility were generally rated C or higher, while abilities that merely provided absolute balance or placed the user on the brink of death would likely be rated F. As for ordinary abilities like Su Hao's, they typically ranged from C to F, depending on their strength. Is it true that as long as one physical attribute exceeds 3 times that of an average person, or 2 attributes exceed twice that, one can achieve an E rating? As Su Hao reflected on the document's contents, he pondered, by this logic, the mutated strength user I incapacitated yesterday must have been at least E-rated, considering his strength was undeniably over 3 times that of an average person, and his physique was commendable. That's about right. However, mutated ability users often lose their rationality, so they are not currently considered for recruitment, the officer remarked. Her eyes twinkling as she added with a smile, "But you needn't worry too much. I watched the footage from yesterday's incident. Given your ability to subdue a mutated user within such a short time frame, securing an E rating should be well within your grasp, perhaps even a D rating." Perplexed, Su Hao asked, "Footage? What footage? Didn't you know?" The officer retrieved her phone and opened a short video app. "Take a look for yourself." Su Hao took the phone, and the screen displayed footage of his struggle against the giant in the center of the street. Not only that, but the battle was accompanied by stirring background music. Had the videographer not been positioned so far away and the streetlights dim, one might have mistaken it for a promotional clip for a grand cinematic production. From a third-party perspective, he appeared deftly maneuvering under the giant's assault, ultimately seizing an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, reversing the tide and bringing the massive figure crashing to the ground. As the exhilarating music reached its crescendo, truly a spectacle to ignite one's spirit. Goodness, someone actually posted that video online. Su Hao was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he discovered the video had amassed over 100,000 shares. The like count exceeded 1 million, prompting him to click on the comments section out of curiosity. Martial arts master battles the green giant? Wow, what movie is this? I want to see it. What movie? Can't you see this was filmed on a phone? This is real life. Hey, isn't this our neighborhood? No wonder it was so noisy last night. Good heavens, we have a martial arts expert among us. The swiftest of martial arts is unrivaled, so exhilarating. I beg the master to take me as an apprentice. Coach, I want to learn martial arts. Coach, go upstairs, you can't learn everything. Chapter 30. E-class ability user. As Su Hao perused the array of peculiar comments, a twitch of irritation crossed his lips. He could not help but inquire. Isn't it against national regulations to disclose information about ability users? Shouldn't the authorities intervene with this video? It reveals far too much. Information lockdown is the responsibility of higher-ups. What do you expect me to do about it? The female officer replied, raising her hands in innocence. Haven't you seen the video has been shared over 100,000 times? Even if they delete it now, it's too late. It will circulate privately, inadvertently confirming its authenticity. The window for containment has closed. Su Hao sighed in exasperation. So, because it's too late, they simply disregard it? Actually, it's not a major issue. After all, nothing particularly unusual has been revealed. Ordinary people would merely think it's two individuals engaged in a brawl, and besides, your face is quite blurred in the video. No one would recognize you. Indeed, due to the nighttime setting and the distance from which it was filmed, the footage was not very clear. Moreover, Su Hao's movements were so swift that his facial features were nearly indistinguishable. However, given his physique and attire, acquaintances might still identify him. Upon checking his phone, Su Hao discovered a flood of messages on WeChat, with numerous familiar contacts forwarding the video and questioning whether the individual in it was him. The more pressing concern lay elsewhere. As he watched the video, squinting at the moment he struck down the giant, he realized that while ordinary viewers might not perceive anything amiss, his keen eyesight caught a fleeting glimmer of blue light passing between his palm and the giant's abdomen. Troublesome. While it might elude the average person's notice, should a discerning observer take note. Coupled with a potential testimony from that ability user regarding being incapacitated, perhaps by an electric shock, his control over lightning elements could be exposed. Should he continue to conceal this, or openly disclose it in hopes of securing a superior position? Su Hao furrowed his brow, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Is it really necessary to be so troubled? The female officer, noticing Su Hao's discomfort, offered some comfort. Fame isn't necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps in the future, the higher-ups will use you as an exemplary case for promotion. Unlike me, who hasn't even had a chance to become well-known. Promotion? What do you mean? Su Hao asked, puzzled. Will news about abilities be made public in the future? Oh, let us not dwell on that for now. You should hurry up and take the test. Don't keep everyone waiting too long. The next tester could return at any moment. The officer, realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, urged Su Hao to proceed with the ability assessment. With the officer unwilling to elaborate further, Su Hao had no choice but to drop the topic and step forward. The ability assessment comprised a series of intricate and comprehensive tests. Initially, there were explosive tests such as the 100-meter sprint, punching power, grip strength, weightlifting, and jumping. Utilizing his expertise in combat, Su Hao showcased extraordinary control over his body, achieving results nearly twice that of an average person despite having a mere baseline of 16 points in strength and agility. The subsequent tests focused on endurance, including long-distance running, weight-bearing exercises, and diving. In this segment, Su Hao capitalized on his 21-point physique advantage, easily surpassing the threshold with evaluations indicating he performed at over double the average. Following a blood test for activity assessment, he was confirmed as an E-class ability user, with an additional plus sign indicating his true combat potential could reach D-class. Main quest completed. Quest reward. Additional 4 attribute points to allocate. Having completed the assessments, Su Hao returned to the female officer, wiping the sweat from his brow. Can we now discuss the issue of my formal appointment? I believe training is unnecessary for me, considering my abilities have inherently enhanced my reaction speed, eliminating any issues with power control. The officer nodded. Let us go. I'll take you to meet the team leader. With that, she led him down the corridor of the training building. They arrived at an office where 3 men and 1 woman were seated. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man adorned with a police insignia, a wheat ear, and a flower, a third-level police supervisor, likely a departmental head. This official was explaining something to the other 3, mentioning terms like ability group, benefits, regulations, 5 insurances and 1 fund, and confidential contracts. This is the individual I mentioned yesterday, the female officer said. Handing Su Hao's evaluation form to the team leader, named Xing lifted his gaze, glancing at Su Hao before briefly examining the assessment form. You are Su Hao? That's correct, Su Hao affirmed with a nod. Before he could thoroughly scrutinize the individuals in the office, a swift punch unexpectedly came from the side. Su Hao instinctively sidestepped, seized the assailant's wrist with one arm while the other pressed against the attacker's neck, executing the entire maneuver in less than half a second. Glaring at the buzz-cut youth he had restrained, Su Hao frowned and asked, "What is your intention?" The youth struggled in silence for a moment, his strength surprisingly formidable, nearly breaking free. Not one to relent, Su Hao twisted the arm he held, eliciting a sharp crack from the joint. Ouch. That hurts. Let go, man. The youth's expression shifted abruptly, and he exclaimed, I didn't intend to fight you. Team leader Xing asked me to test your abilities. It's not personal. Releasing the youth's arm, Su Hao turned his gaze toward team leader Xing. Xing smiled approvingly, applauding. Exceptional combat skills, swift and decisive. You are truly capable of subduing an enhanced strength ability user without injury in mere moments. Su Hao shrugged. Officer, the test was rather unfriendly. I've reviewed your file. There are no negative records. You meet the basic requirements for joining the formal structure, Xing continued, seemingly ignoring Su Hao's complaint. As for your request, I've heard from Director Hu that you wish to join without undergoing training. Given your skills, that request is certainly feasible. Oh? Su Hao's expression shifted slightly. However what? While training is unnecessary, you will still need to undergo an evaluation. Su Hao inquired, what kind of evaluation? Before any assessment, we must ascertain your genuine willingness to join the national structure. With a change of tone, Xing began to sift through the documents on the desk and handed Su Hao a contract. Consider this carefully. The contents of this contract are classified information. Once you read it, you are obliged to join the ability user structure. Otherwise, the state reserves the right to detain you until the classification is lifted. The sudden mention of state secrets was indeed a bit daunting. Su Hao could not help but mutter under his breath as he swiftly scanned the contract, meticulously absorbing each word. Chapter 31. The Special Abilities Group. Upon reviewing the contract, Su Hao discovered that this so-called Special Abilities personnel structure belonged to a unique independent military organization under the state, officially named the Special Abilities Tactical Unit, abbreviated as the Special Abilities Group. The Special Abilities Group is solely tasked with addressing supernatural crimes and incidents across the globe, dealing with formidable cases that challenge conventional law enforcement. During operations, their authority supersedes that of local judicial bodies, adhering only to directives from superiors within the group. Initially, the Special Abilities Group consisted of a scant few members, as individuals with special abilities were quite rare. However, in light of a recent surge in awakened abilities and the increasing frequency of supernatural phenomena, the higher-ups decided to expand the group's ranks. While I can comprehend supernatural crimes, which entail the misuse of extraordinary abilities, the term supernatural incidents piques my curiosity. Recalling the bizarre experience he had while visiting Qingfeng Park with Xiao Yi a few days prior, Su Hao remembered the system's warning to leave promptly and to refrain from delving into any supernatural matters until reaching level 5. What lurked within that deep hole in the forest? The unsettling sensation of being watched sent shivers down his spine, and he pondered the fate of that park since then. Returning to the matter at hand, the contract contained scant valuable information beyond a few essential points, namely, that upon joining the unit, one must comply with state directives and submit to superior management, alongside certain benefits. After perusing it, Su Hao promptly signed and returned the contract. I agree to join the Special Abilities Group. Captain Xing, what assessments must I undergo? Excellent. Your enthusiasm is commendable, Captain Xing responded, surveying Su Hao and his companions. There is but one assessment, which you newcomers must complete together. This task will also serve as your inaugural mission within the Special Abilities Group, investigating the supernatural phenomena at Qingfeng Park. Qingfeng Park? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Hao's eyes. It was indeed uncanny how fate intertwined. He had just been contemplating the supernatural occurrences he encountered there, and now his first task in the Special Abilities Group was to investigate that very matter. Was this mere coincidence, or was it an inevitability? Beep. Main quest triggered. The disappearance case at the park. Quest requirements. Thoroughly investigate the supernatural phenomena at Qingfeng Park and eradicate the root cause. Quest rewards. 1 ability point. Me and these 3? Su Hao directed his gaze towards the 2 men and 1 woman beside him. The young man with a crew cut was grimacing as he flexed his arms, while another man, donned in black-framed glasses and appearing to be in his late 20s, sat quietly. The woman, seemingly in her early 30s, possessed an unremarkable appearance. They must also be new recruits, he mused. I wonder what their abilities are. Specifically, it is the 5 of you. Captain Xing indicated the female officer at the door. Xiaoying, you are responsible for accompanying these newcomers to broaden their horizons. Wait. The officer named Xiaoying hesitated, questioning, is this appropriate? Allowing untrained newcomers to engage directly with supernatural phenomena seems perilously reckless. Aren't standard assessments usually? According to intelligence, the supernatural phenomena in that park are classified as E-level. Merely investigating poses minimal danger, Captain Xing interjected, his tone shifting ominously as he addressed Su Hao and the others. However, a lackadaisical approach could indeed lead to fatal consequences. The expressions of the 3 individuals, excluding Su Hao, shifted at his words. They had not anticipated that even a mere assessment could harbor such life-threatening risks. It appeared that this special ability structure was far from an easy undertaking. The crew-cut young man awkwardly inquired, Boss, are we really going to investigate unarmed? Don't we have any equipment? Of course, equipment is available, but it will only be provided after the assessment. Until you pass, you are not considered full members of the unit. Xiaoying, Please enlighten them on the regulations of the Special Abilities Group during the journey, Captain Xing instructed. Returning his attention to the documents and gesturing for them to leave, Su Hao and his companions exited the office. What exactly are these supernatural phenomena? The only female among them turned to Xiaoying, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Is there really a risk to our lives? There might be. Xiaoying admitted hesitantly. However, Captain Xing has merely tasked you with investigation. Observing from a distance should suffice. As long as you do not delve too deeply, you should be safe, especially since none of you are ordinary individuals. The four exchanged glances before following the officer out of the training building, boarding a police vehicle destined for Qifeng Park. In the car, Su Hao occupied the front passenger seat. By the way, how should I address you, senior? My name is Miao Weiing, the officer replied while driving. I joined the Special Abilities Group 3 months ago. So I am not much older than you in terms of experience. My ability is also E-level and is of the ordinary type, with an explosive speed approximately 3 times that of an average person. I am Zhang Chenghui, and my ability is also E-level, with strength and speed at 3 times the norm. The crew-cut young man chimed in, glancing at Su Hao. Dude, your ability must be impressive, right? You subdued me in one encounter earlier. I barely had a chance to react. Just a smattering of combat skills, nothing significant. I am Su Hao, rated E-level, with my physique, speed, and strength all at double the average. He understated his own abilities while observing the others. Are all of you ordinary type abilities? I possess a special type ability, the woman in her 30s interjected. I am Lu Yuan, with enhanced senses, hearing, smell, and sight are all over 3 times that of a typical person. Though my ability is classified as special, my rating is not high. I am also E-level. Abilities concerning the senses? Su Hao regarded her with renewed interest, as this was his first encounter with a support-type ability user. The bespectacled man spoke briefly. I am Gao Sibo, rated E-level, with strength and speed at double that of the average person. After his introduction, he fell silent, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. With introductions completed, the group had established a basic familiarity. Su Hao was not particularly invested in the 3 new recruits and had no desire to forge bonds, as they would soon undergo training and likely not cross paths with him again. He turned to the driver, Miao Weiing, and asked, what precisely constitutes these supernatural phenomena? How should we approach our investigation? This is a rather complex explanation, Miao Weiing replied, her expression revealing her discomfort. Ideally, you should have undergone training before this assessment. I am not certain why Captain Xing decided to let you engage with supernatural phenomena directly. Nonetheless, I shall summarize briefly. Supernatural phenomena encompass a myriad of categories. Typically, the most common involve ghosts or demonic entities. The occurrences at Qifeng Park likely fall into the latter category, possibly the result of a malevolent spirit or creature. Chapter 32, The Little Creatures. The 3 newcomers in the backseat exclaimed, monsters? Ghosts? Such entities as spirits and phantoms truly exist in this world? Although Su Hao had mentally prepared himself for such revelations, hearing Miao Weiing articulate them was still profoundly shocking. After all, the foundational beliefs he had held for so long were not easily swayed. The unsettling gaze he had felt in that pit, could it have been the watchful eyes of an unknown creature? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. He recalled the sobbing boy in the woods, whose father had been seized by a creature and dragged into a dark abyss. It was highly likely that the man had met a grisly fate. If he hadn't intervened in time, the boy too would have faced dire consequences. Indeed, supernatural phenomena were not something an ordinary person could contend with. Miao Weiing continued, supernatural phenomena, akin to those involving superhumans, are classified into 7 levels of danger: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Level F denotes a negligible threat that typically requires no intervention. Our regional superhuman group primarily addresses threats rated E and above. Su Hao inquired, how are these danger levels determined? By human casualties, Miao Weiing replied calmly. Phenomena that have not resulted in fatalities are classified as level F. However, should there be a loss of life, they are immediately escalated to level E or higher. The other 3 newcomers grew restless, engaging in hushed discussions filled with anxiety. Su Hao, however, had anticipated this. How many people have died in Qifeng Park? Currently, only 1 is confirmed, Miao Weiing responded. Driving the police car into the cordoned-off Qifeng Park and halting near a narrow path by the woods. We have arrived. Let us investigate the scene. Remember to stay together and refrain from acting independently, regardless of what you may encounter. The group disembarked, and officers patrolling the perimeter approached to inquire about their identities. Miao Wing retrieved her badge from her uniform pocket. The officers glanced at it, saluted, and allowed the five to proceed into the woods. As they walked along the sparsely populated forest path, the three newcomers, aside from Miao Wing and Su Hao, were tense. Their nerves taut with the fear of an unexpected creature leaping from behind a tree. Su Hao remained calm, even if he were to confront these so-called monsters. He felt no fear with his lightning element powers at his disposal. Not far ahead, they reached a dimly lit area of the woods, where a pit, large enough to accommodate a human head, was cordoned off with horizontal bars. A prominent "Do Not Approach" sign stood nearby. Stopping before the barricade, Miao Wing indicated the pit, saying, 2 days ago, a middle-aged man went missing in these woods. While on duty, a police officer came searching and claimed to see a shadow resembling a monkey darting into this pit. One officer, acting impulsively, reached into the pit to grab it. And then, he lost his hand. The four felt their breaths quicken as they stared at the pit, their expressions a lang of fear, curiosity, and tension. Based on the available intelligence, the organization speculated that the creature within the cave might be a type of spirit. Miao Wing glanced at the cave behind her, picked up a stone from the ground, and tossed it in. As the stone flew into the cave's opening, it was swiftly repelled by some unseen force, striking a tree trunk with a dull thud, causing the smaller branches to tremble violently from the impact. The strength and speed of such minor creatures were beyond that of ordinary humans, and they were generally cautious, seldom leaving their lairs unless absolutely certain of safety. Moreover, firearms were difficult to aim at such close range. Su Hao questioned if it is so perilous. Why not simply use explosives to obliterate whatever lies within the cave? That would be futile. Miao Wing shook her head. Unless we were to bomb the entire park, it is exceedingly difficult to eradicate a creature hidden beneath the earth. They are not foolish. They would have fled long before you set the explosives. Grenades would be ineffective. As demonstrated by the earlier incident with the stone, the buzzcut youth, Zhang Qinhui, could no longer contain himself, asking, then how are we to investigate? Shouldn't we find a way to lure it out? I am more inclined to ask what precisely we are investigating. Gao Sibo adjusted his glasses. As you mentioned, the incident occurred 2 days ago, and it is already suspected to involve a spirit. The pit is in plain sight. What more do we need to investigate? Indeed, there seemed little to uncover. As he had stated, their task was simply to devise a method to coax something from the pit and capture a couple of photographs, thereby concluding their assessment. Miao Wing took her phone from her pocket, aimed it at the four, activated the camera, and stepped aside. You can request assistance from the park's police force, but you must not disclose any information regarding the supernatural phenomena. From here on, I will report your performance truthfully. The evaluation officially begins. The four stood still, exchanging glances, uncertain. Zhang Chenghui leaned in. Shall we find a long stick or something to try and poke it out? A stick would likely be of little use. We might need something more robust. Perhaps a metal rod? Su Hao mused, gazing at the pit. If the creature inside could sever a human hand, what chance did a mere wooden stick have? It would likely be torn apart the moment it was thrust in. Furthermore, he doubted that prodding with a stick would compel it to emerge. This was a spirit, not a wild beast. A more practical approach would be to fill the pit with water. Gao Sibo suggested, since we can mobilize the station police force, why not procure a water hose to fill the pit? There were indeed many methods to coax the creature out. The dilemma lay in whether doing so would pose a danger to them. Upon hearing this, Su Hao and the others fell silent. According to Miao Wing, spirits were exceptionally elusive, making them nearly impossible to hit with firearms. How swift must they be? Coupled with team leader Xing's prior warnings of potential life-threatening risks, anxiety began to mount among them. It sounds like something is stirring inside, the middle-aged woman, Lu Yuan, whispered. The cave is shrouded in darkness. While I cannot discern what lies within, it seems something is digging. Do you think the spirit is preparing to escape? Don't hesitate. If the spirit emerges, I will deal with it. Su Hao grew impatient with the indecision and swiftly took charge of the group. Zhang Chenghui, go find a few iron rods and, if possible, some weapons. Gao Sibo, head over to the officers and request a water hose. Lu Yuan, keep an eye on the cave for any movements. It would be ideal to ascertain how far this cave extends. Understood. I'll be back shortly, Zhang Chenghui affirmed. I'm on my way to fetch the water hose. Gao Sibo said, setting off. Got it. I will see what I can do, Lu Yuan replied. The three, lacking a clear leader, were quick to follow Su Hao's commands, recognizing him as the strongest among them, and each set off to fulfill their tasks. While they busied themselves, Su Hao approached Miao Wing, who was still recording. May I inquire about the strength of these spirits? Beyond their speed, what other dangers do they possess? Okay, here's the refined version of your text, focusing on enhanced vocabulary and sentence structure while retaining the original meaning. Chapter 33. Firearm proficiency. The diminutive monstrosities present a level of peril analogous to that of a trained E-class adept, wielding claws and teeth with bestial ferocity. A multitude of forms have been documented, the majority lacking extraordinary abilities. That being stated, Miao Weiing elucidated, appending a cautionary note. The conjecture that these caverns harbor such creatures is merely speculative. It would behoove you to maintain a state of readiness for immediate egress. Understood. Su Hao's gaze drifted towards the sidearm holstered at her waist. Might I avail myself of your firearm? Miao Weiing regarded him with suspicion. For what purpose would you require a weapon? Self-preservation, naturally. Su Hao responded matter-of-factly. Surely, an organization engaged in such hazardous endeavors equips its operatives with firearms? Strictly speaking, lending it to you is not proscribed. Miao Weiing hesitated briefly. However, do you possess any degree of proficiency in its use? You are not, after all, a graduate of the police academy. A modicum. Su Hao glanced skyward, a trace of discomfiture in his tone. During university ROTC training, I had the occasion to discharge live rounds at a target, albeit a mere 5. The rifles employed in collegiate training bear little resemblance to handguns. The policewoman interjected with a hint of derision. Let us not dwell on such minutiae. Su Hao shrugged dismissively. A handgun presents no insurmountable challenge. One merely loads, disengages the safety, aligns the sights, and discharges the weapon. After having observed countless cinematic gunfights, who could profess ignorance? Moreover, my reaction speed ensures adequate precision. Very well. Your argument is not without merit. Miao Weiing, with an air of resignation, retrieved her service-issue Type 92 pistol from its holster and extended it towards Su Hao. These creatures are exceedingly swift. At close quarters, you may lack the opportunity for deliberate aiming. Exercise caution, lest you suffer a fatal bite to the neck. I am indebted for the warning. Su Hao accepted the firearm, his countenance betraying no emotion, though inwardly he seethed with excitement. This marked his inaugural encounter with a handgun. What male does not harbor an affinity for weaponry? The frigid metallic texture, the substantial heft, the immense destructive potential, all served to ignite a fervent passion. Though he had discharged a rifle during his university training, the experience was fleeting, the memory obscured save for the recollection of aching limbs. Upon the culmination of this evaluation and subsequent induction into the organization, I shall be entitled to possess my own sidearm. New expertise acquired. Firearms. The system notification resonated within his consciousness. Su Hao, elated, accessed the system interface and located the newly acquired firearms expertise. Expend 3 proficiency points to elevate firearm proficiency to novice level. Expend 10 proficiency points to elevate firearm proficiency to adept level. Expend 30 proficiency points to elevate firearm proficiency to expert level. Without hesitation, he elevated his firearm proficiency to the expert level, having amassed a surplus of proficiency points from recent assignments. To ensure his velocity matched that of the creatures, Su Hao allocated the 4 attribute points acquired from the primary quest to agility, resulting in a palpable lightness and an agility score exceeding 20. With 108 proficiency points remaining, Su Hao surveyed his remaining points and resolved to advance his combat expertise by a single level. Expend 100 proficiency points to elevate combat prowess to master level. Astonishing. The cost of achieving mastery is exorbitant, exceeding 3-fold the previous expenditure. Su Hao, taken aback, harbored heightened expectations for the master level. He had initially intended to conserve his points for instruction in the martial arts of the 8 Extremities School. However, upon reflection, he recognized the inherent value of his existing combat expertise. Elevating it to the master level prior to studying other martial disciplines might foster a synergistic effect. Upgrade. A torrent of knowledge inundated his mind. When Su Hao reopened his eyes, he felt as though eons had elapsed, though in reality, a mere handful of seconds had transpired. Presently, the novice trio had assembled the necessary equipment, connecting plastic tubing to a nearby faucet to commence the inundation of the pit. My comrade. I procured several batons and riot shields from the local constabulary. Do you deem them adequate? Zhang Chenghui, laden with equipment, returned to find Su Hao brandishing a handgun, his eyes widening in astonishment. Good heavens, from whence did you obtain that? Su Hao gestured towards Miao Weiing. I requested it from her. Esteemed colleague, might I also avail myself of such an implement? Zhang Chenghui, abandoning his burden, ingratiated himself before Miao Weiing. You are too late. Miao Weiing extended her open palm. I possess but a single sidearm. Inconceivable. Zhang Chenghui emitted a lamentation, resigned to retrieving the batons and riot shields, casting envious glances towards Su Hao's firearm, lamenting his tardiness in requesting the weapon. Su Hao, disregarding him, selected a riot shield, testing its weight. These shields, ubiquitous in law enforcement and security settings, are fabricated from transparent polycarbonate, rendering them lightweight yet robust, possessing impact resistance comparable to steel. With this shield, our safety is further assured. Su Hao distributed the remaining shields to his companions, stating, Lu Yuan, your abilities are ill-suited for direct engagement. Maintain a safe distance from the aperture, lest you become a target for any emergent creatures. Lu Yuan nodded, retreating several paces behind the group. In addition to the sound of inundation, I detect peculiar guttural vocalizations emanating from within. However, the sound of excavation has temporarily ceased. Guttural vocalizations? Emanating from the creatures? Su Hao instinctively glanced at Miao Yueying, who, clutching her mobile device, retreated to the rear, evidently unwilling to intercede on their behalf. Utilizing the sounds of inundation, can you discern the extent of the subterranean network? Su Hao inquired of Lu Yuan, faintly perceiving the flow of water and sensing its passage beneath his feet. We must remain vigilant, lest the creatures circumvent us through alternate routes. Lu Yuan closed her eyes, concentrating intently, extending her finger to trace the subterranean flow, commencing from the aperture. The others, comprehending her intent, gripped their shields, tracking the direction indicated by her fingertip. A muffled thud reverberated beneath their feet. Before Su Hao could react, a simian entity, devoid of fur and besmirched with earth, erupted from the ground, lunging towards him with unrestrained ferocity. Acting on instinct, he raised his shield in defense. Bang! The creature collided with the shield, emitting a pained screech, rebounding to the earth. Su Hao, staggered by the impact, nearly lost his footing. The diminutive monstrosity, scarcely exceeding a meter in height, was adorned with grotesque folds of flesh, its eyes resembling minute green beads, its limbs those of a wild beast, its jaws displaying remnants of raw flesh. Lu Yuan, startled by the sudden appearance of the creature, emitted a piercing scream. While the creature's visage is undeniably unsettling, the woman's fortitude is lamentable. Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided, with unnecessary elements removed and the language enhanced. Chapter 34, Apprehension. Lu Yuan, being a non-combatant, was of little consequence. The other two youths were evidently intimidated by the creature's appearance. Despite clutching batons and riot shields, they remained rooted. Failing to assist Su Hao promptly, Su Hao had not anticipated their aid. He regained his composure and swiftly aimed his already cocked pistol at the creature. His expert marksmanship rendered the weapon an extension of his own body. Though not infallible, he was confident in his accuracy within a dozen meters. Almost instantaneously, Su Hao targeted the imp's diminutive form and discharged the firearm. The deafening report echoed through the forest. However, the imp, anticipating the shot, propelled itself away with astonishing velocity, disappearing into the dense thicket. The bullet impacted the ground, erupting in a spray of soil. TCH a miss. Su Hao clicked his tongue in displeasure, firing several more rounds at the fleeing imp, yet to no avail. A pity, the proximity was ideal. To squander such an opportunity, as Miao Yueying had indicated, firearms were largely ineffective against such creatures. Their speed and diminutive size rendered them elusive targets. It escaped. Does this conclude the assessment? The others, save Su Hao, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Fortunately, the assessment merely involved investigation. It was unimaginable how they could have subdued a creature impervious to firearms. I can neutralize it. Give me a few minutes. Discarding the riot shield, Su Hao plunged into the forest. He had not forgotten his primary objective, to personally eradicate the source of the trouble. Don't act unilaterally. Miao Yueying, the supervisor, pursued him, instructing the others to remain behind. The trio exchanged glances, feeling superfluous. Within the forest, the diminutive imp moved with uncanny agility, traversing the terrain like a feral beast. Its speed must be at least double that of an average person. Fortunately, I prioritized agility. Otherwise, I would be unable to keep pace. Su Hao scanned the landscape, seeking the optimal route. What are you doing? The assessment is complete. Further action is not required of you. Miao Yueying swiftly caught up, her enhanced speed making the pursuit effortless. I am confident in my ability to eliminate it. Su Hao offered a perfunctory explanation. Would resolving the supernatural phenomenon during the assessment not garner a more favorable evaluation? Does the Bureau prohibit us from eliminating this imp? Miao Yueying hesitated. Elimination is permissible. Precisely. Su Hao probed. Ms. Miao, could you render me a service? Miao Yueying retorted. Were you not confident in your ability to resolve the situation? Su Hao chuckled sheepishly. With your assistance, my odds would be considerably improved. Proceed. Miao Yueying acquiesced. Perhaps due to her familiarity with the video of Su Hao suppressing the aberrant, she held a degree of confidence in his capabilities. Su Hao conferred with Miao Yueying in hushed tones. After some deliberation, she accelerated, overtaking the imp. The imp, sensing an obstruction, lunged at Miao Yueying without hesitation, adopting a posture of lethal aggression, indicative of its savage nature. Miao Yueying swiftly altered her course, retreating. Despite her speed, she lacked the imp's raw strength. Proximity would be fatal. A gunshot reverberated. As the imp lunged, Su Hao fired a preemptive shot, striking one of its forelimbs. The imp, wounded and in pain, abandoned Miao Yueying and resumed its flight. However, the injury significantly hampered its speed, allowing Su Hao to close the distance. Su Hao fired again, the bullet piercing the imp's chest. The simian-like creature collapsed, lifeless. Is it over? Su Hao approached cautiously, only to realize that the system had not registered the completion of his task. He paused, firing additional rounds into the downed creature, which responded with a renewed display of agony. It feigned death. Had I approached, I would have been ambushed. Su Hao felt a surge of apprehension. Despite his superior physique and elemental abilities, close-quarters combat was fraught with peril. Its vitality is remarkable. Despite multiple gunshot wounds, it remains animated. An ordinary human would have succumbed. As he contemplated firing additional rounds, he discovered that he was out of ammunition. The pistol's magazine held 15 rounds. Su Hao, with his expert marksmanship, had expended 15 rounds to merely wound the imp. Did you succeed? Miao Yueying, catching up, expressed astonishment at the sight of the fallen imp. In her 3 months with the Bureau, she had participated in similar operations and understood the imp's danger. Typically, a containment team of at least 3 E-class operatives was required to effectively neutralize it. Su Hao had accomplished this feat single-handedly. A stroke of luck. I fired indiscriminately and managed to hit it. Su Hao returned the pistol to Miao Yueying. The magazine is empty. Do you have spare ammunition? Miao Yueying retrieved a fresh magazine from her belt and expertly reloaded the pistol. Capturing it alive would be ideal. Remain here. I will procure a rope to bind it. The organization offers rewards for live specimens. It is still alive? Su Hao eyed the struggling creature. He had fired multiple rounds into it. Even if it had survived the initial barrage, it should not have endured. Miao Yueying countered, mere perforations. The vitality of such creatures exceeds that of ordinary beings. As long as the head and heart remain intact, death is unlikely. Ensure that it does not escape. With these words, she departed to retrieve a rope. Su Hao approached the imp, maintaining a safe distance, and observed it vigilantly. The creature's blood was a peculiar crimson hue, and the gunshot wounds were constricting, halting the flow of blood. Its regenerative capabilities were extraordinary. Chapter 35, Casual conversation. In just a few minutes, Miao Yueying returned with a rope, tossing it to Su Hao and indicating that he should bind the little creature. As Su Hao approached with the rope, the creature bared its teeth menacingly, attempting to intimidate him. Seizing its claw, he skillfully bound its limbs together, employing a method akin to that of securing a crab. With the creature tightly restrained, Su Hao and Miao Yueying retraced their steps. Good heavens! You truly captured this monster. The trio of onlookers, who had been waiting anxiously, were utterly astonished to see Su Hao holding the feeble little creature. As fellow newly inducted superhumans, they couldn't comprehend the vast disparity in their abilities, while they remained helpless. Su Hao had managed to independently subdue a monster in less than 5 minutes. Miao Yueying waved her hand, saying, "The assessment has concluded. You all should return and await further notice. The police will arrive shortly to handle the scene. Mr. Su and I must report to the Superhuman Division to submit our findings." With that, she signaled for Su Hao to follow her back to the police car, where he took his place in the rear, keeping the creature subdued. Ding. Main mission completed. Mission reward, 1 superpower point. Wrapping the bound creature in a cloth bag, he inquired, "Where are we headed? To the Superhuman Sub-Bureau?" "Indeed," Miao Yueying affirmed as she drove away from the park. "To be honest, I never expected you to actually catch that little creature. Originally, Captain Xing had planned to send someone to deal with it this afternoon. But that is no longer necessary." Curious, Su Hao asked, "Why does the Superhuman Division require a live specimen?" "It holds research value," Miao Yueying replied. "The little creatures are mutated life forms resulting from genetic anomalies. They were once ordinary animals, and the government has yet to determine the cause of their mutations. Much like how the origins of superhuman abilities remain a mystery. So, in simpler terms, These little creatures are akin to animals that have awakened superpowers? Su Hao pondered, realizing that, from a certain perspective, superhumans might also be considered mutated life forms. Casting a disdainful glance at the grotesque little creature, Su Hao remarked, "What exactly is its true form? It is quite an eyesore." In a playful tone, Miao Yueying replied, "Perhaps it is a stray cat or dog. Animals tend to mutate more dramatically than humans, so it's not unusual for their appearances to change significantly. On our last mission, we even encountered a creature resembling an alien facehugger." Su Hao laughed. "Is that for real? If such a thing exists, I would certainly like to witness it." "You might have the opportunity in the future," Miao Yueying whispered. "I overheard Captain Xing complaining yesterday that the workload for the superhuman division is likely to increase. It's unexpected that so many superhumans have suddenly emerged this morning. Typically, we might not see new recruits for an entire year." "Oh, what has happened?" Su Hao feigned ignorance. "I'm not sure." Miao Yueying shook her head. "The higher-ups have not disclosed any information. However, I suspect it may be related to yesterday's meteor shower. It truly resembled a large-scale supernatural phenomenon, don't you think?" "Yes, it does seem that way," Su Hao nodded. "A meteor shower covering the entire country is quite peculiar. Not just the nation," Miao Yueying corrected him. "That meteor shower was actually global in scale." "Is that so?" Su Hao was taken aback, having only seen reports on domestic meteor impacts without paying attention to international news. A worldwide meteor shower, what a bizarre thought. It defied explanation as merely an astronomical event. He would not dismiss the notion of extraterrestrial influence behind it. Miao Yueying inquired, "According to your records, a meteor struck the roof of your building yesterday, correct? Did you go to inspect the crater?" "That is indeed the case," Su Hao replied, glancing nervously out the window. "Inspect?" "The news reported radiation, so I didn't go." The meteor had not merely struck his roof, it had nearly hit him directly. As for inspecting the crater, the meteor had been entirely consumed by his home system, leaving no remnants to observe. "I heard Captain Xing mention that the radioactivity from the meteor is actually beneficial for superhumans. Research suggests it can slightly enhance their abilities." Miao Yueying glanced at Su Hao in the rearview mirror. "It seems that your community was the only one in the city to experience a meteor fall. After work, I plan to visit your neighborhood to check out the crater. Are you coming to our community?" "You're welcome to." Su Hao had long known that the meteor was actually a superpower crystal, but to avoid revealing that knowledge, he feigned surprise. However, the notion that the crater could enhance superpowers seems rather extraordinary. Is it possible that the higher-ups managed to capture the fallen meteor? "I can't say for certain. But given the nation's substantial capabilities, capturing a meteor should not pose a challenge." As their conversation shifted, the atmosphere in the car grew somewhat somber. The little creature, tightly bound, continued to emit distressing shrieks. Su Hao, in frustration, stuffed a portion of the rope into its mouth to stifle its cries, but to his dismay, the creature's mouth oozed a repugnant, reddish saliva that filled the air with a foul stench. "Is there any way we could place this creature in the trunk?" Su Hao suggested. "Absolutely not," Miao Yueying replied, glancing at the rearview mirror. "What if it breaks free from the bindings? Just hold on a bit longer. We will arrive at the station shortly." Reluctantly, Su Hao placed a sack over the creature's head and rolled down the windows to allow for air circulation. As he observed the saliva, streaked with blood, he recalled the lost child he had sent to the police station days prior. Had that person truly been consumed by this creature? Yes, Miao Yueying's expression grew slightly serious. Most little creatures, when hungry, behave much like wild carnivorous animals, exhibiting extreme aggression. In a metropolis, humans are undoubtedly their primary prey. So, how do we explain this to the families of the deceased? Su Hao fell silent for a moment, realizing that the father of the missing boy would never return. The aftermath would be the responsibility of the local police. Typically, they would announce the individual as missing or deceased, and the government would provide some compensation to the victims' families. As the conversation drifted, it took on a weighty tone. "Let us not dwell on that," Su Hao said, patting the sack containing the little creature. "What rewards are there for submitting this thing?" 20 points, Miao Yueying explained. "And you'll receive a third-class merit." She elaborated, "The superhuman division has a point contribution system. Points can be used to evaluate promotions and can also be exchanged for special items, such as additional paid leave." "Oh, is that so?" Su Hao responded, intrigued. "1 point can be exchanged for an entire day off?" "Indeed," Miao Yueying smiled. "It's quite enviable. You've only just joined the superhuman division. Yet you've already earned 20 days of paid leave. Typically, capturing little creatures like this requires 3 or 4 people to share the 20 points. Chapter 36. Ji Qingmin. During a leisurely conversation, The vehicle arrived at a semi-restricted special police bureau on the outskirts. The two alighted from the car, with Su Hao carrying a sack as he followed Miao Yuing into the lobby. They traversed down a corridor and arrived at a room resembling a confinement chamber, separated by dense iron bars, within a narrow space of less than 10 square meters. At Miao Yuing's gesture, Su Hao tossed the small creature inside and locked the cell. By tomorrow at the latest, the Research Institute will send someone to retrieve this specimen. For now, let's head to register your contribution points, she remarked, leading him towards another part of the building. Glancing at his phone, Su Hao noted it was 3 in the afternoon. After a hectic morning, he had yet to eat and sighed, wondering how much longer the process of joining the ability group would take. As they walked, a man in a yellow shirt approached from across the corridor, greeting them. "Oh, Xiaoing is back. Is this newcomer?" Miao Yueying smiled and replied, "Yes. This is the martial arts expert who has been trending online today." In response to her playful teasing, Su Hao shrugged and introduced himself to the man in yellow. "I am Su Hao, having just joined the ability group today. I look forward to your guidance, senior." The man before him was robust, towering half a head above Su Hao, who stood at over 6 feet tall. He had the rugged appearance of a tough guy, likely in his early 30s. "So you are the one everyone is talking about online. Impressive," he exclaimed, returning Su Hao's smile and clapping a hand on his shoulder. "I am Ji Qingjun. From now on, we shall be colleagues. If you don't mind, you can call me Qingmin." "Sounds good," Su Hao replied, unperturbed. Given that this man was nearly a decade older, calling him brother didn't seem disadvantageous. Miao Weiing joked, "Su Hao, this one is a senior in our group. Besides possessing physical capabilities twice that of an ordinary person, he has a unique ability that can incapacitate living beings, although it only lasts for a mere 10 seconds. Everyone in the group calls him Ji Wu." "Hey Xiaoing, what are you saying? Don't ruin my imposing image in front of the newcomer." Ji Qingmin interjected quickly, indicating a friendly rapport between them. Su Hao, puzzled, inquired, "Incapacitation of living beings? What does that entail?" "Oh, quite literally. As long as I make contact with a living being, I can render them powerless," Ji Qingmin explained, gesturing to the hand resting on Su Hao's shoulder. "I'm not well versed in theory, and explaining it can be quite convoluted. Would you mind if I demonstrate?" "Are there any side effects?" Su Hao asked, hesitating. "Rest assured, there are absolutely none," Ji Qingmin assured him. "Then go ahead and demonstrate," Su Hao responded, intrigued by the unique ability and willing to experience it since there were no side effects. With a slight exertion of pressure from his hand on Su Hao's shoulder, a sensation akin to a tingling electric current rapidly spread from his shoulder, rendering Su Hao completely immobile. Even his eyelids could not flutter. It was a sensation difficult to articulate, both numbing and uncomfortable, akin to accidentally brushing against a nerve, leaving him paralyzed, as if his very blood had slowed to a crawl. After a few moments, Ji Qingmin withdrew his hand, and it took several seconds for Su Hao to regain sensation. "How was that? Impressive, right?" Ji Qingmin grinned. "Indeed. It's quite a formidable ability," Su Hao nodded in agreement. "That overwhelming numbing sensation felt as though my brain had entirely lost control over my body." In close combat with an adversary, this ability could decisively determine the victor in an instant. The capacity to incapacitate was, in fact, nearly on par with his own electrical powers. Had he possessed such an ability earlier, he might have subdued mutant ability users in a single move. "Little brother, your abilities are remarkable as well. An ordinary person struck by my power would take at least 10 seconds to regain their speech. Yet you recovered in just 3 or 4 seconds, Ji Qingmin remarked, astonished at Su Hao's quick recovery. He turned to Miao Yueying and asked, "Xiaoing, how long did it take you to recover back then? 7 seconds or 8? What significance does that have?" Miao Yueying rolled her eyes, unabashedly pointing out the triviality. "Su Hao, his ability isn't as powerful as it seems. Not only does it require physical contact, but the duration of incapacitation decreases with stronger individuals. In fact, living beings can gradually develop resistance to his ability, rendering it ineffective by the third encounter," she elucidated. "Oh, it has so many limitations?" Su Hao expressed mild surprise, realizing that Ji Qingmin's unique ability had its constraints. "Little brother, what is your ability?" Ji Qingmin inquired. Su Hao replied, "My ability is rather ordinary, merely granting me physical capabilities that are twice that of an average person." "You are too modest," Miao Yueying interjected. "I believe your abilities exceed mere ordinariness. The records indicate you have not undergone any training, yet your skills are comparable to those of rigorously trained special forces. You even managed to hit a small creature on your first attempt with a firearm, something other ordinary ability users cannot achieve." Ji Qingmin was taken aback. You shot and hit a small creature? What on earth were you doing? Old Ji, we had a slow afternoon, Miao Yueying shrugged. Team leader Xing asked me to take this batch of newcomers to investigate Qingfeng Park as a test project, and unexpectedly, this young man managed to capture the small creature all by himself. Su Hao remained composed. It was all thanks to Miss Miao's assistance. Ji Qingmin was left speechless, patting Su Hao's shoulder and praising the young man's promising future. How many ability users are there in our city? Su Hao inquired. 9, Miao Yueying replied. With the addition of you newcomers, there are now 13. That is quite few. Do the others work in this building? Su Hao was mildly astonished. A major city having only 9 ability users suggested that the national total might not exceed 200. The ability group operates on flexible hours, gathering only when tasks arise. Typically, aside from internal staff, only a handful of duty-bound ability users are present in the building, she explained. Actually, our city's number isn't too low. The neighboring city has only 6 recently. The ability group has been expanding. I've heard they plan to establish a minimum of 100 personnel per city. I really don't know where they will find so many ability users, Miao Yueying continued. 100 personnel? That's more than a tenfold expansion, Su Hao mused, realizing the impending surge of ability users would be akin to a post-rain bloom of mushrooms. He pondered where the government had gleaned such insights. Had they already surmised that the meteor shower was the source of all this? After a brief chat, Miao Yueying guided Su Hao to register his contribution points, while Ji Qingmin excused himself for another matter. At the computer, Su Hao entered his information. With this, he officially became a civil servant under the national establishment. Chapter 37. Visiting the meteorite crater. The titles within the Special Abilities group are categorized into 9 ranks. Currently, Su Hao occupies the lowest rank as a Level 1 member, while his official guise is that of a Level 2 police inspector, equivalent to a deputy section-level civil servant. It is indeed commendable to secure an official position upon entering the workforce. Gazing at the points displayed on his computer, Su Hao inquired, how many points are required to ascend to Level 2 membership? According to the regulations, each elevation in rank corresponds to an advancement in police rank, meaning that a Level 2 member is akin to a Level 1 police inspector, a legitimate section-level cadre. 50 points, came the reply. A Level 3 member requires 100 points, and a Level 4 member needs 300 points. Miao Yueying, with a resigned expression, stated, the Special Abilities group does not have many tasks, and it took me 3 months to accumulate 30 points. It seems I may not even reach Level 3 in the next year or so. That may not be the case, Su Hao chuckled. Isn't it said that supernatural phenomena will become increasingly frequent? Perhaps I will be promoted to Level 3 next month. Miao Yueying laughed softly, please spare me. Too many tasks would certainly wear one out. Indeed, Su Hao responded with a hearty laugh. Miao Yueying, a police officer with an appearance of grace, possessed a rather carefree personality, which was not a flaw but rather an asset, making her a pleasant colleague to work with. After completing the documentation, the two proceeded to the warehouse to collect their standard equipment, a police-issued Type 92 handgun, a satellite phone, and a National Special Operations identification. The benefits of the Special Abilities group are quite substantial. A Level 1 member is permitted to carry a firearm, and Su Hao was fortunate enough to bypass the month-long training, although he still needed to memorize the regulations to avoid penalties in case of incidents. Miao Yueying shared an electronic document containing the rules with him. As Su Hao perused the lengthy list of regulations, he felt overwhelmed. Memorizing all this would be no simple task. Perhaps it would be wise to upgrade his mental acuity? He pondered whether that attribute was linked to intelligence. Miao Yueying glanced at her phone and remarked, we were supposed to meet with Captain Xing after the assessment, but it seems he has other matters to attend to. So let's leave for now. With a sigh of relief, Su Hao felt the affairs of the Special Abilities group had finally concluded. Miao Yueying winked. Let us go to your neighborhood. Oh. Su Hao recalled that Miao Yueying had mentioned wanting to visit the meteorite crater. Before heading home, let us dine first. It's my treat. He realized he had not eaten all day, and his stomach was nearing emptiness. Then I shall not be polite, Miao Yueying replied with a smile. There is a great rice bowl restaurant nearby. I will take you there. After finishing their meal at the restaurant, they took a taxi back to Su Hao's neighborhood. The gate to the rooftop of the building was open, yet a sign forbidding entry stood before them. Crossing the barrier, Su Hao noticed 2 police officers stationed near the crater, and some unusual commotion emanated from below. What's your purpose here? One officer shouted. Can't you see the sign outside? Quickly leave. Miao Yueying skillfully produced her Special Abilities group identification. We are from the National Special Operations Department. here to inspect the meteorite crater. The two officers glanced at the identification and allowed Su Hao and Miao Yuang to enter, one of them muttering, "Which special operations department is this? They seem to come every day. This is the fourth group already." It appeared that other members of the special abilities group had visited before them. This crater is quite small, Su Hao thought. If I hadn't known in advance, I would find it hard to believe this is indeed a meteorite crater. Miao Yuang approached the crater, which was about a meter wide, and peered inside. "Hey, there are people down there. Are they residents of this building?" Su Hao replied, "I recall this unit being unoccupied." He leaned closer to the edge to look inside and saw several workers in protective suits digging into the floor of the building. It appeared they intended to excavate the entire meteorite crater. Digging 3 feet deep, they leave no remnants of the supernatural crystal behind, he mused. Realizing these were researchers from an institute, Miao Yuang recognized the workers' attire and pointed at the Big Dipper emblem on their suits, explaining to Su Hao, "That's the insignia of the North Science Research Institute. Many supernatural items we acquire in the Special Abilities Group are processed there, aside from those submitted to the Kyoto Research Institute. For instance, the little creature you captured today will also be sent to the headquarters of the Research Institute." "Oh, I see," Su Hao jested. "We are fortunate to have arrived early. Otherwise, we would have missed the crater entirely. The Research Institute is always remarkably swift." Miao Yuang chuckled. But as she circled the crater again, a puzzled expression crept onto her face. Other members from different cities' special abilities groups reported feeling warm and experiencing a slight enhancement of their abilities in front of the crater. "Yet I feel nothing special. Am I too late? Su Hao, do you sense anything?" "None at all," Su Hao answered candidly. A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that his removal of the still dissipating supernatural crystal was the reason Miao Yuang felt no enhancement? He felt a pang of guilt. Having reached a conclusion in his mind, Su Hao maintained a composed demeanor and suggested, "Since there's no effect, shall we head back? Would you like to come over to my place for a visit?" Such enthusiasm. Are you attempting to woo me?" Miao Yuang exclaimed, casting a flirtatious glance at Su Hao. "Though you are quite a nice person, I'm not currently seeking a romantic relationship. I merely intended it as a casual invitation." Su Hao shrugged helplessly. "As long as you're happy." Miao Yuang feigned displeasure. "Hey, your bluntness is rather hurtful." My apologies," he conceded. After a bit more light conversation, Miao Yuang ultimately visited Su Hao's home, exchanged contact information, and reminded him to carry the satellite phone before bidding farewell. After seeing Miao Yuang off, Su Hao settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. The Special Abilities Group, while indeed demanding, offered ample free time outside of tasks and allowed for vacation exchanges with accrued points. For someone like him, possessing a system, it was an ideal and perfect job. Su Hao speculated that the attendance tasks of the Special Abilities Group would likely become part of the system's missions, similar to today's main assessment task. A main mission. Indeed, typically, main quests in games serve to guide the primary narrative. Yet, in his case, aside from the first main mission directing him to reach level 5 before the meteor shower, subsequent main missions relied solely on his own triggers. Now, it seemed the main mission had come to a halt. This system appeared somewhat unreliable. Beep. Main mission released. Promotion in the Special Abilities Group. Mission requirement. Achieve promotion to level 3 member within 1 month. Mission reward. All attributes increased by 2 points. Chapter 38. When Qingliu's visit indeed, as the saying goes, what is spoken often comes to pass. Su Hao, upon hearing the notification sound beside his ear, furrowed his brow. To advance to level 3 within a month requires acquiring 150 points, does it not? This main quest seems quite challenging. Miao Yuang has been in the ability group for 3 months and has yet to reach level 2. While it is true that since the emergence of the ability tide, accumulating points has become significantly easier, achieving level 3 in just 1 month feels rather rushed. 150 points imply that he must single-handedly capture nearly 8 small creatures. Whether he can capture them is one concern, in such a brief span of time. Where would he find that many small creatures to catch? It would be fortunate to encounter 1 or 2, while the remaining attendance tasks rely solely on luck, leaving no clear direction for effort. What a predicament! Su Hao opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Although the system tasks ostensibly lack a punitive mechanism, there is no threat of annihilation for failing to complete a task, which is commendable. The nature of this main quest is capricious, devoid of any discernible pattern, which is truly vexing. Could it be that the system intends for him to rise to a prominent position within the ability group? Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Has Xiaoyi returned from school? Su Hao approached the entrance to open the door, only to be taken aback by a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure standing outside. Wenqing Lu, what brings you to my home? Indeed. The person at the door was none other than the receptionist from his previous company. Are you all right? I heard there were quite a few incidents in your neighborhood last night. I meant to call you at noon, but no one answered. So I took the liberty of coming to see you. Wenqing Lu timidly lowered her head, clutching a fruit basket in her hands. I'm perfectly fine. I just went out to handle some matters at noon and had my phone on silent. He had been busy capturing small creatures in Qingfeng Park, so it was only natural he missed the call. That's a relief. Wenqing Lu placed her small hand over her chest, exhaling in relief. I saw Manager Lu being taken away by the police today and thought something had happened to you. Come in and let us talk. Su Hao had no intention of refusing her entry and invited her to sit in the living room. As they settled on the sofa, Su Hao opened the refrigerator and handed her a can of drink. Thank you for the reminder on your phone yesterday. It was nothing. Wenqing Lu smiled shyly, then grew concerned. What on earth happened yesterday? Did those people cause you trouble? Well, you could say that. Su Hao replied calmly. That group disturbed my sleep in the middle of the night, so I had to teach them a lesson and called the police to take them away. You fought back against the people Manager Lu sent? Wenqing Lu blinked, incredulous. Is that true? You're really impressive. How many were there? 9. Su Hao shrugged. Actually, I practiced combat skills before. Dealing with a bunch of small thugs was like childish play. I'm glad you're okay. Wenqing Lu appeared half convinced by Su Hao's words. After all, during her year at the company, she had never heard of him practicing any martial arts. Is there anything else? Wenqing Lu fidgeted, taking a sip of her drink, her gaze wandering as if she were grappling with some internal conflict. Finally, summoning her courage, she raised her delicate hand. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Could you hold my hand first? Holding hands? Why? Su Hao was taken aback. Could it be that she intended to confess? He hadn't mentally prepared himself for such a moment. His heart raced slightly, and before he could speak, Wenqing Lu's gentle hand was already resting on his. Warm, soft, cold. Wait a moment. Cold. Why are your hands so icy? Su Hao exclaimed in surprise, grasping her delicate hand, only to discover that Wenqing Lu felt as cold as a lifeless object devoid of warmth. I'm not sure why. A colleague mentioned my hands were very cold when I finished work today, and that's when I noticed. Wenqing Lu set her drink aside, appearing awkward. I don't feel anything wrong with my body, yet I have no temperature, and everything I touch has become cold. Do you think I should go to the hospital? Su Hao observed the can she had just set down, which was now covered in a layer of frost, emanating a chilling white mist, even colder than when it had been taken from the refrigerator. A body that was frigid all over, and which could cool anything it touched. Could it be that this girl had awakened an ability? Wenqing Lu, would you accompany me in a little game? Su Hao's expression turned serious as he grasped her petite hand. Close your eyes and try to focus all your attention on this hand, exerting strength throughout your body. Okay. With her hand held by Su Hao, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Wenqing Lu blushed, somewhat flustered, and closed her eyes tightly. As expected, the temperature of her palm grew increasingly colder, dropping from a chilly 10 degrees to the freezing point. The once delicate and warm skin had turned as solid and smooth as ice. Su Hao felt as though he was grasping a block of ice freshly retrieved from a freezer, the frigid temperature causing his hand to ache, and it continued to decrease. Indeed, this was an ability. Ice element. Or perhaps something of a unique nature. Moments later, even with Su Hao's resilience, he could no longer withstand the low temperature. Releasing Wenqing Lu's hand and moving his own, now reddened from the cold, to restore circulation. If an ordinary person were to experience this, their entire hand might have frozen solid. Rest assured, your low body temperature is not indicative of any illness. Su Hao pondered how to explain the existence of abilities to Wenqing Lu. Do you believe in supernatural phenomena? Why do you ask that? Wenqing Lu, caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic, paused before responding ambiguously. I suppose I'm half convinced. It's hard to say if I truly believe or not. Her perspective mirrored that of many regarding the supernatural. Even if they claimed disbelief, deep down, they could not entirely dismiss the possibility. If I were to say that your current condition falls under a supernatural phenomenon, would you believe it? Su Hao smiled, recognizing that since Wenqing Lu was not a staunch materialist, it would be easier to explain. What are you talking about? Wenqing Lu's mouth slightly agape. She looked at Su Hao in confusion, momentarily unable to comprehend his words. Take a look for yourself. Su Hao dripped a drop of drink onto the back of her hand. The low temperature of her hand had not yet dissipated, and under their gaze, the drop of liquid rapidly froze into ice. Chapter 39. Has she awakened her powers? Impossible. Has it really frozen? How could my hands be that cold? Wen Qingliu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the ice beads forming on the back of her hands. She felt no change in temperature and was utterly unaware that her hands had dipped below freezing point. I suspect you might have awakened ice-related powers, though we cannot dismiss the possibility of a unique ability. Su Hao spoke with conviction. When he awakened, rather, upgraded his lightning element ability. He felt as if electricity coursed through him, his skin charred, as if he had shed a layer of skin. Wen Qingliu's current state could very well be a manifestation of awakening an elemental ability. After all, if lightning is electrifying, it stands to reason that ice might be chilling as well. Su Hao, you aren't just messing with me, are you? Where did you get your magic props? Wen Qingliu could hardly believe in the existence of such powers, blinking in astonishment, convinced that Su Hao was merely performing a trick. When have I ever performed magic? Su Hao chuckled helplessly, secretly wishing to showcase his mastery over the lightning element, yet refraining from the urge to flaunt his prowess. If you don't believe it, go to the kitchen, fill your hands with water, and try closing your eyes like I showed you. See if the water freezes. Wen Qingliu, half convinced, made her way to the kitchen, cupping some water in her hands and closing her eyes to concentrate. Moments later, the water began to freeze gradually. Within seconds, it transformed into a solid block of ice. Upon opening her eyes and witnessing the miraculous sight, she was utterly stunned. It really froze? Her eyes widened as she stared at the ice in her hands, disbelief etched on her face. Tossing the ice back into the sink, she filled her hands with water once more, and predictably, it soon morphed into another block of ice. Well, do you still think it's a trick? Su Hao grinned. If we're talking about magic, then you are the one performing it. But I have no powers. It's all too sudden. Wen Qingliu was at a loss, her mind in turmoil as her long-held beliefs seemed to shatter. This might take a while to explain, but let me put it this way. There exists a small fraction of people in this world who suddenly awaken extraordinary abilities, such as immense strength or control over ice, fire, wind, or lightning. Some even possess abilities akin to invisibility or X-ray vision, as portrayed in films. The nation refers to these individuals as ability users, Su Hao elaborated. While Wen Qingliu listened intently, her eyes blinking in curiosity. The nation? She questioned. Yes, there is an organization specifically tasked with overseeing this matter. But how do you know all this, Su Hao? With a slight smile, Su Hao replied, in truth, I am also an ability user. He casually retrieved a pot from the wall, flipped it onto the cutting board, and struck it with a punch. The sound echoed as the sturdy pot dented deeply, cracks forming along the edges, evidence of its impending shatter. This is a cast iron pot meant for cooking. An ordinary person would need to strike it several times to even dent it, yet I merely used my fist. In comparison, the martial arts of Taekwondo and karate seemed like child's play. Wen Qingliu was equally astonished, her gaze darting between the damaged pot and Su Hao's unscathed fist. Speechless and unsure of how to respond, Su Hao shrugged. Of course, I am different from you. My abilities merely enhance my physical prowess, far inferior to your awakened powers. He naturally kept his lightning element ability under wraps. Wen Qingliu shook her head vigorously. What are you saying? I think you're amazing. You can crush a pot with a single punch, while I can only lower my body temperature. I can't do anything else. Su Hao chuckled softly. Your powers have only just awakened. You cannot yet perceive their full potential. Once you master this ability, it will become immensely powerful, far superior to ordinary abilities. Is it really that impressive? Wen Qingliu blinked, her face lighting up with excitement. I speculate that your awakening is linked to ice powers. Even if not, it is likely a temperature-related ability. Although you can currently only freeze water into ice, once you become proficient, imagine if you could lower the temperature further. Could you not freeze someone instantly? Is it truly that formidable? Wen Qingliu gazed at her hands in awe. Su Hao pondered for a moment. Now that you know you've awakened your powers, I must ask, have you considered joining the national organization? National organization? Yes. It's called the Ability Users Group. Wen Qingliu inquired curiously, are you a member of this organization? Su Hao nodded, not concealing the truth. Indeed, I only joined recently. How recently? Just this morning. Then I want to join too. Wen Qingliu exclaimed with a grin. Su Hao could easily discern her intentions. She merely wished to work alongside him. After all, her fondness for him was inexplicably high. Su Hao, reflecting on his appearance, considered himself merely somewhat handsome, and he had hardly interacted with Wen Qingliu before. Why she had developed such an inclination towards him left him puzzled. The Ability Users Group is not as simple as you think. It would be wise for you to understand it better before deciding. Rest assured, since we know each other, if you choose not to join, I will keep your abilities a secret. With good intentions, he shared his understanding of the ability users group. The events of capturing small creatures that afternoon demonstrated that it was certainly not a place one could join lightly. While such organizations might offer substantial benefits, they also posed significant dangers. The unknown and terrifying supernatural phenomena they faced could very well be more perilous than being a soldier during wartime. Especially with the recent upheaval of ability users. Su Hao spoke earnestly. The work in the ability users group is perilous. You should think it over carefully. Upon hearing Su Hao's account, a flicker of fear crossed Wen Qingliu's face. After all, she was merely a girl from an ordinary family. How brave could she truly be? The thought of potentially battling monsters made her hesitate. Then, Su Hao, why did you join such an organization? Aren't you afraid of the monsters? Wen Qingliu asked, intrigued. Me? Su Hao chuckled helplessly. I lost my job, and here is a wonderful opportunity with the government. Why would I not seize it? Besides, my abilities enhance my overall physical condition. If nothing else, I can at least protect myself. Chapter 40. Agreement Apologies. Wen Qingliu murmured, lowering her head. It was indeed due to her actions that Su Hao lost his job. Su Hao, however, shrugged it off, saying, It's not your fault. I've long found Lu Bapi insufferable. I even gave that scoundrel a good beating before I left, so it's no loss. Wen Qingliu couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth. Her profile appearing quite charming. I've decided. I want to join that national organization. Even if it entails danger, you're in there too, right? We can help each other out. Su Hao looked at her, somewhat surprised. Are you certain? The monsters that the abilities group deals with are no less terrifying than those in horror films. Aren't you afraid? Being a girl alone? Of course, I am afraid, Wen Qingliu said, raising a strand of hair from her forehead with a light smile. But I don't want to remain a receptionist forever. As you said, with such a great opportunity at hand, why not seize it? Holding only a college diploma, she realized that in a world where master's degrees are commonplace and bachelor's degrees are hardly valued, her chances for advancement were limited. Joining the national organization could indeed be a life-changing opportunity. All right, Su Hao nodded, refraining from further discouragement. Her awakened abilities were not weak, even if they weren't elemental. They must be some formidable special abilities. Once she joined the abilities group, her initial ranking would surely not be low, perhaps even higher than his. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Miao Yueying, are you home yet? A sound of running water and a languid voice answered. I just got back and am in the shower. What is up? I have a friend who has awakened powers. Is the abilities group still recruiting? Oh, really? Wait, you said someone has awakened powers? Miao Yueying exclaimed in surprise on the other end. Su Hao rubbed his ear, exasperated. Why are you shouting? Of course. Ability users aren't like cabbages. It's surprising that another one just appeared. What kind of abilities does she have? I'm not entirely sure. She feels as cold as if she has no body temperature, and she can lower the temperature of anything she touches to below 0. I suspect it's ice elemental abilities. But it could also be a special type. Su Hao glanced at Wen Qingliu beside him and recounted her symptoms to Miao Yueying. An elemental or special ability user? Miao Yueying's voice brimmed with excitement. Hold on, I'll report this to Team Leader Xing right away and call you back. By the way, congratulations. Discovering a new ability user brings a lot of points as rewards. Introducing her to the organization will earn even more. Can you really earn points for this? Su Hao asked, pleasantly surprised. He shook his head. But let's not dwell on that. Is her ability definitely elemental? I can't say for sure, Miao Yueying replied. There aren't many historical records on elemental ability users, and we lower-tier ability users have limited access to all the documentation. Furthermore, the awakened abilities are so varied. It's hard to distinguish. We'll have to wait for Team Leader Xing to review it. Su Hao pondered for a moment. All right then. The call ended. He turned to Wen Qingliu. I've informed them. In a bit, they'll probably take you to the bureau to meet Team Leader Xing and test your abilities. Wen Qingliu looked uncertain. Do you really think they will accept me? The abilities group is currently expanding, so they definitely will. Su Hao smiled. Your powers should be elemental or special, far stronger than my ordinary abilities. Once you're in, your rank might even surpass mine. Wen Qingliu asked curiously. Are there different types of abilities? Indeed, there are 3 main categories. As they had some time, Su Hao proceeded to share the foundational knowledge he had gathered that day with Wen Qingliu. The naive girl listened, somewhat dazed, unsure of how much she would retain. But Su Hao himself only had a rudimentary understanding of the information, so a general overview was sufficient. Soon, his phone rang. Hello? Miao Yueying laughed. Team Leader Xing is thrilled to hear the news. He wants you to bring her to the bureau. You know the way, right? I just finished my shower, so I won't be joining you. You seem to be on a roll with good fortune today. Don't forget to treat me to dinner tomorrow. All right, no problem. I'll treat you to a grand feast, Su Hao replied with a grin, hanging up and telling Wen Qinglu, let us head to the abilities group. He casually tossed his drink can into a nearby trash bin, stood up, and led the way. As they stepped outside, they coincidentally ran into Xiao Yi, who had just finished her evening classes. Oh, Su Hao ji, are you going out? Xiao Yi, with her backpack on, tilted her head curiously at Miao Yueying, frowning slightly. Who is this? This is my colleague, Wen Qinglu, Su Hao said, ruffling Xiao Yi's hair with a smile. This little girl is the daughter of my neighbor. I usually call her Xiao Yi. What a cute little girl, Wen Qinglu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer, wanting to pinch Xiao Yi's chubby cheeks. Little sister, how old are you? Come here to your sister. Xiao Yi, however, dodged her hand, pouting. Don't call me little sister. You're not that much older than me. Feeling slighted, Wen Qinglu awkwardly withdrew her hand. Haha, Su Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Don't be fooled by her height. She is nearly in her 3rd year of high school and hates being treated like a child. Xiao Yi huffed. Su Hao ji, do you believe I'll bite you? I was just joking, Su Hao said. My colleague and I have some work matters to attend to. You should head home and do your homework. But you've already resigned, right? Xiao Yi asked, puzzled, as she had heard about Su Hao's resignation. I found a new job, still a proper national position. Pretty impressive, right? Su Hao grinned proudly. A national position? Xiao Yi pulled out her pink phone to check the date, surprised. ISNT today, April Fool's Day? Su Hao frowned. What do you mean? You don't believe I could land a national position? Xiao Yi stepped back, giggling. Higi, of course not. I was just joking. I'm not surprised at all that someone as capable as you could find a job with a national position. Really, not surprised at all. Hey, you little rascal. Su Hao playfully caught Xiao Yi and tickled her, eliciting peals of laughter from her. After a brief moment of playful punishment, he released her. Xiao Yi, curious, asked, what kind of job is it? A civil servant? Something like that, and the position is quite decent, Su Hao nodded, but refrained from divulging too much about the abilities group. Before leaving, he hesitated, looking at Xiao Yi. If anything unusual happens in the next few days, make sure to tell me right away. Unusual things? Xiao Yi tilted her head in confusion, not fully understanding, but she nodded. I'll remember. She then unlocked the door to her home. Su Hao's warning to Xiao Yi stemmed from his own considerations. Yesterday, he, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Miaohan had been in close proximity to the meteorite, nearly brushing against it. As far as he knew, the meteor shower composed of ability crystals was the source of the ability surge. Therefore, it was reasonable to expect that Xiao Yi and Xiao Miaohan, having had close contact with the meteorite, had a significant chance of awakening abilities, something worth monitoring. Chapter 41. Elemental crystallization. After watching Xiao Yi obediently return home, Su Hao and his companion took the elevator down and hailed a taxi outside the community, heading towards the suburban location of the Ability Group's branch. The journey lasted approximately half an hour. The Special Police Bureau, where the Ability Group was situated, was a semi-closed area, accessible only to authorized personnel. The taxi dropped them off about a mile away, and they had to walk the remaining short distance themselves. After paying the fare, Su Hao exclaimed, it seems I must acquire a vehicle soon. Otherwise, the commuting costs alone will accumulate to a significant expense every time I visit the bureau. I wonder if the bureau allows for reimbursement? He had obtained his driver's license during university, yet had been unable to afford a car until now. With his current financial situation, purchasing a necessary mode of transportation had become a priority. What kind of car should he buy? A Mercedes? A BMW? Alas, it seemed he could not afford either. His bank account currently held only the 110,000 yuan transferred from Yang Hongwu, a sum that was neither excessive nor insufficient for a decent vehicle. He pondered how he could acquire funds quickly. As Su Hao contemplated ways to earn money, he led Wen Qinglu towards the Ability Group. Following closely behind, Wen Qinglu appeared anxious, her delicate hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, which even showed signs of frost at the edges. Relax, there is nothing to be nervous about, Su Hao reassured her, noticing her unease. In truth, there is nothing particularly extraordinary about that place. It is merely a group of ordinary individuals with somewhat unique abilities, much like you and me. Upon hearing this, Wen Qinglu nodded slightly, quickening her pace to walk alongside Su Hao. She curiously inquired, Su Hao, how did you join the Ability Group? Well, that story begins yesterday. Su Hao replied, scratching his nose as he handed her his phone, which displayed a short video app. Yesterday, I assisted the police in capturing a mutated power user. And then the people from the Ability Group approached me. You can see for yourself. The video showcased the blurry images of his battle with the mutated ability user. This short clip had garnered over 100,000 shares that morning, and by now had surged to 1 million. It was wildly popular. The official channels had not intervened, and the comments section was bustling with over 1 million messages. "Is that you?" Wenqing Lu stared at the screen in astonishment, turning her gaze towards Su Hao. "Indeed, it is rather impressive." "Oh, it was just a stroke of luck," Su Hao chuckled, feeling a sense of amusement. After all, who wouldn't he want to bask in the limelight? Had he not been cautious, he might have showcased his lightning elemental ability as well. However, reason dictated that maintaining a low profile was prudent until the situation was fully understood. They continued walking along the road until they reached the police bureau. Although the ability group was small, the branch occupied a surprisingly large area, rivaling the decor of the city's public security bureau, albeit situated in the suburbs, far removed from any nearby establishments. As dusk fell, the imposing iron gates stood firmly locked. Su Hao glanced around but could not find the guard station. Upon reaching the gate, he discovered it was equipped with high-tech iris and fingerprint recognition. No wonder Miao Yueying had instructed him to record all biometric data earlier that afternoon. After scanning their irises and fingerprints, a small door to the left of the iron gate swung open. Su Hao guided Wenqing Lu inside. Recalling the directions Miao Yueying had provided for reaching Office 302, the spacious building, though brightly lit, was eerily quiet, as if deserted. With only a few personnel clad in black uniforms silently passing by in the corridor, their gazes briefly flitting over Su Hao and his companion. Upon arriving at the office door, Su Hao knocked. "Come in," came the voice of Team Leader Xing from within. Su Hao entered, accompanied by Wenqing Lu. "Team Leader Xing, I have brought someone to report." Team Leader Xing was reviewing several files. He looked up with a smile and remarked, "Well done, Su Hao. You've already made significant contributions to the ability group on your very first day." "Oh, it was merely luck," Su Hao replied with a laugh, fully aware of what Team Leader Xing was referring to. He then introduced Wenqing Lu. "This is my former colleague, Wenqing Lu. She has just awakened an ability similar to the ice element, capable of rapidly cooling objects." "Is she truly an elemental ability user?" Team Leader Xing asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he stood and approached them, scrutinizing Wenqing Lu from head to toe, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze. Wenqing Lu instinctively drew closer to Su Hao. Realizing his rudeness, Team Leader Xing cleared his throat. "Could you demonstrate your ability for me?" Wenqing Lu glanced at Su Hao, who nodded encouragingly. "Team Leader, could we borrow some water?" "Certainly," Team Leader Xing replied, retrieving an unopened bottle of mineral water from his desk and handing it to Wenqing Lu. Wenqing Lu took the bottle, closed her eyes, and gripped it tightly. Her delicate brows furrowed as visible frost began to emanate from her fair hands, causing the plastic bottle to fog up while the water inside gradually began to freeze. Team Leader Xing observed with nods of approval, his eyes filled with admiration. A rare ability indeed. Even if it is not elemental, it would still qualify as a special ability rated C class or higher. After speaking, he returned to his desk and pressed a button beneath it. With a click, a small hidden drawer popped open, revealing a transparent diamond-shaped crystal. Measuring about the size of a thumb, the crystal was smooth and sparkled like a diamond. Team Leader Xing picked up the crystal, saying, "This elemental crystal can detect elemental abilities. Take it and activate your ability if the crystal changes color. It will confirm your elemental status." "Understood," Wenqing Lu replied cautiously, taking the crystal and placing it in her palm before once again employing her ability. Her palm rapidly cooled, and a chill emanated from it. However, after several seconds, the diamond crystal showed no signs of change. Team Leader Xing's expression turned slightly disappointed. "So, it is not an elemental ability?" He had previously mentioned that elemental abilities were exceptionally powerful and far rarer than the other two categories, akin to pandas among ability users. Currently, there were very few in the entire country. If they could recruit an elemental ability user, it would not be long before the ability group gained a formidable asset. Though Su Hao felt a pang of disappointment upon learning that Wenqing Lu did not possess an ice elemental ability, he was not entirely surprised, having anticipated this possibility. I apologize," Wenqing Lu said, opening her eyes and looking at the two with an innocent expression, as if it were her fault for not being elemental. Su Hao chuckled softly. "What are you apologizing for?" Wenqing Lu replied, "It seems I am not the ice elemental user you all described. If it is not, then it is not. A powerful special ability is no less impressive than an elemental one," Su Hao reassured her, taking the elemental crystal from her palm to return it to Team Leader Xing. However, just as he held it, a faint blue current suddenly flickered across the crystal. Chapter 42. Special Abilities. Suddenly, Su Hao found himself momentarily stunned, realizing the gravity of the situation as he involuntarily dropped the radiant blue crystal. The elemental crystal, upon touching the ground, quickly reverted to a transparent hue, bouncing slightly before landing at Team Leader Xing's feet. Had the crystal just illuminated? Team Leader Xing, disregarding the fallen crystal, stared at Su Hao in astonishment. It seemed to have indeed glowed. Su Hao stammered. Could it be that there was a mistake with the crystal? I am merely an ordinary ability user. No, Team Leader Xing replied emphatically. There has never been a precedent for a mistake with the elemental crystals. Hearing the certainty in Team Leader Xing's voice, Su Hao felt resigned to silence. How could he have anticipated that it would glow simply from contact? He hadn't even activated his lightning elemental ability. When Xing Lu, puzzled, inquired, "Wait, is Su Hao an elemental ability user?" "I'm not," he replied. But that crystal did light up. Su Hao looked skyward, utterly baffled. His mind was in disarray. It had barely been a day since he had concealed his lightning elemental ability, and now it had inexplicably been exposed. What a predicament! All he could do now was feign ignorance and leave his fate to chance. Try again, Team Leader Xing urged, picking up the crystal and placing it back into Su Hao's hand. Upon contact, it emitted a soft blue glow, reminiscent of shimmering sapphires. The crystal reacted. Team Leader Xing frowned slightly, stroking his chin. There appears to be an arc-like phenomenon within the crystal. Could it be a lightning-type ability? Such abilities are exceedingly rare among elemental types. Su Hao awkwardly interjected. Well, I'm not sure why the crystal reacted, but aside from enhanced physical capabilities, I haven't discovered any special elemental abilities. He continued. Moreover, isn't activation required to identify abilities using the elemental crystal? An elemental crystal can produce phenomena if it comes into contact with an elemental ability user. Activating the ability during the assessment is merely to ensure success. Team Leader Xing explained, scrutinizing Su Hao once more. Are you truly certain you have not awakened any elemental abilities? Absolutely not, Su Hao shrugged. That is curious. Team Leader Xing mused. Could it be that you simply haven't awakened yet? Perhaps the crystal is indicating your potential for elemental abilities? Feigning confusion, Su Hao asked. I already possess an ordinary ability that enhances my physical attributes. Is there still a chance I could awaken an elemental ability? There is a possibility, Team Leader Xing nodded. Ability users are not limited to a single ability. A rare few can awaken 2 or more special abilities and are termed super ability users. Among them, combinations of ordinary and other types are most common. Really? So, I might have the chance to awaken an elemental ability? Su Hao feigned delight, secretly contemplating that such individuals with multiple abilities truly existed. This could serve as a facade for upgrading his abilities in the future, as he accumulated more ability points. He could learn additional abilities and simply claim to be a super ability user if discovered. Indeed, it is likely, Team Leader Xing remarked, reclaiming the crystal from Su Hao and patting him on the shoulder. If you awaken an elemental ability, be sure to inform me at once. Your salary will increase by at least 2 tiers, and you may even have the opportunity for further training at headquarters. Good luck. The team leader's demeanor towards him was noticeably warmer than before. After exchanging a few jovial remarks, Su Hao inquired, what about my friend S ability? The types of special abilities are numerous, and examples are scarce, making identification difficult at this time. Team Leader Xing replied, glancing at Wen Qinglu. However, I suspect her ability may relate to temperature, perhaps the capacity to lower her body temperature below freezing? That seemed plausible to Su Hao. When Qingliu's body temperature consistently hovered around 10 degrees Celsius, and when she activated her ability, her body felt even colder, causing water to freeze. The assessment of special abilities can be quite intricate. If her ability indeed entails lowering body temperature, it would necessitate determining the lowest achievable temperature, duration, coverage area, and so forth. Team Leader Xing shifted the conversation. However, based on your demonstrated capabilities, you are assuredly rated at least D level. So you are exempt from the evaluation for the ability group and will join the 3 individuals who joined this morning for training. Did I pass? Wen Qinglu exclaimed, her joy evident. What sort of training? Team Leader Xing explained, training you to control your abilities and some tactical execution for missions. Wen Qinglu turned to Su Hao. Are you going to train as well? Me? I don't need to, Su Hao shrugged. Wen Qinglu looked bewildered. Wait, didn't you just join the ability group today? Why don't you need training? My abilities, along with my reaction speed, have enhanced, so I don't require training to control them, Su Hao replied, rubbing his nose. Good luck, the training lasts about half a month. Upon hearing this, Wen Qinglu's expression fell, her head drooping. Don't celebrate too soon, team leader Xing interjected. Once you awaken your elemental ability, you will also need to undergo training. Su Hao shrugged nonchalantly. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Subsequently, team leader Xing reiterated the salary details for when Qing Lu's position and signed several paper contracts. Su Hao glanced surreptitiously, noting that her salary was indeed significantly higher than his, and she entered at a level 3 position. The disparity in treatment between special and ordinary ability users was glaring. He noted that the contribution points for discovering an ability user were 5, with an additional 5 points for introducing them to the ability group. After signing the contracts, team leader Xing looked at Su Hao and smiled. Not bad, Su. With the 20 points from capturing that little creature at noon. You're quite close to becoming a level 2 member on your very first day. Just luck, really. Su Hao glanced out the window at the darkening sky. So, we can head back now and just wait for the notification, right? Yes. Team leader Xing continued his paperwork without looking up. Remember to come for training at 9 tomorrow. And if you have any questions, just ask Xiaomiao. According to the regulations of the ability group, aside from a few days each month when members need to be on site, the rest of the time is quite flexible. As Miao Yuang put it, aside from the dangers of missions, the ability group is rather leisurely. The two bid farewell to team leader Xing and departed the ability group, taking a taxi back home. Su Hao first escorted Wen Qinglu to her residence, and after a series of delays, he finally returned to his own home close to 10 in the evening. Why does everything feel increasingly chaotic? Lying on his bed, Su Hao stared at the ceiling, suddenly questioning whether joining the ability group was the right choice. While being part of an organization has its advantages, it also entails surveillance and mobilization by the state. In a sense, his freedom would be significantly curtailed. Oh well, it's already set in stone. There's no use in overthinking it. He opened the system interface for a moment, but drowsiness soon overtook him, and he slipped into slumber. Chapter 43. What? What is dark energy? In the morning, Su Hao awoke naturally. After hastily preparing breakfast, he ate while checking unread messages on WeChat. Numerous familiar faces had sent him messages regarding the combat clips circulating on a short video app. Old university classmates, former colleagues, Yang Hongwu, Qiu Miaohan, and others. However, aside from Yang Hongwu, most inquiries were laced with jest. After all, acquaintances would hardly believe that Su Hao was truly exceptional. They merely noticed the resemblance of the person in the video to him and seized the opportunity to engage in lighthearted banter. Only Yang Hongwu and the members of the martial arts school truly comprehend the extent of Su Hao's combat prowess. It is worth noting that during the challenge, Su Hao single-handedly turned the tide against 5 opponents. And these were not ordinary individuals, but seasoned practitioners. As for Xiaoyi and Qiu Miaohan, while they had witnessed the sparring match between Su Hao and Yang Hongwu, they were merely spectators, lacking a full understanding of Su Hao's true capabilities. In response to the unread messages, Su Hao replied to each one, either feigning ignorance or making light of the situation. The only exception was with Yang Hongwu, to whom he candidly admitted, "Indeed, it was I." Almost instantly, a voice call came through. "Brother Su, how impressive. I saw that video yesterday, and my first thought was that it must be you, and I was right. By the way, how did you end up fighting that big guy? Is it true he was nearly 3 meters tall?" The individual indeed had an imposing stature, likely taller than Yao Ming. Su Hao chuckled silently, recalling, that night, he attempted to violently escape police custody right at the entrance of our community. I certainly couldn't just stand by and do nothing, so I engaged him. Incredible! Yang Hongwu exclaimed. In my life, I've never encountered such a giant. Just watching his punches, I could tell he was immensely strong. How did you manage to subdue him with those last few moves? This sudden inquiry gave Su Hao a headache. The final techniques he employed could fool an outsider, but as a practitioner himself, Yang Hongwu would surely see through it. While those moves were skillfully aimed at weak points, it was implausible to believe that a mutated ability user of such size could be easily subdued. There had to be other external factors at play. Many discerning viewers on the short video app had also raised doubts regarding the video's authenticity. Brother Su, you didn't happen to use the legendary Dark Force in those final moves, did you? Just as Su Hao was contemplating how to deflect the question, Yang Hongwu eagerly continued. I heard from my father that when martial arts are cultivated to the highest realm, one can develop an invisible force called Dark Force, which can explosively split gold and shatter stone. I used to think he was exaggerating. Could it be that you subdued that person using Dark Force? What? Dark Force? What is that? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, but inexplicably followed his lead. Oh, yes, I did use a special power to subdue that guy. It could very well be what you refer to as Dark Force. Yang Hongwu was ecstatic. Brother Su, could you teach me how to cultivate dark force? I'm afraid that's not something I can teach. Apologies, I was being presumptuous, Yang Hongwu said. I got too excited and forgot the rule that martial arts should not be easily divulged. Please disregard my previous statement. Su Hao was at a loss for words. No, it's just a matter of semantics. This really cannot be taught. Cannot be taught? Yang Hongwu pondered. Are you implying that it is something to be intuitively grasped rather than verbally conveyed, and that there are no shortcuts in martial arts? That dark force must be cultivated to a profound level to be comprehended? That is about right. Su Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finding it quite taxing to converse with Yang Hongwu, whose imaginative leaps were simply too rapid for him to follow. Brother Su, do you have time to visit the martial arts school? What is the matter? Brother Su, don't you want to learn Bejiquan? I spoke to my father yesterday, and he agreed to let me teach you some introductory techniques. I also want to express gratitude on his behalf. If it weren't for your timely intervention to drive away the challengers, the reputation of our school would have suffered. It was a mere act of kindness. There is no need for thanks. Just a moment, I'll head to the martial arts school right now. Su Hao's face lit up with delight. He held high expectations for traditional martial arts. Compared to specialized combat techniques, the martial arts that have been passed down for thousands of years in China are undoubtedly more profound. Furthermore, modern combat primarily consists of self-defense techniques. While true martial arts are lethal skills, the two simply cannot be compared. The only drawback is that most traditional martial arts require a lengthy period to achieve mastery. Modern combat can be learned in just a few months, but with traditional martial arts, it may take years to see any significant progress. Many masters spend decades honing their skills to a level of understanding. In a fast-paced modern society, the decline of traditional martial arts, which require extensive time to cultivate, is inevitable. However, for Su Hao, the drawbacks of traditional martial arts were inconsequential. Let us not forget that he is a man with a system at his side. As long as he learns even the basics of martial arts, the system interface will generate corresponding specializations, allowing him to use experience points to enhance his skills. Bejiquan, which typically requires 3 years for a beginner to grasp and 10 years for a minor accomplishment. With ample experience points, he could swiftly elevate it to a high level. After ending the call, Su Hao hummed a cheerful tune, tidied up his dishes, and set off to hail a taxi to the Bejiquan school. Upon arriving at the entrance, numerous apprentices greeted him with bright smiles. Su Hao reciprocated their greetings. He had not forgotten that he held the title of a temporary instructor at the school. Since the incident with the challengers a few days prior, he had gained considerable fame within the school. Regardless of whether they were present at the time, all the students had heard of the heroic tale of the temporary instructor who took on 5 opponents, and they naturally held him in high regard. In the training room on the second floor, Yang Hongwu was instructing 7 or 8 students on proper punching techniques. Upon seeing Su Hao emerge from the elevator, he hurried over. Brother Su, you finally arrived. Could you demonstrate that dark force for me? I've been so curious. Su Hao's eyelid twitched, and he promptly declined. Dark force cannot be used casually. It consumes a great deal of energy. My skills aren't deep enough, so I won't be able to perform it again in a few days. What? It consumes that much energy? Yang Hongwu appeared quite disappointed, and they continued discussing dark force, causing Su Hao to feel increasingly overwhelmed. He had no idea what dark force was. His understanding of traditional martial arts was still rooted in television dramas and novels, making it difficult for him to connect with Yang Hongwu on this topic. It is true that one line necessitates countless others to sustain it. Let us set that aside. Su Hao shifted the topic. Aren't we supposed to be starting with the fundamentals of Bejiquan? I can hardly wait. Yang Hongwu sighed. Brother Su, you are indeed a martial arts enthusiast. Very well, let us begin. First, we will start with the initial stance. Chapter 44. 8 Extremes Boxing. Yang Hongwu dismissed the apprentices at the training ground, devoting his attention to teaching Su Hao the foundational techniques of 8 Extremes Boxing. The essence of this martial art lies in its 6 major openings and 8 primary strikes, with forms including the 8 Extremes Small Frame, 8 Extremes Partnering, 6 Elbow Techniques, Rigorous 8 Extremes, 8 Extremes New Frame, and 8 Extremes Dual Soft Techniques. The power dynamics emphasize techniques such as crashing, shaking, thrusting, striking, pushing, stabbing, squeezing, leaning, as well as binding and coiling energies. The characteristics of this boxing style are marked by simplicity in movement, a harmonious blend of long and short techniques, explosive force, and pronounced crashing and binding actions, alongside a stable foundation. Despite the seemingly straightforward execution of a punch, the intricacies abound. Every aspect, from the method of exertion to footwork, stance, and shifting of weight, conceals a unique secret inherent to the form. In our martial arts school, the 8 extremes boxing is primarily categorized into striking with elbows, lateral thrusts, blocking, window guarding, turning palm, large binding, small binding, hooking, kneeling, face striking palm, and stepping down strikes. As Yang Hongwu spoke, he demonstrated the techniques while adopting a horse stance. The footwork predominantly involves bow stances and horse stances, with a combination of stomping and advancing steps. The key movements include bouncing, rubbing, sweeping, hanging, crashing, kicking, biting, fanning, intercepting, and stomping. Su Hao listened intently, committing every nuance of Yang Hongwu's actions to memory. Let me first teach you the most fundamental Golden 8 techniques, Yang continued, delineating the strikes, supporting hammer, descending dragon, crouching tiger, mountain splitting palm, exploring horse palm, tiger embrace, bear squat, and crane step push. With that, he executed a series of expansive techniques, his fists cutting through the air with force. Even someone as inexperienced as Su Hao could discern the perfect exertion of power, engaging every muscle in his body. After completing the 8 techniques, Yang Hongwu wiped the sweat from his brow, asking, "Brother Su, did you catch that? Would you like me to demonstrate again?" "I managed to remember a bit," Su Hao replied, contemplating Yang's prior movements as he attempted the first technique, the supporting hammer. He stepped forward, unleashing his punch with a force akin to 1,000 June. The sound of the punch slicing through the air. Aside from a slight misalignment in his footwork, his technique was remarkably precise, having observed it only once. He executed it flawlessly, a feat that even Yang Hongwu found astonishing. "I have only retained a vague impression of the subsequent techniques," Su Hao admitted, though he felt no surprise. His foundational mastery in combat arts allowed him to grasp the 8 extremes boxing with relative ease. New specialization, 8 extremes boxing, a system notification echoed in his ears. Finally, the moment had arrived. A subtle smile graced his lips as he summoned the system interface, clicking to upgrade his 8 extremes boxing specialization. "Do you wish to consume 8 experience points to upgrade 8 extremes boxing to the entry level?" Indeed, the required experience points were substantial. While the entry level for general combat only demanded 3 points, 8 extremes boxing required nearly 3 times that amount. Glancing at his remaining experience points, 8 in total, he confirmed the upgrade without hesitation. Instantly, his mind flooded with an array of techniques and experiential insights. Tentatively, he took a step. His foot glided in a crescent arc, aligning his fist, elbow, and nose in a straight line, his body slightly bent. And his center of gravity lowered. Exactly the standard starting posture of 8 extremes boxing. "Brother Su, let me demonstrate again," Yang Hongwu began, but before he could finish, he watched in astonishment as Su Hao launched into the Golden 8 techniques. If it were merely a superficial mimicry, it would suffice. Yet he was astounded to discover that every punch Su Hao delivered, both in footwork and exertion, was impeccably executed. There was not a single flaw to be found. In fact, the ferocity of Su Hao's strikes surpassed the intensity of Yang's earlier demonstration by several magnitudes. In that moment, Yang Hongwu found himself questioning his own existence. Who was truly the apprentice of the 8 extremes martial arts school? After completing the Golden 8 techniques, Su Hao tempered his energy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despite possessing a physique more than double that of an ordinary person, he felt a hint of fatigue. Indeed, the exertion techniques of 8 extremes boxing were profound, demanding the activation of every muscle to unleash nearly full power with each strike. "Brother Su, you didn't just memorize everything after a single glance, did you?" Yang Hongwu gulped, staring incredulously at Su Hao. "Something like that," Su Hao replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "The reputation of 8 extremes boxing is well-deserved. It truly is quite taxing. Memorizing these complex footwork and points of exertion is no easy feat. Is that even humanly possible?" Yang Hongwu exclaimed, nearly in tears. "When I learned the Golden 8 techniques, my father drilled me for nearly 2 weeks before I could master them. And you, Brother Su, managed to remember everything after just one look. How can the disparity between people be so vast? I suppose I have a bit of a foundation. It's only natural to recall a few techniques, right?" Su Hao shrugged. "By the way, would you be interested in sparring a few rounds? I could use a chance to test out the new techniques I've learned." "I want to fight you," Yang Hongwu decisively refused. "While I enjoy testing my skills, that doesn't mean I'm eager to be humiliated." Su Hao laughed heartily. "I promise to go easy on you." "Really?" Yang Hongwu hesitated, considering that Su Hao was newly acquainted with 8 extremes boxing. Even if he had grasped the techniques, Integrating them into practical combat within a short time would not be simple. Coupled with Su Hao's assurance to hold back, perhaps a match wouldn't be too disastrous? I assure you, I will only use 70% of my strength. Su Hao squared his stance in 8 Extremes boxing and urged, "Stop hesitating. Let us begin." All right. Yang Hongwu resolved, adopting his starting posture and stepping forward to punch at Su Hao's chin. Su Hao remained unmoved, executing a half-moon arc with his foot, shifting his body fluidly to intercept Yang Hongwu's attack with the mountain-splitting technique, following up with a downward strike aimed at his chest. Yang Hongwu was taken aback, hastily attempting to block Su Hao's punch with his other techniques. However, as soon as he moved, Su Hao swiftly altered his approach, feigning a strike with his right fist, effectively sealing off Yang's defensive routes. Before launching his left fist in succession, Yang Hongwu quickly repositioned himself, creating distance and re-establishing his stance, resuming his offensive without granting Su Hao a moment to find an opening. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, surrounded by an audience of apprentices from the martial arts school. In terms of technique, Yang Hongwu undeniably held the upper hand, yet his reactions paled in comparison to Su Hao's, making it appear as though he was at a disadvantage. In reality, had their physical capabilities been equal, Su Hao would likely have been defeated in mere moments. However, Su Hao's extraordinary physique was evident, with agility and stamina exceeding that of an average person. Even with his conscious restraint on strength, he remained a formidable opponent. During the 7th exchange, he could have easily brought Yang Hongwu to the ground, yet he refrained, opting instead to feign vulnerability and continue the bout. The outcome of this match was of little consequence. The true focus lay in honing his application of 8 Extremes boxing. Chapter 45. One man against all. No way, I can't keep going. After exchanging dozens of blows, Yang Hongwu retreated breathlessly, sweat pouring down his face. This is exhausting. I've never engaged in such a prolonged bout with someone using Baji Quan. Don't you feel tired, Brother Su? Unlike ordinary combat, each technique in Baji Quan requires the full strength of the body. A typical individual would likely be worn out after just 2 sets of the standard 8 basic forms, let alone during a real fight, where one must constantly change tactics and manage force. A bit fatigued, Su Hao admitted, a sheen of sweat dotting his forehead, though it was hardly noticeable. With a physique boasting a score of 21, nearly double that of an average person, he was far from easily exhausted. Just a bit? Yang Hongwu regarded him with an expression of disbelief, sighing heavily. I thought I had the upper hand in my application of Baji Quan. Perhaps I could win this round. But it turns out I still lost weight. I've just found my rhythm. How about another round? Yang Hongwu exclaimed, his energy waning. If not, perhaps you could practice with other students? In a haste, he dashed away, grabbing a bottle of energy drink and gulping it down, tossing another one towards Su Hao. Su Hao caught the drink and took a few swigs, contemplating Yang Hongwu's suggestion. That is actually a splendid idea. Since I'm currently designated as a temporary coach, I shall take this opportunity to spar with the students at the dojo and offer them some guidance. Are you serious? Yang Hongwu was taken aback. But the gap in strength between you and the other students is too vast. It won't effectively hone their skills, will it? And for the students, being on the receiving end doesn't provide much in the way of instruction, right? Of course, he refrained from voicing the latter concern, merely mulling it over in his mind. I never mentioned a one-on-one match, Su Hao retorted confidently, finishing his energy drink. Let them all come at me. All of them? Indeed, the more the merrier, he affirmed. Yang Hongwu's mouth twitched in disbelief. Are you serious? That's quite exaggerated. Have no fear. I shall hold back as best I can, Su Hao replied. Hold back, this is utterly insane. Perhaps this is how true martial artists ought to be. Yang Hongwu chuckled heartily, turning to the gathered apprentices at the dojo. Did you hear that? Coach Su challenges us to come at him all at once. With so many brothers here, do we have the confidence to take him down? Absolutely. Over 20 apprentices, already stirred by the earlier bout, were ignited with fervor upon hearing Su Hao's audacious claim to take on the entire dojo single-handedly. Though they acknowledged Su Hao's formidable strength and held deep respect for him, any rational individual would recognize that no one could possibly face over 20 robust men in a confined space, unarmed. Reality is not a movie. Wait a moment. I didn't say you should join in. Su Hao paused, realizing Yang Hongwu, who had just expressed his reluctance to fight, had suddenly included himself. What audacity! Huh. I can't let this opportunity to defeat Brother Su slip by. Yang Hongwu burst into laughter, stepping forward to launch a punch. Everyone, follow my lead. Let Coach Su witness our strength. In an instant, the apprentices surged forward from all directions, surrounding Su Hao completely. The spacious training hall transformed into a chaotic and crowded arena, filled with eager faces. Ding. Side quest triggered. One man against all. Quest objective. Go forth. Knock down all present and emerge as the ultimate victor. Quest reward. 400 experience points, 80 training points. Excellent. A long-awaited side quest. Su Hao exclaimed with exhilaration, crumpling the empty can in his hand and tossing it aside, his eyes ablaze with determination. Assuming a defensive stance of Baji Quan, he prepared himself for the incoming onslaught, adjusting his state to its utmost readiness. Naturally, he would consider employing his mastery-level combat specialization if the situation demanded. The next 10 minutes echoed with the cacophony of cries and groans throughout the dojo. Passers-by on the street paused, puzzled by the commotion, wondering if the dojo was secretly involved in a rather brutal enterprise. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 400 experience points, 80 training points. Not a single capable fighter among them. Su Hao dusted off his hands, surveying the sprawled apprentices on the floor. Exhausted and defeated, the fallen students silently shed tears, unable to dispute the truth of their situation. Who could have anticipated that this extraordinary individual could truly take them all down single-handedly? Despite Su Hao's seemingly relaxed demeanor, his clothes were thoroughly drenched in sweat. Were it not for his mastery-level combat specialization, which allowed him to employ the most efficient techniques, he would have long since succumbed to fatigue. Oh, how I wish for an ability that grants infinite stamina weight. It seems there is indeed such an ability in the modules. However, the cost for such a powerful ability would undoubtedly be exorbitantly high. Brother Su, you're cheating. Yang Hongwu, clutching his stomach on the floor, managed to squeeze out this accusation through gritted teeth. You clearly stated we would only use Baji Quan. Yet from the second minute onward, your punches have been anything but the 8 basic forms. Feigning ignorance, Su Hao replied, Did I ever say that? Of course, you did. Yang Hongwu lamented in distress. You mentioned from the start that you wanted someone to practice Baji Quan with, and that was why we agreed to spar with you. Isn't that right, brothers? The fallen apprentices, still groaning, chimed in with agreement. Yes, we all heard it. Coach Su is cheating. He promised to only use Baji Quan. It's unfair. Let us go again. With the uproar escalating, Su Hao glanced around at the dojo students, pondering whether he had been too lenient in his approach. Fine. My fault, he conceded nonchalantly. How about we have another round? This time, I promise to use only Baji Quan, no other techniques. Really? Yang Hongwu's spirits lifted instantly. He understood that Su Hao had only recently begun learning Baji Quan and was not as proficient in the 8 basic forms as he was. It was unlikely that he could defeat over 20 individuals using such an unfamiliar style. Indeed, it's true. Su Hao nodded with a smile. Let us take a half-hour break, and then we can resume. Great. It's a deal. Yang Hongwu rallied the group. Everyone, take a quick rest. In half an hour, we must show Coach Su our true might. This is our only chance for victory. If we lose again, I'll lead everyone in running 100 laps around the field. No problem. Chapter 46, Mastery of the 8 Extremes. Beep. Side quest triggered. The 8 Extremes of Jiuzhou. Quest requirement. Second round of conquest. Using the 8 Extremes fist to defeat all present and emerge as the ultimate victor. Quest reward. 400 experience points, 80 training points. Another side quest? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, but he felt he was gradually uncovering the key to triggering these tasks. By deliberately challenging events of considerable difficulty, he could likely provoke the corresponding quests. Particularly, combat events were the most conducive to eliciting system tasks. Completing this quest would elevate him to level 7. His heart raced with excitement. Reaching level 7 would signify he had amassed 3 ability points, enabling him to illuminate the mana source within his ability module. Once he possessed the mana source, he could unleash his lightning elemental powers without concern for physical stamina, thereby significantly enhancing his strength. Should he engage in close combat with the little spirits, he would not fear. He could unleash a full voltage attack. As Su Hao reveled in his aspirations for upgrading his abilities, the apprentices at the martial arts school, led by Yang Hongwu, were enthusiastically discussing their strategies for the impending assault. He merely smiled nonchalantly, unfazed, as he leisurely sipped on his energy drink. Losing? That was out of the question. With his character, how could he engage in a battle without confidence? His assurance stemmed from 2 aspects. Firstly, they had just engaged in a bout, depleting their stamina, and the agreed half-hour of rest would certainly not suffice for an ordinary person to fully recover. Even if the apprentices managed to regain half their strength, that would be commendable. But he was different. His physical constitution of 21 not only signified endurance, but also implied a recovery rate exceeding that of ordinary individuals by more than double. Half an hour was ample time for him to regain near-peak condition. With such a disparity, his chances of victory naturally soared. Moreover, who said his 8 extremes fist was necessarily inferior? A playful smile crept across his lips. Summoning the system interface, Su Hao discreetly swiped his finger, and the display shifted to the specialization module. Would you like to consume 50 training points to upgrade the 8 extremes fist to mastery level? 50 training points. Su Hao was taken aback. It had only required 8 points to reach the introductory level, yet advancing to mastery level demanded a staggering 50 points, an increase of 6-fold. In the past, such a quantity of training points would have sufficed to elevate his combat specialization to elite level. Indeed, ancient martial arts became increasingly challenging to practice, and correspondingly, the training points required for specialization upgrades also escalated significantly. Well played, I concede. I hope this fist technique proves sufficiently formidable. Alas, I wonder how many training points would be needed to reach elite or master level. Merely contemplating it sent a shudder through him. Gritting his teeth, Su Hao confirmed the upgrade. As the training points were deducted, a surge of knowledge flooded his mind, unveiling various techniques and responsive strategies. So, this was how to channel power through the fist. Astonishingly, the human body harbors so many vital points. It dawned on him that martial arts truly encompassed lethal techniques capable of decisive victory in an instant. Su Hao's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, as if a veil had been lifted from his understanding. The deeper he delved, the clearer the distinction between modern combat and ancient martial arts became. Lost in the exquisite knowledge of martial arts swirling in his mind, he appeared to others as if he were merely dazed in his chair. Surely, Coach Su had not succumbed to despair. The apprentices, strategizing their tactics, noticed Su Hao's apparent distraction. It was understandable. Although Coach Su's combat skills were remarkable, his mastery of the 8 extremes fist was still in its infancy. He had only learned the golden 8 forms from Wu Gu today. No prodigy could possibly grasp it profoundly in such a short time. To make him employ a beginner's technique while over 20 of them assaulted him, wasn't that a bit shameless? Hey, what side are you on? Do you still wish to avenge? Well, vengeance shall be sought, but perhaps with a lighter touch. Yang Hanwu declared solemnly, enough of that. We are far from assured of victory. Let us continue discussing our strategy. I will keep Coach Su occupied, while you all converge from various angles to restrain his limbs. Brother Wu, isn't that a bit too underhanded? Yang Hongwu's face flushed as he retorted, in warfare, deception is paramount. How can it be deemed underhanded? The group engaged in animated discussions about their tactics, their voices neither loud nor hushed, not intentionally avoiding Su Hao, allowing him to catch snippets of their conversation. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Su Hao stood at the center of the training ground, hands clasped behind his back, facing the eager, ravenous expressions of over 20 robust men. Brother Su, I humbly seek your guidance. Yang Hongwu bellowed, adopting the postures of the 8 extremes fist and advancing towards Su Hao. The other apprentices rushed in from all directions, eyes fixed on Su Hao's limbs, evidently searching for opportunities to restrain his arms and legs. These fellows were truly shameless in their quest for victory. Since you choose not to engage earnestly, do not blame me for unleashing my full might. Su Hao slightly lowered his stance and, in an instant, assumed the posture of the 8 extremes fist. At this moment, he was no longer burdened by the clumsiness of the introductory level. Instead, he displayed a seamless execution of exquisite techniques. Each movement was deftly applied, perfectly reflecting mastery. With a single step, he unleashed a powerful punch. The strike appeared to target Yang Hongwu, yet covertly, a swift kick struck a nearby apprentice attempting to flank him, causing that individual to collapse, rendered weak and powerless. Employing the core steps of the 8 extremes fist, Su Hao deftly maneuvered, deliberately avoiding entanglement with Yang Hongwu. With each change in stance, he felled 1 or 2 apprentices attempting to close in. In terms of physical prowess, the apprentices were already at a disadvantage compared to Su Hao, and with their diminished stamina, none could contend with him. Su Hao navigated through the throng with effortless grace, reveling in the chaos, his spirits soaring as he dispatched opponents with wild abandon, akin to a whirlwind of destruction. Meanwhile, Yang Hongwu and the apprentices watched in despair as their comrades fell one by one, their efforts becoming increasingly futile. Their spirits waning as they found themselves utterly powerless against Su Hao. To everyone's astonishment, this brawl concluded more swiftly than anticipated. In under 5 minutes, not a single apprentice remained standing except for Yang Hongwu. What on earth, Brother Su, are you even human? Such ferocity? Alone and despondent, Yang Hongwu lamented. Didn't I just teach you the Golden Eight forms less than an hour ago? How can you wield them with such finesse? If I had not witnessed it myself, I would never have believed that one could take on 20 using merely the Golden Eight forms. Perhaps it is due to my foundational combat skills, Su Hao shrugged, urging. Let us save our discussions for later. If you don't make a move, I shall take the initiative. Chapter 47. The Source of Magical Power. I concede. I will not fight any longer. Just as he was preparing to exert his utmost efforts to defeat Yang Hongwu, to his surprise, the latter resolutely admitted defeat first. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 500 experience points, 100 training points. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 7. You have gained 4 points to allocate to attributes. 1 ability point. As the notification of his upgrade echoed in his ears, Su Hao felt somewhat bewildered. The fervor that had ignited within him dissipated in an instant. Come on, you are the senior disciple of this martial arts school. Could you not show a bit of grit? At such a crucial moment, you simply give up? Yang Hongwu, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, there are circumstances for showing grit. The disparity in strength is so evident. Only a fool would charge in for a beating. If I cannot provoke you, I can at least avoid you. Su Hao was left speechless, too apathetic to argue further. With a playful chuckle, he remarked, suit yourself. But I believe I heard someone mention that the loser must run 100 laps around the playground. At least let us catch our breath. Yang Hongwu smiled wryly. As he recalled the vow he had just made, even the martial arts students lying on the ground wore expressions of despair, as if they had suffered a great injustice. Ignoring the others in the martial arts school, Su Hao sat aside, sipping on an energy drink, recovering his stamina while opening the system interface to check his status. At the bottom of the ability tree diagram, 3 ability points were prominently displayed. Finally saved enough. Let's see what this source of magical power truly is. He scrolled to the passive abilities section and gleefully activated source of magical power. The next moment, a surge of scorching energy erupted in his abdomen. The searing pain felt as though a knife was stirring within him, sending shockwaves through his very core. Su Hao stiffened, instinctively clutching his belly. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The pain was so excruciating, it felt as if something was tumultuously writhing within his organs. What a joke. To think that upgrading a mere passive ability could be so agonizing? Su Hao couldn't help but curse. He had never experienced such pain. Even when suffering from acute appendicitis in middle school, his face pale, he drained the remainder of the energy drink in one go. Whether it was psychological or not, the cold liquid entering his stomach seemed to slightly alleviate the burning sensation. He could distinctly feel the energy swirling within a specific area of his abdomen, each rotation intensifying the agony. What else could he do? Grit his teeth and endure. The path he had chosen must be walked to the end. Even amidst tears, he recalled a great figure once said that pain could stretch time infinitely. In that moment, Su Hao could attest to the truth of that statement. Though only a few seconds had passed, it felt as if he had traversed several hours. The torment was almost enough to bring him to tears. Gradually, the searing pain subsided, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth. How could he describe that feeling? Have you ever experienced an urgent need to relieve yourself, only to find a restroom just in time? That was precisely how Su Hao felt at that moment. In an instant, he had risen from hell to paradise. Ah! Su Hao sighed in relief, as if he had found salvation. The warm energy stabilized in his lower abdomen, swirling like a vortex, sending countless tendrils of warmth spreading throughout his body. Miraculously, this warmth swiftly replenished his vitality. Within mere seconds, the fatigue from his earlier bout had vanished completely, revitalizing him once more. Could this truly be the wondrous essence of the source of magical power? It also restored stamina. It felt reminiscent of the internal energy described in martial arts novels. Su Hao pondered. He closed his eyes, attentively sensing the warm flow in his abdomen. This warmth, about the size of a fist, resided just below his navel, precisely where one would typically refer to as the dantian. Energy? Dantian. Could it be that this is indeed the legendary internal energy? Su Hao's lips twitched slightly. Was the earlier excruciating pain the result of opening the dantian? Setting aside other thoughts, he was eager to test the extent of his lightning elemental abilities now that he possessed the source of magical power. I won't disturb your rest. I shall take my leave for now and return in a couple of days to offer guidance. As Su Hao approached the elevator, he waved goodbye to the martial arts disciples sprawled on the floor. You all carry on. We can practice on our own. The disciples chorused in unison, expressing their reluctance. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Hao chuckled and scratched his head. After all, I'm a temporary instructor at the school. How could I simply collect a salary without contributing? Let us plan for tomorrow. We shall engage in a few more rounds, just like today. No, please. The martial arts disciples felt like crying. Even young Hanwoo, usually enthusiastic about martial arts, appeared as dejected as a withered plant. Ignoring their lamentations, Su Hao hummed a cheerful tune. His spirits high as he stepped into the elevator and made a graceful exit. After enjoying a meal at a fast food restaurant, he took the bus home. He couldn't help but wonder how Wenqing Lu was faring. She should be undergoing training with the ability group by now, right? Seated on the sofa, Su Hao casually dialed Wenqing Liu's number. The line was busy, indicating that her phone was temporarily unreachable. Most likely, she was not allowed to use her phone during training. Setting aside thoughts of Wenqing Lu, he decided to test the effects of the source of magical power. Su Hao raised his hand, his palm outward, as threads of crackling electricity danced within, maintaining a controlled flow of electricity. He could distinctly feel the energy within his abdomen gradually diminishing, reducing by about 10% every 3 seconds. What about this? Su Hao narrowed his eyes and walked to the kitchen, slapping his palm against the cutting board, leaving a slightly charred mark. This was enough voltage to incapacitate an average person. Based on his previous measurement at a physique of 17, he could release around 9 strikes. Now, with a physique of 21, the number should increase to 11 or 12, right? After delivering 10 scorched handprints on the cutting board, less than half of the energy in his abdomen had been consumed, indicating that Su Hao could unleash the lightning elemental ability over 20 times without exhausting his stamina. The increase in capability was nearly doubled, such a significant enhancement to his raw power. Truly, this passive ability, valued at 3 ability points, was remarkable. Although the awakening process was somewhat painful, the worth of the source of magical power was undeniable. As he ceased utilizing the lightning elemental ability, the energy in his abdomen began to circulate naturally, steadily drawing strength from the air. At this rate of recovery, even if he fully depleted the source of magical power, he would likely restore it within a day or two. Could it be that the final mental attribute was related to this? For instance, the stronger the mental power, the greater the source of magical power, and the faster the recovery rate. Chapter 48. The Invisible Thief. In terms of attributes, I have significantly enhanced 3 of them. Yet my mental acuity remains at the level of an ordinary individual. Gazing at the system interface before him, Su Hao pondered for a moment. Upon reflection, the mental attribute in the game is generally correlated with the intensity of skills. Perhaps his system shares a similar principle? Could augmenting the mental attribute enhance his supernatural abilities? Regardless, it is worth a try. Even if his assumption proves erroneous, there is little to lose. After all, he despises leaving any weaknesses unaddressed, and enhancing his mental capacity is an inevitable endeavor. With a swift motion, he allocated all 4 points earned from leveling up to the mental attribute. In the next instant, it felt as though his brain had been cleansed by holy water. He became exceptionally alert and composed. Not only had his mental state reached a new pinnacle, but his cognitive processing speed had also significantly increased. Such remarkable effects. Su Hao was astonished, clearly unprepared for the extraordinary impact of enhancing his mental attributes. He could distinctly sense the vivacity of his thoughts, and forgotten knowledge and memories were excavated from the depths of his mind, leaving him in an unprecedentedly comfortable state, more exhilarating than a stimulant. He retrieved his phone and opened the guidelines for the Supernatural Abilities group sent by Miao Yueying. Su Hao's gaze raced through the text, and a minute later, he closed his eyes, astonished to discover that he had indeed memorized an entire page of regulations merely by glancing at it once. This speed, while perhaps not as formidable as the legendary hyperthymesia, surpassed the so-called memory prodigies advertised online. By the way, hyperthymesia is a real medical phenomenon wherein individuals possess an extraordinary ability to remember every detail of their life experiences without the capacity to forget. This is a genuine supernatural ability recognized by the public. Su Hao had also seen the hyperthymesia ability listed in the hierarchy of supernatural powers, although not particularly powerful. It required a considerable amount of ability points due to its cerebral involvement, much like the mana source, which also demanded 3 ability points. How astonishingly rapid his thoughts became after boosting his mental attribute to 15. Shaking his head, Su Hao wondered why he had suddenly diverted his thoughts to hyperthymesia when the study of his system's supernatural abilities should take precedence. He raised his hand, and with a delicate flick of his fingertip, a blue arc of electricity danced forth, reminiscent of a lively sprite at his fingertips. Previously, Su Hao had to concentrate intensely to unleash the elemental lightning. Now, It felt much more effortless and fluid, even allowing him to contain the arc within the confines of a single finger. Enhanced precision and increased power. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. He played with the lightning between his fingers for a while, then brought his hands together, fingers curled into claws, and unleashed a surge of electricity from his palms, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds as it intersected in the air between them, gradually amplifying the electric output. The arc between his palms widened from the thickness of a chopstick to nearly that of a thumb, extending his arms. A beautiful yet ferocious arc of electricity stretched between his palms, illuminating the dim room with its flickering light. If this current could penetrate the air, it would undoubtedly be lethal if unleashed upon another. Su Hao was taken aback. Before he could test the arc's power, the source of his mana was nearly depleted, and the arc began to siphon his physical strength, a wave of weakness rapidly spreading from his arms throughout his body. Such astonishing power comes with an astonishing cost? Without hesitation, he ceased the release, and the current dissipated abruptly, as if a power source had been unplugged. As expected, enhancing the mental attribute indeed made the supernatural abilities more manageable. Glancing at the system interface, he noted the experience points required to level up to the next tier had, unsurprisingly, surpassed 1,000, still needing 330 points. Although the experience required was substantial, he was no longer surprised, as the experience gained from side quests had also increased significantly. Thus, the difficulty of leveling up had not escalated excessively. Ding! A side quest has been issued. Capture the supernatural criminal. A faint sound of the system notification echoed in his ears. A side quest? Su Hao was taken aback. This was the first time the system had proactively issued a side quest. Quest requirements. There is a supernatural criminal utilizing invisibility to commit theft on the street outside the community, currently undetected. Locate and capture him. Quest rewards. 500 experience points. 100 training points. Invisibility? Which rogue is resorting to such an ability for thievery? Shouldn't he be indulging in a day at the women's bathhouse instead? Su Hao chuckled to himself as he stepped outside the community. At the entrance, he stood at the roadside, scanning his surroundings for any suspicious individuals. After a prolonged search, he found none, and instead, he himself appeared rather suspicious. The security guard at the entrance was eyeing him quizzically. Had he not been familiar with Su Hao, he might have approached him for questioning. Scratching his head, Su Hao decided to take a seat on a stone bench. This side quest is somewhat perplexing. Given that the perpetrator can become invisible, where should I even begin my search? I certainly lack specialized infrared equipment to detect invisibility. Just as he was at a loss, a gentle breeze swept by, and he felt a subtle disturbance in his pocket. While an ordinary person might overlook it, Su Hao, with his master-level combat experience and extraordinary agility, could not ignore the occurrence. Something was attempting to pilfer his wallet from his pocket. Fortune favors the bold. As it seems the thief has delivered himself to me. A faint smile crept across Su Hao's lips as he focused intently, determining the direction from which the intrusion was coming. In a sudden, explosive movement, he seized the translucent arm behind him. The thief, engrossed in his theft, was utterly unprepared for someone to detect him. Startled, he uttered an exclamation of disbelief, attempting to retract his arm to flee, only to find it ensnared as if caught in a vice. Listening to the sounds, Su Hao wasted no time and threw a punch directly at the invisible thief's face. With a resounding thud, the impact was palpable, causing the thief to cry out in pain as his invisibility was abruptly disrupted. What? How could it be you? Upon seeing the thief clutching his nose, tears streaming down his face, Su Hao was astonished to recognize him as the very individual who had attempted to steal from him on the bus, only to be taught a lesson by Su Hao. What a small world. Indeed, enemies are destined to cross paths. The thief, seeing Su Hao's gaze, forced a smile that was more pained than humorous. Be brother. If I said I just wanted to greet you, would you believe me? Spare me your excuses. Is reaching into someone else's wallet part of a friendly greeting? Su Hao couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Chapter 49. Escorting the yellow-haired thief. Side quest completed. Quest rewards. 500 experience points, 100 training points. To my astonishment, the supernatural criminal indicated by the system turned out to be none other than this yellow-haired thief. The coincidence was almost laughable. A pickpocket fortuitously acquires the ability of invisibility. What a perfect match. If left unchecked, who knows what chaos he might unleash. It is no wonder the system suddenly issued this side quest, likely to nip any potential trouble in the bud. Having not seen him for a few days, it seems his audacity has grown. Has he really dared to steal from me? Su Hao gazed at the yellow-haired thief with a wry smile, making the thief feel utterly uneasy. His legs trembled as he pleaded, "Big brother, please let me explain. Could you loosen your grip for a moment?" Su Hao shot him a disdainful glance. "Loosen my grip? Do you take me for a fool? What if you were to run away? I wouldn't dare." The yellow-haired thief blustered. "With your skills, even if I grew 2 more legs, I couldn't escape, right?" The fool thought Su Hao was unaware of his invisibility, assuming he had merely been caught because Su Hao noticed a hand rummaging through his pockets, just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Once Su Hao released him, he would vanish. No matter how formidable this fellow might be, if he couldn't see him, he would surely be at a loss. As the yellow-haired thief reveled in his thoughts, Su Hao swiftly slapped him on the back of the head. "Huh? Do you really think I'm oblivious to your ability to become invisible?" Amused by his own irritation, Su Hao continued, "Behave yourself, or I won't hesitate to knock you out and take you away." The yellow-haired thief was taken aback, feigning ignorance. "Invisibility? What are you talking about, big brother?" Still pretending, Su Hao delivered another slap to the back of his head, leaving the thief dazed and seeing stars. Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, the thief finally confessed, "How did you know I could turn invisible? Isn't it obvious? Am I blind? Just now, when my fist was about to meet your face. You were completely transparent. How else would I know?" Su Hao retorted, exasperated. Raising his hand again, the yellow-haired thief instinctively shielded the back of his head. However, Su Hao merely retrieved his phone from his pocket, a smile playing on his lips. "I'm curious. What on earth prompted you to concoct such a clever scheme to steal my wallet?" This time, the yellow-haired thief dared not lie and confessed. He had been wandering the streets looking for a suitable target when he spotted Su Hao sitting by a flower bed. An ill-intentioned thought crossed his mind, and he considered attacking Su Hao, but then he hesitated and opted instead to simply steal his wallet as a form of retribution. Su Hao chuckled. "You must be relieved you didn't act on that impulse. Otherwise, things would not have ended with just a punch." The yellow-haired thief wore a mournful expression, nodding in agreement, his heart heavy with regret. What had possessed him to provoke such a formidable figure? Having awakened the ability of invisibility, he had the world at his feet, yet now he found himself in dire straits. He silently vowed that if he ever encountered Su Hao again, he would run as far away as possible. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. With one hand gripping the yellow-haired thief and the other dialing a number, Su Hao said, "Hello? Team Leader Xing? I've found another supernatural being, yes. It was quite quick. I caught him trying to steal my wallet after he turned invisible. Oh, great. I'll bring him to you now." The yellow-haired thief froze, sensing danger. "Where are you taking me?" "Relax," Su Hao replied with a bright smile. "It's not the police station." "Oh, as long as it's not the police station." The yellow-haired thief instinctively sighed in relief, but soon his instincts kicked in, and he eyed Su Hao warily. "Wait, where exactly are you taking me? Who were you just speaking to?" As a modern supernatural being, most people fantasize about being discovered by some organization and ending up as lab rats or subjects of experimentation. It was no wonder the yellow-haired thief was on high alert. Anyone would be alarmed at the prospect of being taken away to an unknown place. "Enough chit-chat, just follow me," Su Hao said, disinterested in providing further explanations. He twisted the thief's arms behind his back, securing him with one hand. The yellow-haired thief panicked and struggled. "Let me go, or I will scream." Su Hao's expression darkened. "Scream? You're a grown man. Don't use such crude language. You're ruining the serious atmosphere. People might think I have issues with my orientation. Let me go if you don't want me to scream," the yellow-haired thief shouted. With the thief's protests falling on deaf ears, Su Hao remained unfazed. "Let me make it clear. I'm not worried if you scream. Even if you shout until your throat goes hoarse, it won't matter. Help, murder, kidnapping." The yellow-haired thief began to shout loudly, throwing caution to the wind. Passers-by paused to observe the commotion, some pulling out their phones to record, while others prepared to call the police. "Clear out. The police are handling a case here. No filming. Otherwise, you'll be arrested for obstructing justice," Su Hao stated calmly, displaying his credentials from the Supernatural Task Force for all to see. Upon seeing the official document, the yellow-haired thief was momentarily stunned. He had been in and out of the station enough times to know the authenticity of such credentials. He hesitated, unsure whether to continue resisting. The crowd, realizing Su Hao was an official agent, hesitantly lowered their phones and refrained from calling the police. A few who had secretly recorded were commanded by Su Hao to delete the videos. Hailing a taxi, Su Hao flashed his credentials at the driver and ushered the yellow-haired thief into the vehicle, leaving the scene behind. "Big brother, where exactly are you taking me? Just give me a straight answer. I can't shake this feeling of uncertainty," the yellow-haired thief finally conceded, his struggle coming to an end. Su Hao shrugged. "You'll find out when we arrive. It's a legitimate government agency. Throughout the ride, the taxi driver occasionally glanced at the two through the rearview mirror, asking questions that were met with Su Hao's curt responses. After a short drive, Su Hao handed the driver a $50 bill and escorted the yellow-haired thief along the road toward the supernatural task force precinct. As they approached the desolate outskirts, the yellow-haired thief felt his legs tremble and forced a laugh. "Big brother, don't tell me you brought me here to eliminate me? Your imagination is rather vivid," Su Hao replied with a sidelong glance. "What is your name?" "Shen Xixue," the thief answered. "Quite a literary name, I must say." Su Hao teased. "I'm Su Hao. Pleased to meet you." "You're too kind," Shen Xixue replied, trembling with apprehension. Su Hao shrugged. "No need to be so formal. As the saying goes, you don't know someone until you've had a tussle with them. We're both supernatural beings, who knows? We might have the chance to work together in the future." Chapter 50. Capture the dog? What? A superpowered individual? An opportunity to collaborate? Upon hearing Su Hao's words, Huang Mao's mind momentarily froze. The implications contained within that statement were simply overwhelming. Since they had time to spare on the road, Su Hao elaborated. A superpowered individual refers to those with extraordinary abilities as designated by the state. Your ability to become invisible categorizes you as a special type, while I possess enhanced physical capabilities. As for the opportunity to collaborate, you shall soon see. With that, Su Hao refrained from further discussion and gestured for Huang Mao to hasten his pace. Entering the building of the superpower division, Su Hao adeptly led Huang Mao to the office of Captain Xing, knocking before entering. "I have brought the person," Su Hao indicated towards Huang Mao, whose real name was Shen Xixue. Captain Xing was savoring his tea, setting down his cup with a smile. "Little Su, your efficiency is astounding. Just yesterday, you brought in a special type of superpowered talent, and today you've captured another superpowered criminal. Truly hard to believe. Just lucky, really." "Luck is also a form of strength," Captain Xing nodded approvingly, his gaze shifting to the bound Huang Mao. "What is your name?" I am Shen Xixue." Huang Mao, upon seeing Captain Xing in his crisp white police uniform, felt a wave of dread wash over him. He was aware that ordinary officers donned light blue uniforms, and only those in leadership positions wore white. The man before him was undoubtedly of significant rank, at least a police inspector. Given Huang Mao's criminal history as a thief and his use of superpowers in multiple thefts, Captain Xing conducted a rigorous interrogation, inquiring about the awakening of his abilities and their intensity. Su Hao listened intently. It turned out that Huang Mao had awakened his invisibility ability only 2 days prior, during the meteor shower, capable of sustaining his concealment for up to 6 minutes. This duration, though seemingly brief, afforded a thief ample opportunity to act. Of course, infiltrating a women's bathhouse might be out of reach, as 6 minutes is still a rather limited time frame. Despite his current limitation, Su Hao knew that with prolonged training, superpowered individuals could enhance their abilities, potentially extending invisibility to over an hour. After understanding Huang Mao's powers, Captain Xing promptly ordered an investigation into his entire criminal record. "Quite a lengthy record, I assent it. You were in a juvenile detention center for theft in middle school. And after adulthood, you've been detained almost every year for theft. It seems you've turned thievery into a craft," Captain Xing remarked, flipping through Shen Xixue's file with a frown. "Generally, individuals with such a disreputable background are not easily accepted into our division. However, your invisibility ability holds some value for our organization. Do you wish to seize this opportunity?" "Yes, absolutely." Although Shen Xixue did not fully comprehend what joining the superpower division entailed, the atmosphere was such that he dared not utter a refusal. "Very well, there is a task for you to undertake." Captain Xing nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards Su Hao. "Little Su, you should come over as well. The task I am about to assign will require you and Xiao Miao to accompany him." "What task?" Su Hao inquired, intrigued. This would be his first official mission since joining the superpower division, aside from the assessment the previous day. Captain Xing's expression turned serious as he pronounced 2 words. "Capture the dog." "Huh? Capture the dog?" Su Hao, initially tense, nearly collapsed upon hearing those words. While Huang Mao stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he processed the absurdity of it all. "The target is not an ordinary dog," Captain Xing clarified, unfazed. "You are to capture a mutated canine that escaped from the research institute. Although it is relatively small, it possesses extremely dangerous mutated abilities. Most importantly, the directive is to capture it alive." "What special abilities does it have?" Su Hao asked. The research institute referred to the mutated dog's ability as beastly intimidation. Captain Xing explained. Any creature that falls under its gaze will experience severe psychological pressure, involuntarily succumbing to fear and refraining from confrontation. Regular individuals who are stared at for more than 3 seconds may enter a state of weakness, while 10 seconds can lead to potential mental collapse. Is the actual harm only inflicted after 10 seconds? That doesn't sound overly dangerous. Su Hao pondered. Although the so-called beastly intimidation activates merely by being observed, couldn't they simply capture the mutated dog within that 10-second window? Beastly intimidation is not as straightforward as you think, Captain Xing countered, shaking his head. Additionally, the mutated dog possesses physical strength exceeding 3 times that of an average person, especially in terms of speed. Not even Xiao Miao can catch up with it. Furthermore, its small size makes it extremely difficult to apprehend in the city center. This operation must remain covert. We cannot afford to mobilize the military or block off streets ostentatiously. 3 times stronger than a sprightly creature? Su Hao's expression shifted. I fear that Xiao Miao and I alone may not suffice. Given that the sprightly creature's strength and agility were estimated to be under 20 points, with speed nearing 30, it was already a formidable challenge. A mutated dog with attributes exceeding 30 points would surely be daunting. Firearms would likely pose minimal threat to it. Rest assured, the mutated dog lacks any inclination to attack. As long as you avoid its gaze, the risk is manageable, Captain Xing reassured, pulling a document from his drawer and handing it to Su Hao. Upon glancing at the document, Su Hao saw a photograph of a scruffy little dog, no more than 3 or 4 months old, wearing a sleek metallic collar that exuded a technological flair. While it wasn't particularly cute, it certainly did not evoke images of ferocity or danger. Do you see the collar around its neck? Captain Xing continued. Originally, this collar was designed for remote-controlled sedation, but for unknown reasons, it has malfunctioned, complicating the capture of the mutated dog. Your task is to manually activate the red button on the collar, which will automatically inject a potent sedative into its veins, rendering it unconscious. I see. Su Hao turned to Huang Mao. So, we just need to locate the mutated dog and have you sneak up to press the button, correct? That certainly simplifies the task. About that. Shen Xixue hesitated. Dogs have an exceptional sense of smell, right? What if it detects my presence before I can get close? There is no need for concern. The Research Institute has provided a powder to mask your scent, along with a tracking collar device. When Xiao Miao arrives, she will take you to the warehouse to collect them. Captain, I'm here. Just as if summoned, the voice of Miao Yueying echoed from outside the door. Chapter 51, Departure. Su Hao, you arrived even earlier than I did. Did you know about this mission in advance? Miao Yueying was somewhat surprised to see Su Hao, her gaze shifting to the young man with yellow hair bound beside him. Who is this? Why is he tied up? This fellow is Shen Xixue, an invisibility ability user. I caught him stealing my wallet on the street, Su Hao explained. Invisibility ability? Miao Yueying exclaimed in astonishment. I remember you introduced another ability user to the organization just yesterday. How come, in your presence, such rare ability users are popping up like cabbages? It's just a coincidence. Su Hao shrugged, gesturing towards the yellow-haired man. By the way, Team Leader Xing said he wants him to participate in this mission as well. An invisibility ability should be useful for capturing the mutated dog. Really? Letting a newcomer join the mission? Miao Yueying raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit hasty? I heard that the mutated dog is several times stronger than a small creature. This fellow's psychological resilience is clearly that of an ordinary person. Even with an invisibility ability, it remains perilous. Not a problem. Team Leader Xing waved his hand dismissively. According to the information from the Research Institute, the mutated dog does not exhibit strong aggression. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent just the 2 of you. Now, hurry up and prepare. We can't let that mutated dog roam around the city center for too long. Ding. Side mission triggered. Capture the dog. Mission requirements. A mutated dog that escaped from the Research Institute, agile and possessing dangerous special abilities. Your sole objective is to capture it alive. Mission rewards, 800 experience points, 150 training points. As Su Hao, Shen Xixue, and Miao Yueying exited the office, they exchanged glances. Shen Xixue, who hadn't had a chance to speak in the office, couldn't help but ask, Big brother, what exactly is this mutated dog? Is it very dangerous? Take a look for yourself. Su Hao handed the file about the mutated dog to Shen Xixue and turned to Miao Yueying. Sister Miao, why do I feel like our ability group isn't that serious? We're executing such an urgent mission with just the 3 of us. The whole process feels rather casual. The ability group doesn't have many members to begin with. Recently, it seems that several others have been dispatched elsewhere, Miao Yueying replied nonchalantly. As for the casual atmosphere, The circle of ability users is inherently small. Team leader Xing spends all day interacting with just a dozen of us. Over time, it's hard to maintain a serious demeanor. That's not the kind of seriousness I meant. Su Hao shook his head, feeling a subtle discrepancy between the ability group's atmosphere and his expectations. Meow, have you finished reading the rules of the ability group I sent you earlier? Meow Yueying inquired. Su Hao paused, feeling a bit guilty. I've read some, but not all of it. It hasn't even been a day. He had hardly glanced at the document after returning, only skimming through a few lines while testing his mental attributes. However, with his current memory, he would likely finish it on the way. Meow Yueying nodded. As long as you've looked it over, I won't have to explain what you shouldn't do again. Come on, let us get our gear. With that, Meow Yueying briskly walked towards the building's warehouse, and Su Hao called Shun Sishue to follow. The ability group's warehouse was divided into 3 levels. The first level was for ordinary members, where they could freely access handguns, walkie-talkies, and other common equipment. The second and third levels were usually off-limits. Even senior members had to declare their intentions to enter. The locating collar device resembled a handheld console with a metallic casing, featuring only 2 buttons, red and blue, and a rotating dial. The red button indicated direction, while the blue one administered a tranquilizer injection. Su Hao fiddled with the metallic locator, observing a radar-like display with concentric circles and an arrow pointing northeast. The researchers said that if you're too far away, the locator can only indicate a general direction. We need the mutated dog to appear within a 10-mile radius before it will show a specific location on the radar, Meow Yueying explained. Additionally, the Research Institute had sent a large bag of masking powder, a pale white substance with a faintly fragrant aroma, weighing at least 3 or 4 pounds, enough for all 3 of them to apply generously. After scattering the powder on themselves, there wasn't much else to prepare, and the trio set off. Since this operation required discretion, Meow Yueying neither wore her police uniform nor drove a police car. Instead, she chose a regular sedan from the parking lot and drove the 3 towards the city center, following the locator's direction. What exactly do you guys do? What is this ability group? Shin Sishue inquired cautiously as he turned to Su Hao. With time to spare, Su Hao shared the basic information about the ability group. Watching as Shin Sishue's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression shifting from fear to excitement. Wow. A state-sponsored agency for ability users. That's incredible, Shin Sishue exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Big brother, does that mean if I join the ability group, I'll be a state employee too? I never dreamed I could become an officer one day. Stop calling yourself an officer. Clean up your language. Su Hao shot him a glance. Don't get too excited too soon. You haven't even joined the ability group yet. Your acceptance depends on your performance. Don't worry. I promise to perform well. Upon realizing the benefits of joining the ability group, Shin Sishue was instantly invigorated. Awkwardly shaking his bound hands, he sheepishly added, Big brother, can we loosen these ropes a bit? Without hesitation, Su Hao untied the ropes. Don't do anything foolish. Shin Sishue chuckled nervously. Come on. With such a great opportunity to become a civil servant, why would I run away? There was no concern that Shin Sishue would attempt to escape. Unless he wished to become a fugitive with nowhere to hide in the country, he shouldn't underestimate the power of state institutions. With enough manpower and resources, tracking someone down would be a trivial task. As Su Hao gazed out the car window, he lamented, honestly, I never expected my first official task in the ability group would be something as trivial as capturing a dog. Driving, Meow Yueying replied, come on. When I first joined the ability group, I had nearly half a month with nothing to do. In comparison, your first day in the group involves a significant task. Consider yourself fortunate. Is this really good luck? Su Hao chuckled. While having a task could be considered fortunate for him, wouldn't normal people prefer to have fewer troubles? Of course it is. Each completed mission comes with a bonus, and you can accumulate points. Meow Yueying paused, suddenly realizing something. By the way, it seems your points are already higher than mine, right? 20 points from the small creature, 10 points for recommending the ability user last night. And now you've found another. You've amassed 40 points. You're almost at the second level member status. As she calculated, her tone shifted from confusion to increasing astonishment. It's shocking when you do the math. Su Hao was astonished himself. It was only his first day officially on the job, and his points were skyrocketing like a rocket. Nearing second level member status. Chapter 52. The Urban Village. It is truly unbelievable. Meow Yueying lamented while tapping the steering wheel. The points I earned over 3 months are still less than what you accrued in just a couple of days. It's just luck, Su Hao replied, chuckling lightly. He had not anticipated accumulating points so swiftly. If he could earn another 10 points from capturing the mutated dog, he might ascend to the rank of a level 2 member of the supernatural group today. The primary mission was to reach level 3 within a month. Initially, Su Hao believed this task would be challenging, but given the current momentum, it appeared he wouldn't need a month. Perhaps even within a week, he could achieve level 3. Couldn't he? In high spirits, Su Hao declared, "Once this task is completed, I'll treat you." "Sister Meow, what do you want to eat?" "Sure, I won't overindulge you. Just a seafood buffet will suffice," Miao Yueying replied with a beaming smile. "I've heard that a new upscale seafood buffet called Heart of the Sea has opened on Donghua Street. I haven't had the chance to try it yet, so I'll count on you to treat me." "Heart of the Sea? I recall my colleagues mentioning it." "Fine, once the task is done, we shall go." Su Hao remembered that Heart of the Sea was indeed a high-end buffet, costing around 200 to 300 per person, featuring a variety of delicacies such as abalone and lobster. For Su Hao, such an expense might have seemed extravagant in the past, but now, with the system's assistance, it was merely a trifling sum. Soon enough, he would earn substantial wealth. Upon arriving at the city center, they drove around the streets for about 10 minutes until the locator finally indicated a faint light point. Adjusting the distance on the display, Su Hao opened his phone map for reference. The target is to the west, approximately 4,000 meters away, roughly in the Shiqing Street area. Miao Yueying turned the steering wheel, driving west towards Shiqing Street. Although the light point on the locator was also moving, it was not progressing quickly. As they drove into the Shiqing Street area, the distance on the display shrank until they arrived at a bustling alley. The entrance of the alley bore a sign, Sajin Alley. Hidden within the urban village, cars could not venture further. Miao Yueying frowned as she gazed at the narrow alley ahead. The already limited road was obstructed by street vendors, and the foot traffic was considerable. Even if they could drive in, the speed would likely be slower than walking. "Let us walk. It's not too far," Su Hao suggested, holding the locator, which displayed a light point less than 500 meters away. "Wait a moment, let me check for nearby parking." "No need for parking," Miao Yueying replied decisively, turning the steering wheel sharply and smoothly parking by the alley's edge before turning off the engine. Su Hao hesitated. "Isn't parking prohibited here? We might get a ticket." Miao Yueying shrugged indifferently. "Let them ticket us. It's a public vehicle. The traffic police won't send the fines to the supernatural group, will they?" Su Hao felt a bit embarrassed. "All right, I suppose I haven't adjusted my mindset yet." The authority of the supernatural group surpassed that of the local police, granting them extensive privileges within legal bounds. What was a mere parking violation in comparison? Holding the locator, the trio ventured deeper into the urban village. In recent years, most urban villages in the city center had been demolished, leaving only a few areas untouched by real estate companies. Sajin Alley was one of the few remaining urban villages, likely to be demolished and transformed into high-rises within a few years. Was the mutated dog hidden within this courtyard? Glancing at the locator that indicated a distance of less than 20 meters, Su Hao raised his gaze toward the courtyard before him. This residence was a common 3-story building in urban villages, occupying several hundred square meters. The 2 black wooden doors at the entrance were ajar, and an elderly woman was sitting outside, basking in the sun while cracking sunflower seeds. Shun Sishua murmured, "Could the mutated dog be adopted by this family?" "It's possible," Su Hao agreed thoughtfully. The description of the mutated dog in the documents bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary young Chinese rural dog, with a gray coat that appeared quite endearing, and it exhibited no aggressive tendencies. It was entirely plausible that an unsuspecting resident of the urban village might have taken it in. Miao Yueying interjected, "I think it's unlikely, according to the Research Institute. That mutated dog is very timid and cautious. It escaped during transportation this morning, so it's improbable that it could have been adopted by ordinary people in such a short time frame." The 3 exchanged hushed comments. In truth, whether the mutated dog had been adopted or was merely hiding in the courtyard was of little consequence. Su Hao approached the elderly woman sitting by the door and inquired, "Excuse me, ma'am, are you a resident of this area?" The old woman looked up at Su Hao while continuing to crack seeds. "I am the owner of this courtyard." "What do you need, young man? Are you looking to rent a room?" "No. I'd like to ask if anyone in this courtyard has found a small terrier today." Su Hao produced the document, revealing only the page with the photo of the mutated dog. "My pet dog went missing this morning around here. It's the one in the picture." "A small terrier?" The old woman furrowed her brow. "I'm not sure about that. However, we don't allow dogs in our courtyard." Su Hao felt a pang of disappointment. If the mutated dog had indeed been adopted, they would have known its precise floor and location. The locator could only provide a general indication, making it difficult to pinpoint its exact location. And it couldn't display vertical positions either. Shen Sishua's invisibility could only last for a minute. And searching the 3-story building for the dog would likely not leave them with enough time. Miao Yueying stepped forward and asked, "Ma'am, could you please allow us to take a look inside? I heard from people nearby that they saw the terrier run into your courtyard." The old woman scrutinized the three of them, her gaze landing on Shen Sishua's head of yellow hair. "No, we don't allow outsiders in our courtyard." Su Hao and Miao Yueying followed the old woman's gaze towards Shen Sishua, who looked utterly perplexed, unaware of why everyone suddenly turned their attention to him. Shen Sishua, being a street punk, appeared rather disheveled, and coupled with his non-mainstream yellow hair, he was quite an eyesore. It was no wonder the old woman was hesitant to let them in. Su Hao shot him a glare. "Once the task is completed, you need to dye that hair back to a normal color." "All right," Shen Sishue replied innocently, patting his hair. The old woman remained firm in her refusal to let them enter the courtyard. In exasperation, Miao Yueying had no choice but to pull out her police credentials to prove they were not villains. Only then did the old woman reluctantly accompany them into the courtyard to search for the dog. Originally, Su Hao and Miao Yueying had no intention of revealing their identities, as capturing the mutated dog was a covert operation not meant for public knowledge. Chapter 53. The task becomes complicated. The trio thoroughly searched the yard, from the ground floor to the rooftop, only to find not a single trace of fur. Oddly enough, the locator clearly indicated that they were in the correct location. Su Hao furrowed his brow, fixating on the flickering dot on the display, precisely at the center of the crosshair. Just as they were at their wits' end, a young girl, approximately 11 or 12 years old, bounced out of a room, clutching something in her hands. With keen eyes, Su Hao immediately recognized it as a collar belonging to the mutated dog. The metallic collar was torn in two, the locator device in the lower right corner still blinking, echoing the dot on their locator. Startled, Su Hao quickly approached her. "Little girl, where did you find that?" Upon seeing a stranger approach, the girl took a few timid steps back, clutching the collar. "I found it by the yard entrance when I got out of school this afternoon." "Is it yours, big brother?" This afternoon, Su Hao's brow furrowed further as he checked the time on his phone. It was already 4:30. This meant the mutated dog had escaped its collar at least 4 hours ago, without a target for their locator. Where could they possibly search for the mutated dog in this chaotic urban village? After such a lengthy interval, it was uncertain whether the dog was even still in the village. With a 20 yuan reward, they managed to retrieve the collar from the girl, leaving the estate in a gloomy mood. What should they do? The dog had even managed to break the collar. Where could they possibly find it now? As they walked through the bustling alleyways, Shen Sishue wore a distressed expression. What if this task gets called off? Will I still have a chance to join the special abilities team? I finally got a chance to become a civil servant. Miao Yueying, why don't you call team leader Xing to report the situation? Su Hao glanced at the broken collar and locator, sighing in resignation. Things have become complicated. I never expected our first task to be so troublesome. I hope the research institute has a backup plan. Miao Yueying nodded, pulling out her phone to inform team leader Xing about the collar being broken. Minutes later, she hung up. "Well, it seems we won't be getting any rest today." Miao Yueying rolled her eyes. "That mutated dog is crucial to a research project at the institute. We must capture it before tomorrow. The team leader instructed us to continue searching around the urban village, and he'll send more personnel from the institute to assist us." "Really going to search, huh?" Su Hao surveyed the labyrinthine alleyways of the urban village. In such a place, finding a dog was no easier than finding a person. Miao Yueying blinked. "Since we have no leads, shall we grab a meal first? I rushed over the moment I got the call from the team leader, and Haven Tea had lunch yet." "Sounds good." Su Hao felt a bit hungry as well, glancing toward a nearby rice bowl restaurant. "Do you all want to eat there? You're treating?" Su Hao chuckled in disbelief. "I am indeed treating." "Well, I won't hold back then." With Miao Yueying's approval, they settled on that plan, and Shen Sishua, lacking any grounds for objection, was simply grateful for the meal. Once inside the restaurant, they each ordered a few rice bowls and sat down at a table, chatting while waiting for their food. Su Hao asked, "Sister Miao, what do you think the Research Institute spends all day studying?" "I'm not quite sure. I don't know many people over at the Institute." Miao Yueying pondered for a moment. However, Old G mentioned that they seem to be focused on how to enable ordinary people to awaken special abilities, trying to develop something akin to the super soldier serum from Marvel movies. Su Hao mused, could that mutated dog be a test subject? Most likely. Miao Yueying nodded in agreement. Based on experience, if that little stray dog underwent natural mutation, it would likely exhibit some aggressive tendencies, and its appearance would probably change. As I mentioned before, most little anomalies arise from the mutation of stray cats and dogs. However, the data on the mutated dog showed no external changes, nor did it display any savage instincts typically associated with natural mutations, which starkly contrasted with other mutated animals. Let us make an assumption. If the Institute were indeed developing a super soldier serum, there would be at least two prerequisites. Firstly, it should not alter a person's appearance to adhere to ethical standards. Secondly, it should not render a person violent for easier control. A mutated dog that lacks aggression and appears normal fits these two criteria perfectly. Following this logic, it seems the mutated dog is indeed a product of the Research Institute. Su Hao stroked his chin, pondering, if that is the case, could it be that the Institute is nearing the completion of their product? A mere stray dog pup possessing 3 times the physical abilities of an ordinary person, coupled with such a dangerous instinctual deterrent, is truly more formidable than the super soldier serum depicted in movies. If they truly develop such a thing, it could herald a monumental shift for the entire world. However, the tide of special abilities has already surged forth, and this transformation is destined to be nothing more than the ashes left after the flames. What he was genuinely interested in was whether the serum developed by the Institute could enhance his attributes or grant him new abilities. Currently, the lightning element ability he possessed was not a result of his own awakening, but rather a gift from the system. Strictly speaking, he was not an ability user and had never awakened a power of his own. Of course, if the system itself were considered his awakened ability, that would be a different matter. Completion? I find that unlikely. That mutated dog might just be an accidental byproduct, Miao Yueying said, resting her chin on her hand and lightly tapping the table with her fingertips. Just think about it. If they really developed such a potent serum, why would the government go to such lengths to recruit us civilian ability users with high benefits? Wouldn't it be more convenient to directly inject the serum into specially trained soldiers for easier management? Moreover, even if the serum could be created, it's unlikely to be mass-produced within a few years due to high manufacturing costs and potential risks of failure. Only the wealthy elites would likely afford it. In any case, it has little to do with us low-level personnel. Miao Yueying spoke with conviction. Honestly, overthinking it is pointless. If the Research Institute truly develops something valuable, our special abilities team will undoubtedly receive first-hand news, considering our years of collaboration with them. That makes sense. Su Hao stared blankly at Miao Yueying, feeling he now understood this colleague a bit better. Setting aside the strengths of abilities, her series of analyses was impressive enough to earn admiration. The celestial dialogue struck Shen Sishua as he silently grumbled, unable to join the conversation. He reached into his pocket, only to remember that his phone had long been confiscated, leaving him to gaze helplessly out the window. As he stared, he suddenly froze. Hey, that dog looks a bit familiar. Chapter 54. A series of twists and turns upon hearing Shen Sishua's mutterings. Both individuals turned their gazes in the direction he was observing. Outside the window, beside a nearby fast food restaurant, a group of middle school children surrounded a small gray dog, feeding it spare ribs. One audacious girl even reached out, attempting to pat the dog's head, but the wary creature skillfully evaded her grasp, seizing a large chunk of rib meat and darting into a narrow alley with astonishing speed. That's it. Quick, chase it, Su Hao exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table before bolting outside, with Shen Sishua and Miao Yueying trailing closely behind. Hey guests, the dishes are ready. Where are you going? The waitress called after them as she hurriedly brought in 3 servings of rice. It's urgent. No need to look for us, Su Hao called back without glancing, tossing a 50 yuan note over his shoulder as he dashed into the alley. The mutated dog moved at an incredible pace, and navigating the maze-like alleyways to track such a nimble and cautious creature posed a considerable challenge. Fortunately, as an agile special ability user, Miao Yueying managed to keep pace. Grabbing the iron collar from Su Hao's hand, she surged ahead. Understanding her intent, Su Hao realized the collar was equipped with a locator. Even if they lost sight of the mutated dog, as long as Miao Yueying stayed close, they could follow its whereabouts. Within moments, both the mutated dog and Miao Yueying vanished from view, one pursuing the other. Big brother, I can barely breathe, Shen Sishua gasped, the disparity in their agility becoming increasingly evident. Despite his utmost effort, he lagged significantly behind Su Hao, and his sprint had drained him of all stamina, rendering him unable to continue. Furrowing his brow, Su Hao recognized the physical differences between them and did not press the matter. You stay put for now. We will return to find you once we ascertain the mutated dog's location. With that, Su Hao resumed his pursuit, following the direction indicated by the locator. After running through the winding paths for another 10 seconds or so, he finally spotted Miao Yueying crouched beside a wall in a small alley. Upon noticing Su Hao's approach, she shushed him and pointed inward. Quietly, Su Hao crept closer. The small gray dog lay in an open space, gnawing contentedly on a rib. Its sharp teeth effortlessly crushed the hard bone, swallowing the morsel whole. In a matter of moments, it devoured the substantial piece of rib, something other canine pups would find nearly impossible. Once sated, the dog appeared to retire, curling up inside an abandoned concrete tube to rest. The two exchanged glances and stepped back a few paces to converse quietly. You keep watch here. I'll go fetch Shinshishua. The collar should still be functional, right? Su Hao glanced at the collar in Miao Yueying's hand, noting that aside from the broken chain link, it remained largely intact. Miao Yueying hesitated for a moment. You mean to put the collar back on it, and then administer a strong tranquilizer? Precisely, Su Hao nodded. If we were to confront it head-on, capturing the dog alive would be impossible. We must rely on the tranquilizer within the collar. But can that thing's cloaking ability affect objects? Miao Yueying questioned doubtfully. Su Hao shot her an incredulous look. Of course it can. If it couldn't, wouldn't it have to run around naked to become invisible? If it can cloak its clothing, adding a strong tranquilizer shouldn't pose a challenge. Well, that's true, Miao Yueying conceded, momentarily at a loss for words. He retraced his steps, returning a minute or two later with Shinshishua in tow. All right, it's your turn now. Confirming that the mutated dog remained inside the concrete tube, Su Hao solemnly handed the collar to Shinshishua, patting him on the shoulder and entrusting him with the task. Shinshishua's hands trembled slightly. Big brother, I'm feeling a bit anxious. Don't fret, think of something positive. Once this mission is successfully completed, you could become a civil servant. At least an assistant department head, Su Hao reassured him. Miao Yueying interjected, if you fail, the state will take care of your remains. Perhaps there'll even be a place for you on the Special Forces martyr wall. Shinshishua's hands quivered even more at her words. Now is not the time for jokes, Su Hao admonished Miao Yueying with a sidelong glance. The mutated dog shows no inclination to attack. As long as you don't provoke it, your life won't be in jeopardy. Now hurry up before any unforeseen circumstances arise. All right, I'm going. Shinshishua gritted his teeth, adopting a resolute expression. Gradually, he became transparent, ultimately vanishing into thin air, leaving only the faint sound of his footsteps fading away. The two hidden observers heightened their vigilance, retrieving specialized bags provided by the Research Institute for capturing mutated dogs, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Miao Yueying whispered, do you think there's any way to muffle his footsteps? What if the mutated dog hears him? Probably not, Su Hao replied. Cloaking, in principle, is merely an optical camouflage. It cannot entirely eliminate all traces of presence. Although cloaking seems powerful, it has many shortcomings. Not to mention unavoidable sounds like footsteps, breathing, and heartbeats. There's also the intangible sensation of presence. For instance, even if you cannot see or hear someone behind you, you can still sense their presence. That's instinct detecting a living being. Scientifically, this might be attributed to the influence of biological magnetic fields. But my understanding of that is quite limited. Cloaking is effective against ordinary individuals reliant solely on sight, but against martial arts experts or other creatures, it may prove ineffective. Su Hao had initially refrained from hastily activating this ability, opting instead to enhance his magical reservoir first. Drawing nearer, Su Hao discerned from the fine footprints in the dust that Shinshishua was now less than 3 meters away from the mutated dog, his steps growing increasingly cautious and slow. Fortunately, the dog had just finished its ribs and was dozing with its eyes closed. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, or else the sound of breathing or the disturbance of dust could have easily exposed Shinshishua's presence. Just as he was about to successfully place the collar on the mutated dog, a group of children burst into the open, their laughter and play startling the creature. The mutated dog sprang to attention, causing Shinshishua, who was not far off, to freeze in place, holding his breath in his invisible state. How unfortunate, Su Hao groaned, rubbing his face in frustration. If only we had cordoned off the area beforehand, this situation would not have escalated. What now? Miao Yueying blinked, asking. Initially, she was meant to lead the two newcomers, yet somehow the command had shifted to Su Hao without any sense of incongruity. We have no choice but to press on, Su Hao replied, his expression grave as he took a deep breath. Since our hard-earned opportunity has been interrupted, let us create our own chance. Chapter 55, Successful Capture. Draw its attention, you to the left, I to the right, Su Hao instructed, gesturing towards an open space and feigning a casual stroll in that direction. Miao Yueying followed suit, moving towards the opposite side, perfectly blocking the exit. The mutated dog, upon discovering the sudden presence of humans in its newly found sanctuary, bared its fangs in a display of caution. However, it seemed oblivious to their presence, opting instead to retreat into a concrete pipe for cover. As Su Hao approached a nearby phoenix tree, sweat trickled down his forehead in a rush of anxiety. He wondered if Shin Sishue had understood the signals. Why hadn't he made a move yet? They were merely waiting for him to secure the collar. Suddenly, the mutated dog barked ferociously. Su Hao turned in alarm, only to see Shin Sishue burst from his concealed state. Panic etched across his face as he sprinted towards them. The mutated dog, enraged, charged out. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Shin Sishue. Although it was unexpected that the dog hadn't been subdued on the spot, Su Hao felt a modicum of relief upon noticing the iron collar dangling from its neck. "Help! Big brother, save me!" Shin Sishue cried, tears streaming down his face. "Can't you show a little backbone? Is it really that frightening?" Su Hao chuckled incredulously, pulling out a folded special capture cloth from his pocket and rushing towards the mutated dog. The tranquilizer should have taken effect by now. The small dog appeared weak and listless, and Su Hao felt confident in handling it under these circumstances. Just as he was within 5 meters of the creature, ready to ensnare it within the bag, the dog suddenly turned its gaze towards him, its eyes blazing with fury. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, igniting a surge of panic, helplessness, and terror in his mind. It felt as if he had become the prey of a formidable predator, his heart racing as he froze in place, each movement rendered sluggish and stiff. How terrifying! No, I cannot approach. I will be killed. I must escape. I must distance myself from this beast. Thoughts of fear and retreat flooded his mind. Despite his rationality asserting that the mutated dog posed little threat now, the fear clung to him, gnawing at the remnants of his composure. Was this the essence of beastly intimidation? It was entirely different from what he had anticipated. The sheer primal fear he felt had such a profound impact on his actions. It was unimaginable what a mental breakdown would entail after being scrutinized for just 10 seconds. Fortunately, he had fortified his mental attributes in advance. Otherwise, he might have fled like Shin Sishue. Su Hao clutched his head, forcing himself to suppress the fear, and took a determined step forward, spreading the special capture bag to ensnare the cornered mutated dog, tightly binding the opening with a rope. With the beastly gaze no longer fixed upon him, the oppressive fear dissipated as swiftly as it had come. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 800 experience points, 150 training points. Finally, it was over. Su Hao exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. Resisting the fear induced by the mutated dog's intimidation had drained him mentally. It was, in simpler terms, exhausting. This particular mental assault ability was impossible to evade or prepare against. From one perspective, it seemed utterly insurmountable. He pondered the prevalence of such ability users. He needed to rapidly enhance his mental attributes and perhaps develop a mental ability of his own. Did you catch it? Miao Yueying approached, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the bulging bag, then noting Su Hao's pallor. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit disoriented," Su Hao replied, shaking his head while unable to suppress a remark. "That dog's ability is terrifying. What kind of monster did the Research Institute create? Even as a pup, it's this dangerous. If it escapes back into the wild, there would be no natural enemies." "Is it really that dreadful?" Miao Yueying, having never experienced beastly intimidation, remained skeptical. "I'll inform the team leader that we captured the mutated dog, so he doesn't need to send anyone else." Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Su Hao rose, the mutated dog inside the bag now utterly still, likely due to the potent tranquilizer's effects. The bag was made from a special material, eliminating concerns about airflow. Even if the mutated dog recovered from the sedation, it wouldn't easily tear through the sturdy fabric. It was secure. "Are you all right?" Su Hao turned his gaze to Shin Sishue, aware that he too understood the unpleasantness of beastly intimidation. "I am fine," Shin Sishue stammered, hastily wiping his tear-streaked face, mortified that he had cried so openly in front of them. With the bag containing the subdued mutated dog in tow, the trio exited the urban village and drove back to the ability group to submit their task. They placed the limp mutated dog into a reinforced iron cage, and a team of specialists dispatched from the Research Institute transported it away, marking the official conclusion of their assignment. Due to the exemplary performance of the three during the mission, each received a reward of 10 points, along with an immediate bonus of 10,000 yuan. While the monetary reward was noteworthy, the 10 points were even more significant in Su Hao's eyes. The points within the ability group were not easily earned. Typically, capturing a small creature required a team of 4, and netting just one would yield merely 20 points, divided among 4 members, only 5 points each. Yet, this wasn't the crux of the matter. The real significance lay in the fact that he had accumulated 50 points. Congratulations, from today onward. You are a secondary member of the ability group, with your authority elevated to a formal level, Team Leader Xing joked. Little Meow, you better step up. You've been surpassed by someone who just joined 2 days ago. Currently, you're the only remaining primary member in the entire ability group aside from those in training. Miao Yueying rolled her eyes. If I encountered an ability user every day, I would have reached secondary level long ago. Out of his 50 points, 20 were earned by introducing ability users to the organization, as they had been quite rare before. Even in vast China, there were only a few hundred. Thus, the ability group had established this reward system. However, in reality, earning points through introductions was often more challenging than completing missions. As ability users were not as common as cabbages, opportunities to encounter one in the wild were exceedingly rare. Yet, Su Hao understood that following the meteor shower, ability users would no longer be scarce. Perhaps he could leverage this to accumulate points? This thought began to form in his mind, at least until the rules changed. He could strive to recruit newly awakened ability users into the organization. Each user would grant him 10 points. If he could enlist 10 more, ascending to a tertiary member would be effortless. Chapter 56. The buffet. The only question that lingered was how to swiftly locate the ability users. Su Hao pondered as he accessed the ability module, meticulously searching through the intricate tree diagram. Fortune favored the diligent. Within mere minutes, he stumbled upon a remarkably suitable ability. Scouting. By observing a target for 3 seconds, one can acquire the target's fundamental attribute information. By touching the target, more detailed information can be obtained. This ability requires the unlocking of 2 ability points. Undoubtedly, this was a highly practical auxiliary ability, not only aiding him in identifying ability users to earn points, but also enabling him to gather intelligence on opponents during combat. In online games, reconnaissance skills of this nature are almost indispensable, allowing one to foresee the disparities between allies and foes, thus averting unnecessary injuries and exploiting weaknesses to secure victory. As the adage goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures 100 battles without peril. Having made his decision, he resolved that this next ability would be his. After completing their tasks, Miao Yueying and Su Hao both received their bonuses and points, while Shen Xixue successfully joined the ability group. Team Leader Xing sent someone to drive Shen Xixue to the military district specializing in training ability users. After bidding farewell to the two, he departed, and their next meeting would likely be several weeks hence. Upon exiting the office, Su Hao inquired of Miao Yueying, Sister Miao, what benefits do level 2 members receive? Miao Yueying contemplated briefly. Each month, the salary increases from 8,000 to 10,000, and the police rank ascends to level 1 inspector, equivalent to a departmental level. In truth, the distinction between level 1 and level 2 is minimal. One must reach level 3 or above to attain greater privileges. Su Hao mused, after the promotion. Can I still use my 50 points to redeem a vacation? Of course, Miao Yueying replied. The promotion system for the ability group operates on an accumulation basis. The system will calculate all points accrued since your employment began, and even if some are used along the way, it doesn't matter. The records remain in your file. Ah, that is quite convenient. Su Hao remarked as he walked toward the entrance, smiling. I didn't get to finish my rice bowl earlier, according to our previous agreement. Let us dine at the Sea of Hearts buffet. Miao Yueying responded with a grin. Then I shall not hold back. The two drove the ability group's vehicle directly to the Sea of Hearts restaurant on Donghua Street. This newly opened upscale buffet was elegantly decorated, exuding a refined atmosphere. After purchasing their tickets at the counter, they found a table and then dispersed to raid the seafood array. True to her reputation as a tough girl, Miao Yueying filled an enormous plate with lobsters, salmon, and other seafood, crowding the table to the brim, surpassing Su Hao's selections by a considerable margin, leaving one to wonder if she could possibly finish it all. As it turned out, such concerns were unfounded. Miao Yueying devoured her seafood with astonishing speed, showing no restraint typical of her gender, her voraciousness reminiscent of a ravenous beast. Watching her relish her meal stirred Su Hao's own appetite. He sipped on a soda and tackled the barbecued meat on his plate. After satisfying about 80% of his hunger, he wiped his mouth and remarked, the food here indeed tastes quite good. The portions are generous. Miao Yueying chuckled, darting back to the buffet for more seafood. It was then that Su Hao was astonished to discover her previously overflowing plate of seafood had been entirely consumed. Her speed and appetite rivaled those of the competitive eaters he had seen online. Before long, Miao Yueying returned with another large plate of barbecued meat. Bouncing cheerfully back to the table, Su Hao exclaimed, "Sister Miao, your appetite is remarkable. Quite normal, actually. Ability users generally have hearty appetites, after all. One must balance consumption with expenditure. In the organization, my appetite is considered modest," she replied, unfazed. She then looked at Su Hao with curiosity. "Why have you only eaten so little? Aren't you hungry?" "I'm not overly hungry," Su Hao chuckled awkwardly. In the past, when he lacked a source of magical energy, he did indeed require copious amounts of food to satiate his hunger after using abilities. However, things had changed. As long as his physical exertion was not excessive, his appetite resembled that of an ordinary person. To be honest, Su Hao was unsure of the energy source of the magical energy itself. It seemed to replenish automatically, akin to a game's automatic health regeneration. He could only speculate that the energy might be drawn from the air. Having finished his meal, Su Hao sat nearby, engrossed in his phone while stealing glances at Miao Yueying, who was still dining. While she might not be conventionally beautiful, perhaps scoring a 6 out of 10, her straightforward demeanor and chic short hair lent her an inexplicable allure. Having known her for barely 2 days, Su Hao could not quite articulate his feelings, yet he found himself harboring a slight fondness for her due to their shared experiences. "Why are you staring at me? You are making it hard for me to eat," Miao Yueying teased, noticing his gaze. "Oh, little brother, you're not seriously thinking of pursuing me, are you?" "Well, based on today's meal, I might just consider giving you a chance," she added, blowing him a playful kiss. "I was merely astonished by how quickly you eat. I couldn't help but look a little longer. I won't look anymore." Su Hao shrugged, returning his focus to his seafood. "Huh, it's your lack of experience." Miao Yueying rolled her eyes playfully, then glanced to her left, frowning. "By the way, did you hear that noise over there? It seems quite loud." "Oh." Su Hao followed her gaze, but a Japanese-style screen obstructed his view. However, upon closer listening, he could indeed discern a commotion from behind, suggesting a possible altercation. Occasionally, the sound of shattering objects reached his ears. "It seems a fight is broken out. Should we go take a look?" Su Hao suggested. Miao Yueying shook her head. "Let us not. It's best to avoid such disturbances. Let us just focus on our meal." With that, she resumed her culinary battle against the food on her plate. Most people would typically shy away from such situations, as watching a commotion is hardly a commendable habit, and meddling in others' affairs often invites unnecessary trouble. Yet, Su Hao was different. One of the sources of his experience points was indeed meddling in affairs that did not concern him. After completing the dog-catching task, he was merely 30 experience points away from leveling up to level 8. A single task would suffice for an immediate upgrade. As he perused the system interface, his curiosity drew him toward the source of the noise, and he could not contain himself any longer. "I'll be right back. I need to visit the restroom." With that, he strode swiftly toward the screen. Navigating around the obstruction, he focused his attention and discovered a couple embroiled in a heated argument, seemingly over romantic entanglements. The male had overturned a table, while the female hurled insults, with several waitstaff attempting to mediate a hem. As anticipated, the system task showed no response. It was a domestic squabble, and it was not his place as an outsider to intervene. What a pity. Just as Su Hao was about to turn away in disappointment, he inadvertently noticed that the scattered pieces of tableware on the ground were inexplicably vibrating irregularly. Chapter 57. Impact Wave Ability. Good heavens. Is that an earthquake? Su Hao's nerves were instantly on edge as he scanned his surroundings. His enhanced focus, far superior to that of an ordinary person, allowed him to perceive subtle anomalies that others missed. Only the shards near the overturned table trembled. The rest of the area remained undisturbed. Could it be? He lifted his gaze in astonishment toward the young couple, noticing the man clenching his fists, desperately suppressing his rage. His face contorted into a grotesque mask, and with each repressed tremor of his body, the surrounding objects vibrated incessantly. Ding. Side quest triggered. Prevent awakening. Quest requirements. The potential of this awaken one's ability poses a significant threat. The prolonged suppression of energy could potentially destroy the current structure. For the sake of public safety, please interrupt the awakening. Quest rewards. 8,000 experience points, 150 experience points. Another person awakening? And with such a dangerous ability. Su Hao's expression grew grave. Disregarding his surprise, he discreetly channeled a surge of pulsating electricity into his palm and nonchalantly approached the man, placing his hand on the back of his neck. Seeing Su Hao approach, the woman, who had been berating her boyfriend, paused, bewildered. "Who are you? A friend of Lu Yuanming?" "Oh, something like that," Su Hao replied casually, his focus entirely on the lightning element brewing in his hand. He unleashed a current potent enough to incapacitate an ordinary person. The stimulating electricity coursing through his neck caused the rage-suppressed man to convulse violently, emitting a garbled scream. Suddenly, the pent-up power erupted. A deafening roar reverberated through the air. An invisible shockwave emanated from his body. Light bulbs shattered overhead. A gaping hole appeared in the tatami-covered ceiling, and onlookers within meters were hurled back by an unseen force. Even distant patrons covered their ears, their gazes drawn to the source of the commotion. What was that deafening sound? It startled me. My ears are ringing. What's going on in this restaurant? Could it be a gas explosion? Should we call 119? If it's a gas leak, it could start a fire. Should we evacuate? The restaurant patrons erupted in a cacophony of speculation, the buffet descending into chaos. Many abandoned their meals and hastily fled. The culprit of this pandemonium, having unleashed the shockwave, promptly lost consciousness. Su Hao too suffered. As the closest to the epicenter, he bore the brunt of the impact. He felt as if he had been struck by a vehicle, his stomach churning violently. He uncontrollably regurgitated the seafood he had consumed earlier. His vomit was tinged with blood, suggesting internal injuries. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, rinsed with juice from a nearby table, and took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Seriously? I electrocuted him, and it still couldn't stop the ability from releasing? And the power is so savage. What kind of incredible ability did this guy awaken? He grumbled, surveying the wreckage. His physique was more than twice that of an average person, yet he had barely withstood the initial burst. Had the man been allowed to accumulate power for a longer duration, obliterating the entire restaurant would not have been an impossibility. It was a stroke of fortune and misfortune. Besides Su Hao, the two waitstaff and the man's girlfriend, who had witnessed the shockwave, were all unconscious. Only Su Hao's robust constitution allowed him to endure. "Sir, are you all right? We are terribly sorry. There seems to have been an accident at the restaurant. We'll call for an ambulance right away." The restaurant manager rushed over upon hearing the explosion. Seeing the unconscious individuals and Su Hao's bloodied mouth, his mind went blank. His restaurant, barely open for half a month, had already suffered an accident of this magnitude. The repercussions would be severe. If he couldn't suppress the situation and resolve it privately, the restaurant's future was uncertain. No need. Su Hao waved off the manager's assistance and produced his Special Abilities Bureau identification. "Police investigation. Please cooperate." The manager's jaw dropped upon seeing the rank of Level 1 police supervisor on the identification. What was happening? The restaurant had accidentally injured a senior police officer? This was a disaster. There was no way to downplay the situation. "This incident is unrelated to your restaurant. I am not authorized to disclose the specific cause," Su Hao explained, noticing the manager's crestfallen expression. "However, I need you to publicly state that it was a gas leak. This is merely a formality. The incident will not be reported in the news or investigated. Your restaurant will be compensated for any damages by the appropriate authorities." The manager nodded blankly. Yes. Our restaurant will fully cooperate." Having secured their cooperation, Su Hao hoisted the unconscious man over his shoulder, leaving the manager a Special Abilities Bureau business card. "I'll take this man with me. When the police arrive, give them this card." With that, Su Hao carried the man to find Miao Yueying. What was that noise? Did the gas really explode? Miao Yueying was still engrossed in her crayfish, unfazed by the explosion. She looked up, startled to see a man slung over his shoulder. "What did you get up to? Did you pick up a man on your way back from the restroom? You're not actually into that, are you? Stop it. I have serious business to discuss." Su Hao frowned. This guy is an awakened one. The noise was caused by his awakening. Another awakened one. Miao Yueying's eyes widened, her tone filled with disbelief and astonishment. "How do you do it? Do you just stumble upon awakened ones?" "Actually, I was just watching the commotion. He was one of the people arguing," Su Hao said sheepishly. "I saw the shards trembling under his feet when he was angry, and I had a feeling his ability might be dangerous. To prevent any trouble, I knocked him out. Unfortunately, the power he had suppressed still erupted before he lost consciousness, stunning several people. I suppose the organization's logistics team will have to clean up the mess." I'm speechless. Miao Yueying facepalmed. "Being around you always makes me feel inadequate when it comes to luck." Haha. Su Hao chuckled awkwardly. "I guess I need to go back to the Special Abilities Bureau. Why don't you go home first? No, I'll come with you. Miao Yueying crossed her arms. You treated me to a meal. It wouldn't be honorable to leave you alone. By the way, is your injury serious? You're bleeding from the corner of your mouth. Chapter 58. Ascending to Level 8. She gestured towards the left side of her lips, indicating to Su Hao that there were traces of blood not properly wiped away. After all, he had merely brushed his mouth carelessly. Such stains are not easily removed. Su Hao wiped away the blood stain with his finger, replying, I'm fine. Just a bit uncomfortable from the internal shock. Miao Yueying, with concern, remarked, I've heard that the shock wave from an explosion can rupture internal organs, potentially leading to internal bleeding if left unchecked. Shouldn't we go to the hospital for an examination? Su Hao pondered for a moment. I personally feel that my injuries aren't severe. Let's first take the person to the special abilities group. We can visit the hospital later. That works. Thus, the two contacted Team Leader Xing and drove back to the special abilities group. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 800 experience points, 150 practice points. Beep. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level: 3, gained 4 distributable attribute points. Acquired 1 ability point. In the office. After listening to Su Hao's account of discovering the ability user and his subsequent speculations about their powers, Team Leader Xing cleared his throat and glanced at the unconscious man. Then at Su Hao, unsure of what to say. Once or twice could be attributed to luck, but the third occurrence was rather hard to believe. An ability related to shockwaves? Moreover, the longer the suppression lasts, the greater the power. Indeed, a perilous ability, akin to a human shockwave bomb, which cannot be neglected. Team Leader Xing contemplated for a moment. Well done, Xiao Su. You have made a significant contribution this time. If you hadn't knocked him out midway, there could have been much greater casualties. In addition to the 10 points for discovering the ability user, I will award you an extra 10 points and a bonus of 10,000. Thank you, Team Leader. Su Hao beamed, accumulating another 20 points. What a delight. There's no need for thanks. Team Leader Xing waved his hand. I heard from Xiao Miao that you've sustained internal injuries from the shock. This is no trivial matter. Don't delay. Go get checked at the hospital. Medical expenses will be reimbursed. After bidding farewell to Team Leader Xing, Miao Yueying drove Su Hao to the hospital for a checkup. After undergoing a series of comprehensive examinations, the diagnosis was revealed. He had sustained some minor internal injuries, though nothing severe enough to require surgery. The primary issue was some bleeding in the stomach, which had already begun to heal on its own. But the doctor still advised hospitalization for observation. Naturally, Su Hao was reluctant to be hospitalized. Are you kidding? My time is far too precious. Lying in a hospital bed for a few days would be enough for me to level up again. To be honest, that individual's awakened ability was rather formidable. Wasn't it? Just a mere glancing blow from an incomplete shockwave had nearly ruptured his organs. If he had unleashed his full power, wouldn't he have turned someone into a fool? Su Hao clasped his abdomen, a look of dejection on his face. This could be said to be the most severe injury he had sustained since acquiring the system. Did he not understand the gravity of ruptured organs? If there were a major internal hemorrhage, immediate surgery would be required, or it could be life-threatening. Had he known that the person would unleash a shockwave even while unconscious, he would have kept his distance and thrown a brick at him. Are you really not going to stay in the hospital for observation? Miao Yueying could not help but ask. Since it's public health care, what is the worry about staying a few days? Internal bleeding is no joke. Do you not know my constitution? Since the hospital has diagnosed my internal injuries as already healing, I'm assured there's no major issue. Su Hao shrugged. Moreover, I have always despised hospitals since childhood. Unless it's a severe injury requiring stitches or bones to be set, I generally avoid them, let alone staying overnight. Miao Yueying was puzzled. Why is that? Su Hao suddenly became serious. Would you believe me if I said I could see ghosts as a child? I would. Miao Yueying nodded. Huh? Su Hao was taken aback. Scratching his head. That's not how the script goes. You were supposed to say you don't believe me. Miao Yueying rolled her eyes. Nonsense. Although I have never seen a ghost, our special abilities group specifically handles supernatural phenomena, including the realm of spirits and apparitions. How could I not believe you? All right. I seem to have overlooked that. Su Hao spread his hands in resignation. But I did indeed see ghosts as a child. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what it was. They were merely nightmares and vague experiences from my childhood. In any case, I have never liked lingering in hospitals. What vague experiences? Do tell. Miao Yueying's interest was piqued. Perhaps every woman has an innate curiosity, even a tough one like her. Su Hao glanced at his phone. It's already past 9. We've inadvertently spent so much time. Perhaps we should head back and discuss this topic another time. Are you teasing me? Miao Yueying frowned. Forget it. I won't hold it against you since you're injured. Let us get in the car. Remember to tell me about it next time we go on a mission. Definitely. Su Hao chuckled. In truth, he merely wished to avoid discussing such matters late at night, as delving into certain memories could stir uncomfortable feelings. After all, these were personal experiences that could lead to endless speculations. He hoped to return home and get a good night's sleep. His childhood experiences with supernatural events were not mere fabrications. Most individuals have likely encountered inexplicable occurrences in their youth, only to forget them as they grow older. Upon returning to his residence, Su Hao bid farewell to Miao Yueying and entered his room. After a long day, nothing feels as comforting as one's own bed. Su Hao collapsed onto the soft bed, ready to enjoy a good sleep. However, just then, his stomach growled. It dawned on him that he had expelled everything he had eaten earlier. His stomach was now empty. Damn it. I had finally indulged in a luxurious seafood buffet, and now it's all gone before I could even digest it. Looks like I'll have to rely on takeout again. With a resigned expression, he opened the app and casually ordered a few light meals from a nearby restaurant. Lying on the bed like a salted fish, he stared at the ceiling, feeling his hunger while waiting for the delivery. Today had indeed been exhausting. First, he had roamed around the urban village capturing mutated dogs, experiencing the mental shock of supernatural abilities. Then, he had enjoyed a buffet only to encounter an awakening of powers, subjecting his body to further strain. The phrase exhausted in body and spirit could not be more fitting. Only through achievement can the wounds of my spirit find solace. Yet, the thought of having leveled up today dispelled all his discontent, and he contentedly accessed the system interface. His current attribute interface was as follows. Character: Su Hao, level 8. Constitution, 21 points. Strength, 16 points. Agility, 20 points. Mentality, 11 points. Distributable attributes, 4 points. Practice points, 530. Experience points needed for next level, 2230. Chapter 59. Investigative abilities. Had he accumulated over 500 points of experience? Upon seeing the astonishing figure of his experience points, Su Hao felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that the accumulation from numerous tasks would amount to such a significant total. With these experience points, he could even enhance all his specialization modules once again. The surge in required experience for the next level to 3,000 points was not unexpected. It was a well-known principle that the further one progressed in any leveling system, the more experience was needed. However, it remained unclear whether the growth rate followed a fixed multiplier. Opening the specialization module, Su Hao pondered for a moment before deciding to upgrade his 8 Extremes fist. He was curious to discover what formidable power lay in the profound practice of this ancient martial art. Would you like to consume 500 experience points to elevate 8 Extremes fist to elite level? What a blatant attempt at extortion. Though Su Hao had mentally prepared himself, the shocking number still caused his heart to skip a beat. The total experience points required to upgrade all his specializations combined likely paled in comparison to this figure. Even when he elevated his combat skills to master level, he had only spent 100 experience points. Yet, to upgrade the 8 Extremes fist to elite level demanded 500 points. Good heavens! To reach master level would surely require several thousand experience points. And ascending to grandmaster level would likely exceed 10,000. With a hand pressed to his forehead, Su Hao engaged in a tumultuous internal debate before finally gritting his teeth and pressing the confirmation button. Expending a significant amount of experience points to elevate the 8 Extremes fist to elite level, he was driven by a singular desire to witness the extraordinary capabilities of this expensive martial art. As his experience points dwindled to a 2-digit number, a surge of knowledge and experience flooded into the depths of his mind. This transmission of knowledge was rather complex. Su Hao lay rigidly on his bed, his body involuntarily twitching as he felt subtle changes occurring within certain joints and muscles, aligning with the power points of the 8 Extremes fist. Time seemed to stretch as he felt as though he had undergone years of martial training within his subconscious. In reality, only a few breaths had passed. Regaining control of his body, Su Hao cautiously stood up and threw a few punches, discovering that with each strike, he instinctively unleashed his full strength. His muscles perfectly conforming to the power points of the martial art, generating an explosive force of 12-fold power. Was this the secret of the elite level 8 Extremes fist? The value of ancient martial arts lies not only in the precise movements, but also in the long-term conditioning of the body through relentless practice. Integrating the essence of martial arts into one's flesh and blood. No wonder such a substantial amount of experience points was required. That 500 experience points were well spent, Su Hao marveled. He now felt confident that, even without relying on physical prowess, he could effortlessly dominate dozens of opponents at a martial arts school through the finesse and proficiency of his techniques. Moreover, he could achieve this without sustaining a single injury. He would ensure he would not be struck by even one punch. He decided to enhance his physique a bit and address his internal injuries to avoid discomfort during his upcoming meal. He casually allocated 2 points to his physique and, after some contemplation, added another 2 to his strength. It had been a long time since he had increased his strength attribute. It had remained around 16 points for ages. Now, with the additional 2 points, it reached 18. He would need to surpass double the strength of an average person in the next upgrade. His obsessive tendencies found that pleasing. A warm current surged through his body. Under the soothing warmth, the lingering pain from his injuries vanished without a trace. The system's upgrades truly seemed to heal all ailments. He resolved to reserve a few attribute points next time to see if this warmth could even revive someone on the brink of death. As he muttered to himself, just as he prepared to close the system interface, another notification chimed in. Ding! 1/10 of the ability crystal has been successfully digested, granting 1 ability point. Had 3 days truly elapsed? Su Hao blinked in surprise. He had almost forgotten that the system was still absorbing the ability crystal. Within a month, every 3 days, it would grant him an additional ability point. What did this mean? He had accumulated 2 ability points. Investigative abilities, here I come. He grinned wickedly, eager to dive into the ability tree diagram and illuminate the investigative ability without hesitation. A tingling warmth surged in his eyes, and he perceived a faint golden glow flickering within his pupils. This radiance blossomed from the surface of his eyes and then quickly receded into the depths of his irises. Barely visible yet shimmering. Rubbing his eyes, Su Hao focused on the nearest smartphone, silently invoking the investigative ability. Smartphone, Dammy brand smartphone, owner Su Hao. Market value approximately 3,000 RMB. Indeed, the investigative ability could be applied not only to individuals but also to objects. Merely casting a cursory glance yielded such foundational information about the phone. What more revelations awaited if he delved deeper into the investigation? He picked up the phone and held it before him, activating his investigative ability. Smartphone, Dammy brand smartphone, operating memory 8 GB, storage memory 128 GB, kernel, owner Su Hao. Containing various private information such as bank card, social accounts, photos, and documents. The password is market value approximately 3,000 RMB. Not only the specifications, but it could even unveil the password. Could it be true? Su Hao stared in disbelief. Perhaps it was because this was indeed his phone that the system could reveal the password. Otherwise, this investigative ability would be utterly extraordinary. If it could discern the password to his phone, could it also uncover the password to his bank account? He might as well quit his job and embark on a life of cybercrime, starting with pilfering the account of his acquaintance. Tomorrow, he would experiment with someone else's phone to confirm. The consumption of the investigative ability was minimal. After using it twice, the energy source's cyclone barely diminished, even less than the expenditure of casually releasing a lightning element. Reassured by the practicality and convenience of this newfound ability, Su Hao closed the system interface and sank into a deep slumber, indulging in a night of pleasant dreams. At 8 in the morning, the alarm clock blared. Su Hao, groggy, wished to sleep a little longer, but a knock at the door roused him from his stupor. He reluctantly climbed out of bed to answer the door. Yet, the figure outside was unfamiliar, a young man clad in black, prompting Su Hao to become immediately alert, shaking off his fatigue. Before the man could speak, Su Hao instinctively activated his newly acquired investigative ability. Zhou Chuliang, upright primate, estimated height 178 centimeters, health status normal, possesses a certain degree of aggressive tendency, ability unknown. For more information, please make physical contact with the target. Another ability user? What on earth was happening? Even if the meteor shower had triggered an ability wave, there was no need for ability users to swarm to his doorstep like cabbages. What brings you here? Su Hao raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the intentions of this ability user, especially since the investigative report indicated an aggressive tendency. Could it be that the visitor bore ill intentions? Chapter 60. The Man in Black. Are you Su Hao? The man in black spoke with an air of superiority, his demeanor dripping with disdain. Needless to say, Su Hao retorted coldly, you should introduce yourself before inquiring about others' names. With a raised eyebrow, the black-clad man launched a punch towards Su Hao's face without so much as a greeting. His speed was astonishing, and the angle of his attack was cunning. Su Hao could not gauge the full strength behind the punch, but he was certain it was beyond that of an ordinary person. This man was a skilled fighter. Ding! Side quest triggered. Defeat the man in black. Quest requirements. How can one not retaliate when assaulted? Quest rewards. 800 experience points, 150 training points. The system notification flashed past his ears. Even without the quest, Su Hao would never neglect the need to strike back. His expression turned icy as he swiftly intercepted the man's punch, locking his elbow in place, and retaliated with a counterpunch utilizing the explosive techniques of Bejiquan. Quite skilled. The man in black mused, narrowly evading Su Hao's fist by tilting his head at a dangerously precarious angle. An unexpected turn of events ensued. He swiftly returned his head to the original position, using his cheek and shoulder to clamp down on Su Hao's wrist. In the next moment, he feigned an attack with his foot, sending his left fist crashing towards Su Hao's side. If it connected, it would likely rupture vital organs. Caught in a dilemma, Su Hao pondered that if he blocked with his leg, the feigned attack would become real, likely knocking him down. Even if he released his grip on the man's right fist, he would still be at a disadvantage, an inescapable predicament for an ordinary person. However, a cold smile crept across Su Hao's lips. You think this will defeat me? How naive. I am not so easily bested. Faced with such a life-threatening bind, he suddenly stomped down, channeling the full power of Bejiquan through his body. Every muscle resonated with immense force. With a powerful stomp, he twisted his hips, shoulders, and arms, delivering a punch of incredible might, an embodiment of the profound essence of elite Bejiquan. Harnessing this momentum, Su Hao yanked his trapped hand free and, utilizing the opportunity, evaded the punch, closing in on the man in black and hooking his arm around the man's neck. Once he secured that vital point, subduing the enemy would be effortless. What a terrifying strength. The man in black was momentarily stunned by Su Hao's punch. Before he could fully comprehend, he scrambled to respond to Su Hao's relentless assault. After several exchanges, it became evident that the black-clad man's speed and strength paled in comparison to Su Hao's. At this moment, Su Hao had taken the upper hand, an unstoppable force. Just as he was about to secure the man's neck, the black-clad man remained unfazed, stepping to the side, executing a move impossible for an ordinary person to achieve, and narrowly dodging Su Hao's arm. How slippery is this guy? Su Hao frowned and launched a few more punches. Yet each time he was on the verge of connecting, the man in black evaded at the last possible moment. Each time, it was merely a hair's breadth away. This was infuriating. What was going on? This man clearly lacked the physical prowess and techniques compared to Su Hao. Yet he managed to evade with the most astonishing angles just as Su Hao was about to land a hit. Perplexed, Su Hao surmised that it must have something to do with the man's extraordinary abilities. If he did not cut off all avenues of escape, capturing this slippery eel would prove exceedingly difficult. After a series of exchanges, despite Su Hao maintaining a dominant advantage, neither had landed a single punch on the other. You do possess some skill. I underestimated you, Su Hao acknowledged, realizing he needed to take the man seriously. The black-clad man's stamina was clearly waning, and he was beginning to pant, yet he refused to concede, spouting bravado. What is the source of your confidence? May I have a taste? Su Hao was left speechless. Aside from being ambushed initially, this fool had remained on the receiving end throughout the encounter. Where did his confidence come from? Thinking he could turn the tables. Did he believe he was some superhero who could unleash a devastating power when on the brink of defeat? Nevertheless, considering this fool was an extraordinary ability user, it was prudent to remain cautious, lest he be caught off guard. Losing to anyone else would be bearable, but losing to this guy would be downright embarrassing. Prepare to receive my strike. The man in black raised his fists in a comical manner, his expression solemn, charging directly at Su Hao with the stance of mutual destruction. What is this? A self-destructive attack? Su Hao chuckled, unperturbed, adopting the defensive posture of the Vajra 8 forms. The disparity in their strengths was monumental. He viewed this not as a battle, but as a spectacle to see what this fool might attempt. Even if something went awry, he had the safety net of his lightning abilities. Losing was out of the question. In the blink of an eye, the man in black was upon him. One must mention the absurdity of his stance. Fists raised in front, he resembled neither a zombie nor a superhero. Merely ridiculous, akin to a child in a mock fight. His entire form was riddled with openings. Su Hao intended to seize the man's fists and deliver a kick to send him flying. However, as he raised his own fist, the black-clad man's left fist fortuitously dropped to block his path. Su Hao frowned, having to adjust his move, yet just as he did, the man's left fist again shifted to obstruct his punch. Everywhere he turned, he found himself constrained, a thoroughly vexing situation. Just as Su Hao contemplated changing tactics, the man in black seized the opportunity, launching a punch at Su Hao's chest from an awkward angle. A closer look would reveal that the man's left leg was also poised to strike at Su Hao's lower region. If he dodged the punch, he would certainly fall prey to the lethal kick below. Seriously? Is there no decorum? Su Hao couldn't contain himself. As the saying goes, one may strike a person, but not their face. One may kick, but not below the belt. Since this man had disregarded all etiquette, Su Hao saw no reason to hold back. With a resolve to counter the attack, he braced himself and absorbed the man's punch with his chest, not emitting a sound, and swiftly gripped the back of the man's neck, unleashing a surge of electricity that rendered the fool unconscious instantly. Huh, you think you can compete with me? You still have much to learn. Su Hao patted his chest. With his robust physique, taking a punch only left him feeling slightly winded. Who was this fool anyway? He bore a grudge against Su Hao and not only possessed extraordinary abilities, but also martial skills. Had he inadvertently offended someone recently? Casting a glance at the twitching figure of the fallen man in black, Su Hao tilted his head, pondering deeply but arriving at no conclusions. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning the ability users group lately, unable to recall provoking any martial artists. Never mind. I'll just find some rope to tie him up. Once he regains consciousness, there will be ample time for interrogation. Chapter 61. What is your superpower? Side quest completed. Quest reward: 800 experience points, 150 training points. Dragging the man in black into the living room, Su Hao found no rope at home, so he resorted to using a belt to bind his hands and feet, carelessly tossing him onto the floor. Before sending this fellow to the superpower division, he first needed to ascertain the man's origins. Why did he know his address? Why did he appear to harbor a grudge against him? Currently, his investigation revealed that the man in black was named Zhou Chuliang, possessed of superpowers, but nothing more was known. After their earlier confrontation, Su Hao had gained some insight into Zhou's abilities and, after some contemplation, decided to utilize his investigative powers once more. Zhou Chuliang, upright primate, height 178 centimeters, weight 145 kilograms, unconscious state, superpower unknown. Target attribute information acquired: Constitution, 13 points, Strength, 14 points, Agility, 16 points. Mental, 10 points. This fellow possesses quite a notable agility. However, it remains puzzling, with my own agility at 20 points. I doubt I could achieve those extreme evasions he displayed earlier. Su Hao furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the man in black. The physical prowess of this individual was evidently superior to that of an average person, with agility surpassing that of most seasoned practitioners. Had he not encountered Su Hao, a master of martial arts with dual superpowers, he might not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. Moreover, this man was not utterly defenseless. Before losing consciousness, he had managed to strike Su Hao's chest, albeit ineffectively. Su Hao shuddered at the thought, filled a glass of water from the bathroom, and splashed it on Zhou Chuliang's face to awaken him. Initially dazed, Zhou quickly regained his senses upon seeing Su Hao struggling to rise, only to discover his hands and feet were tightly bound. Breaking free of a belt was no easy feat, damn it. Let me go? What a fool. Has he not grasped the situation? He dares to command me. Su Hao cast a sidelong glance at him, ignoring the demand, and leisurely retrieved a cold drink from the refrigerator, settling onto the sofa to observe the man in black squirming on the floor like a worm. Minutes passed, and sensing that Zhou had exhausted himself, he lay still on the ground, glaring at Su Hao with fierce intensity. Still not done squirming? Su Hao finally spoke. Zhou remained silent, merely fixing Su Hao with a fierce glare, though his gaze lacked the power to kill. Confess willingly, or face severe consequences. Su Hao cleared his throat. Honestly, who are you? Who sent you? I don't recall offending anyone recently. Could it be that Lu Bai sent you? Though I find it hard to believe he could enlist someone like you. Zhou coldly snorted. You struck my senior brothers, and you still have the audacity to feign ignorance? I came here today to reclaim her honor. As he spoke, he fell silent, perhaps feeling it was somewhat humiliating to threaten while lying on the ground. Striking your senior brothers? Su Hao raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. I don't recall such an incident. I've been quite busy lately. Perhaps you could remind me? Zhou retorted. You are too arrogant. He likely believed Su Hao was intentionally pretending to forget, mocking the plight of his senior brothers as a trivial matter. Su Hao feigned innocence. He genuinely could not recall. These past days had been a whirlwind, and he had accepted numerous system tasks. Furthermore, he did not recognize this man in black, and the name Zhou Chuliang was entirely unfamiliar to him. Stop pretending. My master brought my senior brothers to your martial arts school for an exchange, and you, as a coach, insisted on fighting us. Zhou exclaimed, indignation etched on his face. You have no regard for the rules. Such exchanges should be between apprentices. What business do you have meddling? You made my senior brothers miserable for days. You are from the group practicing Tongbei Quan? Su Hao finally recalled that he had indeed chased away a group of challengers a few days prior. Realizing they must have come seeking retribution for their bruised pride, he glanced at Zhou. Are you a disciple of Master Lu? Zhou proudly lifted his head. Indeed. I am the fourth disciple of the Lu family's Tongbei Quan. His words sounded quite grandiose, yet here he lay on the ground, resembling a turtle peeking out of its shell. Oh, so you're the fourth disciple. Su Hao nearly chuckled. I fail to see how I have been impolite. It was your master who proposed a match between me and your senior brother. I made considerable concessions by agreeing to 1 against 5. Is that still considered bullying? Zhou Chuyang fell silent, rendered speechless. Indeed, it was his master who had suggested that Su Hao spar with their senior brother. Furthermore, 1 against 5 could hardly be deemed bullying in any regard. In truth, he had not intended to reason with Su Hao when he arrived. He simply sought to strike him down and restore his master and brother's honor. As for the rationale, winning would suffice. Proving their martial arts school was superior was all that mattered. However, he had not anticipated that this martial arts instructor was even stronger than described by his master. The strength he displayed was astonishing. He was unsure how he had been knocked unconscious. He distinctly remembered landing a powerful strike to Su Hao's chest, yet the next moment, he was the one who lost consciousness. Why the silence? Speak up. Noticing Zhou's reticence, Su Hao chuckled lightly. You come to my door early in the morning looking for trouble. According to the rules, I should give you a sound beating. Zhou closed his eyes, defiantly stating, do as you wish. In a society governed by law, where do such violent confrontations arise? Su Hao shrugged. Beating you would benefit me little. I shall refrain from pursuing the matter of violence for now. Let us discuss something else. Discuss what? Zhou asked warily. I came here of my own accord. It has nothing to do with my master or brothers. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of troubling them. Su Hao leaned forward, fixing his gaze upon Zhou without a hint of emotion. What is your superpower? Zhou's heart raced at this unexpected question, though he feigned calmness. Playing the fool, what superpower? You may understand it as a special ability. Su Hao spoke eloquently. Your superpower must have awakened only recently, correct? Playing dumb won't serve you. I already know you possess superpowers. I am merely curious about the specifics. Chapter 62. The power of accelerated thinking upon having his secret abilities unveiled by Su Hao. Zhou Chuyang fell into silence. Who exactly are you? He inquired. To be honest, I also possess special abilities. Su Hao shrugged. You've seen my physical prowess. If it weren't for your slippery evasiveness during our encounters, your limited martial skills would hardly stand a chance. Even if 7 or 8 of you came at me, I could easily subdue you all. Enough with the bravado. Zhou Chuyang retorted defiantly. Stop dawdling and tell me what your ability is. If you don't blame me for resorting to extreme measures. Su Hao, uninterested in engaging in further banter, glanced around before retrieving a toilet plunger from the restroom, brandishing it menacingly towards Zhou Chuyang's face, which caused him to shrink back, his mouth tightly shut. My ability allows me to temporarily accelerate my thought processes. Under the duress of Su Hao's intimidation, Zhou Chuyang reluctantly confessed. I only discovered this power the day before while training with my senior brother. By focusing my mind, I can increase my thinking speed by about 10-fold, affording me ample time to analyze situations and contemplate evasive maneuvers or counterattacks during combat. Accelerated thinking? Su Hao pondered, momentarily at a loss to determine the true potency of this ability. On one hand, it seemed formidable, yet it merely hastened thought without translating to tangible combat effectiveness. In scenarios where evasion was impossible, such as facing a bullet aimed at one's head, even a 100-fold increase in mental speed would be futile if one's body could not react swiftly enough. Conversely, from another perspective, accelerating one's thoughts could be likened to decelerating the world around oneself. Zhou Chuyang's remarkable dodges were indeed a testament to this unique power. Despite his limited skills, he managed to endure numerous exchanges with Su Hao, who ultimately had to absorb a punch to subdue him. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Su Hao asked, how long can you maintain this accelerated state? Zhou Chuyang answered begrudgingly, typically, it lasts about a second. If I really push myself, I might stretch it to 3 seconds. But afterward, I struggle to concentrate for several seconds. It was no surprise, then, that the duration was so brief. Su Hao understood the limitations. The power could only be sustained for mere seconds and was challenging to employ continuously. Having revealed his ability, Zhou Chuyang suddenly exclaimed, do you have any food? I've used my power too many times, and I'm starving. Even prisoners have rights, so how about a little something to eat? Su Hao was amused yet obliged, freeing Zhou Chuliang's hands and tossing him a package of whole grain bread from the refrigerator. He was not particularly concerned about Zhou Chuliang escaping, confident in his own capabilities. Zhou Chuliang settled in a corner, drinking water and eating the bread. Though he occasionally cast furtive glances at the entrance and the belt binding his feet, seemingly plotting an escape. Su Hao took out his phone and called Team Leader Xing. "Hello, Team Leader, I've encountered another ability user." The voice on the other end sounded bewildered. "Su, it's early morning. Don't joke with me." Remaining composed, Su Hao replied, "Due to some personal circumstances, an ability user sought trouble at my home, and I managed to subdue him. He claims his ability is accelerated thinking and is a special type of ability user." After a moment of silence, Team Leader Xing finally said, "All right, bring him to the ability team." Team Leader Xing seemed almost desensitized, but Su Hao's consistent encounters with ability users was a positive development, especially with the team expanding. After hanging up, Su Hao waved his police identification in front of Zhou Chuliang. "Come with me. Your ability needs to be registered with the national agency." "Huh? Aren't you a coach at the 8 Extremes martial arts school? Why are you suddenly a police officer?" Zhou Chuliang was taken aback. "Temporary coach," Su Hao corrected. "And I'm not a police officer. I'm a member of the Special Operations Bureau." Despite showing his credentials, Zhou Chuliang bombarded him with questions. But Su Hao ignored him and guided him out of the community, hailing a taxi to the ability team. "You're a government official, yet you still take a taxi?" Zhou Chuliang grumbled. "Just shut it." Su Hao shot back, feeling frustrated. It seemed he needed to expedite his plans to acquire a vehicle. Perhaps he could borrow a covert operational car from the Bureau, just as Miao Yueying had done. Upon arriving at the ability team, they followed the same protocol as before, introducing Zhou Chuliang to Team Leader Xing. The latter expressed keen interest in Zhou Chuliang's background as a martial artist. It was rare for an ordinary person to possess accelerated thinking without prior training, but a trained individual had an innate advantage. The enhancement of his physical capabilities combined with this ability would yield formidable combat potential. Accelerated thinking was not only effective in combat, it could also be applied to firearms. With minimal practice, one could develop skills akin to the bullet time seen in video games, becoming a sharpshooter capable of hitting every target. The allure of joining the ability team, coupled with Zhou Chuliang's clean record, led to a swift signing of contracts, mirroring Su Hao's own agreement that required no immediate training. The ability team typically refrained from interfering with martial arts training, as long as tasks were completed punctually. "Soon, I'll arrange for you to practice firearms at the range. From now on, Xiaosu will be your senior. You two are already acquainted, so feel free to consult him with any queries." Team Leader Xing organized the paperwork. Smiling at both of them. "Consult him?" Zhou Chuliang scoffed. "Can I have someone else?" Team Leader Xing firmly rebutted. "You're all comrades in the same organization. Don't be so dismissive. Spend some time together, and you'll get along." Reluctantly, Zhou Chuliang acquiesced. Su Hao, indifferent to the dynamics, was primarily concerned with how much his points had increased. "Team Leader, are there any tasks available?" Team Leader Xing looked surprised. No." Su Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. "If there are any tasks, be sure to call me first." For others, assignments were often tedious and burdensome, but for him, it was a different matter altogether. He needed points to advance to a level 3 member and required numerous side tasks to level up and gain experience. "Xiaosu, your work ethic is commendable. I'll request a bonus for you when the opportunity arises," Team Leader Xing praised, recognizing Su Hao's contributions since joining the ability team. What leader wouldn't appreciate such a dedicated subordinate? Chapter 63, The Bodyguard Assignment. Su Hao seized the opportunity. Team Leader. "I've had to take more than 10 taxis recently to travel back and forth for the Special Abilities Group. Is it possible for the department to lend me a vehicle for work?" Team Leader Xing pondered for a moment. "Very well. There are several vehicles in the garage available for field work. You may borrow one temporarily. Just go to the garage and select a car from the administrator later." As he spoke, the team leader tore off a piece of notepaper, scribbled an approval note, and handed it to Su Hao. "Thank you, Team Leader," Su Hao said with a grin as he received the note. The vehicles in the department's garage were hardly luxurious. They were mostly standard civilian models, none worth over 100,000. Given his current financial situation, purchasing one would not pose a challenge. However, Su Hao's intention was clear. He aimed to save for a high-end vehicle worth several million, and in the meantime, he was content to drive one of the department's cars. Zhou Chuliang had been taken away to collect equipment and complete paperwork, leaving only Su Hao and the team leader in the office. "Team Leader, what became of that ability user from yesterday?" Su Hao inquired. He was taken to the military district for isolation. As you suspected, his ability involves releasing shockwaves through bodily resonance, which is highly destructive and prone to emotional outbursts, making it difficult to control, Team Leader Xing replied, savoring his tea. Individuals whose abilities pose a threat to public safety require monitoring until they can master their powers. Until then, they will not be granted membership in the Special Abilities Group. Emotional outbursts? Su Hao mused. He recalled how the man had unleashed his shockwave due to suppressed anger. It appeared that such occurrences were not coincidental. Whenever his emotions ran high, shockwaves would accumulate uncontrollably. By the way, Team Leader Xing glanced at Su Hao, curiosity piqued. How is it that you managed to locate so many ability users in such a short span? Could you share your secret with me? I'm not entirely sure. Su Hao replied with a wry smile. When Xing Lu was a former colleague who confided in me. Shin Sishue attempted to steal my wallet on the street and was caught. And the man from yesterday nearly destroyed the restaurant. Even that fellow earlier came to me looking for a fight. I only found out they were ability users by chance. There's no secret involved. Team Leader Xing fell silent. Realizing that Su Hao's encounters with these ability users were indeed mere coincidences, all initiated by the others. Suddenly, Su Hao had an idea. Team Leader, do our members receive any special benefits regarding loans? Team Leader Xing raised an eyebrow. What do you need a loan for? Are you short on cash? It was just a casual inquiry. How much could I borrow? Su Hao thought that if he could secure a loan of several $100,000, he could simply buy a car outright. Previously, when he was struggling to make ends meet with his salary, purchasing a car had never crossed his mind. But now, with the system in place, he was bound to achieve great success and was beginning to consider acquiring a nice vehicle. As for housing, he could contemplate that later. Life's desires revolve around the essentials: food, clothing, shelter, and leisure. Su Hao did not consider himself a saint devoid of desires with newfound abilities. He naturally aspired to elevate his lifestyle. Team Leader Xing contemplated, if you are in urgent need of funds as a level 2 member, you could likely secure around 200,000. The loan would be interest-free for 3 months, and I can push for a bit more if necessary. 200,000 interest-free. Su Hao perked up. That would be greatly appreciated, Team Leader. Though 200,000 was not an exorbitant sum, the fact that it would be interest-free for 3 months made it an enticing offer. What do you need such a large sum for? Team Leader Xing asked, puzzled. Didn't I just award you 20,000 in bonuses yesterday? Is that not sufficient? I'm planning to buy a car, Su Hao stated plainly. Team Leader Xing looked surprised, shaking his head with a sigh. It seems I've truly aged. I cannot comprehend the desires of today's youth. Very well, I will submit the loan request. And it should be approved within 3 days at the latest. Thank you, Team Leader, Su Hao replied, elated. With the 200,000 loan, along with the 20,000 bonus from yesterday and the 110,000 reward from Yang Hongwu, he would have over 300,000 at his disposal. This was the first time since starting work that he held such a significant sum. In reality, if he truly needed money, he could easily approach Yang Hongwu for a loan, who would undoubtedly lend him several $100,000 without hesitation. However, Su Hao was a person of strong pride. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not readily borrow money from others, especially for a car. He preferred to rely on his own resources. But Team Leader Xing continued. Don't be too quick to thank me. There is, in fact, a task I need you to handle. A task? Su Hao asked. Indeed. You could consider it a solo assignment, Team Leader Xing replied, pausing before asking, by the way, I heard from Zhou Chuyang that you work as an instructor at a martial arts school. Do you know martial arts? Su Hao hesitated for a moment before nodding. I have some understanding. That will suffice, Team Leader Xing said, slightly nodding as he pulled several documents from his drawer and handed them over. This afternoon, there will be a private business ball at the Villa District on Yongquan Road. The attendees are all prominent figures in the business world, and we are required to protect one individual. This task could conclude this afternoon, or it might extend for several days. A business ball? Su Hao exclaimed, taking the documents in surprise. At first glance, he saw an elegant young lady depicted, appearing to be under 20, dressed in a soft white gown, with a subtle smile gracing her lips and a striking purple-red jade pendant adorning her neck. Is this the person we are to protect? Indeed, Team Leader Xing confirmed. This girl is the granddaughter of the wealthiest individual in Shaanxi province. We have received credible intelligence indicating that an ability crime syndicate appears to have targeted her. Team Leader Xing waved his hand dismissively. You need not concern yourself with the details. The priority is to ensure her safety. Initially, I intended to assign Xiao Mingcheng to this task, given his ability to withstand gunfire. However, he has encountered complications with another assignment and is unlikely to return soon. What? The granddaughter of the wealthiest individual in Shaanxi? An ability crime syndicate? Su Hao was left utterly dumbfounded. What do you mean? Don't concern myself with the details. There are far too many significant aspects in that statement to ignore. Setting aside the fact that she is the granddaughter of the wealthiest individual in Shaanxi, I had anticipated that as a member of the Special Abilities Group, I would inevitably engage in numerous tasks involving high society. Protecting someone is perfectly normal. But who can explain to me what this ability crime syndicate is? Does a criminal organization composed of ability users exist outside the control of the state-run Special Abilities Group? Chapter 64. Lucrative Assignment. I almost forgot that you might not be aware. Team leader Xing finally realized and explained. The Supernatural Crime Syndicate is an organization formed illegally by certain individuals with extraordinary abilities. Their operations are erratic, and they have infiltrated many gray areas. Some of the larger syndicates have histories that predate even the specialized ability groups, with records dating back to the late Ming Dynasty. Su Hao appeared astonished. The late Ming Dynasty? Does that mean they have become ancestral legacies like the sects? However, rest assured, the group you need to guard against this time is merely a smaller supernatural crime syndicate, consisting of at most 4 or 5 individuals. The ability groups across various provinces have long been monitoring them. Team leader Xing stood up and patted Su Hao on the shoulder. Though these supernatural crime syndicates have not undergone formal training, their abilities are unpredictable, so you must mentally prepare for a tough battle. Su Hao was puzzled. Am I the only bodyguard? Yes. To avoid alarming the snake, it is best to minimize the number of peripheral participants at the commercial ball. Team leader Xing stated. Xiao Su, you understand martial arts, and your practical skills are among the best in the ability group. I heard from Xiao Miao that your marksmanship is commendable. So this bodyguard task is yours alone. Su Hao smiled wryly. Team leader, you have too much faith in me. I don't think I can withstand 3 supernatural criminals. The task is merely to ensure the safety of the richest man's granddaughter. You are not required to engage in direct combat with the criminals. Team leader Xing took out a secret button the size of a fingernail from his drawer and handed it over. Do not bear too much psychological pressure. As soon as the members of the Supernatural Crime Syndicate appear, press this button, and members of the ability group hidden nearby will immediately spring into action. Oh, so there are others involved. Su Hao understood and pointed to himself. Am I the vanguard of this mission? You could say that. Team leader Xing said with sincerity. This task is somewhat challenging, Xiao Su. If you truly feel unable to handle it, I can assign someone else. But if you successfully complete this task, the rewards will certainly not disappoint you. What rewards? A bonus of 240 points. Team leader Xing smiled. This is merely the basic reward. If you perform exceptionally during the task, the bonus will increase. For example, an additional reward of 300,000 for capturing a supernatural criminal early on. Wow, what a lucrative assignment. Su Hao was stunned. The base salary is already 200,000, and an extra 300,000 for capturing a supernatural criminal? His motivation skyrocketed. Just yesterday, he had only received a mere 10,000 for capturing a mutant dog, and although it was distributed among everyone, he couldn't help but think that the research institute was rather stingy. Moreover, the person he was tasked to protect was not some brutish man, but a graceful and beautiful young lady, with wealth and beauty combined. How could he possibly refuse such an enticing assignment? Team leader, how could I possibly not be able to handle this task? Is there anything I need to prepare in advance for the ball this afternoon? Su Hao eagerly accepted the assignment. Focus on the rewards. That 200,000 bonus is absolutely not to be missed. And those supernatural criminals, those walking 300,000, if they dare to show themselves, he would not let them escape easily. Even if it meant revealing his lightning elemental powers, he would capture them. After all, Team leader Xing would find out about his lightning elemental qualifications after the incident with the elemental crystal. He could always say that he suddenly awakened during the confrontation with the supernatural criminals. He had more than just this trump card as time went on. He would acquire even more. Just a lightning elemental ability, if exposed, so be it. It was of no consequence. Rest assured. Everything you need for the ball has been prepared by the organization. Team leader Xing chuckled, picked up the phone on his desk, and called in a staff member, instructing him to take Su Hao to the preparation room to collect a tuxedo and shoes for the ball. A little over 10 minutes later, Su Hao donned a luxurious tuxedo. He moved his limbs and felt somewhat out of place. Curiously, he asked, Team leader, am I not going as a bodyguard? Why am I wearing a tuxedo and dress shoes? When did I say your role was that of a bodyguard? Team leader Xing countered. Your identity is that of a general manager of a medium-sized company. At the ball, you must seek opportunities to get close to the richest man's granddaughter. remaining by her side to ensure her safety, and she should not know your true identity. Su Hao retorted. How can I get close to her if she doesn't know my identity? Do you think I possess such charisma? Surprisingly, one must admit. The right attire does enhance one's appearance. Team leader Xing jokingly remarked, there's no need to worry too much. At a ball, it's not difficult for a gentleman to approach a lady. No one expects you to invite her to dance. Just stay close enough to ensure her safety. All right then. Su Hao reluctantly agreed. But what about the weapons? How am I supposed to bring a gun into the ball? Team leader Xing replied. This will be handled by the higher-ups. You only need to secure your handgun at your waist for entry. Your invitation will have a special mark, and security will allow you in upon seeing it. That's quite thorough. There was little more to discuss. Team leader Xing sent Su Hao to the equipment room to exchange for a specially designed tranquilizer pistol. Su Hao curiously examined the tranquilizer pistol. In appearance, it resembled a scaled-down version of the Type 92, with a ratio of about 1:5. Though the barrel was slightly smaller and the magazine had been modified for tranquilizer darts, it was also significantly lighter than an ordinary pistol. Reportedly, this specialized pistol was a new model developed by the Research Institute, containing over 10 tranquilizer darts, each capable of rendering a person unconscious for an entire day. With an effect in just 3 seconds, he tucked the small pistol into his waist holster, making it virtually undetectable. Team leader Xing glanced at his watch. With 3 hours until the ball, you should take some time to adjust in your room. If you wish to practice with the tranquilizer gun at the shooting range, feel free. There's plenty of ammunition in the armory, but once at the ball, you will only have the 15 rounds in your magazine. All right, I'll head to the range to practice shooting. Su Hao responded, taking the handgun and heading towards the building's internal shooting range. Inside the range, the sound of gunfire erupted. Su Hao was puzzled about who would be practicing so early in the morning. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhou Chuyang, who had just registered and was also at the range for target practice. After all, ordinary citizens in the country rarely get the chance to handle firearms. So the boy was thrilled to have one in his hands. He glanced at the target. Those 3 shots had not missed, 2 were barely on target. But one had hit the bullseye, most likely the result of this guy using his cognitive acceleration to aim for a long time. Chapter 65. The Contest of Marksmanship. Are you here to practice shooting as well? Zhou Chuyang had long noticed Su Hao. The last shot he fired was merely for show, deliberately taking his time to aim and hitting the bullseye. He provocatively blew the smoke from the gun muzzle. What's the matter? Are you brave enough to compete with me? Let us see who can hit the most bullseyes in 10 shots. Su Hao was at a loss for words. This fellow was acting like a petulant child, overly eager to prove himself. He felt that agreeing to a duel would only tarnish his own dignity. After all, it was just practice. What was the point? Ding. Side quest activated. Shooting range contest. Quest requirement. Hit the bullseye at least 8 times within 10 shots. Quest reward. 500 experience points, 100 training points. Fine. Let us do it. Just as Su Hao was about to decline, he suddenly changed his mind. Twirling the tranquilizer gun in his palm, filled with fighting spirit, leaving Zhou Chuyang momentarily stunned. In the face of experience and training rewards, what did dignity matter? Could it be eaten? That said, there should be some stakes in this contest. What do you propose to wager? Su Hao suggested enticingly, wanting to make it a win-win situation. Zhou Chuyang pondered. How about the loser pays the winner 3,000 yuan? This bet was neither too big nor too small. Just right. Deal. 3,000 yuan may not be a significant amount for him now, but every little bit counts and could cover a few months' rent. Standing at the shooting platform, Su Hao disengaged the safety on the practice gun, loaded the ammunition, and casually waved his fingers in front of him. Do you wish to consume 100 training points to upgrade your firearm mastery to master level? Confirm. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Since he had agreed to the contest, he had to ensure he would not lose. Besides, he would have to upgrade his firearm mastery eventually. Once the targets were set up, both competitors took their positions. The sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the shooting range. With the enhancement of master-level firearm mastery, Su Hao's shooting movements flowed like water, 10 bullets erupting like flames, released in a rhythmical succession. In mere seconds, all his targets had collapsed. On the other side, Zhou Chuyang had only managed to fire 2 shots. It seemed he must have taken an eternity to aim each shot, hence his slow pace. What good was shooting quickly? Accuracy was what truly mattered. Hearing Su Hao's gunfire cease, Zhou Chuyang scoffed dismissively, not even glancing over, continuing to aim at his targets. He had heard that Su Hao had only joined the abilities group for less than 3 days. What could he achieve even if he had touched a gun a few days earlier? His own abilities gave him a distinct advantage in shooting, and as a trained practitioner, his physical control was far superior to that of an average person. There was no way he could lose. Approximately half a minute later, Zhou Chuliang finished his last shot. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he felt quite satisfied with his performance. Out of 10 targets, he had hit the bullseye on 5, with none below the 7th ring. His total score reached an impressive 89 rings. This performance would be commendable even among seasoned shooters. Confidently, he turned his gaze towards Su Hao, eager to see how poorly he had shot, especially since that guy had emptied his magazine in mere seconds. He even doubted whether Su Hao had aimed properly. But upon seeing the results, his eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense is this? How could every shot be a bullseye? On Su Hao's side, each target bore a perfect black dot right at the center. Unlike Zhou Chuliang's mere luck in hitting the bullseye, Su Hao's accuracy was so precise that the bullseye was practically his target. With master-level firearm mastery, within the effective range of 50 meters with a handgun, he could hit precisely where he aimed. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 500 experience points, 100 training points. Damn it, I've been duped. How could you have joined the abilities group just a few days ago? You must have been a police officer before, right? Your shooting is remarkably accurate. Zhou Chuliang's face contorted with frustration. What do you mean duped? You were the one who challenged me to a shooting competition. Su Hao shrugged. I was never a police officer. My shooting relies purely on instinct. After all, it is widely known that some sharpshooters possess an innate talent. Zhou Chuliang was left speechless. Indeed, some individuals naturally have a keen sense, able to match the skills of others with only a small amount of training. Ultimately, Zhou Chuliang had no choice but to accept his loss, transferring 3,000 yuan to Su Hao, leaving the shooting range in a huff. Perhaps next time we can compete in something else. Su Hao watched him leave with a broad smile. He heard Zhou Chuliang mutter something as he exited, nearly tripping over the threshold, likely cursing under his breath. After practicing with the tranquilizer gun for a while, Su Hao lost interest and returned to the preparation room to lie down. With master-level firearm mastery, he handled the small handgun effortlessly, hitting his mark without the need for practice. Sometimes, upgrading specialization modules could lead to the loss of certain things, such as worries. Pulling out his phone, Su Hao casually played a game, passing the time quickly for over 2 hours. A member of the abilities group arrived in a luxury car to take him to the Villa District for a gala. As he sat in the back seat, he carefully examined the car's interior. The model seemed to be an Audi A series. Though his knowledge of luxury cars was limited, he could surmise that this vehicle was worth at least $1 million. Once this mission is complete, I shall also procure a luxury car worth $1 million. The thought struck him as odd, sounding less like a mission and more like a bandit leader preparing to rob a convoy. The driver swiftly transported him to the Yongquan Road Villa District, an area inhabited by the affluent and powerful. Villas here were not sold by square meters, but rather as entire buildings priced in the tens of millions. The commercial gala was held in the grand hall at the center of the Villa District. Looking out the car window, it was easy to spot an array of dazzling luxury and sports cars, parked like cabbages, with an influx of rare business elites stepping out of them. Although Su Hao recognized none. Sir, we have arrived. The car stopped in front of the red carpet, just as Su Hao intended to open the door. The driver stepped out first to hold it open for him. Coughing, he thought that the habits of the wealthy were indeed difficult to emulate. Dressed in a fitted black tuxedo, Su Hao strode along the red carpet towards the hall entrance, presenting his invitation to the guard at the door. The guard scrutinized the invitation and then looked at Su Hao, not bothering to check his belongings. He nodded and allowed him entry. Upon stepping through the grand hall doors, Su Hao instinctively touched the tranquilizer gun at his waist, feeling an odd sensation akin to arriving at a perilous dungeon with nothing but a small blade. Chapter 66. The ball. As he stepped into the grand hall, the scene unfolded before him like a cinematic ballroom spectacle, resplendent and opulent. To be candid, this was Su Hao's first encounter with such an elite gathering, and he felt an overwhelming sense of surrealism. Throughout his life, he had scarcely attended any banquets, let alone a commercial ball. His assumed identity as a company general manager was merely a fade, and in this environment, he recognized no one. Observing the clusters of business luminaries engaged in animated conversations, he felt painfully out of place, uncertain of what to do. Sir, may I assist you with anything? A waiter, noticing Su Hao lost in thought, approached with a tray of drinks. Just a glass of red wine, please. Su Hao selected a glass from the tray, taking a sip as he ventured further into the ball, his gaze sweeping across the room in search of his mission objective. According to the information he had, the granddaughter of the wealthiest individual in Shaanxi province, named Mo Lishuan, was celebrating her 18th birthday, and this commercial ball was organized in her honor. The wealthiest man in Shaanxi, Mo Xingming, had built his fortune in real estate and, a few years prior, had shifted his investments to the field of biological research, amassing a fortune exceeding 10 billion. His influence in both business and political circles was considerable, attracting numerous high-ranking officials and executives to this extravagant event. The deeper he delved into this world, the more he sensed the chasm separating the affluent from the impoverished. Many television dramas or novels portray high society as easily accessible, where protagonists seamlessly mingle with the wealthy, almost as if it were a trivial game, misleading viewers who have never encountered such circles. In reality, social strata are, to a certain extent, nearly insurmountable, were it not for his identity as a member of the extraordinary ability group. Su Hao would never have been able to attend the ball as a guest. An adage aptly states that the gap between individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. However, with the system at his side, Su Hao believed that one day he too would stand in such a setting with his true identity, viewing this merely as a matter of time. As he traversed the lavish, expansive hall, he soon located his target. In a side room of the ball, surrounded by a throng of young men and women, stood Mo Lishuan, akin to a radiant star at the center of a constellation. From a distance, he beheld her in a delicate lavender gown, occasionally breaking into a smile. Bathed in the ambient light, her profile was stunning, surpassing her photographs in beauty. Undeniably, in terms of appearance, Mo Lishuan was the most exquisite woman Su Hao had ever seen. Ding. Side quest triggered. Stealth bodyguard. Quest requirements. Ensure the personal safety of Mo Lishuan. Prevent her abduction. Prevent her from sustaining serious injuries, and safeguard her necklace from theft. Quest rewards. 2,000 experience points, 400 training points. As Su Hao recognized Mo Lishuan's visage, the system's notification chimed in, rousing him from his reverie. Finally, the system had activated, after a prolonged wait for a side quest. He had nearly resigned himself to the notion that this bodyguard mission might never commence. 2,000 experience points? This figure astonished him. It was his first time receiving a quest with experience points exceeding 1,000, and not merely breaking the threshold, but doubling it in one fell swoop. From the rewards alone, it was evident that this task was likely more formidable than he had anticipated. While he understood the need to protect her from serious harm and abduction, he was puzzled as to why safeguarding her necklace was included as well. Was that necklace of equal importance to her life? He dismissed the thought. Adhering to the system's requirements was paramount. The pressing question remained. How could he approach her? Frustrated, wine glass in hand, Su Hao lamented his lack of social skills, particularly in the realm of high society, where he was utterly unversed in the topics of conversation that permeated the air. There was a saying, with differing worldviews, how can one communicate? A spark of realization struck him. The system must have relevant specialties. He swiftly accessed the specialty module and, indeed, discovered eloquent communication among his options. He had only scratched the surface of this specialty. Would you like to expend 8 training points to elevate eloquent communication to proficient level? Would you like to expend 30 training points to elevate eloquent communication to elite level? Would you like to expend 100 training points to elevate eloquent communication to master level? Since the expenditure of training points was minimal, recoverable with just a couple of tasks, Su Hao decided to upgrade the specialty to master level in one go. Instantly, a plethora of conversational techniques flooded his mind, and an array of topics began to materialize. Armed with conversation starters, his confidence surged. Su Hao strode directly towards the group of young men and women. Utilizing the false persona provided by the extraordinary ability group, he casually initiated a topic, managing to awkwardly integrate himself into their discussions. Initially, it was manageable, but soon, the conversation veered into broader topics, spanning the entertainment industry, luxury vehicles, and travel. Interspersed with discussions on the current economic climate, Su Hao felt overwhelmed. His knowledge of such matters was woefully inadequate, let alone international travel. He had never even visited a seaside in his life. No matter how skilled one might be in conversation, lack of knowledge and experience proved insurmountable. He opted to feign reticence, contributing only sporadically while inwardly cursing the misjudgment of his team leader, Xing. The latter had claimed that approaching a lady at a ball posed no challenge. Was this not a challenge? Forget about difficulties. This felt akin to a hellish trial. He found himself praying for an extraordinary crime syndicate to make an appearance. He would rather grapple with extraordinary criminals than endure this excruciating small talk with the affluent. Excuse me for a moment. Minutes passed, and at last, Mo Lishuan appeared to have some business. Breaking away from the group of wealthy youths and heading towards the other side of the hall, Su Hao released a sigh of relief. He was liberated from the need to mingle with them. Setting aside his empty wine glass, he followed closely behind Emo Lishuan, making his way towards the hallway on the opposite side of the hall. "Who are you? Is there something you need?" Emo Lishuan noticed Su Hao trailing her and inquired politely. Caught in the act, Su Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. I was just planning to visit the restroom." "Oh, my apologies." A blush crept to Emo Lishuan's cheeks, as she mistakenly assumed he was following her intentionally. Had she been overly sensitive? "No problem." Su Hao waved dismissively. His mention of the restroom was not solely a cover for his pursuit. He had previously acquired the building's layout from team leader Xing and had memorized it. From Emo Lishuan's initial directional movement, it was not difficult to deduce her intent to visit the restroom. True to his assessment, after their brief exchange, Emo Lishuan continued on her path toward the restroom. Chapter 67. The conflict erupting in the restroom. "Miss Mo's necklace is exquisite. I wonder where she purchased it?" Following the earlier incident, Su Hao's attempt at conversation no longer felt intrusive. He indeed found the deep crimson jade bead to be striking, making it a perfect topic to broach. "I fear there is no place to buy it," Emo Lishuan replied candidly. "This jade bead was a gift from my grandfather for my coming of age. He always kept it close to me. It is said to have been given to my ancestor by a wandering Taoist during the late Qing dynasty, claiming it brings health and longevity while warding off misfortune." As she spoke, she instinctively raised her hand to lightly touch the jade bead resting against her snowy neck. The bead, approximately the size of an eyeball, contained a star map seemingly composed of bubbles, its hue translucent and radiant. Under the light, it refracted a stunning deep crimson shade, more dazzling than gemstones and purer than crystal. Most intriguingly, it possessed an inexplicable allure, drawing one's gaze irresistibly toward it. "From the late Qing era?" Su Hao remarked with slight astonishment, unable to discern the bead's centuries-old magnificence. No wonder the side quest specified that the necklace must not be stolen. This jade bead was not only an heirloom, but also a treasure beyond measure. Given its antique nature and quality, it could easily be worth tens of millions, if not more. "Your grandfather must hold you in high regard to gift you such a precious item," Su Hao feigned a sigh. "It is rather unfortunate that such a beautiful jade bead cannot be purchased anywhere, even if only a replica. In truth, even if a place existed to sell it, he could not afford it." Emo Lishuan smiled lightly. "I do not believe I have seen you before." Su Hao, mindful of his persona, replied, "I am the newly appointed general manager of XX Company. It is only natural that you do not recognize me, as I have not previously developed in this region of Shaanxi." After a brief exchange, the two parted ways at the restroom entrance. Su Hao lingered at the restroom door, feeling conflicted. Team leader Xing had instructed him to shadow Emo Lishuan closely, yet it would be inappropriate to follow her into the ladies' restroom. If he were to enter, rather than protecting her, he would likely be expelled from the dance as a pervert. With no other option, he entered the men's restroom, straining to listen for any sounds from outside, waiting for Emo Lishuan to emerge before following her out. With the enhancements of his agility and physique, his senses were significantly heightened, particularly his hearing and sight. Distinguishing the sound of high heels outside was a trivial task. While Su Hao stood there attentively, he overheard someone speaking on the phone from a stall. "Hello, I have arrived. Are you in position?" The voice was slightly hoarse, and the continuous sound of running water obscured his quiet conversation. Without Su Hao's keen hearing, an ordinary person would not have registered the dialogue. Upon realizing the content of the call, Su Hao immediately became alert. What was happening? Had he stumbled upon a group of supernatural criminals while merely using the restroom? Rest assured, this operation is highly discreet. The target has entered the ladies' restroom. "All right, prepare yourselves. I will bring her out swiftly." With that, the voice from the stall fell silent, and the sound of flushing ceased. Su Hao's expression turned grave as he concentrated, summoning a high-voltage arc capable of rendering a person unconscious. The moment the stall door opened, he would surge forward, using his electrical powers to incapacitate the man. However, seconds passed without any sign of movement from the stall. No even a breath could be heard. Oh no! Su Hao's heart raced as he kicked the stall door open, only to discover it was already empty. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the ladies' restroom. He was uncertain of the enemy's abilities, but he was acutely aware that Emo Lishuan was in peril. Inside the restroom, several women were touching up their makeup. Upon seeing Su Hao burst in, they appeared startled, but, out of decorum, refrained from screaming, hastily gathering their cosmetics and presumably fleeing to call security. Su Hao had no time to explain himself. He wasted no time and forcefully flung open the doors of each stall. Sure enough, When he opened the second stall, he found a middle-aged man covering Emo Lishuan's mouth and nose with a cloth soaked in ether, attempting to render her unconscious. Her eyes were already losing focus. The man's expression shifted to disbelief upon seeing Su Hao abruptly enter the stall. "Damn it, you bastard. You made me run to the ladies' restroom." Fury surged within Su Hao as he channeled his electrical energy into a punch, striking the man squarely in the face. The punch was known for its swiftness and precision, and fueled by rage, it landed with brutal force, dislocating the man's jaw. Simultaneously, electric currents surged into him, knocking him unconscious. So weak. Su Hao frowned at the unconscious man. How did he manage to move from the men's restroom to the ladies' restroom so suddenly? The man's clothing appeared soaked. Could it be related to water? Using his scanning ability, he assessed the man. Tang Gaoyong, bipedal primate, height 173 centimeters, weight 140 kilograms, state, unconscious, ability, unknown. Target attributes acquired, physique, 11, strength, 10, agility, 11, spirit, 10. The attributes were entirely those of an ordinary person. No wonder he was so feeble. Unable to gather further information, Su Hao set aside the matter of the middle-aged man and rushed to support the dazed Emo Lishuan. "Miss Emo, are you all right? My head is spinning. What on earth happened?" Emo Lishuan clutched her head, regaining her senses, her expression revealing a hint of panic. "Why is this man here in the ladies' restroom? He came to abduct you." Su Hao wasted no time with pleasantries. "And I am here to protect you." "Abduct? Protect? Who are you?" Emo Lishuan's face was a portrait of confusion. As Su Hao contemplated whether to elaborate, he heard a sound emanating from the middle-aged man's pocket. He fished out a walkie-talkie. "Old Tang, what is going on over there?" "Damn it, boss, it seems something has gone awry with Old Tang." Muffled voices crackled through the walkie-talkie before abruptly cutting off. "Trouble, they've been discovered." Su Hao furrowed his brow, stowing the walkie-talkie in his pocket. "You need to get dressed." Having just been to the restroom, Emo Lishuan had not properly arranged her attire. At Su Hao's reminder, she realized her disheveled appearance. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly turned away to fix her clothing. Su Hao retrieved the small button team leader Xing had given him, hesitating briefly before pressing it. He had already incapacitated one supernatural criminal, but regardless of whether the remaining criminal group intended to continue their abduction plan or retreat, he knew he could not handle it alone. Support from the supernatural unit was essential. Amidst the burgeoning pandemonium, before the arrival of the Atypical Abilities Task Force, the commotion instigated by Su Hao's intrusion into the ladies' restroom had already summoned several security personnel. Alarmed by the complaints from several female attendees, the guards hastily stormed into the restroom, where the sight of Su Hao alongside the disheveled Miss Mo left them dumbfounded. The potential ramifications of any harm befalling Miss Mo, the evening's belle, were unfathomable. Confronted by the burly guards advancing upon him, Su Hao furrowed his brow, deftly employing the subtle force of Bejiquan. He repelled the guards without even shifting his feet. Ordinarily, he would not have troubled these guards, but the exigency of the moment precluded such considerations. The possibility of an atypical criminal infiltrating the security personnel could not be dismissed. "Hold your advance." Emo Lishuan, having adjusted her attire, turned and urgently interjected. "This gentleman is not a malefactor. He just safeguarded me." The guards exchanged bewildered glances. How could this intruder, who had trespassed into the ladies' room, be lauded as a savior? Su Hao gestured towards the unconscious man sprawled on the floor, still clutching a chloroform-soaked cloth. "I witnessed this individual surreptitiously entering the restroom with nefarious intentions, and I pursued him to safeguard Miss Mo. You may corroborate with Miss Mo. He fabricated the narrative with nary a blink, albeit containing a kernel of truth. Indeed, as this gentleman articulates," Emo Lishuan affirmed, still shaken. "Although I did not discern how this man infiltrated the restroom, he did harbor malicious intentions towards me. Were it not for this gentleman, I might have been in dire straits." With Miss Mo's corroboration, the guards, now appeased, apologized to Su Hao, handcuffed the unconscious man, and prepared to escort him to the security office. Ensure he is securely bound, Su Hao cautioned, and assign additional personnel to watch over him, lest he ventures too close to any water source. Before the guards escorted the man away, Su Hao discreetly injected a tranquilizer dart into the man's wrist, ensuring his incapacitation for the foreseeable future. Observing Emo Lishuan's unsteady gait, indicative of the lingering effects of the ether, Su Hao extended a hand to steady her. "Permit me to escort you to the main hall. The presence of a multitude will ensure greater security." "Thank you," Emo Lishuan acquiesced, accepting Su Hao's support with a demure expression of gratitude. Accompanied by several guards, the pair returned to the grand ballroom. Abruptly, the ballroom's lights extinguished, plunging the enclosed venue into impenetrable darkness. What transpires? What is the motive for the lights to be extinguished? Does it signify a performance of some sort? Initially, the ballroom was rife with commotion, but the attendees soon regained composure, surmising that the darkness was a deliberate ambience orchestrated by the hosts. In stark contrast, the event's logistical personnel were in disarray, their faces etched with anxiety. Meanwhile, the ballroom remained cloaked in darkness, unnoticed by the attendees. Several clandestine individuals stealthily infiltrated the venue through the skylights in the dome. Turning back to Su Hao, his countenance grave, he activated his phone's flashlight. Clenching it in his teeth, he swept the weakened Mo Lishuan into his arms. "What are you doing?" Mo Lishuan exclaimed. "Hush," Su Hao cautioned, "speak softly. Abductors intend to seize you amidst this chaos. The blackout is likely their doing. I must escort you to a secure location amidst the crowd." "But does it not seem as if you are the abductor?" Mo Lishuan hesitated, refraining from uttering the latter half of her query. Having just been rescued by Su Hao, she chose to extend a modicum of trust. Moreover, had Su Hao harbored ill intentions, he could have rendered her unconscious long ago. No sooner had Su Hao hoisted Mo Lishuan into his arms than the ground began to tremble. Pandemonium erupted as attendees surged towards the exits. The ballroom emitted ominous creaks and groans as chandeliers swayed precariously, and the sounds of shattering glass and panicked cries filled the air. Clutching Mo Lishuan, Su Hao narrowly maintained his balance. An earthquake? Implausible. Su Hao's city was situated in a stable inland region, rarely experiencing seismic activity. Furthermore, the building's oscillation exceeded that of the ground, suggesting the tremors originated from above. Ergo, this purported earthquake was likely orchestrated by the atypical criminal syndicate. Chapter 69. Facing two enemies alone, is it possible that even the ability to imitate an earthquake exists? Truly, the world is full of wonders. There is no time for contemplation. Su Hao surveyed his surroundings, choosing not to follow the crowd rushing towards the auditorium's entrance. Instead, he carried Mo Lishuan back in the direction of the restroom. "What are you doing? Shouldn't we be running away from the earthquake? Why are we going back this way?" Mo Lishuan exclaimed, clearly anxious. She wriggled in Su Hao's arms, attempting to escape his hold, but his embrace was firm, leaving her unable to break free. "This is not a real earthquake. It is merely a tactic employed by the kidnappers to create chaos. Do not worry. The auditorium will not collapse. Compared to the turmoil in that crowd, it is safer to remain in a less populated area," Su Hao reassured her. "Really?" Mo Lishuan replied, her skepticism evident. Could an earthquake truly be artificially created? Su Hao decided to show her his credentials. "I am actually here on orders to protect you. Please trust my judgment for now. Reinforcements will arrive shortly, and you will be safe then." Mo Lishuan glanced at the credentials. "But my grandfather never mentioned anything about this." "Operational confidentiality," Su Hao replied, somewhat helpless. Mo Lishuan bit her lip. "All right, I will trust you." At this moment, she had no other choice but to believe Su Hao. Everyone in the venue, staff and guests alike, was frantically trying to escape. As Su Hao had said, in such a chaotic situation, even if she were kidnapped, no one would be aware of it. While holding Mo Lishuan to avoid the crowd, Su Hao's keen peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure darting past the skylight of the auditorium's dome. "They're coming." He swiftly turned and hid in the restroom. Gently placing Mo Lishuan down, he retrieved a small tranquilizer gun from his waist and cautioned her, "No matter what you see, do not run. If someone tries to grab you, shout my name loudly. Do you understand?" Mo Lishuan huddled in the corner, nodding obediently. "But I still don't know your name." "I am Su." Bang, bang. The sound of a silenced gunshot reverberated, creating two holes in the wall beside him. Su Hao quickly sidestepped into the restroom, turned off his phone's flashlight, and peered out from behind the wall, searching for the shooter's precise location. In the pitch-black auditorium, finding the shooter was no easy task. And for the shooter, hitting Su Hao would prove equally challenging. As expected, several more shots rang out from across the room. But they missed their mark and the shooter soon gave up. A figure dashed down the corridor with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. An agile ability user? Su Hao furrowed his brow, noting that the figure clutched a dagger-like object, heightening his vigilance. Sure enough, the figure reached the restroom, recognized Su Hao, and lunged forward with the small knife aimed at his abdomen. "Fast, but you think you can play close range with me? You are still too inexperienced." Su Hao narrowed his eyes, adopting a defensive stance reminiscent of the Eight Extremes fist. He sidestepped to the left, intercepting the assailant's wrist with his fists, twisting it to swiftly disarm the knife from their grasp. Discarding the knife, Su Hao aimed the tranquilizer gun at the figure. Yet, the assailant seemed to have anticipated this. Swiftly retreating from the restroom, moving with the speed of the wind, leaving Su Hao no opportunity to fire. Impressive speed. He had not forgotten to utilize his reconnaissance ability on the figure. Name: Kong Ping. Species: upright primate. Height: 157 centimeters. Weight: 89 kilograms. Health status: good. Agile explosive ability. Agility increases by 1/3 in 3 seconds. Acquired target attribute information. Physique: 11 points. Strength: 13 points. Agility: 28 points. Explosive: 37 points. Spirit: 10 points. Nearly 30 points in agility? Only slightly lower than Miao Yueying's, yet with an explosive ability and a not insignificant strength attribute. Given the name, it seemed this ability user was female. Having grasped the basic attributes of his opponent, Su Hao tucked the tranquilizer gun back into his pocket. Against agile ability users, firearms proved ineffective. Their rapid movements and quick reflexes made it nearly impossible to hit them. He had to subdue her in close combat. Glancing back at the visibly anxious Mo Lishuan, he steadied his resolve, pressed himself against the wall, and summoned crackling arcs of electricity in his palm, awaiting the agile ability user's next move. "Is that you who knocked out old Tang?" A gruff male voice emanated from outside the restroom. This voice was not that of the agile ability user. Another enemy had arrived? "It's me. What is the problem?" Su Hao retorted, irritated. A pervert sneaking into the women's restroom to kidnap women deserves nothing less than a knockout. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and clad in a black t-shirt, entered, glaring ominously at Su Hao. Behind him stood a short woman in a black jumpsuit, her face obscured, but it was evident she was the agile ability user who had just attacked Su Hao. The muscular man snorted. "You've got some guts, kid. Can't you see your predicament? Hand over that woman, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, enough with the idle chatter." Su Hao had no intention of engaging in conversation. He drew the tranquilizer gun and fired. With such a hulking frame, the man could not possibly be an agile ability user, could he? At a distance of only 2 to 3 meters, Su Hao doubted the man could evade the shot. Refusing a toast and opting for punishment, the tranquilizer struck the man's abdomen, yet he remained unfazed, anger surging within him. "Kong Ping, leave this kid to me. You take the woman and get out." As he spoke, the already large man's body seemed to swell. His height surged dramatically, his arms and chest expanding, and astonishingly, his skin became rough and hard, resembling a mass of rock from afar. Reconnaissance. Name: Shi Qingyang. Species: upright primate. Current status: mutated. Current height: 210 centimeters. Current weight: 280 kilograms. Mutation type: special ability petrification. Temporarily hardened skin, increasing physique and strength attributes by 1/3. Acquired targets current attribute information. Physique: 32 points. Strength: 28 points. Agility: 9 points. Spirit: 10 points. Petrification ability? Su Hao was taken aback. No wonder the tranquilizer had no effect on the muscular man. It likely couldn't penetrate the layer of petrified skin. "Die!" The stone-covered behemoth roared, swinging his rocky fist towards Su Hao. This punch was propelled with tremendous force and weight, capable of crushing a person's skull like a tomato upon impact. Faced with such a boss-like opponent, Su Hao had no intention of taking the hit head-on. He swiftly dodged the punch and seized the man's rocky wrist, unleashing the thunderous energy he had been gathering from his palm. Crackling. The electric arcs crackled loudly. However, it did not yield the expected results. Su Hao's heart sank. Oh no. The electric arcs were completely absorbed by the rock. This fellow's ability naturally countered the lightning element. "Your attack is useless." "Ha!" The stone giant bellowed as he retracted his right fist, nearly lifting Su Hao off his feet in the process. Without any pause, he launched another heavy punch. Su Hao hurriedly dodged, barely evading the second blow within the confined space. The stone giant's fist smashed into the floor, shattering the tiles into fragments. It was easy to imagine that if it struck a person, it would have the same devastating effect. This is troublesome. This petrification ability is exceedingly difficult to handle. Not only can bullets not penetrate it, but even my lightning element ability is ineffective, rendering me nearly helpless. Had I known there was such a foe, I should never have brought Mo Lishuan into this cramped restroom. While the confrontation escalated, the agile ability user in black attempted to circumvent Su Hao to seize Mo Lishuan. "Do you think I am invisible?" Su Hao gritted his teeth, seizing the opportunity when the stone giant withdrew its fist. raising his gun to fire several rounds at the woman in black. Forewarned, she suddenly accelerated, evading the trajectory of the tranquilizer darts, and in an instant, she dashed in front of Mo Lichuan. Witnessing this mind-bending display of combat, Mo Lichuan was nearly paralyzed with fear. Upon seeing the woman approach, she instinctively shut her eyes, clutching the jade bead necklace at her chest tightly. Swish, swish. Su Hao discharged a few more tranquilizer darts, each shot precisely sealing off her movements, compelling the woman in black to relinquish her grasp on Mo Lichuan and retreat, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. If she had seized her target, her speed would undoubtedly have been compromised, leaving her vulnerable to the tranquilizers. Humph. Mastery in firearm control is no trifling matter, even if you can evade the bullets. I can still confine your actions through their trajectories. However, a valiant hero cannot triumph against many foes. Distracted, Su Hao nearly failed to evade the next punch from the stone giant, which grazed his left shoulder. Instantly, a searing pain coursed through his shoulder as if it had shattered, rendering it numb. Hiss! Su Hao let out a pained grunt, his features contorting in agony. He swore that he had never endured such excruciating pain in his life. It was a torment that penetrated to the bone, far beyond what sheer willpower could withstand. How long had it been? Why had the support from the ability team not yet arrived? At this rate, he might genuinely perish here. No, he must escape. The pain heightened his senses, sharpening his focus. He lifted the tranquilizer gun with his right hand, firing several rounds at the woman in black, forcing her back as he rushed forward to scoop up the stunned Mo Lichuan, maneuvering around the sluggish stone giant, and fleeing towards the restroom exit. Bang! The gunfire erupted. A searing pain erupted from his lower back, and blood flashed vividly. Without a moment's thought, Su Hao understood what had transpired. The woman in black had undoubtedly shot at him from behind. Fortunately, the bullet had struck the side of his waist. It should not have injured his spine, or else it would have been truly catastrophic. Are you all right? There's so much blood. Mo Lichuan, nestled in Su Hao's arms, trembled at the sound of gunfire. Her gaze fixed on the crimson stain spreading across Su Hao's waist. Does it look like I'm all right after being shot? Su Hao retorted through gritted teeth. Hold on tight, or no one will be able to save you if you fall. Okay. Mo Lichuan clung to him, her slender arms wrapped tightly around his torso. The warmth of her body a subtle sensation he could barely register. Staggering, Su Hao gritted his teeth against the searing pain coursing through his body. In the face of imminent danger, his latent potential surged forth, propelling him forward. He didn't just maintain his pace. He accelerated, carrying Mo Lichuan towards the dimly lit, chaotic grand hall. Women rely on charm, men on resilience. My life has just begun. I refuse to die in this forsaken place. Charge! With a roar in his heart, Su Hao felt, perhaps delusionally, a lessening of the pain in his back and left shoulder. His steps became lighter, faster than usual. Condition met. Triggered hidden passive ability, Last Stand. Last Stand consumes remaining mana from the Danteon Vortex and overdrafts a portion of physical vitality. All attributes increased by 30 for 3 minutes. Pain suppression. Partial suppression of negative statuses. Upon expiration, this state will result in a 1-day period of weakness, with all attributes reduced by 50. A hidden passive ability? Overjoyed, Su Hao heard the system notification. As expected, the mana source in his abdominal vortex surged with warmth, flowing over the wounds on his left shoulder and waist, instantly numbing the pain and temporarily staunching the bleeding. He had suspected that the mana source was more than just an energy reserve, and indeed, it possessed miraculous effects. Nourished by the vortex, Su Hao's severely wounded body temporarily returned to a normal state, brimming with seemingly inexhaustible power. But he knew it was an illusion. Last Stand was fueled by mana consumption and physical overdraft, lasting only 3 minutes. Attributes during Last Stand: Constitution, 31, Strength, 24, Agility, 27, Spirit, 20, 3 minutes. Either break through or retaliate. A glint of predatory intent flashed in Su Hao's eyes. This was the first time he had been pushed to the brink. A cornered beast with only 2 options: kill or be killed. Leave her here. The woman in black snarled, pursuing him relentlessly. As an agility-type adept, she was faster than Su Hao. She reached out to seize Mo Lichuan from his grasp. How could Su Hao let her succeed? Although she was faster in close combat, 10 women in black wouldn't be a match for him. Especially now, in his Last Stand state, his agility was not far behind hers. He pivoted, his body swaying, and his elbow struck towards the woman's face. The woman in black, assuming Su Hao was weakened by the gunshot and his injured arm, never expected him to have the strength to retaliate, let alone move faster than before. She was completely unprepared for the elbow strike. In the dim light, the impact was instantaneous. Bang! A sickening thud echoed through the hall. Elbow met face. The woman in black lost her balance, her petite body tumbling across the floor, overturning a banquet table before coming to a stop, twitching, and then falling still. Her neck was twisted at an unnatural angle, her eyes wide open, her breath extinguished. Dead as could be. A simple elbow strike, a one-hit kill. Agility-type adepts were difficult to deal with, but their bodies were surprisingly fragile. A single blow was all it took. The force of the elbow strike, combined with the woman's momentum, was equivalent to a full-strength blow from someone with over 50 points of strength, enough to snap her neck. Only after confirming with his detection ability that the woman in black was truly dead did Su Hao relax. While the stone giant was formidable, the agility-type woman was the greater threat. His primary mission was to protect Mo Lishuan from being captured, and with her around, he had to watch his back. With the woman in black gone, the stone giant posed little threat to his life. I wonder if there's a reward for killing a superpowered criminal, Su Hao muttered. Taking a deep breath. This was the first time he had taken a life, and he couldn't deny the impact, but perhaps anger, hatred, or the pain-suppressing effects of Last Stand masked the shock. He felt surprisingly little remorse, and even thought about the reward money. Mo Lishuan, on the other hand, was just an ordinary girl who had just come of age, her voice filled with terror. She was, in terms of family background, just an ordinary person. Seeing a thug sent flying by an elbow strike, she was terrified, clinging to Su Hao, afraid to move. Is she dead? I don't know if she's dead, but she won't be getting up to grab you again, Su Hao reassured her. Let's get out of the hall. Okay. In the dim light, Mo Lishuan's eyes were brimming with tears, her face ashen with fear, like a helpless fawn, unexpectedly endearing. Just as they were about to leave, they heard shouting from outside the hall. It's too dangerous in the hall. You can't go in. Stop them. Yeah, there's an earthquake. Why are you going in? Law enforcement? No, not even law enforcement can enter. We're security. Even if you're law enforcement, you can't enter without permission from above. That's the rule. Do you know what kind of place this is? The chaotic shouts were clear to Su Hao's ears. He sensed something was amiss. Who were the security guards stopping? Law enforcement? Wait, could it be that the superpowered task force's rescue was being blocked? He had pressed the button, so why hadn't anyone arrived? Were they all being held up outside? He was about to rush out with Mo Lishuan when the doors to the hall creaked shut, as if to seal it off. Su Hao was frantic. What was going on outside? Why were they locking the doors? Chapter 71. Serum Kong Ping? What happened to you? The petrification adept emerged from the restroom, his countenance contorted with rage upon discovering the prone figure of the black-clad woman, her life extinguished. Incensed, his stony carapace expanded further. Su Hao, however, had no intention of engaging the impervious behemoth in direct combat. He gathered Mo Lishuan into his arms and sprinted towards the skylight, resolving to leap from the structure rather than contend with the locked exits. The 8-meter drop posed no significant obstacle to him. Would the stone colossus pursue? He cared little. Exploiting the creature's sluggishness. Thump. A cacophony of sounds roared behind him. Turning, Su Hao observed the stone behemoth hurling furniture and dislodged rock fragments at him. Confounded. A ranged assault? Encumbered by Mo Lishuan, Su Hao's agility was compromised, though his enhanced attributes from the desperate struggle augmented his evasion. Projectiles struck his back. Yet the pain suppression allowed him to persevere. Observing the limited effect, the stone behemoth retrieved a two-way radio, his rocky fingers gripping the device. He addressed his superior, Boss. Kong Ping is dead. This kid is unexpectedly difficult to handle. I can't apprehend him. Should you intervene? What? Dead? How? The voice on the other end betrayed annoyance. Is the adversary also an agility adept? Or perhaps a restrictive special ability? Unclear. The kid can unleash electrical currents. He seems to be an elemental adept. I'm uncertain how he killed Kong Ping. He wasn't as swift as Kong Ping, and he was gravely injured until recently, yet he somehow recuperated and retaliated. The stone behemoth reported, suppressing his anger, indicating deference towards his superior. An elemental adept? Electricity? The voice exclaimed. An elemental adept, and a rare lightning one? Why wasn't I informed sooner? Stop him. Prevent his escape. I'm bringing number 3 to capture him alive. What? Not kill him. What about Kong Ping's vengeance? Forget vengeance. Kong Ping's life is insignificant compared to an elemental adept. An international adept organization pays handsomely for elemental adepts. 300 billion and an adept crystal. The crystal alone is invaluable. It can permanently enhance one's abilities. Cease pursuing the girl and concentrate on blocking the kid's escape. I'll arrive in half a minute. Boss, he's too fast. I can't stop him. Inject the serum. Stop him at any cost. The speaker disconnected, leaving the stone behemoth to contemplate, his gaze fixed on Su Hao, who neared the skylight. He deactivated his petrification, reverting to his original size. Su Hao noted the change. Had his power waned? He speculated that the brute was vulnerable without his stone hide. Should he eliminate him? After all, he was worth a fortune. He fired the anesthetic gun, testing the waters. The man darted behind a marble counter, impervious to the projectiles. He was vulnerable. Su Hao turned to eliminate the threat, unaware that he was the target. The man retrieved a vial of purplish-red serum, hesitated, and injected it into his arm. His heart raced, his breath quickened, and his skin flushed. Su Hao rounded the counter to face the crimson man, firing his weapon. Roar! The man emitted a cry, dodging the darts and charging on all fours. What is going on? Su Hao dodged, using his detection ability. Shi Qingyang, primate, agility burst, inferior serum, lasts 10 minutes, 192 centimeters, 180 kilograms. Current attributes acquired, agility burst, temporary speed comparable to the serum's source. Constitution, 17, strength, 21, agility, 28, spirit, 10. An agility serum? Su Hao frowned. The serum likely originated from the slain woman. He was in trouble. His desperate struggle agility was inferior to a genuine adept, and he had to protect Emo Lishuan. His desperate struggle would soon end. Chapter 72. The psychic abilities user. The enemy's reinforcements were rapidly approaching, yet the support from the ability group had yet to arrive. As Su Hao endeavored to evade the assaults of the frenzied brute, every time he attempted to escape through the skylight, he was thwarted at all costs, causing a throbbing pain in his head. Moreover, why did the equipment provided by the ability group seem inferior to that of the high-end ability crime syndicate? What on earth was that agility serum? Had modern science truly developed a serum capable of bestowing powers upon individuals? However, since those individuals had not utilized the serum from the outset, one could at least deduce that it either had significant side effects or was exceedingly rare and precious. Or perhaps both. Though he could still endure this extreme escape, the wealthy young lady in his arms appeared to be in a rather precarious state. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Hao caught a glimpse of Emo Lishuan, whose complexion had turned ashen, although she was valiantly holding on without vocalizing her distress. It was evident to any discerning observer that she was nearing her limit, being carried at 3 times the speed of an ordinary person while being pursued by a feral assailant. With the inertia of their erratic movements was undeniably more exhilarating than a roller coaster. How resilient could a pampered heiress be? It was uncertain if she even possessed the stamina of an average person. The fact that she had managed to last this long was commendable. Should he perhaps attempt to intercept that brute and allow Emo Lishuan to escape through the skylight first? Just as this thought crossed his mind, it was swiftly dismissed. The ability crime syndicate was not comprised of this lone individual. It would be too perilous for Emo Lishuan to venture alone. What if she were captured by another? All his efforts would be in vain, and that simply would not do. While Su Hao pondered this, a middle-aged man clad in a sharp suit materialized in the corner of the hall, accompanied by several sunglass-clad bodyguards lurking in the shadows. This man did not engage in the fray. Instead, he concealed himself, clutching a copper pocket watch, and subtly swayed it in Su Hao's direction. The watch swung rhythmically like a pendulum, emanating an invisible force that reached out to Su Hao from several dozen meters away. Dizziness, nausea, discomfort. Su Hao felt as if he were ensnared by an intangible wave, momentarily overwhelmed by these sensations, only to quickly suppress them. This was possible not only due to his desperate fight for survival, but also because his mental fortitude was inherently robust. He directed his gaze toward the source of the disturbance, spotting the suited man and his cadre of black-clad bodyguards. Was this man also a criminal with psychic abilities? Su Hao's thoughts flickered briefly before he furrowed his brow. Never mind, incapacitate him first. The suited man was equally astonished. My psychic interference has had no effect? How could this be? Before he could attempt again, Su Hao seized the opportunity while the frenzied brute was distracted and charged toward him, causing the man's expression to change dramatically as he commanded his bodyguards to intercept Su Hao. Although puzzled by why these bodyguards were serving a psychic criminal, Su Hao showed no restraint. The physical prowess of these bodyguards far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, yet they paled in comparison to someone with supernatural abilities. Especially against an enhanced Su Hao, he effortlessly sent one flying with a single punch. Su Hao had initially thought that after dispatching the first few bodyguards, the remaining ones would recognize their disadvantage and flee. To his surprise, they not only refused to retreat but became even more reckless, attempting to grapple with him and obstruct his movements. A couple even tried to bite him. What madness was this? Su Hao quickly flailed his limbs to dislodge the bodyguards clinging to him. Uncle Lu, Mo Lishuan, who had been silently gritting her teeth, suddenly recognized one of the bodyguards. What? You know this bodyguard who is colluding with the kidnappers? Su Hao inquired, bewildered. Mo Lishuan, incredulous, replied, Uncle Lu has been our bodyguard for over a decade. He practically watched me grow up. He would never collude with the kidnappers. Oh. Su Hao frowned and removed the sunglasses from one of the bodyguards. Discovering that his eyes were half open, with dilated pupils devoid of focus, as if he were caught in a trance. It seemed these bodyguards were not acting of their own volition, but were under the control of the psychic criminal. While Su Hao was assessing the bodyguards, the suited man retreated while still shaking the pocket watch, altering the frequency of its oscillation and muttering words that faintly penetrated Su Hao's consciousness. You will slumber here. You are weary, so sleep now. Fall into a deep sleep. Dizziness, confusion, and drowsiness washed over him. This bizarre sensation, accompanied by the words infiltrating his mind, compelled Su Hao to gaze at the pocket watch, his eyes following its rhythmic motion. The pain from his injuries, the fatigue of his body, and the weariness of his spirit overwhelmed him in an instant, threatening to pull him into slumber. Was this hypnosis? Su Hao's heart raced in alarm as he swayed, nearly collapsing. He hastily summoned all his willpower to combat the encroaching drowsiness. His mental acuity, while superior to that of an average individual, still fell within the realm of normalcy. Faced with a genuine psychic user, he found it nearly impossible to resist, managing only a feeble struggle against the impending sleep. What is wrong with you? Mo Lishuan, having slipped from his grasp, sensed Su Hao's distress and hurried to support him. Is your injury worsening? Are you all right? Su Hao remained silent, discreetly invoking the system's specialization, urgently searching for a means to counter or resist the hypnosis. New specialization acquired. Anti-hypnosis. As expected, upon encountering this hypnotic technique, a new entry appeared in the system module. Would you like to expend 10 experience points to upgrade anti-hypnosis to beginner level? A mere beginner level required 10 experience points? How exorbitant. Fortunately, he had retained some experience points. Though limited, it would suffice to elevate anti-hypnosis to a proficient level. Would you like to expend 40 experience points to upgrade anti-hypnosis to proficient level? Confirmed. Instantly, a wealth of information regarding anti-hypnosis flooded his mind, expanding his knowledge base once more. Hypnosis is a form of psychological suggestion that stimulates an individual or animal's visual, auditory, or tactile senses to induce a sleep state, generally requiring cooperation from the subject to be effective. Yet evidently, a psychic user could enforce hypnosis. The suited man directly projected his words into Su Hao's mind with his psychic powers, utilizing visual and auditory stimuli merely as aids. The true mechanism of hypnosis lay in the psychic influence itself. This coercive form of hypnosis was exceedingly difficult to counter, requiring suppression and adherence to several critical psychological steps. Su Hao's mind rapidly established a psychological defense in accordance with the anti-hypnosis protocol. After a second, he managed to regain a modicum of mobility. Feigning tranquility, he stealthily drew a tranquilizer gun, holding his breath and focusing intently as he fired several shots at the suited man. The suited man, clearly unprepared for Su Hao to be capable of drawing a weapon and shooting while under the influence of hypnosis, was astounded. An ordinary person would have struggled to even lift their hand in such a state, let alone perform an action necessitating intense concentration. In a frantic attempt to evade, the suited man found all avenues of retreat sealed by Su Hao's shots, and the tranquilizer dart inevitably struck his right leg. Chapter 73. Desperate Measures Stone. I require assistance immediately. The man in the suit, his face contorted in agony from the bullet wound in his leg, urgently summoned the hulking figure. He realized this was no ordinary projectile. An intensely potent paralytic sensation was coursing through his veins, threatening to plunge him into debilitating unconsciousness. The petrification-gifted man was already in close pursuit of Su Hao, lunging before the bullet struck, enveloping him in a bear hug, attempting to subdue him with sheer mass. You wish to engage in close combat? Su Hao channeled his entire being, adroitly leveraging the momentum of the assault, executing an over-the-shoulder throw, sending the brute hurtling away. Take flight. As the heavy man was sent flying, Su Hao seized the opportunity to fire a couple of shots. The brute's agility was indeed formidable, but suspended in midair. Bereft of purchase, how could he evade the trajectory of the bullets? Thwack! Thwack! Both tranquilizer darts found their mark on the target's back. Such a dosage would be sufficient to incapacitate even a lion. It is concluded. Su Hao released a long exhalation. The duration of his desperate gamble, meticulously counted in his mind, was drawing to its final seconds. Once it ended, he would be instantly plunged into a state of aggravated debilitation, a dual depletion of physical vitality and mana. There was even the possibility of him collapsing then and there. Let us hope no further aberrant criminals emerge. Otherwise, I will truly reach my nadir. Ugh, that smarts. Incredibly, the brute, despite being struck by the tranquilizer darts, remained conscious. He righted himself, massaging his back, his gaze fixed on Su Hao with a malevolent glare. Upon closer inspection, shards of rock were visible amidst the tranquilizer darts lodged in his back, and there was not even a trickle of blood from his waist. Rock. Petrification ability? Su Hao was dumbfounded. Is this a jest? His ability has recovered this swiftly? If this fellow can now morph into a stone colossus while maintaining his agility, there is no contest. I may as well surrender. A being of immense strength, impervious to blades and bullets, and possessing astonishing swiftness. The mere thought was despair-inducing. Despair notwithstanding, he could not allow his resolve to falter. With only a few seconds remaining in his enhanced state, Su Hao mustered his strength to stand tall, his spine erect. You cannot subdue me this readily. Very well, let us persist. I shall see whether you slay me first, or whether our special abilities task force reinforcements arrive. As he spoke, a resplendent azure radiance emanated from his palm, crackling with electrical energy that enveloped his entire hand. The pulsating blue light illuminated his blood-smeared, resolute profile, exuding an aura of defiant courage. Mo Lishuan, captivated, stared transfixed at Su Hao's countenance, lost in thought. In reality, Su Hao's heart was pounding. Who is not afraid of death? Beyond wanting to make an impression on the young lady before his potential demise, he was also attempting to buy time. His face remained impassive, but inwardly, he was cursing Xing's ancestors. They said reinforcements would be here promptly after I pressed the button. It has been nearly 6 minutes. Any later, and I fear my grave will be overgrown. Stone, retreat. Just as Su Hao was losing hope, the man in the suit, in a weakened state, abruptly called out to the brute who was preparing to engage Su Hao. The brute, perplexed, inquired, retreat? Why, boss? My ability has partially recovered, and with the remaining effects of the serum, it will not be long before I subdue this whelp. I said, retreat. The man in the suit insisted. The effects of the anesthetic are too potent. I am nearly at my limit. The others have already apprehended the third member. Once I lose consciousness, the Special Abilities Task Force will storm in within 10 seconds. Can you guarantee that you can capture this boy in 10 seconds? 10 seconds. The brute hesitated, glancing at the crackling lightning in Su Hao's palm, and began to reconsider. A dilemma. After such a prolonged struggle, he was well aware of Su Hao's true capabilities. To prevail within minutes, let alone 10 seconds, was highly improbable. Moreover, his petrification ability had not fully recovered, preventing him from encasing his entire body. Facing this boy's lightning ability would not be easy. He was vaguely aware of the destructive potential of elemental ability users. However, he was unaware that Su Hao lacked the strength to unleash any genuine lightning ability. The electrical arcs in his palm were merely for show, despite the intimidating display. Their actual impact would be less potent than a mosquito swatter. The man in the suit was struggling to keep his eyes open. His mental fortitude was formidable, and he was not typically susceptible to unconsciousness. However, he could not resist the physical paralysis induced by the anesthetic. Resistance to such substances depended primarily on one's constitution. After a moment's hesitation, the brute glared at Su Hao with animosity. Boy, this is not over. With that, he hoisted the nearly unconscious man in the suit onto his shoulder, unleashed his utmost speed, deliberately avoiding Su Hao, and leaped through the nearest skylight. Do not permit them to escape. Seeing that his bluff had worked, Su Hao nearly laughed aloud. Maintaining his facade, he feigned anger, attempting to give chase. Taking a few steps, and firing a volley of shots at the brute's back. Do not pursue them. You are severely wounded. Let them depart if they wish. Preserving your life is paramount. Seeing Su Hao, covered in blood, about to pursue them, Mo Lishuan hastily restrained him, embracing him from behind. Su Hao frowned. Release me. I will not. Do not go. I did not say I was going to pursue them. Su Hao sighed. You are pressing on my wound. It is excruciating. Forgive me. Mo Lishuan noticed that she had inadvertently touched the gunshot wound on Su Hao's side. Blood was gushing from the wound, staining her garments. She released him apologetically. Her head bowed. Are you unharmed? You are losing a great deal of blood. I will summon an ambulance. You must persevere. I am fine. I shall not expire. Su Hao shrugged, attempting to lean against the wall. The unyielding stand has concluded. The depletion of the mana source is expected to recover in 3 days. During the recovery period, mana will be halved, and the unyielding stand cannot be triggered. The system notification flashed, followed by an overwhelming sensation of weakness and agony. Thud. Su Hao's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The pain, no longer suppressed, caused him to writhe like a shrimp. Excruciating pain assailed him from every part of his body. The gunshot wound on his waist, the fractured bone in his left arm, strained muscles, an overtaxed brain, and countless other injuries. In short, nearly every part of his body was in agony. Most critically, the through-and-through wound on his waist, no longer suppressed by the state of unyielding stand, resumed spewing blood like a fountain. The sensation of weakness intensified with each passing second. If this continued, he would succumb to blood loss. An ordinary person would have either died or lost consciousness from such severe injuries. However, Su Hao's constitution and mental fortitude were both high, allowing him to maintain a precarious state of consciousness, each wave of pain tormenting him. Blast it. I would rather lose consciousness. Seeing Su Hao writhing in agony on the ground, his garments soaked in blood, Emo Lishuan was on the verge of tears, and she rushed to support him. You must endure. I will take you to the hospital. You will be well. I will implore my grandfather to find the finest physicians in the world to heal you. With that, she struggled to support Su Hao's shoulders, dragging him towards the auditorium doors. At that moment, the previously closed auditorium doors were forced open from the outside. Several armed individuals burst through the doors of the auditorium, with 3 of them swiftly infiltrating the space and cautiously surveying the surroundings. The tremors that had shaken the building had long ceased, though Su Hao had been too preoccupied with the battle to notice. Su Hao. A familiar voice cried out as a figure spotted Mo Lishuan supporting the bloodied Su Hao. Miao Yueying rushed forward like a gust of wind. Su Hao weakly lifted his head and retorted, "You're just in time to collect my corpse." Miao Yueying smiled wryly, relieved to see him alive, and apologized. "Apologies. We were occupied with other matters outside. Our team was held up, hence the delay." Su Hao, too weak to inquire further, felt his resolve waver as he saw the special task force arrive. With a sense of relief, he closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Side quest complete. Reward: 500 experience points, 100 proficiency points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 9. You have gained 4 attribute points and 1 ability point. The system notification signaled the end of the mission. He had done his part to the best of his ability. The rest was out of his hands. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard Mo Lishuan's urgent cries. "TSK, does that girl think I'm on the verge of death? No need to shout like that. Oh well, this is probably the last time I'll hear her voice. It's unlikely that a commoner like me will ever cross paths with this young heiress again." Darkness enveloped him as he lost all awareness. "Fu Chuan, come quickly and help," Miao Yueying called out. A young man in a white shirt, around 25 or 26 years old, hurried over. He didn't appear to be a doctor, carrying only a basic first aid kit. After a quick assessment of Su Hao's injuries, he diligently began treating the wounds with bandages and hemostatic powder. This newbie is severely injured. He's got a strong constitution, though. An ordinary person would have kicked the bucket by now, Fu Chuan remarked with a click of his tongue. He used tweezers to remove the bullets lodged in Su Hao's body, cleaned the bloodied area with iodine, and applied hemostatic powder before wrapping the wound on his side to prevent further blood loss before reaching the hospital. The bandaging was rudimentary, barely covering the wound. The young man then produced a small knife and sliced his own wrist, pressing the flowing blood onto the bandage. The blood miraculously merged into the wound instead of running down the bandage. In an instant, the gruesome gunshot wound began to heal visibly. The 3 or 4 centimeter gash closed to a mere slit. Mo Lishuan watched in astonishment, while Miao Yueying and the others seemed unfazed. "All right," Fu Chuan said, his expression unchanged. He pressed a gauze pad to his wrist. "I can only heal the flesh. I can't do anything about the fractures or blood loss. We need to get him to a hospital as soon as possible." "Understood," Miao Yueying replied, nodding to Fu Chuan. She pressed a finger to her earpiece. "Leader, there are no visible ability-wielding criminals on site. They've likely fled. Su Hao is severely injured and unconscious, with a gunshot wound to the side and heavy bleeding. We need to prioritize getting him to the hospital. As long as he's alive, have him sent to the hospital immediately," Xing, the team leader, said, sighing with relief. Little Su really went through it this time. We were supposed to arrive in a matter of seconds. But those ability-wielding criminals somehow managed to brainwash a bunch of ordinary people in the venue, and that earthquake-generating guy held up our team for several minutes. Xing then added, "Is Miss Mo all right?" "Yes," Miao Yueying replied, glancing at Emma Lishuan, who was anxiously guarding Su Hao. She's unharmed except for some bloodstains. However, she seems quite shaken. As long as she's not hurt. Otherwise, we'd have a hard time explaining things to the higher-ups, Xing said with another sigh of relief. All right, clean up the scene. If you have a chance to pursue the escaped ability-wielding criminals, do so. If not, it's fine. At least we captured one of them, so it's not a complete loss. The one he was referring to was the ability-wielding criminal who had caused the earthquake on the roof. The special task force had put in a lot of effort to capture him alive. Leader, there's more than one, Miao Yueying said, scanning the ravaged venue. Her gaze stopped on the dead woman in black. According to our search, there was a major battle here. There's a female corpse in black. Su Hao must have killed her. Xing replied, even though we couldn't capture her alive, Su Hao's mission was just to protect Miss Mo. Being able to kill an ability-wielding criminal under those circumstances is quite an achievement. Miao Yueying added. Furthermore, there's an unconscious man in the security room with wet clothes. According to the security guards, he tried to attack Miss Mo with ether in the women's restroom but was caught by Su Hao in time. He's also suspected of being an ability-wielding criminal. He captured two? Xing asked in surprise. His special task force, though small with only 3 members, had struggled to capture the earthquake-generating ability user. Yet, Su Hao had managed to knock out and kill 2 ability-wielding criminals in the same amount of time. The difference? Another man in charge of investigating the scene interjected. Based on the details and bloodstains at the scene, he fought at least 3 people, but 2 of them escaped through the skylight. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Could Miss Mo give us an account of what happened? After questioning, the special task force gained a general understanding of the harrowing events that had unfolded in the auditorium. They looked at Su Hao with newfound respect. Aside from his impressive combat prowess in taking on 2 or more ability users alone, he had never given up on protecting Emma Lishuan under such dire circumstances, demonstrating his noble character and making him a trustworthy comrade. The ambulance soon arrived and transported Su Hao to the hospital for a blood transfusion and emergency treatment. Emma Lishuan hesitated and asked, could I go with him? He's my savior, after all. Emma Lishuan's bodyguards had been controlled by the men in suits and had only recently been knocked out by Su Hao, leaving her without protection from the Mo family for the time being. Miao Yueying reassured her, you should go back and check on Mr. Mo. He was very worried about your safety when he heard about the earthquake at the auditorium. As for Su Hao, you don't have to worry. He's a tough one and not in mortal danger. After persuading Emma Lishuan to get into the Special Task Force's vehicle and take her to a safe location, the remaining personnel continued to seal off the scene, while a portion of them explained the situation to the socialites outside the auditorium. And so, the ability-wielding criminal kidnapping incident came to an imperfect end. Chapter 75, Over 5 million. In the hospital ward, Su Hao gradually regained consciousness. Did I faint? Am I in a hospital? As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was lying on a pristine white bed, surrounded by state-of-the-art medical equipment, seemingly in a VIP single room. Just as he attempted to move, he discovered that his left arm was entirely encased in a cast, secured to a splint beside the bed, and his waist was wrapped in bandages. Any slight movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Furrowing his brow, Su Hao contemplated his injuries. Though they were not life-threatening, it would likely be weeks before he could be discharged. The gunshot wound at his waist aside. The fractured left arm was a significant hindrance. Healing from such injuries was no trifling matter, even with his above-average constitution. It would take at least 2 weeks for him to recover. For someone like Su Hao, who thrived on tightly scheduled tasks, this setback was a substantial loss. Mr. Su, you're awake. A young nurse entered the room with a look of concern. Would you like something to eat? Do you need a nutritional meal? Yes, please. Su Hao replied without hesitation, as he indeed felt a pang of hunger. Shortly thereafter, the nurse brought a nutritious meal, setting up a small tray beside the bed, and kindly inquired if he required assistance with eating. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Hao declined the offer. Although his left arm was incapacitated, his right arm functioned adequately. Save for a minor muscle strain, he was far from needing someone to feed him. After consuming a few bites, he glanced out the window and noticed the dusk, his brow furrowing in concern. How long have I been unconscious? It's been nearly 2 days. Today is Saturday, the nurse informed him. Saturday? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had been unconscious from Thursday evening until Saturday dusk, 2 whole days wasted. A wave of frustration washed over him, ordinarily. He could have leveled up in that time. Now, owing to his injuries, he would be unable to undertake tasks or gain experience for the foreseeable future, relegated to lying in a hospital bed. Fortunately, he had apprehended several supernatural criminals, earning a substantial reward of several $100,000. Or else he would have faced a significant loss. After finishing his meal, Su Hao addressed the nurse who was clearing the tray. "Could you please pass me my phone? I'd like to make a call." "Mr. Su, your phone was shattered, and your previous clothes are no longer wearable. Please use mine to make your call." She produced a pink phone from her pocket and handed it to him. "Thank you." Su Hao was taken aback. "Don't mention it. You are a VIP patient here. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to let me know," she replied. VIP patient? Su Hao glanced around. Not only was the room private, but it also exuded a serene atmosphere, complete with dedicated nursing services. This must cost at least $1,000 a day. He hadn't expected the organization to invest so generously. He dialed Team Leader Xing. "Hello, Leader, this is Su Hao." "Ah, you're awake. How are you feeling?" The voice on the other end was tinged with surprise. "I'm fine," Su Hao replied. "Have all the supernatural criminals been apprehended? Miss Mo has been safely returned, right?" "Rest assured, Miss Mo is quite safe. As for the criminals, most have been captured. Only 2 remain at large for the time being." Team Leader Xing chuckled. "But let us not dwell on that. You, Su, have made a significant contribution. Not only did you protect Miss Mo without harm, but among the 3 criminals captured by the organization, 2 were dealt with by your own hand. The higher-ups have decided to award you $600,000 in bonuses. Additionally, the $20,000 interest-free loan has also been approved. Although I suspect you may not require it at this moment." "That is fantastic." Su Hao beamed with a knowing smile. 600,000. His efforts had not been in vain. It was a pity he and T managed to capture the burly man and the suited gentleman. Otherwise, he could have earned an additional 600,000. Presumably, the 2 individuals Team Leader Xing mentioned as still missing were those 2. Moreover, Team Leader Xing continued mysteriously, "There is a surprise. Can you guess what it is?" "Leader, have you also taken to teasing?" Su Hao replied, feeling quite pleased. "Am I being promoted to a 3rd-level member?" "Not quite yet, but you're close. This mission has netted you 60 points, leaving just 10 more for that promotion." Team Leader Xing added, "You likely won T, guess the surprise. Old Master Mo is exceedingly grateful for your rescue of his granddaughter and has decided to donate 100 million to our supernatural team, along with an additional 5 million as a token of gratitude." 5 million. Su Hao was nearly propelled off the bed in astonishment. Good heavens. He had initially hoped to earn a modest million from this mission, but instead, he had unexpectedly secured over 5 million. What is a few injuries or a few days of incapacitation? Not a loss at all. Su Hao chuckled heartily, already plotting how to spend this windfall. If he were still working at the company, he might never have earned such a sum in his lifetime. Yet, he understood that this 5 million was merely a stepping stone. In the future, he would undoubtedly accumulate far more. "Take your time to recuperate, Su," Team Leader Xing advised. "I'm currently busy tracking down the remaining 2 supernatural criminals, so I want to be able to visit you. However, Xiao Miao and the others will drop by shortly." "Wait, don't hang up just yet." Su Hao suddenly recalled something and said, "We need to discuss something. You promised that pressing the button would ensure prompt support from the organization, yet it's been 7 or 8 minutes without anyone showing up. Do you realize I nearly died in there?" About that." Team Leader Xing stammered. "There were some unexpected complications on site. You can ask Xiao Miao for the specifics. Originally, this mission was worth only 40 points. But the organization decided to grant you an additional 20 points as compensation." Unexpected complications? Su Hao had a vague idea of what had transpired outside. But he still sought to secure his rightful gains. "Leader, 20 points simply 1 T suffice. I'm not greedy. But could you possibly grant me an additional 10 points to round it off nicely for my promotion to a 3rd-level member?" Team Leader Xing, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "I'll apply for that additional 10 points once some time has passed." "Thank you, Leader." After hanging up, Su Hao returned the phone to the nurse. He pondered for a moment before asking, "By the way, when can I be discharged?" "Mr. Su, while your waist injury did not affect your internal organs, the hospital recommends a minimum observation period of over half a month for your safety. Moreover, your shoulder fracture will require several months before the cast can be removed." Chapter 76. The Blood of Tithonus. So the injury is not severe, then? Su Hao pondered, aware that his recovery abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary person. As long as the gunshot wound did not affect his internal organs, the rest was not a significant issue. "I plan to be discharged tomorrow. Is that feasible? Tomorrow? Are you jesting?" The young nurse, eager to dissuade Su Hao from his discharge intentions, handed him a medical report. "You may not fully grasp the gravity of your injuries. In any case, the hospital does not recommend your discharge within the next 2 weeks. Receiving the medical report, he read the diagnosis: extensive muscle strains, severe fracture of the left shoulder, adrenal insufficiency, excessive blood loss, and rib injuries. A lengthy list of medical jargon. Even a few of these ailments would be enough to incapacitate an ordinary person. The mere fact that he had survived such injuries was nothing short of a miracle. Do I really have such severe injuries? Su Hao scratched his head, suspecting that this assessment had been made while he was in a weakened state. The after-effects of the desperate battle had intensified his injuries for a day, and with his overall attributes diminished by 50%. It was natural that his condition appeared more dire than it truly was. In reality, his injuries were not life-threatening. Very well. I shall remain here for a few more days. Glancing at the cast and bandages adorning his body, he realized that in his current state, undertaking any missions was out of the question. The nurse exited to summon the doctor overseeing his treatment. The doctor inquired about his physical sensations and conducted a brief examination, followed by an evaluation of the healing progress of his wounds. The process concluded swiftly. Back in his hospital room, Su Hao lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. He accessed the system panel. Oh, I've reached level 9. It made sense. The task of protecting Mo Lushuan had netted him a substantial 2,000 experience points, making the level up rather unsurprising. Let me see how much experience is required to reach level 10. 6,000? The requirement has doubled, as expected. Su Hao contemplated the implications. Unlocking the ability module at level 5 had been a significant milestone, so he wondered what new abilities might be revealed upon reaching level 10. He sensed that the system held more depth than what he had currently uncovered. Moreover, there was the matter of allocating his 4 attribute points. If he invested all of them into his constitution, perhaps he could expedite his recovery? As for justifying it, was there really a need to explain the rapid healing of an ability user? He had already showcased his lightning element power. Surely, a detail about swift wound healing would not raise any eyebrows. However, regarding those 4 points, he leaned more towards enhancing his mental attributes. Mental prowess was his only current shortcoming, and its value was evident. It would not only invigorate his thoughts, but also strengthen his mental fortitude, allowing him to manipulate various abilities with ease. Without hesitation, he allocated all 4 points to his mental attribute. His mind cleared, and his mental attribute surged to 19 points. As for the matter of healing, relying solely on boosting his physical attributes was not a sustainable solution. He ought to explore corresponding abilities instead. After all, he could not afford to increase his constitution every time he was injured. Where would he find so many attribute points? Su Hao perused the ability tree. The myriad of abilities displayed was overwhelming. Yet in the lower right corner, he was astonished to discover that he possessed not 1, but 2 ability points. Oh right, I nearly forgot about the ability crystals. These points accumulate every 3 days. With 2 ability points at his disposal, he could afford to be more selective, as activating most abilities required only 1 point. Continuing his search for abilities that could accelerate his healing, he was unsurprised to find several options available, though most were beyond his financial reach. Regeneration of severed limbs. Severed limbs or non-essential body parts will automatically regenerate within a day. If stimulated by a source of magical energy, one can regenerate limbs within a minute at the cost of a substantial amount of mana and stamina. Cost: 2 ability points. Living flesh. Flesh that regenerates infinitely, akin to cancer cells. As long as the brain and heart remain intact, even the most grievous injuries can self-heal, consuming considerable mana and stamina based on severity and recovery time. Cost: 5 ability points. Blood of Tithonus, a curse from Zeus. The blood of one beloved by the goddess of dawn. The bearer of this blood cannot be killed by any harm to their physical form, even if reduced to ashes. They shall ultimately be reborn from the dust. Cost: 10 ability points. Blood of Tithonus? Is this truly an ability and not a curse? Upon seeing this ability, Su Hao couldn't help but feel astonished. He had studied some of the myths of Olympus during his university days. As the summary indicated, Tithonus was a mortal loved by the goddess of dawn, yet it was well known that mortals and gods were fundamentally different. Human lifespans were but a fleeting moment compared to divine eternity, and no matter how profound their love, they would ultimately be separated by death. Thus, the goddess of dawn beseeched Zeus to grant Tithonus eternal life. What kind of being was Zeus? Those familiar with the myths of Olympus would know that beneath the veneer of the king of gods lay a perverse creature, driven by extreme interests and desires. After much pleading from the goddess, Zeus begrudgingly agreed to fulfill her wish. However, he cunningly exploited the loopholes in language, granting Tithonus immortality without ensuring that he remained youthful. The outcome was, of course, tragic. Tithonus continued to age, and over millennia, the goddess could only watch helplessly as her beloved transitioned from youth to old age, ultimately withering into a mere cricket, losing even the ability to speak as a human, yet enduring a lingering existence filled with suffering. People often pursue immortality, overlooking that eternal life can also serve as a punishment. Well, I cannot afford this ability for now. I simply need to avoid it. Su Hao shrugged, preparing to continue his search for abilities that could hasten his recovery, only to notice a ripple in the ability tree. The blood of Tithonus had unexpectedly branched out further. Fragmented blood of Tithonus, a curse from Zeus, derived from the incomplete blood of one beloved by the goddess of dawn. The bearer of this blood will gain a diminished form of bodily regeneration. By expending mana and stamina, the recovery process can be accelerated. Cost: 1 ability point. 1 ability point? A weakened form of bodily regeneration? Su Hao felt a surge of interest. The genuine bodily regeneration required 5 ability points, which he could not afford. Yet the fragmented blood of Tithonus only required 1 point. Although its effectiveness was somewhat inferior, its cost-effectiveness was undeniable. It was even cheaper than regeneration of severed fingers. Moreover, the branch of the fragmented blood of Tithonus also led to murky and pure variants of Tithonus's blood, ultimately connecting to the true blood of Tithonus. Chapter 77. A visit. Is evolution a gradual process? Transitioning from an incomplete state to a murky one requires 2 energy points. From murky to pure requires 3. And from pure to complete demands 4. In total, 10 energy points are necessary. As Su Hao contemplated this, he found the installment payment system quite appealing. Upon further reflection, the immortal curse from mythology seemed less daunting. It was merely that Tithonus lacked the gift of eternal youth which led to his current state. However, Su Hao was different. He possessed a system. Indeed, the ability to maintain eternal youth was included within the system. He had noticed it long ago, although it required 5 energy points to activate. At that time, he brushed it off, considering his youth and disinterest in vanity. Yet, combining the eternal youth ability with Tithonus' blood would equate to perfect immortality. For merely 15 energy points, one could attain what countless individuals yearn for, eternal life. What a bargain. Thus, he resolved to activate the incomplete Tithonus blood. A surge of warmth manifested within every vein of his body, escalating from a gentle heat to a searing sensation that made Su Hao wince. Fortunately, this intense feeling lasted only a brief moment. Almost immediately, an itch enveloped him, akin to countless tiny insects gnawing at his muscles, particularly tormenting around the wounds on his waist and shoulder, compelling him to scratch. Cautiously unwrapping the bandage on his side, he was unsurprised to witness the stitched wound healing at a visibly rapid pace. The scar, which had previously seeped blood, fully mended in no time, the scabs shedding naturally. The internal injury continued to heal, albeit at a slower rate, while the broken left arm also conveyed a tingling sensation where the bones had fractured, indicating a longer healing process. Let me calculate. How long will it take for this incomplete Tithonus blood to fully restore penetrating wounds and severe fractures without the aid of magic or physical stamina? Glancing at the clock beside him, Su Hao closed his eyes, awaiting the cessation of the itch signaling the wound's healing. 10 minutes passed. The itch dissipated entirely. Was it possible that such serious injuries could heal in just 10 minutes? Su Hao opened his eyes in astonishment. The wounds that would typically require at least half a month to recover had been healed in a mere 10 minutes under the influence of Tithonus blood. The speed was exponentially faster than he could have imagined. While this pace paled in comparison to the instantaneous healing of non-fatal wounds through regeneration. As an ability for recovery after battle, it was undoubtedly a remarkable value. If coupled with a significant amount of magic and stamina, this ability could prove invaluable during combat. It need not match the seconds required for regeneration. If it could heal most injuries within a dozen or several dozen seconds, it would suffice. Imagine this. After a fierce confrontation, both you and your enemy are on the brink of collapse, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Suddenly, your injuries begin to heal rapidly, restoring you to near-peak condition in mere seconds. How despairing would that be for your opponent? Just the thought of it is intriguing. In future perilous situations, the likelihood of life-threatening crises would significantly diminish. However, the fragmented Tithonus blood does not possess the full might of its complete form. Should the injuries be too grave, death remains a possibility, like a blow to the head, heart, or excessive blood loss that could shatter internal organs, or severe lacerations rendering half the body into pulp. One energy point unlocks abilities, yet one cannot expect too much, can they? There remains one more energy point. Su Hao gazed at the ability tree, pondering. Initially, he had collected 9 abilities, each valued at 1 point. Excluding the 5 elemental abilities, only 4 remained: invisibility, X-ray vision, absolute balance, and death suspension. Considering the synergy with Tithonus blood, death suspension appeared to be the most advantageous option. As long as he could hold his breath for 3 minutes, he could activate Tithonus blood to restore the injured area, achieving a form of immortality. However, once Tithonus blood reached its maximum level, the death suspension ability would become redundant. After all, how could one be on the brink of death if they could not die? Never mind, he decided to keep it for a future necessity. For the sake of efficiency, Su Hao refrained from unlocking death suspension immediately and chose to take a moment to ponder. After toying with the ability tree for half an hour, he found himself with little to do and decided to peruse most of the abilities available. The door to the hospital room swung open, revealing 2 familiar figures, Miao Yueying and Ji Qingmin, someone he had met once before. Su Hao, how's the recovery going? Miao Yueying asked, carrying a gift of consolation. Upon seeing Su Hao lost in thought on the bed, she playfully flicked his forehead. You've been unconscious for so long, and now you just stare blankly? The hospital's diagnosis didn't mention any brain injuries, did it? Su Hao replied, exasperated. Is this how you visit the injured? I demand a change of company. All right. Our great benefactor, it was my mistake. Miao Yueying chuckled, pulling a can of hot coffee from her pocket and handing it to Su Hao. You certainly stole the show this time, taking down 2 foes single-handedly while driving off another pair, all while protecting that rich young lady from harm. Meanwhile, we couldn't even get through the door outside. How can there be such a disparity among people? Su Hao shrugged. People are pushed to their limits. Ugh. Miao Yueying grimaced. You're so filthy-minded. Don't twist my words. I meant no double entendre. With a frown, Su Hao looked at Miao Yueying and Ji Qingmin. Shouldn't you explain why I fought for 7 or 8 minutes in the auditorium without any support? Ah, that's a curious tale, Ji Qingmin replied, somewhat apologetically. We received your signal and rushed to the auditorium from our secret base, but upon arrival, we encountered a tremor. We thought it was an earthquake and were blocked by the crowd pouring out, unable to enter immediately. Oh, that was indeed unavoidable. Initially, Xiao Chun and Xiao Miao intended to enter through the skylight to assist you, but they happened upon the ability criminal responsible for the tremor and prioritized capturing him. No wonder the shaking ceased so quickly. Prioritizing the capture of that dangerous individual was sensible. Once the tremors stopped and the crowd calmed down, the remaining members of our ability group attempted to enter the auditorium to support you, only to be obstructed by a throng of people who refused to let us in, even shutting and barricading the doors. The individuals blocking our way were prominent figures in the business world, and we dared not resort to force. Instead, we sought alternate routes. Yet wherever we moved, they surrounded us, as if driven mad, preventing us from finding an opportunity to burst into the auditorium. Eventually, we discovered that this crowd had been hypnotized by an ability criminal. Chapter 78. Discharge from hospital hypnosis? Su Hao's lips twitched. It turned out that the man in the suit was behind it all. No wonder assistants arrived so swiftly after he knocked him out. Was the man's ability truly that formidable? He had managed to hypnotize so many people to serve his purposes. Su Hao had initially thought that the group of black-clad bodyguards in the auditorium represented the limit of the suit man's reach. But it seemed there was much more to it. That man in the suit? Ji Qingmin inquired. You must be referring to Jiang Mingjie, the psychic abilities user? He is indeed quite dangerous, capable of easily hypnotizing those with lesser mental strength. 2 years ago, there was a bounty of nearly 3 million for his capture domestically. But he is exceedingly cunning, never appearing in public. Yesterday likely presented the closest opportunity to apprehend him. 3 million? Su Hao's eyes widened in surprise. Had he known the suit man was so valuable, he would have risked everything to delay them for just a few seconds. After all, once the suit man was incapacitated, help would have arrived immediately. Unfortunately, hindsight is always clearer. Miao Yueying moved a small stool closer and whispered, Su Hao, is it true that you've awakened the lightning element ability? Su Hao nodded. Indeed. While fighting the petrification abilities user in the auditorium, I somehow awakened the lightning element. Unfortunately, that fellow's petrification power countered my lightning. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in such a dire state. The abilities group must have learned about his awakening from Mo Lishuan. The arcs of electricity danced in his palm, evident even to the most oblivious observer. Miao Yueying, intrigued, urged, show me a demonstration. I've never seen an elemental abilities user before. Xiao Miao. Ji Qingmin shot her a warning glance. Su is still a patient. Miao Yueying shrugged. Then I suppose I'll have to wait for you to recover before you perform. What a pity. I doubt you'll be ready in less than half a month. Not necessarily. Su Hao replied with a playful smile, raising his right hand in a grasping motion. Brilliant azure arcs erupted from his fingers, crackling like a stunned baton, slicing through the air as they danced like sprites between his digits. Having increased his mental strength to 19 points, his control over his abilities had become significantly more adept. Indeed, quite remarkable. Miao Yueying blinked, her eyes glued to the electric arcs, instinctively reaching out to touch them, only to quickly retract her hand. Recognizing the recklessness of her impulse, Ji Qingmin paused for a moment, then cautioned, "Young brother, refrain from using your powers while hospitalized. I've heard that elemental abilities can be quite taxing on the body." "Not to worry," Su Hao replied nonchalantly, leaping off the bed and casually removing the cast from his left shoulder. "My injuries have healed." Miao Yueying and Ji Qingmin exchanged incredulous looks, momentarily speechless. After a long pause, Ji Qingmin finally managed to stammer, Didn't the hospital diagnose you with severe injuries? How could you have recovered so swiftly?" Miao Yueying added, "Just 2 days ago, I witnessed you nearly crossing into the realm of the dead. How could you have healed so quickly? Such miraculous healing is not within the hospital's capabilities. Have you perhaps consumed an elixir?" Su Hao, unfazed, spun a tale. "I'm not entirely sure what happened. I woke up and found my injuries mysteriously gone. Perhaps it was due to my abilities?" "Abilities?" Miao Yueying pondered, stroking her chin. "Could it be that you've awakened a special type of ability?" Ji Qingmin hesitated. "That seems implausible. Su, you are already a rare dual-awakened user of ordinary and elemental types. I've never heard of anyone awakening 3 different types of abilities. Has there not been a historical instance of triple awakening?" Su Hao mused to himself, choosing not to reveal his unique lineage. "My rapid recovery could be attributed to the additional effects of the elemental awakening. Consider this. During an awakening, one typically experiences a phenomenon throughout their body. Healing from injuries is not an entirely outlandish notion." "That does make sense," Miao Yueying conceded. "Before I awakened my ability, I had a knee injury from my student days, which would throb whenever I ran fast. However, after awakening, the pain completely vanished. It is indeed possible that an awakening could restore one's health." With no superior explanation available, Ji Qingmin reluctantly accepted this notion. Su Hao placed the removed bandages and cast atop the hospital bed. "So, can I be discharged now?" His swift recovery certainly warranted discretion when communicating with the hospital. It needed to be addressed through the abilities group. "If you insist, I can call the team leader to arrange your discharge paperwork," Ji Qingmin offered. "However, I personally advise that you remain in the hospital a little longer to ensure no latent issues linger." Su Hao waved dismissively. "No need. I feel perfectly fine." When group leader Xing learned of Su Hao's recovery, he was astonished, much like Miao Yueying and Ji Qingmin, and after much discussion, ultimately consented to his discharge. The trio conversed idly for a while longer in the hospital room, and once the discharge paperwork was completed, Su Hao strode out of the hospital with confidence, bidding farewell to Ji Qingmin and Miao Yueying. On his way home, he stopped at a store to purchase a new phone before taking a taxi back. No place could compare to the comfort of home. Even if he needed to recuperate, it was better to do so in familiar surroundings. Settling comfortably on the sofa, Su Hao turned on the air conditioning, retrieved a chilled beverage from the refrigerator, and savored a sip. It was pure bliss. He then pulled out his phone and gazed at the string of numbers in his banking app, feeling an exhilarating rush. Over 5 million. How should he spend this fortune? A visit to the 4S dealership for a new car was in order. What kind of vehicle should he acquire? Su Hao had yet to contemplate this matter. Initially, he thought a car costing 200,000 to 300,000 would suffice, but with suddenly over 5 million at his disposal, opting for a vehicle in that price range would feel rather underwhelming. To him, a car primarily served the purpose of commuting between the abilities group and home, enhancing convenience for future missions. Moreover, driving a luxury car would add to his stature and allow him to boast to neighbors and his parents back home. If he were to utilize this vehicle for missions, a bulletproof car would be a more sensible choice. Ordinary vehicles were too fragile. In the event of an accident, repair costs could escalate dramatically, and safety was paramount for someone like him, frequently entangled in perilous situations. As for which model to purchase, he decided to visit the dealership tomorrow to explore his options. 5 million would certainly cover a standard luxury vehicle, but for a bulletproof model, he would need to weigh his finances carefully. After finishing his drink, Su Hao turned off the lights and prepared for bed. Just as he nestled under the covers, the doorbell rang. He was puzzled. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and even his neighbor, Xiao Yi, would likely be asleep. Who could possibly be knocking at his door? Upon opening it, he was astounded to find a familiar figure standing outside. Emolishwan. Chapter 79. The Midnight Visitor from a Wealthy Family. What are you doing here? Su Hao exclaimed in astonishment, never having imagined that it would be Emolishwan knocking on his door in the dead of night. What could this affluent young lady possibly want at his home? I came to thank you, Emolishwan replied, clad in a black t-shirt and a small felt hat, exuding a hazy beauty under the dim light. She blinked her large eyes, surveying Su Hao. I heard you were awake. I originally planned to visit you in the hospital, but when I arrived, I learned you had been discharged. Are you truly all right? I've already recovered, Su Hao casually responded, peering outside. Where's your bodyguard? Wait, you didn't come here alone, did you? Of course. My parents wouldn't let me visit you, so I sneaked out, Emolishwan said nonchalantly, tilting her head to look into the room. I had quite the struggle finding your home. Aren't you going to invite me in? So she really did sneak out. Su Hao sighed, inviting her inside and closing the door behind them. He took out his phone, intending to call team leader Xing. Emolishwan quickly reached for his phone. Hey, who are you calling? Calling our team leader, of course. I need him to take you back, Su Hao replied, swiftly dodging her attempt to grab the phone. Don't you know that 2 kidnappers escaped that day? They might still be watching you, ready to strike at any moment. How can you be so reckless? Su Hao scolded. Emolishwan blinked. But I heard the kidnappers have already fled the city. The police conducted a thorough search and found no trace of them. They wouldn't dare come back to kidnap me again, would they? Listening to rumors can be dangerous. What if they haven't given up? Don't joke about your safety, Su Hao warned. Little did he know. If those 2 escaped criminals were still lurking in the city, it was more likely that their target was him, not Emolishwan. The value of an elemental adept far surpassed that of a wealthy young lady. Hey, Emolishwan said, sitting on the sofa and tapping her shoes. It's not urgent to send me back right now. Can you give me 10 minutes? I have some questions for you. Su Hao paused his call. What is it? Speak. He noticed that this wealthy young lady was entirely different from the poised and elegant girl he had met in the auditorium. Her current demeanor resembled that of a rebellious child, headstrong, innocent, and somewhat naive. By the way, have your injuries truly healed? You were severely injured just a couple of days ago, Emolishwan inquired, leaning closer as if to lift the hem of his shirt to inspect his waist. My recovery ability is quite strong. Those minor injuries are nothing, Su Hao said, sidestepping her hand and lifting his shirt slightly to reveal his unblemished lower back. Not a scar remained. This was the power of Titanus blood. Its regenerative capacity was unparalleled, even in its incomplete form. Impressive, Emolishwan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder like a child discovering something new. Just how many superpowers do you possess? To recover from such a serious injury so quickly, oh. Could you demonstrate that electricity manipulation ability for me? Not a chance. Su Hao firmly rejected her request. It was absurd to treat his lightning elemental ability as mere entertainment. Though he often played with it when alone, he would not display it on command, as it would undermine his dignity. Moreover, he had no romantic interest in Emolishwan. Despite her beauty and privileged background, his lack of interest stemmed from a sense of pride. Why not? Emolishwan asked, puzzled. Is it because that electricity manipulation ability consumes a lot of energy? Indeed, it consumes quite a bit. I would need to take many supplements and rest for several days to recover. It cannot be used frivolously, Su Hao fabricated. Oh, I see, Emolishwan remarked thoughtfully. Then how about I give you $1 million to buy supplements, and you perform it for me? Not happening. Su Hao was about to refuse when he picked up on a certain figure. Wait, what did you just say? Could you repeat that? Emolishwan explained matter-of-factly. I said I'd give you $1 million for supplements. That's all my pocket money for these days. And I'd consider it a small token of gratitude for saving me that day. A mere $1 million? Did she truly believe such a trivial amount could sway his previous decision? Su Hao scoffed dismissively, but then, with a mix of reluctance and curiosity, he raised his hand. Suddenly, arcs of electricity crackled to life in his palm. Emolishwan gazed in astonishment at the dancing arcs of lightning, captivated. Her small mouth slightly agape. Her fair cheeks illuminated by the electric glow, she appeared adorably dazed. Can you shoot it out like in video games? Like a lightning ball or a lightning chain? She inquired. I haven't tried, but perhaps I could, Su Hao replied, uncertain. Previously, he had only gathered the lightning between his palms to create a formidable arc, but he had never attempted to project it outward. The electricity was confined to his hands, and once released, the arc would likely dissipate. However, with his mental energy now at 19 points, an idea formed. Stand back, preferably at the entrance. I'll conduct an experiment. I wouldn't want to accidentally injure you. Su Hao retrieved a metal pot from the kitchen and placed it on a stool. He stepped back a few paces, brought his palms together, and rubbed them, the crackling sound growing more intense. Then, he positioned himself several meters away, aiming at the pot, and increased his lightning output. With a thunderous crack, a bolt of lightning shot from his palm, twisting through the air before striking the pot with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, the pot glowed red from the immense energy. And had it struck an ordinary person, they would surely face grave consequences. Even Su Hao was taken aback by the sheer power of the lightning. Within a few meters, the lightning would automatically seek its next conductive target, and humans, being excellent conductors, were no exception. If he increased the output, he could likely hit targets even farther away. However, there was a critical flaw. He could not choose his target. Once the lightning was unleashed, it would prioritize the nearest target, which could mean a danger to anyone standing behind him. Thankfully, he had warned Imo Lishuan to keep her distance. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Chapter 80. Declining the bodyguard role in awe of the thunderous power of the lightning. Imo Lishuan was oblivious to the peril she had just faced. Instead, she clapped her little hands in excitement, asking, "Can we do it again?" "No," Su Hao replied, shaking his head. He glanced at the scalding hot iron pot, concerned that the stool might be damaged. After a moment's hesitation, he fetched a basin of water from the bathroom and doused it over the pot. With a hissing sound, steam billowed up, cooling the pot slightly. But the entire room became stiflingly humid, resembling a sauna, and the air conditioning was powerless against the heat wave. On a sweltering summer day, who could endure such oppressive humidity? Su Hao hurried to turn on the kitchen's exhaust fan and beckoned Imo Lishuan into the bedroom, shutting the door behind them to wait for the steam to dissipate from the living room. "What a quaint little bedroom," Imo Lishuan remarked, glancing around. "Quaint," Su Hao sighed. Although his room was less than 10 square meters, it hardly seemed too small. The mindset of a wealthy young lady was hard to comprehend. "I've shown you everything you wanted to see. It's time for someone to take you home, isn't it?" "Not so fast," Imo Lishuan blinked innocently. "I still have questions to ask." "What else can be done?" Su Hao replied helplessly. "Go ahead. Would you be willing to be my personal bodyguard?" Imo Lishuan grinned. "You can set your salary. I guarantee it will be no less than 10 million a year. What do you think?" 10 million a year. Su Hao swallowed hard. The temptation was considerable. Could this girl have discerned my weakness, deliberately luring me with such wicked currency? Were it not for the position in the ability group, he might have agreed without a second thought. Being a personal bodyguard offered ample remuneration with minimal responsibilities, plus the opportunity to be surrounded by beauty daily and perhaps even mingle with high society. The work would only be demanding during emergencies, yet it was undoubtedly less stressful and safer than the ability group. However, compared to the advantages of his position within the ability group, the remuneration from being a bodyguard seemed rather paltry. It might grant him temporary wealth, but in the long run, the drawbacks were numerous. How could he find time to complete tasks and level up while shadowing Imo Lishuan? In the ability group, every mission yielded substantial experience points, allowing for rapid advancement akin to a rocket launch. Furthermore, he could establish connections with the Research Institute and potentially access precious serums used by petrified ability users, or even encounter ability crystals. One must understand that the National Research Institute is always at the forefront of scientific exploration. Should any worthy treasures arise, they would undoubtedly be the first to acquire them. "I'm sorry, but I am not interested in becoming a personal bodyguard." After careful consideration, Su Hao resolutely declined. "However, if you ever find yourself in danger again, you can still post a mission through the ability group, and I would be more than willing to protect you for a few days." Imo Lishuan appeared taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Hao to reject her so decisively. She had just witnessed his rapid change of demeanor upon hearing the mention of 1,000,000. Didn't he seem to be in dire need of money? Unbeknownst to her, for Su Hao, earning extra cash was a bonus, but his primary focus remained on leveling up. Compared to the invincible system, what was money? Just a trinket of the material world. After a few self-reassuring thoughts, Su Hao suppressed the allure of the 10 million salary. As they say, money can be a tempting devil, yet it certainly possesses an alluring charm. "Is there anything else?" Su Hao resumed, taking up his phone again. "If there's nothing more, I will have Captain Xing come to take you home. It's rather inappropriate for a young lady to be wandering around my house at this hour." Imo Lishuan seemed unconcerned, plopping herself down on the edge of the bed. "What is there to fear? Aren't you a law enforcement officer? Surely you wouldn't do anything to me, right?" "Isn't that so, officer? I'm not a police officer, and certainly not your uncle," Su Hao replied, covering his forehead. Do I look that old? I'm only 5 or 6 years older than you. Not at all. I was just joking, Imo Lishuan chuckled. Without hesitation, Su Hao called Captain Xing Xiaosu. What is going on so late? I'm busy here. Su Hao replied calmly. I think you should come to my house. Huh. Miss Imo is in your room. Oh, is that what this is about? I understand. Huh. Now it's Su Hao's turn to be surprised. What do you mean? Did you genuinely believe that young lady could just sneak out of her home? It was permitted by old Master Imo. And she has 2 team members and a throng of bodyguards discreetly ensuring her safety, besides fulfilling her wishes. We were also hoping to lure out the remaining 2 ability criminals. Su Hao was speechless. Upon reflection, it made sense. How could Imo Lishuan, an ordinary girl, simply slip away from a heavily guarded mansion? Did one think that bodyguards and guards were merely idle? However, he never imagined that the ability group would use Imo Lishuan as bait. Alright then, since there has been no activity from the ability criminals for a while, you can take her back now, right? Well, Captain Xing hesitated. Old Master Imo said she could return whenever she wished. We can't intervene. Xiaosu, why don't you chat with her a bit longer? Try to coax her into leaving on her own. Old Master Imo was one of their significant investors in the ability group, not only donating a staggering 100 million, but also seemingly acquiring shares through upper echelons, thus wielding considerable influence. Indeed, money can grant one the power to do as they please. Since there was no hope from Captain Xing, Su Hao could only hang up. His gaze filled with resignation as he looked toward Imo Lishuan, who was intently watching him from the edge of the bed. My lady, what would it take for you to agree to return home? I've just recovered from my injuries and need to rest. Otherwise, I might just let you sleep here. Imo Lishuan feigned a look of innocence. Aren't you the one who called Captain Xing? They Haven T sent anyone to pick me up? They told you to return on your own. Do you believe that? ISNT, there's someone following me discreetly? Imo Lishuan guessed accurately, likely having been under covert protection before. Yes, Su Hao replied. You can now return home without a care in the world. I won't be seeing you off. Imo Lishuan pretended to be pitiful. Are you really going to let a beautiful girl walk home alone? Aren't you going to escort me? With a heavy heart, I shall not. Su Hao knew well that she was not alone. A multitude of bodyguards were undoubtedly accompanying her. Imo Lishuan flashed a cunning smile. Then I simply want to leave. Well, it seemed this girl had surmised that the ability group wouldn't mind how long she stayed, preferring her to linger longer to draw out the remaining 2 criminals as long as she remained unharmed. All right then, I'll escort you. Su Hao had no choice but to relent. He only wished to send this esteemed lady on her way as swiftly as possible. Though he was unsure why this young heiress was so intrigued by him, perhaps it was due to his abilities. Or maybe because he had saved her. Su Hao was keen to avoid entangling himself with her further, for the reason was simple. Their statuses were too disparate. Imo Lishuan waved her phone. Let us add each other on WeChat. Why at WeChat? If you don't add me, how can I transfer money to you? Most of my allowance is in WeChat. Fine, as you wish. Chapter 81. The Spirit Pearl. After adding each other on WeChat, Imo Lishuan requested his bank card number, ultimately transferring the funds through it. The notion of WeChat transfers was merely a facade, and Su Hao was well aware that there is a daily limit to such transactions. Upon escorting Imo Lishuan to the entrance of her residential complex, Su Hao scanned the surroundings. With his keen perception, it was not difficult for him to ascertain that they were being watched from the shadows by a considerable number of individuals. When he waited at the curb for a taxi, Imo Lishuan expressed her surprise. Aren't you driving me? I don't have a car, Su Hao shrugged. I only plan to buy one soon. Oh, they stood at the roadside for what felt like an eternity, perhaps due to the late hour, waiting nearly 10 minutes without a single taxi passing by. What a hassle, Su Hao thought, casting glances at the lurking figures. Can't you lot just drive over and take this wealthy young lady home? Must you trouble someone who has just awakened from injury? Imo Lishuan suggested. Why don't we walk a bit further? Your complex is rather secluded. There aren't many taxis that come by at night. She expressed a slight disdain for the situation. All right, then, he conceded, realizing there was no other option if they wished to avoid a prolonged wait. The streets at the witching hour were eerily quiet, with few souls wandering outside and vehicles sporadically traversing the roads, only occasionally interrupted by the swift passage of a car breaking the stillness. Initially, neither spoke. Su Hao simply did not wish to engage, while Imo Lishuan seemed to be searching for a topic of conversation. This young lady was filled with curiosity about him and his unique abilities, and such curiosity could be rather troublesome, especially for someone like Su Hao, who harbored many secrets. His task system could not withstand too much scrutiny. In the dim light of the night, Su Hao noticed the white necklace around Imo Lishuan's neck, which occasionally glimmered with a subtle radiance. The purple hue was captivating. Do you wear this pearl often? With a rare spark of interest, he inquired. May I take a look? He recalled the protective task from the auditorium, which included safeguarding the pearl from theft. Initially, he believed it was due to the artifact's immense value, possibly in the tens of millions, making it a treasure hard to lose. However, upon further reflection, he realized that for a billionaire, tens of millions were insignificant. The system's insistence on preventing the pearl's loss surely stemmed from a deeper significance, for it would not arbitrarily impose meaningless tasks. Moreover, the ethereal glow emitted by the pearl at that very moment raised suspicions about its potential as a valuable supernatural artifact. Here, take it, she said, perhaps influenced by the fact that Su Hao had saved her not long ago. Without a moment's hesitation, she removed the necklace and handed it to him. As Su Hao cradled the pearl, about the size of an eyeball, he felt a warmth emanating from it. Whether it was Mo Lushuan's body heat or the stone's own temperature, he could not tell. In his grasp, the pearl's glow intensified, even catching Mo Lushuan's attention as she exclaimed, "What is this?" Since her grandfather had gifted her the pearl nearly half a week ago, she was unaware it could emit light. Inferior spirit pearl, a pearl crafted from a flawed spirit stone, bearing traces of Taoist spells. Over time, it has lost much of its spiritual energy, but retains some essence that can protect the wearer from ailments, prolong life, and improve health. Notification: residual energy detected, capable of being absorbed and converted into 3 ability points. Would you like to absorb? While he had anticipated the pearl's special properties, Su Hao was astonished to discover that its energy could be absorbed by the system. 3 ability points were a tempting prospect. Casting a sidelong glance at Mo Lushuan, Su Hao shook his head, refraining from extracting the pearl's energy. Instead, he returned it to her, adhering to his principles. A gentleman values wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. Though Su Hao could hardly be deemed a paragon of virtue, he held steadfast principles. The ability crystal that had fallen from the sky was unclaimed, belonging to whoever found it first, but the pearl was different. It had an owner, and that owner was someone he knew. He could not covertly take it for himself. Furthermore, should the pearl lose its luster once it left his hands, it would be difficult to hide the fact that he had absorbed its energy, likely leading to a multitude of complications. Such treasures are priceless, more precious than billions to certain wealthy individuals. The goodwill of Mo Lushuan's grandfather could swiftly turn sour over 3 ability points, and the trouble would not be worth it. He decided against coveting the pearl for now. If an opportunity arose, acquiring the pearl through trade might be a wise choice. Su Hao advised, "This pearl is extraordinary. You should keep it close and not lose it." Mo Lushuan blinked and fastened the necklace back around her neck. "Is it truly as my grandfather said, capable of ensuring health and longevity, dispelling evil and calamity?" "Pretty much." Su Hao nodded. "This pearl is indeed a spirit pearl. In the future, try not to expose it too openly. If someone discovers its value, they will stop at nothing to seize it. I assume you wouldn't want to attract the attention of supernatural criminals again, would you?" Mo Lushuan's complexion paled slightly, evidently recalling unpleasant memories. Su Hao reassured her, "Don't be too anxious. I was merely speaking out loud. As long as you remain discreet. There aren't that many supernatural criminals who would be idle enough to kidnap you." "I'm not afraid of those supernatural criminals," Mo Lushuan retorted defiantly. "In a few days, I'll have my grandfather summon you to protect me specifically." Su Hao sighed in exasperation. "Why are you so fixated on me? I'm not even the strongest in the ability group. Perhaps I could recommend someone else? How about old G? His abilities can incapacitate someone in an instant. He's very formidable." Mo Lushuan chuckled softly. "Not a chance. I've set my sights on you." As they strolled down the street, the conversation flowed more freely following the revelation about the pearl. Mo Lushuan learned a great deal from Su Hao regarding abilities and supernatural phenomena, often displaying expressions of astonishment, clearly struggling to believe that perilous supernatural events frequently occurred in their very city. Ordinary tasks, such as dealing with mischievous spirits or the disappearance of mutated creatures from research facilities, were commonplace. Su Hao had yet to encounter any haunting incidents himself, having only heard of them from Miao Yueying, who mentioned they seemed to occur once or twice a year. At the same time, Su Hao gleaned snippets of insider information from Mo Lushuan, including what projects her grandfather had invested in at the National Research Institute. Gene Serum. Chapter 82. Xiaoyi's return visit. After traversing several streets, Su Hao finally encountered a night shift taxi. He hailed the cab to take Mo Lushuan back home, and then rode back to his own abode. From Mo Lushuan, he learned that her grandfather's company was primarily investing in a project being developed by a research institute, A genetic serum. Mo Lechuan herself knew little about the genetic serum. She rarely paid attention to the investments of her own company. The only reason she was aware of such a serum was while gathering information about Su Hao and the abilities group. Much like their previous musings during the capture of the mutated dogs, he and Miao Yueying had speculated that the Research Institute was attempting to develop a super serum akin to that seen in superhero films. The serum project was ambitiously designed to enhance human physical capabilities significantly without side effects, and it claimed to offer miraculous benefits such as rejuvenation and extended lifespan, even possessing the potential to awaken latent abilities. Setting aside the enhancement of physical prowess and the awakening of abilities, the mere prospect of extending life was sufficient to draw countless wealthy individuals. While investments were not his concern, the question of whether the serum project could augment his own strength piqued his interest. Seated on the sofa in his bedroom, Su Hao toyed with the crackling arcs of electricity between his fingers, pondering how he might gain access to the Research Institute and cultivate relationships with its personnel. Relying solely on assignments from the abilities group was hardly a sound strategy. After contemplating for a while, without any fruitful ideas, he realized how little he knew about the Research Institute. Aside from having seen some grassroots researchers during an inspection at a meteorite pit on the rooftop, he had never encountered the core research team, nor did he even know the institute's location. Stifling a yawn, Su Hao acknowledged that after being disturbed by Mo Lechuan for so long, he was feeling a bit fatigued and decided to take a nap first. The long night swiftly passed, and the next morning, the sound of a doorbell rang out, accompanied by a rhythmic knocking at the door. Groggy and with disheveled hair, Su Hao reluctantly got out of bed to answer it. It was obvious who was at the door. It was the weekend, and once again, it was Xiaoyi's weekly visit for a meal. Sure enough, a petite and adorable girl stood outside, clad in a pristine white shirt and wearing a blue and white sun hat. Upon seeing Su Hao, she struck a playful pose, seemingly having dressed up just for this moment. Xiaoyi leaped forward to wrap her arms around his neck. Brother Su Hao, where have you been these past couple of days? You didn't reply to my WeChat. Where have you been playing? Where else could I have gone? Work. Of course. I had to go on a business trip, and my phone broke during the journey. I just bought a new one last night. Su Hao shrugged, swaying slightly as he set Xiaoyi down from his neck. It was unwise to casually discuss matters related to the abilities group with an ordinary person, and he had no intention of revealing anything to this young girl. Some things were best left undisclosed to those unacquainted with this realm. Feigning surprise, Xiaoyi exclaimed, "Wait. You were serious about that civil servant job you mentioned? Of course, do you think I was joking?" Su Hao lightly flicked her forehead in mock annoyance. "Brother Su Hao, you shouldn't joke like that," Xiaoyi pouted, covering her reddening forehead. "You really hit hard this time. Are you not afraid of knocking me silly?" Su Hao chuckled in apology and retrieved a cold drink from the refrigerator to soothe her forehead. At present, his strength was twice that of an ordinary person. Although he had restrained himself considerably, it appeared he had still not managed to control his strength to the fullest extent. This served as a reminder that, while his physical abilities had enhanced, he needed to exercise caution in everyday life. As they settled on the sofa, Su Hao took out his phone. "Shall we order takeout today? Would you prefer a family bucket or pizza? Only children make choices. As an adult, I want both." Xiaoyi attempted to muster a serious expression, but she only managed to look adorably amusing, which intrigued Su Hao. He reached out and playfully pinched her chubby cheeks. One must admit, Xiaoyi's cherubic face was delightful to pinch, soft and plump like that of a perpetually youthful girl. Especially endearing was the little pouch she wore, a mix of indignation and playfulness, which brought joy to Su Hao. It was not until Xiaoyi was on the verge of retaliating, preparing to bite him, that Su Hao wisely withdrew his hands, fulfilling her wish for both options, leaving her with no opportunity to seek revenge and gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. 2 simple takeout meals were hardly a concern. After all, he was now a man with a 7-figure balance in his bank account. 2 meals, or even 200, would merely be a drop in the bucket, while dining at specialized establishments for pizza or family buckets might be ideal. Su Hao and Xiaoyi were the type who preferred to eat at home rather than dine out. Thus, ordering takeout had become their norm. The takeout arrived promptly. As they savored their food while watching television, Su Hao, although fully recovered from his injuries, had been granted an additional week of paid leave by the abilities group. During this time, he could indulge in leisure without concern for being summoned for a mission. With a chicken leg in his mouth, Su Hao suddenly recalled something and turned to Xiaoyi. "Later, I'm going to buy a car. Do you want to join me?" "Buy a car?" Xiaoyi blinked her large eyes, giving him a knowing look. "A second-hand one, right?" Su Hao raised an eyebrow. "I'm going to a dealership to buy a car." "Oh," Xiaoyi replied, her face lighting up with understanding. I've heard that the quality of second-hand cars at dealerships is good, though they are a bit pricey. Let's not talk about second-hand cars. We're still friends, right? Su Hao shot her a playful glare. Xiaoyi feigned innocence, chewing on her pizza, mumbling, "But, brother Su Hao, can you really afford a new car? You can't possibly be buying a Wuling Hongguang, right? Honestly, I suspect your savings might not even cover a second-hand car." Since Su Hao moved in, he had known Xiaoyi and her family for nearly a year, and she was quite familiar with his life. Despite earning just over $4,000 a month, he rented a one-bedroom apartment by himself, purchased a gaming console, and occasionally splurged on video games and cooking ingredients, leading a fairly comfortable life. To say he lived paycheck to paycheck would be an exaggeration, but his savings were indeed limited, roughly estimating. He had managed to save about $5,000 to $6,000 over the past year. Being called out by Xiaoyi left Su Hao momentarily speechless. "Well, would you believe me if I said I was actually a hidden millionaire?" "I wouldn't." Xiaoyi shook her head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. "Don't be like that," Su Hao sighed. "You've completely derailed the conversation." Xiaoyi blinked at him. "All right, then I believe you. Forget it. I want to stoop to your level. Just wait. I'll take you out later to broaden your horizons." With a playful hum, Su Hao continued enjoying his chicken leg, eagerly anticipating the moment when he would purchase a luxury car outright, leaving no room for Xiaoyi's disbelief. Chapter 83. Purchasing a vehicle after indulging in pizza and a family bucket, Su Hao, accompanied by Xiaoyi, made his way to the nearest 4S dealership. Upon entering, they were greeted by a saleswoman who inquired, "Sir, what price range of vehicle are you interested in?" Su Hao surveyed the showroom, his eyes flitting over an array of prestigious brands, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, and Audi, among others. The sheer variety left him somewhat dazed, with so many renowned names. Which one should he choose? After a moment's hesitation, he boldly asked the saleswoman, "Do you have any armored vehicles?" The saleswoman paused in surprise. "An armored vehicle? Are you genuinely looking to purchase one?" Her expression was tinged with skepticism, perhaps questioning Su Hao's financial capacity or bemused by his immediate inclination towards a vehicle seldom sought by the average person. His attire, a modest t-shirt and clothing that appeared to cost no more than a few hundred yuan, seemed incongruous with such a high-end purchase. Armored vehicles were typically the domain of government officials, business magnates, military personnel, and intelligence agents. Assuming Su Hao's inquiry was merely casual, the saleswoman flipped through a small brochure. "We offer a few models of civilian armored vehicles, but they generally start at around 4 million yuan, with some reaching up to 10 million. She concluded by flipping the pages back to the section featuring vehicles priced around 100,000 yuan, subtly suggesting a more suitable option for him. "No. Could you show me the list of armored vehicles? I would like to choose from there," Su Hao insisted firmly, his resolve to purchase an armored vehicle unwavering. The saleswoman regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty, yet said nothing as she handed over the brochure. If this young man was indeed serious about buying an armored vehicle, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative sale for her, and if not, it would not cost her much time. Xiaoyi, puzzled, remarked, "Su Hao, when did you become so interested in armored vehicles? Those typically cost millions, and few people ever inquire about them." With a mysterious smile, Su Hao replied, "I have my reasons." Xiaoyi, respecting his privacy, leaned closer to peruse the brochure alongside him. As Su Hao examined several models of armored vehicles, he found their prices astonishingly high. A few were even priced in the millions, while others, though more affordable, lacked aesthetic appeal and were unsuitable for showcasing. Ultimately, considering both price and style, he settled on the BMW X5 armored vehicle, its sleek black exterior exuding elegance and sophistication. The price was just under 5 million yuan, and after all procedures, it would likely amount to slightly over 5 million. With nearly 7 million yuan at his disposal, he could comfortably afford the vehicle and still have enough left to secure a parking space nearby. Turning back to the saleswoman, he inquired, "How much for this vehicle? May I see a sample?" Believing Su Hao had made his selection, the saleswoman approached with a smile, only to find him still contemplating armored options. Her smile faltered slightly. Sir, we don't have this vehicle in stock, and the total cost would be at least 5 million. If you are seriously interested, I recommend you first check out the standard BMW X5. It closely resembles the armored version and is priced around 800,000. All right, let's first take a look at the standard version. Su Hao agreed, recognizing that seeing the regular model was a prudent step, given their similar designs. The saleswoman couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you don't want to consider one of these models priced around 100,000? "Not at all," Su Hao affirmed, aware that his appearance did not suggest he was a likely buyer of luxury vehicles. He added, "Rest assured, I can afford an armored vehicle. Communication reduces misunderstandings. Though still somewhat skeptical, the saleswoman's demeanor warmed considerably after Su Hao's reassurance. She guided him through the standard BMW X5, allowing him to sit in it and even take it for a test drive, while noting that the armored version would feature more luxurious interior decor. Lacking expertise in luxury vehicles, Su Hao casually negotiated for a discount before ultimately signing the contract for a full payment purchase. After paying the deposit, the saleswoman's grin widened. Selling a luxury car would yield considerable profit, especially with a full payment. Mr. Su, please rest assured. Although we lack the vehicle in stock, it won't take long to arrange one from another location. We will notify you within 2 days at the latest to come collect your car. Understood, please expedite the process. Su Hao nodded, tucking the receipt into his pocket as he exited the dealership with a visibly astonished Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi gazed at him in disbelief. Su Hao, how? Did I not mention I am a hidden millionaire? Do you believe me now? Su Hao replied with a mischievous grin, awaiting her response. However, Xiao hesitated. You didn't rob a bank, did you? I saw in the news that someone is being heavily pursued in our city. It couldn't possibly be you, right? Nonsense, Su Hao replied, his expression darkening. My funds are from legitimate earnings, and part of it is even a reward from the government. Oh, Xiao Yi responded, still somewhat doubtful. Su Hao couldn't disclose that the funds were a reward for rescuing a wealthy heiress, so he playfully pinched her cheek, leaving the matter unresolved. He could surmise that the news of the high-profile manhunt was likely related to the 2 ability-wielding criminals who had escaped capture. The police were determined to apprehend these elusive individuals, deploying extensive personnel across the city, even at airports, subways, and train stations. Truth be told, unless the criminals sprouted wings to fly away or burrowed through the ground like rodents, their escape from the city was improbable. Should he encounter those 2 again, he would need to find a way to neutralize their abilities, one being psychic and the other capable of petrification, both formidable adversaries. The thought of confronting them left Su Hao with a headache. They were indeed troublesome. Exiting the dealership with a couple of hours before lunch, Su Hao decided to take a taxi with Xiao Yi to Qingfeng Park, as he was eager to see how the small grove within the park was being managed following recent events. As they strolled along the park's pathways, Su Hao observed that an area once lush with trees had been cleared, surrounded by construction fences. Is it closed off? He pondered. Given the recent incident, it was understandable that the grove, having witnessed a tragedy, was deemed unsuitable for continuation, especially with rumors of subterranean creatures potentially having excavated numerous burrows. Su Hao, it seems someone over there is watching you. Xiao Yi tugged at his sleeve, pointing towards the park's fitness area. Following her gaze, Su Hao noticed a young woman curiously observing him. When their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze. Chapter 84. Dong Li. Little E inquired with curiosity. Do you know her? No, Su Hao replied, shaking his head. He had no recollection of the woman. With his sharp memory, if he had encountered her before, he would certainly remember. Then how peculiar. She was staring at you just now, Little E remarked. Perhaps she was captivated by my charm? Su Hao suggested, a playful grin on his face. Brother Su Hao, you have such a thick skin, Little E retorted with a hint of disdain, shrugging off her comment. Su Hao was aware that while he was somewhat handsome, he hardly possessed the allure to garner any significant attention. He decided to conduct a reconnaissance. Although he initially had no intention of pursuing the matter further, his cautious nature compelled him to cast his ability toward the young woman near the gym equipment. Dong Li, female upright primate, height 162 centimeters, weight 98 kilograms, in good health, ability unknown. Target attributes acquired: Constitution 11, Strength 10, Agility 10, Spirit 18. Su Hao exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. Another ability user? Her other attributes were unremarkable, yet her mental strength was notably high. Could she perhaps be a psychic? Hearing Su Hao mumble to himself, Little E asked, What are you talking about, Brother Su Hao? Nothing much. I need to speak with that lady over there. Please go to the shop and buy us 2 ice creams, chocolate flavor for me, he instructed her. After sending Little E to the store, Su Hao approached the young woman directly. Upon noticing his approach, she exhibited a fleeting look of panic, rising from the bench and preparing to leave in haste. However, Su Hao was not about to let her slip away easily. After all, an ability user was equivalent to 10 points. He stepped forward, grasping her wrist firmly, and produced his police credentials from his pocket. Police investigation, please cooperate. Police? The young woman exclaimed in surprise. Su Hao nodded. Most people would instinctively assume he was a police officer upon seeing his credentials. He found no need to provide further explanation, as the ability group was, after all, a specialized law enforcement agency, albeit with a unique nature. Straight to the point. You seem to be watching us closely just now? He inquired. For an ordinary person, this would be inconsequential, but for an ability user, the implications were entirely different. This could pertain to her own abilities. Perhaps she had been employing reconnaissance, mind reading, or mental manipulation techniques. No, I was merely enjoying the scenery, she stammered, her gaze evasive. Could you please let go of my hand? I haven't done anything wrong. Have I? It mattered not that she denied it. Su Hao boldly pressed on. What is your ability? Ability? What do you mean? She responded, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of alarm crossing her eyes. I don't understand what you're talking about. In the past, Su Hao had utilized forceful methods to compel individuals to disclose their abilities, as he had done with a previous man in black. Yet this approach was evidently unsuitable for her. She had committed no crime and had not revealed any powers. He could not resort to aggression against a stranger based solely on suspicion. Su Hao decided to bluff. Stop pretending. I am also an ability user. I can tell you possess a special capability. The woman's expression shifted to one of suspicion. You can see the aura too? Aura? Su Hao queried, perplexed. What do you mean by the aura? Realizing her slip, her expression morphed into one of regret, and she finally relented, divulging her secret. It turned out that her ability allowed her to perceive a sort of aura surrounding individuals, akin to a personal energy field. She had awakened to this ability only yesterday. The auras she observed seemed to correlate with a person's fortune, vitality, mental strength, and overall condition. She could even gauge an individual's aura strength, brightness, and shape, and could slightly alter it with her hands. So, you were staring at me because you were examining my aura? Su Hao remarked with a hint of intrigue. This notion of an aura was somewhat mystifying. While discerning someone's strength was plausible, determining their fortune and being able to make slight alterations was rather unfathomable. Yes, she admitted, somewhat bashfully. Your aura is quite astonishing. Its brightness and size far exceed that of an ordinary person. The shape of your fortune is also erratic, with many peculiar aspects. I had never seen someone with such an impressive aura before, and I couldn't help but gaze a little longer. What do you mean by peculiar aspects? Su Hao inquired, genuinely puzzled. He was not surprised that his aura was stronger than the average person's. After all, his fundamental attributes were already double that of a normal individual. Ordinary auras are faintly white, but yours has other elements within it. According to her, typical auras were merely weak halos a few sheets of paper thick. Yet Su Hao's aura was as thick as a ping-pong paddle. The oddity lay in the fact that it seemed to contain faint blue currents and strange red filaments. Upon hearing her description, Su Hao felt a sense of relief. He had not anticipated that she could discern others' abilities, aside from the lack of detail. Her skill was far superior to basic reconnaissance abilities. What is your name, young lady? Su Hao inquired. Noting her youthful appearance, she appeared to be no older than 20. Likely still a university student. My name is Dong Li, she replied softly. I study at a normal university. Do you have your ID with you? May I see it? Su Hao extended his hand for her identification, quickly memorizing her ID number before taking out his phone to call Team Leader Xing. He needed guidance on how to address this young woman who had awakened to a unique ability. Clearly, this student named Dong Li was still in her studies and thus could not possibly join their ranks. The ability group must have corresponding measures in place for such individuals. Registration and supervision, perhaps? Hello, team leader, it's me. Oh, I'm fine. Just discovered another ability. User, I'm not quite sure how it happened. I just happened to bump into her while strolling in the park. I can't bring her in. She's a university student, but I have her ID number. Would you like to send someone over to handle this? As expected, Team Leader Xing was bewildered upon learning of yet another ability user, incessantly questioning whether Su Hao had some secret method for uncovering them. Su Hao maintained his composure. After all, he would continue to find more ability users through reconnaissance in the days to come. There would be ample opportunity for Team Leader Xing to express his astonishment. As once the phenomenon of ability users became widely recognized, this avenue for earning points would likely dissipate. Dong Li, listening intently and anxiously, leaned closer as Su Hao finished his call with Team Leader Xing, seemingly eager to ask something. Before she could speak, Su Hao preemptively assured her, "Someone will be here shortly to speak with you. Rest assured, we are a legitimate national agency, and you need not worry about any experiments of the sort you might be imagining. All right, that's all. Goodbye." At that moment, Little E returned with the ice creams, and Su Hao left Dong Li, who was still in a state of confusion, and hurried toward Little E. He had finally managed to take a day off, and did not wish to squander it answering questions. While engaging in such explanations once or twice was tolerable, doing so repeatedly soon became tiresome. Chapter 85. The haunted house. What were you discussing? Why does she seem so peculiar? Xiao Yi inquired, handing an ice cream to Su Hao while tilting her head to gaze at Dong Li, who seemed hesitant to speak. Just some work-related matters, Su Hao shrugged, waving his hand dismissively at Dong Li before turning to lead Xiao Yi out of the park. Although the peculiar aura of that ability intrigued him slightly, it was not enough to captivate his interest. Furthermore, given that the girl was still in college, it was unlikely they would cross paths professionally in the future. He preferred not to squander time on those with whom he was destined to have little interaction. As they departed Qingfeng Park, Su Hao glanced at his bank balance on his phone. Even after accounting for the anticipated expenditure of over 5 million for a car, he still had approximately 1.5 million remaining. This sum was more than sufficient to significantly enhance his quality of life. After a moment's contemplation, he transferred 20,000 to his parents' account back home and left a message on WeChat, expressing that earning a substantial income warranted a bit of filial piety, even though they were not financially troubled. Where are we going to play, Brother Su Hao? Xiao Yi eagerly asked, licking her ice cream. How about the amusement park? I haven't been since middle school, and I heard they opened a particularly scary haunted house nearby. Shall we go together? Su Hao chuckled softly. I only came to the 4S dealership to buy a car, not to take you out for fun. However, the amusement park was not far, and a visit would not consume too much time. Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she proposed. How about we make a bet? Let's wager whether you will be scared by that haunted house. How could a mere haunted house at an amusement park frighten me? The scenes are too contrived, and the ghosts are merely people in costume. It would only be frightening for a little girl like you. I wager I will not be scared, he replied, aware that this was her playful provocation. He smiled, choosing not to expose her intentions, but instead agreeing to accompany her to the haunted house. After all, he had little else to occupy his time during the holiday, and with the main quest nearing completion, he felt no urgency for upgrades. Staying home to play video games seemed too isolating. In contrast, who could refuse the chance to enjoy an amusement park with an adorable little girl? The amusement park was a short distance from Qingfeng Park, located on the outskirts of the city, merely a few stops away. They opted to walk rather than take a taxi. Upon arrival, although they had initially agreed to visit only the haunted house, Xiao Yi exuberantly tugged Su Hao towards the roller coasters, pirate ships, and other attractions. However, these sensory stimuli were far too mild for Su Hao, who was accustomed to experiences twice as intense as the average person. His heart rate remained below 100 throughout the rides, barely stirred by the weightlessness and speed. After sampling the various attractions, they finally arrived at the main draw of the park, the haunted house. Upon closer inspection, Su Hao realized this establishment was quite extraordinary. Having taken over an entire row of storefronts in the plaza, encompassing 2 floors and a basement, all adorned with the blood-curdling name of the haunted house emblazoned above. To his astonishment, there were dozens of people queuing at the entrance, with the line extending almost outside the plaza's ticket booth. Is this haunted house truly this popular? Su Hao mused, scanning the crowd. I don't recall this amusement park having such a notorious attraction. Hee, Brother Su Hao, you may not know, but this terrifying haunted house just opened 3 days ago. It gained fame on its very first day of operation, and word is that the ghosts inside are incredibly lifelike. The actors portraying the ghosts are exceptionally skilled. It has nearly become a viral sensation, Xiao Yi explained, clinging to Su Hao's arm. Originally, my classmates wanted to drag me here yesterday, but I preferred to come with you. Isn't that thoughtful? Oh, perhaps I might join the staff inside to give you a fright, Su Hao teased. You wouldn't dare, Xiao Yi exclaimed, mock ferocity in her eyes. If you scare me, I'll bite you. As they stood at the end of the line, Su Hao remarked on the lengthy wait. There are so many people waiting for this haunted house. How long will it take to get in? To enhance the experience, the haunted house only admitted 1 group at a time, typically requiring around 10 minutes for each visit. With so many people ahead of them, it was hard to fathom how many hours they would wait. Surely, the sun would set by the time they entered. Don't worry, it will be quick, Xiao Yi reassured him. This haunted house is particularly terrifying. Many people don't last a minute inside before fleeing in fright. Generally, each round lasts only 2 to 3 minutes, so we should only wait about half an hour. Is it truly that frightening? Su Hao questioned, skeptical about how terrifying the staff's makeup could be to scare someone off immediately. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead as a man bolted from the entrance of the Mountain Village Old Corpse attraction, followed closely by a screaming girl. Both were in disarray, tears streaming down their faces, their fear palpable. Some spectators reacted with astonishment, eager to experience the thrill for themselves, while others seemed unfazed, commenting on the couple's apparent discord, how the man had abandoned the girl to flee first. Those two just entered for a minute. Did they really see the old corpse and wet themselves? Someone remarked, incredulous. They must have blundered right next to the urn. They should know to avoid it to escape the old corpse's pursuit. I managed to endure 10 minutes last time. Another chimed in. Why avoid the urn? If it were me, I'd just pick it up and throw it. Wow, you're bold. Aren't you worried the owner will make you pay? Why worry? How much is an urn worth? If I get through, there's a reward of 10,000. Are you still thinking about that prize? It's been 3 days. And no one has managed to win. All those online strategies are useless. I've spent over 1,000 without success. Listening to the chatter, Su Hao's expression grew increasingly intrigued by the haunted house. The visitors were unanimous in their praise, extolling the realism of the props, the dedication of the actors, and the terrifying atmosphere that offered a thrilling experience. Were it not for the sheer number of patrons, he might have suspected they were all hired actors. Each round moved swiftly. Within minutes, the visitors were fleeing from the entrance in fright. In less than 20 minutes, it was finally Su Hao and Xiao Yi's turn. They had purchased tickets for the Mountain Village Old Corpse experience, initially considering the adjacent Juan and the Ring attractions, but Su Hao felt that the Old Corpse, a remnant of his childhood fears, might prove more thrilling and likely to stimulate his senses. Chapter 86. The Haunted House in the Mountain Village. The haunted house project in this mountain village is quite substantial. Upon entering, one is greeted by a vintage, dilapidated room. According to the ticket's description, there are scenes from all 3 installments, with the level of terror escalating from the 3rd to the 1st. The earlier visitors discussing the urns must have been referring to the 3rd installment. Su Hao had watched the Mountain Village Old Corpse trilogy during his childhood. To be frank, the first film was indeed frightening. The character of Aunt May haunted his childhood. However, the second installment was merely passable, and by the 3rd, it had devolved into a comedy. It is hard to fathom how a haunted attraction could derive its horror from such a farcical narrative. Navigating through a dim corridor, after taking about 7 or 8 steps, he pushed open a large door to reveal the haunted house scene. A chilling, decrepit hall came into view, with several black wooden tables adorned with worn teacups, and the walls displayed a few black and white memorial portraits. Most conspicuous was the urn placed atop a round table in the center. It didn't seem particularly terrifying at all. Xiao Yi, initially nestled behind Su Hao, glanced around, only to find that the interior bore no spectral presence and was akin to an ordinary rural abode. He found himself curious as to what sort of apparition the staff would portray, as it seemed there were no ghostly entities in Mountain Village Old Corpse 3. Domestic horror films rarely feature ghosts front and center. Rather, they often employ subtle methods of murder, driving the narrative through suspicion, despair, and terror, leaning closer to mystery than the supernatural. Su Hao confidently approached the urn and lifted it with ease. It was rather sizable, with a white base and blue rim, adorned with floral patterns, resembling something sold at a street vendor, a rather insincere artifact. Upon removing the lid, he found it contained a grayish powder. He was uncertain of its true nature. Perhaps it was chalk dust or flour. It certainly could not be genuine ashes. Brother Su Hao, there seems to be something over there. Xiao Yi exclaimed, noticing a strange noise from a side room, instinctively retreating behind him. It appeared that the ghost was about to make an appearance. Su Hao chuckled calmly, placing the urn down and walking towards the source of the noise, primarily intrigued by what role the staff member was playing. Upon entering, he found a small bedroom. The decor was not closely observed, as their attention was immediately drawn to a small boy huddled in the corner of the bed. The boy appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, his head buried between his legs, trembling slightly, with muffled sobs escaping him. Should we go take a look? Su Hao smiled at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi pouted. No way. He must have a particularly terrifying makeup on his face, and when we approach, he'll suddenly look up. Such an old trick is boring. While they had come to the haunted house for thrills, deliberately triggering a scare when one already knew it was coming seemed rather tedious. They exchanged playful banter and decided to ignore the sobbing boy in the corner, opting to continue exploring other rooms in search of the exit to the next scene. Upon pushing open another door, they found a bathroom. The walls were smeared with bloody handprints and stains, and in the bathtub lay a bloodied boy, his eyes wide open and unblinking, staring blankly at the ceiling. Xiao Yi stepped back in fright, but quickly regained her composure. Wait, doesn't that boy look a bit familiar? Su Hao remarked. This boy is dressed exactly like the one from the previous bedroom. Looking at the cuts on his wrists, it appears he committed suicide. Yes, he must be the character Bozai from Mountain Village Old Corpse 3. Oh, I don't understand, Xiaoyi admitted, having never seen the Mountain Village Old Corpse series. Su Hao glanced at the boy in the bathtub, convinced he was real and indeed only 8 or 9 years old. Isn't this a case of employing child labor? He mused. Perhaps this child is a relative of the owner? Xiaoyi blinked, cautiously tugging at the boy's cold, bloodied hand. His hand is so icy. And he is completely motionless. Oh my goodness, could he truly be a corpse? Su Hao was taken aback. That can't be possible, can it? Just as he was about to examine the boy himself, a loud crash echoed from outside the door, causing them to instinctively look back towards the hall. A pale face, with rolling eyes, suddenly appeared behind them. Turning around, they were nearly nose to nose, too close for comfort. Ah! Xiaoyi screamed in fright, clutching Su Hao's arm and retreating behind him. Xiaoyi. Su Hao remained unfazed by the ghostly visage, but was startled by Xiaoyi's sudden shriek. The piercing volume of her scream was quite jarring. Upon seeing the disheveled, blue-clad, ghostly figure, he immediately recognized her as Aunt May from the first installment. Though he found it puzzling why a character from the first film would appear in the third scene. Xiaoyi's terrified scream prompted him to evade the staff member for the time being, lest her panic escalate further. Ahem, pardon me, Su Hao said, shielding Xiaoyi as he calmly maneuvered past the ghost and closed the bathroom door behind him, inadvertently trapping the staff member inside, before continuing to push open other doors in search of an exit. Once they were out of the ghost's view, Xiaoyi finally regained her composure, though she clung tightly to the hem of Su Hao's shirt. Was it really that terrifying? Su Hao teased. Didn't you say you were quite brave? Yet here you are, frightened? Xiaoyi retorted. That thing moved without making a sound. It appeared right behind me. Anyone would be scared. Then why wasn't I scared? Xiaoyi fell silent for a moment before replying. Usually, I wouldn't react so strongly in such situations, but that ghost felt particularly terrifying. The moment I saw her, my heart skipped a beat, and my mind went blank. I found it to be rather unremarkable. The ghost's makeup wasn't particularly frightening. It looked like she had simply applied too much foundation. Su Hao shrugged. Perhaps it was due to his own mental fortitude, as he was not easily frightened, even finding time to observe her makeup. What puzzled him was how the ghost had approached him so stealthily, given his physical condition. He should have sensed anyone getting close immediately, yet she seemed to have approached without a sound. Returning to the hall, they discovered that the urn had shattered, its contents strewn across the floor. The loud noise they had heard in the bathroom must have been the urn breaking. Surely we won't be held accountable for this, was Su Hao's first thought. His second consideration was that there must be other staff members playing ghosts. Come to think of it, we've been exploring for about 3 or 4 minutes, right? Besides the Aunt May we just encountered, this scene seems devoid of any other terrifying elements. How did they manage to scare other visitors out in just 1 or 2 minutes? Xiaoyi scoffed. I dare say if you weren't so composed, that ghost might have scared me away. Was it really that horrifying? Indeed. Chapter 87. A genuine haunting? Amidst the labyrinthine corridors of the haunted house, Su Hao and Xiaoyi sought an exit. Within the surveillance room, a young man, presumably the proprietor, reclined before a bank of monitors, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he observed the pair on screen. Incredible, he mused. This fellow displays no fear of Aunt May? A remarkable audacity. Perhaps Aunt May requires a more substantial release of her animosity. As he muttered, a sinister figure materialized behind him, the very spectral woman in azure who had previously assailed Su Hao and Xiaoyi. A peculiar anomaly. Had not Su Hao confined this specter to the bathroom? How then had she rematerialized within the surveillance chamber? The proprietor tapped the phantom's brow, decreeing, unleash an additional 10% of your resentment. 30% should suffice to terrify this individual. Go forth. With a dismissive wave, the spectral woman receded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Had Su Hao witnessed this spectacle, he would have immediately surmised that this was no mere charade, but a genuine haunting. The proprietor, through some arcane means, possessed the ability to manipulate spirits with impunity. Returning to the protagonists, Su Hao and Xiaoyi had discovered the path to the second scene and swiftly navigated the area, making a beeline for the dilapidated manor of the first scene, seeking egress. During their expedition, Su Hao himself had narrowly avoided being startled by various unsettling phenomena. For instance, a blood-soaked ceiling, upon contact, left a chilling viscous substance on his face. Glancing upward, he discovered a grotesquely contorted human effigy leering down at them, a sight to unnerve even the most stoic. While the haunted house did not quite live up to its advertised reputation for terror, the performers were undeniably dedicated, and the proprietor possessed a macabre imagination, employing every conceivable frightening tactic. After enduring a succession of terrifying scenes, Su Hao remained relatively composed, his newfound system imbuing him with a sense of invulnerability. Xiao Yi, however, had transformed into a veritable quail, burying her head behind him, too petrified to look. Su Hao, have we reached the exit yet? She inquired, her voice muffled. Not yet. The proprietor has concealed it well. I suspected this 10,000 yuan would not be easily earned. The haunted house, with its exorbitant entrance fee of over 100 yuan, boasted on its promotional material a 10,000 yuan reward for successful completion, a tactic unprecedented in the realm of haunted attractions, and one that had drawn a multitude of thrill-seekers. As Su Hao pushed open a door in search of the exit, a spectral figure glided silently behind him, pallid hands reaching for his neck. Sensing a chilling presence, Su Hao assumed it was Xiaoyi playfully teasing him. Xiaoyi, not now. I'm preoccupied. But I did nothing, Xiaoyi replied, bewildered. In the dim light, Su Hao discerned a pair of ghastly arms poised to strangle him. His demeanor instantly hardened, his instincts compelling him to seize the limbs and execute a swift judo throw. Fortunately, he restrained himself, realizing that assaulting a haunted house employee would likely incur a hefty fine. Turning, he beheld the disheveled, spectral visage looming before him. A gaping maw suspended inches from his face, its chilling aura momentarily stunning him. You move with such stealth, he remarked, recovering his composure. Even with my focus, I failed to detect your approach. Examining the spectral woman's attire, he suppressed a laugh. Madam, your dedication is commendable, but is it wise to open your mouth so wide? You risk dislocating your jaw, and refrain from strangling. I nearly retaliated. The spectral woman remained motionless, her arms still flanking his neck, though not touching it. Her vacant eyes bored into him. Seeing her immobility, Su Hao took the initiative, gently removing her arms. Upon contact, he noted the performer's peculiar temperature, icy and clammy, akin to a corpse. In the surveillance room, the proprietor, observing Su Hao's continued lack of fear, frowned. Enough. Unleash 60% of her resentment. I shall see if this individual can withstand true terror. Surely, no one is truly immune to fear. Aunt May, standing before Su Hao, suddenly contorted her arms into grotesque angles, clawing at his face while emitting an eerie shriek, her mouth widening grotesquely, blood seeping from its corners, intensifying the chilling atmosphere. Su Hao, caught off guard, was momentarily stunned. A wave of cold washed over him, and an inexplicable dread arose within his heart. But the paralysis was fleeting. He swiftly regained his senses and, in a moment of inexplicable compulsion, reached out and closed the spectral woman's jaw. Aunt May was dumbfounded. The proprietor in the surveillance room was equally taken aback. Good heavens, this man is a force to be reckoned with, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in disbelief. I underestimated these audacious individuals. This man would be a prime candidate for a horror film, a quintessential harbinger of doom. The proprietor's increasing the resentment was a manifestation of the spectral woman's aura and psychological manipulation. He had personally tested its potency, finding that even a mere 20% could terrify the average person. With mental preparation, he could withstand 30 or 40% at most. The visceral dread, he believed, was insurmountable. Elevating the resentment to 60% for Su Hao was a sign of respect, acknowledging him as an exceptionally fearless individual. Yet, the man not only remained unfazed but had also closed Aunt May's jaw. Frankly, Su Hao was unsure why he had impulsively shut the spectral woman's mouth. Perhaps it was to prevent the dedicated performer from genuinely dislocating her jaw. But that was not the crux of the matter. After lingering in the haunted house, he had begun to sense a subtle incongruity. The performer's dedication was unsettlingly convincing. He could discern no flaws in their performances, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that the spectral woman's chest did not rise and fall with breath. Could he have encountered a genuine specter? Combining this with the icy touch, Su Hao's expression shifted. He tentatively cast a probe at the spectral woman. Aunt May, Wraith-level evil spirit, height 168 centimeters, weight 0, special abilities, instantaneous movement, malevolent intimidation, telekinesis. Engage in further interaction to acquire additional information. What? Su Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as the system's prompt appeared. Clutching Xiaoyi, he retreated several steps. No, this cannot be. Have I truly encountered a ghost? The system's probe would not deceive him. If it identified a wraith, it could be nothing else. Chapter 88. The haunted house. Calm down, calm down. First, observe carefully. Su Hao held his breath, scrutinizing the woman in the blue dress. She resembled the ghostly figures from the movies he had seen. Her pale face, ghostly white eyes, and a stillness about her nostrils surrounded by a chilling aura. Hiss, no. He needed to take it slow. His expression stiffened as he clutched the small E in his arms, stepping back cautiously. Until now, he had been unaware. But the realization struck him. This was indeed a ghost. Anyone encountering such a sight would be unnerved. This was no longer a matter of courage. Had they accidentally stumbled upon a ghost? Or were the staff of this haunted house truly specters? A question flashed through Su Hao's mind. Fortunately, the malevolent spirit before them had not attacked, seemingly restrained by some unknown force, resorting only to intimidation rather than actual harm. Otherwise, the ghostly claws that had once rested on his neck could have easily claimed his life. As Su Hao retreated, the female ghost's gaze burned with resentment, inching closer. Though her blue robe concealed her feet, her floating movements betrayed her ethereal nature. Little E, this haunted house lacks any amusement, and we may not find the exit anytime soon. Shall we consider a meal instead? He suggested, trying to divert his gaze from the ghostly figure. It wasn't fear of the ghost that prompted his suggestion, but rather concern for little E, a mere mortal who could easily be harmed if anything went awry. Hey, weren't we exploring? Why suddenly retreat? Little E protested, still too afraid to raise her head. Let us search a bit more. The exit might be nearby. We could be the first to conquer this haunted house. The notion of conquering was irrelevant. The priority was to evade the looming specter. Watching the ghost draw nearer, Su Hao could only manage a bitter smile. Perhaps sensing his retreat, the ghost intensified her terrifying expression, her claws raised, revealing sharp, glinting nails. In terms of appearance alone, the ghost hardly instilled fear in him. Yet, the ominous aura she exuded was palpable, and contact with it would induce an uncontrollable terror within his mind. Fear manifests in myriad forms. Some weep and scream, others flee in panic, while some stand frozen in shock. Yet Su Hao did not belong to any of these categories. Instead, as terror surged through him, his first impulse was to strike the ghost. He couldn't explain why. It was merely an overwhelming urge, struggling to suppress the impulse to attack. Su Hao chose to disregard the ghost once more, pulling little E along in search of the exit. He was betting that the ghost, despite her intimidation, would not dare to harm them. Undoubtedly, he had won the wager. After attempting various fright tactics to no avail, the blue-draped specter seemed to relent, standing still and fixating her gaze on him until Su Hao and little E discovered the exit hidden beneath a large water tank and escaped the haunted house. Outside, the queue of visitors buzzed with curiosity. How come that pair of siblings hasn't emerged yet? It's been nearly 20 minutes, murmured one. Previously, the longest any visitors had stayed was around 10 minutes, and they had barely reached the final room before being frightened out by the sudden appearance of the vengeful spirit. When onlookers spotted Su Hao and little E emerging from the exit, the crowd erupted in excitement. No way. Someone actually made it through. Is it true? How did they evade the ghost? I want to know where the exit to the last room is. Last time, we barely made it to the final stage and couldn't find it. The crowd gawked at Su Hao and little E, bustling with chatter, some even attempting to approach them for tips. Su Hao maintained an air of calm, though internally he felt exasperated. What tips could he provide? Had they not possessed superior attributes, they too might have succumbed to the ghost's terrifying influence. If the crowd knew that the vengeful spirit was indeed a real ghost, would they still be so eager to seek thrills? Congratulations. You two are the first guests to successfully conquer our haunted house since its opening, exclaimed the haunted house owner, emerging from a small room, the same young man who had monitored the surveillance. He appeared to be in his mid-20s. Dressed in a t-shirt emblazoned with the haunted house's logo, his attire suggesting he was not wealthy enough to afford such a space. He held a wad of cash, presumably the 10,000 yuan reward for their successful exit. Little E gleefully accepted the money, presenting it to Su Hao as if it were a treasure. Wow, I can't believe we actually made it through. 10,000 yuan, just like that. This haunted house isn't as fearsome as my classmates claimed. Of course it isn't scary. You kept your eyes closed the entire time, Su Hao quipped. The girl had been so frightened by the ghost in the bathroom that she spent most of their adventure with her eyes tightly shut, occasionally retreating into his embrace when the chilling aura surrounded them. Little E, however, seemed unfazed. I'm a girl. It's perfectly normal to be timid. This only highlights your bravery, Su Hao. Your reasoning is so sound that I am rendered speechless. Su Hao shrugged, glancing at the young owner of the haunted house. Where do you recruit your staff? Are they professional actors? Their performances rival those of Hollywood. I nearly believed they were real ghosts. The young man's expression stiffened, and he chuckled awkwardly. You flatter us, dear guest. The actors portraying the ghosts are merely my relatives who help out when they can. It's just that the makeup artist is exceptionally skilled. Oh, Su Hao remarked, casting a meaningful glance at him, causing the owner to feel a twinge of unease. Ultimately, Su Hao refrained from pressing further, patting the young man on the shoulder, taking his reward, and leading the exuberant little E away from the amusement park. As they left, the haunted house owner let out a sigh of relief, as if a plague had been lifted. He retreated back to the monitoring room. Following this brief incident, the haunted house resumed its normal operations, with visitor numbers even surging. Once outside the amusement park, with the sun high in the sky, Su Hao took little E to a restaurant across the street for lunch. At the table, he contemplated and decided to share half of the 10,000 yuan with her, cautioning her against frivolous spending. The girl beamed with joy. Had they not been in a restaurant, she might have leapt up to shower him with kisses. To him, this small reward was of little significance. If not for his concern that little E might squander too much money, he would have given it all to her without hesitation. Ghosts, huh? Intriguing. Su Hao absently ate his meal, occasionally glancing back towards the amusement park. In fact, just before leaving, he had cast a detection skill towards the young owner. Fong Xiangyu, male primate, height 175 centimeters, weight 134 kilograms, abnormal status, vengeful spirit curse, unknown abilities. Target attributes acquired. Physique, 11 points, strength, 10 points, agility, 11 points, spirit, 26 points. Chapter 89. The investigation team with a staggering spiritual point tally of 26, nearly 3 times that of an ordinary individual. It is plausible that the supernatural abilities are linked to the specter haunting the haunted house. Could it be that the owner possesses some form of mediumistic power? Upon discovering that the proprietor of the horror house is an extraordinary being, Su Hao unequivocally deduced that the apparition within the haunted setting must be associated with this young owner. During their meal, Su Hao excused himself under the pretext of visiting the restroom, allowing Xiaoyi to dine alone while he stepped outside to call Captain Xing. Hello, Captain. What are you currently engaged in? The noise on the other end indicated a bustling environment. We've recently received a new batch of civilian extraordinary beings. They are currently undergoing tests and selections at the stadium. For some reason, the frequency of these beings appearing has noticeably increased. Please refrain from calling too often while you're on leave. We are quite busy here. Oh, I have encountered another extraordinary being. Really? Captain Xing's surprise was palpable. Didn't you just discover one this morning? And now, just hours later, another? While it's true that the occurrence of extraordinary beings has surged, this seems rather excessive. Do you perceive them as weeds, sprouting up everywhere? Here's the situation. I visited the haunted house at the amusement park with some friends and found that the staff inside were genuine ghosts, those that lack breath, exude an ominous aura, and glide without lifting their feet. Supernatural incidents? Captain Xing's tone grew gravely serious. Can you ascertain this? In the realm of extraordinary beings, the most perilous tasks often do not involve confronting criminal entities, but rather addressing supernatural disturbances. Severe supernatural events frequently culminate in bloodshed, and resolving such occurrences proves exceptionally challenging. It is said that nearly half of the casualties within the extraordinary task force over the years have succumbed to supernatural incidents. I can confirm that there is at least one ghost within that haunted house. It would be prudent for the higher-ups to dispatch someone for a covert investigation. Although Su Hao had only identified Aunt May as a ghost, upon reflection, the sobbing boy encountered in the first room was also likely a spirit. If the workers in the scene depicting the old corpse from the mountain village are indeed genuine apparitions, it stands to reason that the performers in the adjacent scenes, Juan, are most likely authentic as well. Captain Xing pondered. What did you mean when you mentioned discovering an extraordinary being? I suspect that the owner of the haunted house may be an extraordinary being, Su Hao asserted with conviction. After exiting the haunted house, I inquired about where he found the staff portraying ghosts, and he claimed they were all his relatives. Even if this horror house owner is not an extraordinary being, he is certainly no ordinary person. Captain Xing contemplated for a moment. I shall dispatch a few individuals to investigate the haunted house. Xiao Su, are you still in the vicinity? I am dining just across from the amusement park. Perfect timing. While they conduct their investigation, you can assist outside. If anything goes awry inside the haunted house, your lightning elemental abilities will prove advantageous against any spirits. All right, I shall merely assist. Beyond that, I will not involve myself. As long as he was just providing support from outside, it posed no problem. He could place Xiaoyi at another amusement facility to entertain herself, after all, during daylight. Would the spirits dare to emerge from the haunted house under the sun? With the call concluded, Su Hao returned to the dining table to continue his meal. 20 minutes later, He brought Xiao Yi back to the amusement park, just as he prepared to find a ride to settle the little girl. He received a call from Captain Xing, informing him that the investigative team had arrived and requested his assistance. I have a few friends here as well. Let us go greet them. Friends? Are they colleagues? Xiao Yi tilted her head, recalling that Su Hao rarely mingled with others, deducing that his so-called friends were indeed colleagues. Kind of, Su Hao replied with an awkward smile, acknowledging that Xiao Yi's guess was surprisingly accurate. Upon arriving at the amusement park entrance, he spotted a familiar figure. Old Ji, over here. Su Hao waved at Ji Qingmin, finding it convenient to have acquaintances within the investigation team. Su Xiao, brother. Ji Qingmin greeted with a smile as he approached. I didn't expect you to be out of the hospital yesterday and already stumbling into trouble today. Heh, I'm unsure whether to consider this good luck or bad. Su Hao quickly interjected, my neighbor's child is still here. Let us refrain from discussing work matters for now. Xiao Yi inquired, what do you mean by being discharged? Su Hao, were you ill? Oh. I had a severe cold a couple of days ago and was hospitalized for 2 days. Su Hao fabricated a casual excuse, glancing at the two individuals behind Ji Qingmin. Are just the four of you here to have fun? Besides Ji Qingmin, there were 3 others, 2 men and a woman, who, upon closer inspection, Su Hao realized he recognized from the assessment conducted the previous week, though their names eluded him. Ji Qingmin nodded yes. These 3 are our juniors still in their internship period. I'm responsible for guiding them on this investigation, implying that these 3 had yet to complete their training. This investigation served as a practical exercise. Brother Hao, you're here too, the buzzcut youth enthusiastically approached, while the other 2 also acknowledged him, evidently still remembering Su Hao. Long time no see, Su Hao responded, then turned to Ji Qingmin. The haunted house is just ahead. I suggest you explore the scene depicting the old corpse from the mountain village. Aside from the ghostly staff, the body props are exceptionally realistic. You should examine them closely. Oh, and the exit is beneath the water tank. Noted, Ji Qingmin replied, lowering his voice. Is it dangerous inside? We've only brought a few stun guns, which have limited efficacy. Whether it's dangerous, I cannot say for certain, but given that numerous visitors have entered and exited the haunted house without incident, I suspect the spirits may be under some constraint and 1T attack indiscriminately. While these spirits are undoubtedly perilous, they appear to lack a predatory disposition. He had even reached out to close Aunt May's jaw without witnessing any extreme reaction from the malevolent spirit. However, danger remains danger. These entities can be elusive, and should one of them develop a lethal intent, with their ability to move instantaneously, it would be a formidable challenge to contain them. Su Hao suddenly recalled, by the way, does your ability affect ghosts? He remembered that Ji Qingmin's extraordinary power rendered individuals powerless through touch, surpassing the effects of instant paralysis. Though theoretically, it only incapacitated the target for 10 seconds. By releasing and swiftly reapplying contact, he could prolong the effect beyond that time frame. I'm not sure, as I've never tested it before, Ji Qingmin replied with a wry smile. Moreover, even if it does work, I must be able to grasp them. Most ghosts lack a physical form. Indeed, that was a valid point. Chapter 90 Decision to seal off. The 2 were engaged in a hushed conversation when Xiao Yi, filled with curiosity, interjected, what are you 2 whispering about? I was just discussing strategies for that haunted house, replied Su Hao. After finishing his conversation with Ji Qingmin, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Yi's hair. Why don't you head to the haunted house first? Come, I'll take you to explore some other attractions. Xiao Yi, however, blinked and suggested, why don't we go to the haunted house together? Su Hao frowned. Haven't we already been there? Why would we go back? But there are 3 scenes in that haunted house, and we've only experienced the village corpse one. We haven't tried Juan Oring yet, Xiao Yi argued earnestly. I've never seen village corpse, but I'm quite familiar with the other 2. I can roughly guess where the exit is. I heard that no one has completed those 2 scenes yet. If we go, we might earn another 20,000, don't you think? Su Hao was at a loss for words. So you're eyeing that 20,000, huh? Yup, Xiao Yi replied with a hum. But to be honest, that haunted house is genuinely entertaining. It's far more thrilling than the other attractions. Let us not do the haunted house today. If we want to go, we can discuss it tomorrow. Su Hao promptly refused. He did not wish for Xiao Yi to become entangled in supernatural events, especially those of an unknown nature. Although nothing dangerous had occurred thus far, should anything go awry, he had the means to protect himself, but safeguarding others remained uncertain. Pouting, Xiao Yi asked, why not? Are you scared? Yes, a little, Su Hao admitted candidly. It was a perfectly normal emotional response for an ordinary person to fear the unknown presence of ghosts. Many ability users also found themselves powerless in the face of supernatural occurrences. This was his first encounter with such an event. How could he not be afraid? With Su Hao being so straightforward, Xiaoyi had no choice but to sulk and wander off to other attractions. She certainly wouldn't dare to venture into the haunted house alone. After sending Xiaoyi off, Su Hao watched as Ji Qingmin and his group proceeded to purchase tickets for the haunted house. Just then, his phone rang. It was team leader Xing calling. Hello, Su Hao. We've done some digging. The owner of that haunted house is Feng Xiangyu. He was an employee at a dilapidated ghost house in the amusement park just a week ago. 4 days ago, he somehow acquired a substantial sum of money and rented out the original ghost house area to transform it into the current haunted house. He hasn't hired any actors to play ghosts, and all his relatives are in other provinces. Su Hao responded, Indeed, this fellow raises numerous suspicions. Team leader Xing spoke with gravity. Exercise caution on your end. If anything arises, report to me immediately. If necessary, I'll request to seal off the area. Understood. After ending the call, Su Hao's gaze drifted toward the surveillance room of the haunted house. If the owner were indeed an ability user manipulating spirits from the shadows, capturing him first might be a wise choice. After roughly 10 minutes, Ji Qingmin and his group finally entered the haunted house. Su Hao stayed with Xiaoyi, enjoying a couple of nearby attractions. Throughout, his focus remained fixed on the haunted house, ready to spring into action should any commotion arise. Before long, Ji Qingmin and his companions hastily exited the entrance. For those in line, it was common for the haunted house to scare people away, but Su Hao knew they were not ordinary individuals. Not to mention that ability users generally possessed stronger mental fortitude than regular people. Ji Qingmin, being seasoned in handling supernatural events and having undergone military training, was not easily frightened, allowing Xiaoyi to play alone. Su Hao met Ji Qingmin and his group outside a snack shop. He noticed their faces were far from pleasant. While Ji Qingmin seemed relatively composed, the others appeared jittery. Especially a middle-aged woman with sensory abilities, whose face was deathly pale, indicating she had experienced a severe fright. How was it? Su Hao inquired with a smile. I thought you'd last until completion. Why did you come out in less than 4 minutes? Did you gather enough evidence? Ji Qingmin, trembling, lit a cigarette. The things in there are too bizarre, a den full of ghosts. There was a faceless child in the bedroom, and a female ghost suddenly appeared from behind to scare us. Who could endure that? Indeed, it's hardly a place for humans, muttered a buzzcut youth, shivering. My legs are still weak. I almost thought I would die in there. The other two nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Was it really that terrifying? Su Hao wondered aloud. Though the female ghost was a bit unsettling. It shouldn't have terrified you all this much. I managed to complete it with Xiaoyi. You completed it? The four stared at Su Hao in disbelief. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Of course I am, Su Hao shrugged. But once I realized they wouldn't easily attack me, there was little to fear. I might get startled occasionally. It's merely a natural reflex. Upon reflection, the female ghost wasn't even that frightening. It was simply her sudden appearance that unnerved him. Ji Qingmin calmly analyzed. I suspect she possesses a form of mental pressure ability. Just seeing her induces an instinctive fear response, akin to the primal intimidation of mutated beasts. It's a particularly troublesome ability. His deduction coincided with Su Hao's thoughts. The reconnaissance panel indicated that the female ghost indeed possessed an ability called soul fright, which likely was the source of the involuntary fear, particularly effective against those with weaker mental fortitude. Su Hao's mental attributes were nearly double that of an average person, and with his anti-hypnosis specialization, his fear response was considerably dulled. Should we seal off the scene? Su Hao glanced at the throngs of people lining up outside the haunted house. With 3 scenes combined, there were likely no fewer than 50 visitors. This haunted house was the liveliest area in the amusement park. Sealing it off at this moment would complicate matters for those purchasing tickets. We definitely need to seal it off. I'll call the team leader and coordinate with local law enforcement, Ji Qingmin replied, inhaling deeply before discarding his cigarette but stamping it out with force. During this time, keep an eye on that owner outside the surveillance room. If he tries to flee when we seal off the haunted house, apprehend him at once. Chapter 91. Perception. The investigation process concluded. Ji Qingmin contacted the local police, while Su Hao and the 3 members of the internship team remained vigilant outside the monitoring room to prevent the young boss from escaping. During this time, he casually inquired again about the names of the 3 individuals. The buzzcut young man was named Zhang Qinghui, the bespectacled man was called Gao Sibo, and the woman in her 30s was Lu Yuan. The trio consisted of 2 ordinary ability users and 1 with enhanced senses. This investigation primarily focused on Lu Yuan, who possessed heightened sensory abilities that allowed her to effortlessly discern various characteristics of a person through their breath, sight, and footsteps, making it exceedingly easy for her to distinguish between the living and the dead. However, due to her heightened perception, Lu Yuan was also more susceptible to fear than the others, and even now, she was still shaken, nervously fearing that ghostly hands might suddenly appear behind her. Where's that little girl, Xiao Yi? Didn't she go to ride the bumper cars? Why is she taking so long? Su Hao furrowed his brow and glanced in the direction of the bumper car attraction, but he couldn't spot Xiao Yi. Lu Yuan asked, "Are you looking for the little girl who was following you earlier?" "Yes. Have you seen her?" Lu Yuan pointed towards the haunted house when we came out. "I noticed she was in line at the grudge scene with a few other girls. They seemed to be her classmates. The line wasn't long, so she probably went inside already." "What?" Su Hao was taken aback, his expression changing as he hurried towards the haunted house. This little girl was quite the handful, sneaking off to the haunted house alone. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the attractions inside were all too real. It was better to be safe than sorry. If anything happened, it could lead to serious trouble. The other three exchanged glances and quickly followed Su Hao. Upon arriving outside the grudge scene, Su Hao scanned the crowd in line but did not see Xiao Yi. After inquiring with the staff outside the scene, he learned that the girls had just entered moments ago. As Su Hao prepared to rush into the room to pull Xiao Yi out, Zhang Chenghui stopped him, whispering, "Brother Hao, what are you doing? In a few minutes, the police will likely seal off the scene. It wouldn't be wise to create a disturbance now. I'm worried about the little girl who came out with me. She's inside, and I fear for her safety." Easily bypassing Zhang Chenghui, the staff members maintaining order attempted to intervene, but how could they possibly stop Su Hao, who was proficient in the 8 extreme steps? "I have matters to attend to inside." With that, he slipped into the grudge scene, leaving the staff hesitant but ultimately too intimidated to follow. The interior of the room was identical to the grudge movie setting, but Su Hao had no time to dwell on these details. He called out Xiao Yi's name as he ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor, hoping to retrieve her from the haunted house. A black cat leaped out from a wardrobe, and a startled Su Hao nearly kicked it. A black cat? Su Hao frowned, recalling that the grudge had numerous scenes involving black cats. Whenever someone spotted a black cat, they would inevitably encounter Kayako or Toshio in the next moment. The black cat emitted a chilling cry and swiftly vanished up the stairs. Looking up, Su Hao noticed a small, sinister child peering down at him from a gap in the ceiling's tatami. Indeed, the grudge was far scarier than the village of the dead. Just this one scene could frighten many into a state of paralysis. Su Hao only paused momentarily before continuing his ascent to the rooftop. A series of female screams erupted from above, and, unsurprisingly, Xiao Yi's familiar voice was among them. Su Hao dashed up the stairs and pushed open the door, immediately spotting Kayako, her form grotesquely contorted, crawling toward 4 terrified girls huddled together on the floor. It was easy for him to identify Xiao Yi among the 4 girls. She was the shortest. Taking a deep breath, Su Hao stepped in front of the monstrous Kayako, blocking her path to the girls. As expected, Kayako halted, fixing him with an icy, vengeful glare but refraining from any further action. According to the film's narrative, Kayako would have already unleashed chaos by now. Yet within the haunted house, she remained passive. In the monitoring room, the young boss sat eating from a takeout box while fixated on the surveillance feeds, reveling in the sight of the 4 girls huddling together in fear. However, before he could command Kayako to escalate the terror, he spotted a familiar figure. "Wait, is that him again?" The young boss was taken aback, his first thought being that this man had become addicted to the thrill of earning the initial prize money and was now determined to conquer the grudge scene as well. But upon further reflection, he realized something was amiss. This individual did not appear to have entered with the 4 girls, and the haunted house had a strict rule that limited entry to 4 people at a time. Before the young boss could process this, he watched as Su Hao seized Xiao Yi and made a dash for the exit, stirring both confusion and alarm within him. Had he been discovered? With a dark expression, the young boss waved his hand, halting Kayako, who had been poised to pursue, allowing Su Hao and the others to escape through the entrance. The ghostly figures of Kayako and Toshio faded into the shadows, slowly disappearing from view. He scrutinized the surveillance footage, his brow furrowed. "I cannot let this go. I need to confront that man. If he truly uncovers the secrets of the haunted house, I must employ special measures to silence him." With that, the young boss exited the monitoring room, heading straight for Su Hao, who had just emerged from the grudge scene with Xiao Yi in tow. "Brother Su, why did you come in here?" Xiao Yi looked at Su Hao in confusion. "Don't pull me out. My classmates and I were just trying to see if we could complete the challenge. Su Hao replied tersely. Did we not agree that we wouldn't play in the haunted house today? You ran off without a second thought. If you keep this up, I won't take you out to play next time. Well, Xiao Yi, realizing she was at fault, fell silent as Su Hao led her out of the room. This esteemed guest, the young boss approached with a professional smile. May I inquire why you chose to enter the scene while other guests were experiencing it? Is there anything about our establishment that has displeased you? Su Hao took a cautious step back, shaking his head. No, not at all. I simply had an urgent matter to attend to and needed to take her home. I apologize if this has affected your operations. At that moment, Zhang Qingwei and the others joined them, scrutinizing the young boss with curiosity. Everything is fine, no harm done. The young boss reassured them, glancing at Su Hao and the others. My surname is Fong. May I ask how to address you, my friend? Could we speak privately for a moment? He gestured towards the monitoring room. Chapter 92. A facade of strength observing the demeanor of the young proprietor. Su Hao and his companions surmised that he had likely deduced their discovery of the terrifying house's spectral secret. However, he seemed oblivious to the matters concerning the abilities group, as his composure suggested that he had not anticipated their conversation. Is there something you wish to discuss? Su Hao feigned ignorance, fully aware of the implications. The young boss managed a cordial smile, stating, I have a few minor inquiries to make, which can be considered a user survey. In return, we shall present you with some unique souvenirs from our establishment. Oh, a survey? Very well. To placate the young proprietor, Su Hao acquiesced, signaling Zhang Qinghui and the others to depart with Xiao Yi. After all, it would not be long before the police cordoned off the area, and they were not in any immediate danger. Initially, the young boss had anticipated that persuading Su Hao would require considerable effort, as user surveys typically do not necessitate private discussions. However, he was taken aback by Su Hao's unexpected eagerness. As they approached the surveillance room, the young boss appeared to relax, shedding his previous air of formality, and remarked, So, my friend, have you figured it out? Figured out what? Su Hao maintained his calm facade, continuing to feign confusion. Unlike others, he was not particularly fearful of spirits. His mental fortitude sufficed to resist the specter's intimidation. Moreover, according to the abilities group's documentation, his lightning powers could effectively suppress entities of that nature. In other words, his current abilities were inherently advantageous against ghosts. When the young boss saw that Su Hao remained unyielding, he smirked slightly, gesturing toward the shadows in the corner. From the darkness emerged a disheveled specter. Dripping with blood, none other than Kayako. She fixed her vengeful, eerie gaze upon the two men, yet remained motionless in the corner. Excuse me, when did she arrive? Su Hao was startled by the sudden appearance of Kayako, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes, though he outwardly maintained an air of ignorance. He was aware that his acting skills might not be convincing enough, yet buying time was certainly advantageous. The young boss's abilities were rather sinister. He could summon spirits at will. Furthermore, the specter he conjured was akin to a notorious cinematic entity, evoking deep-seated childhood fears at just a glance. My friend, let us drop the pretense and speak candidly. The young boss appeared unfazed, as if he were no stranger to such encounters. With practiced ease, he retrieved a soft cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Su Hao, who politely declined. He tucked the cigarette back into his pocket, introducing himself. I am Fong Xianyu. And you are? Su Hao. Ah, Su brother, we are now acquainted. Fong Xianyu took a drag from his cigarette and beckoned Kayako, who then flickered and vanished into the shadows beneath him, her speed nearly akin to teleportation. The sight made Su Hao's heart race as he calculated the implications of engaging a spirit capable of instantaneous movement. Aside from employing his lightning abilities, he pondered what other means he possessed to subdue such an opponent. The conclusion was disheartening: none. Even with his lightning powers, he could only defend himself. Striking the spirit would be a formidable challenge, given the nature of her powers. To be frank, he harbored doubts about the true extent of the abilities wielded by Fong Xianyu over Kayako. Despite the existence of formidable powers, the surge of extraordinary abilities was a recent phenomenon. It seemed implausible that such an invincible capability could emerge so swiftly. Once night fell, if Fong Xianyu could command these spirits, he would be virtually unstoppable, rendering the need for a haunted house moot. Noticing Su Hao's astonishment, Fong Xianyu smirked, flicking the ash from his cigarette. To be frank, my employees in this haunted house are indeed genuine spirits. I hope, Su brother, that you will keep this matter discreet. Otherwise, with a mere glance, Kayako suddenly materialized before Su Hao, her face inches from his, her icy, malevolent eyes locking onto his. An overwhelming chill enveloped him. Goodness! Su Hao's heart raced, nearly prompting him to unleash a lightning punch. Fortunately, he restrained himself, retreating several steps to distance himself from the specter. Nevertheless, his expression soured, the shock leaving him feeling as though his blood had turned cold, a residual effect of the fright that would take a few moments to dissipate. He was fortunate, indeed. Had a more timid individual stood in his place, they might have fainted outright. Finally, he had managed to instill fear in this individual. Feng Xiangyu appeared pleased with Su Hao's reaction, summoning Kayako back and placing a hand on his shoulder. My friend, you are a clever one. You understand my meaning. Do you not? Feigning bewilderment, Su Hao ignored him and bolted toward the exit of the surveillance room. He maintained a pace typical of an ordinary person, ensuring his actions remained within the realm of normal human responses to fear, confident that Feng Xiangyu would not detect anything amiss. Choosing such a bold reaction was primarily a test. He wished to ascertain how this spirit-controlling individual would attempt to prevent his escape. Would he command the specter to intercept him, or resort to some other tactic? It was prudent to probe the waters. To his surprise, Feng Xiangyu panicked at Su Hao's flight, opting not to command the spirit to seize him or employ any other special methods, but instead hastily pursued him in an attempt to catch hold of him. Even if Su Hao's speed remained within the bounds of the ordinary, his proficiency in martial arts rendered him beyond the grasp of an untrained individual. In a flash, he dashed through the door, emerging from the surveillance room with far greater ease than anticipated. Why didn't he command the spirit to pursue me? Had he forgotten in his fluster? Or was there some other reason? Basking in the midday sun, Su Hao murmured in confusion. A glance around revealed that the area surrounding the haunted house had been cleared of tourists by the authorities. It appeared the police were in position. The capture operation could commence. As Su Hao reached for his phone to summon Lao Ji and the others to apprehend the young proprietor, aware that the dimly lit rooms would allow the spirits to roam freely, he felt the need for reinforcements. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The young proprietor, Feng Xiangyu, emerged from the surveillance room, entirely unguarded and bewildered. Su Hao was taken aback but seized the opportunity, swiftly executing a takedown maneuver and incapacitating him with a strike to the back of his head before he could react. In less than a second, the once feared paranormal adept lay defeated. Pushing open the door to the surveillance room, he discovered Kayako had vanished, and turning back to the young proprietor sprawled on the ground. Su Hao found himself at a loss for how to express his sheer exasperation. What a facade of strength. Had he known this individual was so feeble, he could have easily concocted a pretext to lure him out and subdued him with a single strike. Chapter 93. Little Yi's classmates witnessing Su Hao's fluid and seamless combination of moves that rendered the young boss unconscious, Ji Qingmin and his companions, who had initially lurked in the shadows, were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, and Ji Qingmin ventured closer, inquiring, "Is he out cold?" "It appears so." He seem to be feigning it," Su Hao replied, glancing at the surveillance room. With Feng Xiangyu incapacitated, not only had the eerie figure of Kayako vanished from sight, but even the terrifying displays on the walls, showcasing the haunted house, no longer revealed any spectral beings. This confirmed that he was indeed the mastermind behind the manipulation of those apparitions. Let's take another precaution. Without hesitation, Ji Qingmin retrieved a syringe of anesthetic from his pocket and administered it into Feng Xiangyu's arm. This anesthetic was of the same model as the small tranquilizer gun Su Hao had previously wielded, without an antidote to counteract it. Its dosage was sufficient to render an ordinary person unconscious for several days. When dealing with unknown abilities, it is prudent to remain vigilant. A lesson learned from years of covertly countering superhuman criminals. With the anesthetic injected, their success was now assured. He beckoned the three interns to assist in transporting the limp Feng Xiangyu, appearing quite pleased. "Is that it? Huh. This has been the easiest mission I've ever had." Initially informed that the task involved supernatural elements, he had mentally prepared for a challenging confrontation, yet reality had proven to be a stark contrast, ending in an unexpectedly nonsensical manner. Su Hao shrugged. "Old G, where do you plan to take him? To the military district?" After all, this individual merely utilized his abilities to profit from the haunted house, committing no crimes nor causing significant disturbances, thus he was not warranting a military escort. Ji Qingmin gestured discreetly. "First, we need to take him to the superhuman task force for interrogation. We'll employ a lie detector to ascertain the specifics of his abilities and determine if he has committed any crimes, subsequently deciding whether to monitor, recruit, or detain him." "Oh, I see their essay process to follow." Su Hao pondered. The individuals he had previously brought to the superhuman task force were mostly those who had recently awakened their abilities. Aside from a minor criminal record for the one with the blonde hair, the rest had clean backgrounds, requiring little investigation. However, the owner of this haunted house was a different case altogether. His ability's duration of awakening was uncertain, and what he had done during that time remained unclear. Additionally, the source of funding for acquiring the haunted house was suspicious. Coupled with the peculiarity and potential danger of his abilities, the superhuman task force had to proceed with caution. "Will you be joining the interrogation later?" Ji Qingmin inquired with a smile. "It would be a great opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with the process and witness our high-tech equipment firsthand." "Can I really go?" Su Hao felt a surge of curiosity. He had always been intrigued by Feng Xiangyu's abilities and was equally interested in the advanced technology that Ji Qingmin mentioned. The superhuman task force possessed more sophisticated equipment than he had previously encountered, but much of it was inaccessible at his current level. However, Su Hao did not immediately agree. Instead, he scanned the surroundings for little E. "Are you referring to the little girl who was with you earlier?" Ji Qingmin pointed towards a gazebo beyond the cordoned area. "I bought 4 ice creams for them and asked her to wait over there." Su Hao nodded. "Thank you. I'll go greet her first. Then we can head back to the superhuman task force together." Meanwhile, at the gazebo, 4 girls sat on stone benches. One tall girl with a ponytail, while enjoying her ice cream, teasingly remarked, "Little E, the guy who pulled you out of the haunted house earlier is your neighbor whom you've been talking about nonstop, right?" "And if he is?" Little E replied, her tone assertive, though her ears betrayed a hint of embarrassment. "We've heard you mention him for almost a year now. And now we finally see the real deal." A short-haired girl playfully twirled her hair, grinning mischievously. "Though I didn't get a good look, he's not bad looking. Has decent charisma, probably around a 7 or 8 out of 10. TSK, didn't he expect him to be a lolicon? Or perhaps he is just infatuated with lolis. What nonsense are you spouting? Watch out." Little E, flustered and indignant, set her ice cream aside and lunged to tickle the short-haired girl, leading to a playful scuffle between the two. "By the way, Little E, why was your neighbor in such a hurry to pull you out earlier?" Another girl, wearing glasses, quietly inquired while savoring her ice cream, not partaking in the playful banter. She occasionally cast a puzzled glance towards the cordoned-off area. What on earth happened over there? Why did the police rush to evacuate all the visitors? Doesn't that seem odd to you? The other 3 girls momentarily turned their attention to the restricted zone but did not dwell on it too much. Little E explained. "I asked Su Hao's colleague, and he said someone reported that a wanted criminal had escaped into the amusement park area, prompting the police to respond and cordon off the haunted house." As a seasoned member of the superhuman task force, Ji Qingmin was adept at crafting plausible falsehoods on the spot. However, the girl in glasses interjected. "But your Su Hao brother seems to have known there was something wrong with the haunted house beforehand. Doesn't that seem strange?" "Not really," Little E replied, blinking innocently. "It seems he recently landed a job with the government. I haven't asked him in detail yet, but he might just be an undercover cop." Before the girls could continue their conversation, footsteps approached from the path. "What are you all chatting about? Include me too." Su Hao, having overheard the girls, approached and affectionately ruffled Little E's hair. "You little rascal, why don't you ever listen? I told you not to visit the haunted house today, yet you sneaked over there. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? What if a criminal happened to be hiding inside and took you hostage?" Since Ji Qingmin had already established a credible cover story, the 4 girls accepted it without question, and Su Hao took the opportunity to admonish Little E, hoping to impart a valuable lesson. "Are you really an undercover cop?" Little Yi's eyes widened, as speculation was one thing, but hearing the truth was another. "Sort of," Su Hao replied, not denying it. "An undercover cop?" If ranked by police hierarchy, although he was still a level 1 police supervisor as a 3rd-level member, his authority surpassed that of a county police chief by half a rank, allowing him to mobilize local police forces. He glanced at the 3 high school girls, recognizing them as Little Yi's classmates, and nodded in greeting. "You girls should go enjoy yourselves elsewhere. I have some matters to attend to and may not return this afternoon. You can handle dinner on your own." The first part was directed at all 4 girls, while the latter was specifically meant for Little E. Having shared half of the prize money from the previous mission, amounting to 5,000 yuan, she could certainly treat herself, and even her friends, to a meal. With her classmates accompanying her, Little Yi's safety was significantly enhanced, allowing Su Hao to proceed to the superhuman task force with peace of mind. Chapter 94. The interrogation room. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yi and her classmates, Su Hao returned to the haunted house. where Ji Qingmin and others had already lifted the unconscious Fang Xiangyu onto the transport vehicle. Zhang Qinghui and his companions did not accompany them back to the ability group, as they were still in their internship phase and needed to return to the military district for further ability training after completing this mission. The training encompassed a wide range of subjects, including various regulations, combat techniques, and protocols for handling common supernatural events, knowledge that Su Hao had already reviewed through mobile documents. Upon completion of this training, these individuals would be assigned to ability groups across different provinces. Su Hao had heard that those who performed exceptionally during the military district training could emerge as level 2 members, or even higher. The military training served both as a rigorous test and an opportunity. Had it not been for his task system, he might have willingly participated in military training for a period before re-emerging. After parting ways with the internship trio, Su Hao took the passenger seat in the transport vehicle as Ji Qingmin drove them back to the ability group. "I heard that the young lady from the Mo family sought you out last night," Ji Qingmin casually remarked while driving, chuckling. The classic hero saving the damsel trope. "Eh? Is she smitten with you?" "She was merely curious about the ability group," Su Hao shrugged, gazing out the window at the scenery. "Is it really safe to share details about our abilities with outsiders?" His implication extended beyond just Mo Lushuan and her grandfather. Confidentiality agreements vary based on the audience. Ji Qingmin replied calmly, "The upper echelons of society inevitably possess more information. The state has not considered concealment, nor can it achieve it. The suppression of information regarding abilities is merely to prevent public panic. Moreover, I've heard it may soon be made public." "Public? Will abilities be brought into the open?" Su Hao's expression shifted. He had previously gleaned some significant information from Miao Yuang during his ability assessment last week, hinting at the possibility of showcasing renowned ability users for promotional purposes. "Pretty much. You're nearing the threshold of becoming a level 3 member, thus qualifying you for certain internal news." Ji Qingmin reflected. Reports indicate a rising number of ability users in recent years, especially lately, with hundreds awakening their powers. In just 7 days, 500 to 600 ability users have registered nationwide, and what our ability group has uncovered is merely the tip of the iceberg. Who knows how many more remain undiscovered? 500 to 600. Even with the global surge of abilities, I am astounded, Su Hao mused. This figure represented only those identified by the state. The actual number might not even reach a fifth of that. Yet, considering the vast population of 1 billion, the emergence of thousands of ability users is not surprising. To say it is a rare occurrence would be an understatement. Awakening powers among nearly 1 million individuals is indeed a rarity. However, this number is gradually increasing, and there may be many more on the verge of awakening. It is challenging to envision how the complete integration of ability users into societal consciousness will unfold. Contemplating the potential influx of ability users, Su Hao could not help but fantasize about the world as transformation. Perhaps, in the future, one might witness ability users showcasing their talents on variety shows, or abilities could become a standard in the workforce. The world would undoubtedly gain a new dimension of diversity, with unpredictable consequences. Both the positive and negative aspects will likely emerge, reminiscent of the X-Men film series. However, it is improbable that societal rejection or discrimination would manifest in reality. Instead, people may respond with curiosity and admiration toward ability users. Indeed, it is hard to imagine, Ji Qingmin agreed with a tone of nostalgia. Having been part of the ability group for nearly 2 years, Ji Qingmin had executed numerous missions and was far more attuned to the implications of ability users becoming public figures compared to the relatively new Su Hao. After a brief drive, they arrived at the bureau. 2 staff members awaited at the entrance. As the vehicle came to a halt, they approached and used a stretcher to carry the unconscious Fang Xiangyu into the interrogation room. This was Su Hao's first time entering the ability group's interrogation room. The space was approximately a dozen square meters, with metallic-colored walls that felt like an alloy rather than steel. It was unclear whether they were merely coated with a metallic layer or if the entire structure was metallic. The metallic chamber exuded a distinctly futuristic aura. The interrogation room was sparsely furnished, containing a table, several chairs, and a double-sided mirror separating the interrogators from the subject. The interrogation side featured a high-tech metallic seat reminiscent of an electric chair or the confinement chairs used for notorious villains in films. The staff secured Fang Xiangyu to the metallic seat, fastening metal rings around his limbs and neck, with electrodes placed on his cervical spine. Any attempt to struggle or engage in dangerous behavior would trigger the electrodes to release a voltage capable of inducing unconsciousness. The security measures were nearly foolproof. Observing the still unconscious Fang Xiangyu, Su Hao inquired. When will he awaken? Not long now, Ji Chengmin replied. The staff busily set up the lie detector equipment, affixing a monitor to Fang Xiangyu's forehead. Once all apparatus were operational, they administered an intravenous dose of an antidote to neutralize the anesthesia. In less than 3 minutes, Fang Xiangyu, bound to the electric chair, gradually regained consciousness. Initially disoriented, he became fully alert upon realizing his limbs were restrained. Where am I? What is happening? He struggled fiercely, but the metal rings remained unmoved. It was said that the chair was constructed from aviation-grade alloys, rendering it virtually indestructible, even to ability users with powers exceeding 40 points. Su Hao and Ji Qingmin stood behind the double-sided mirror, observing Fang Xiangyu's actions without rushing to communicate. Due to the nature of the mirror, Fang Xiangyu was unaware that he was being observed. After fruitlessly attempting to break free from the metal bindings, he instinctively sought to utilize his abilities to escape. From the corner shadows emerged a ghostly figure, not the haunting spirit from the haunted house, but rather a dark, indistinct shadow. Fang Xiangyu commanded, "Go investigate this place and see if anyone is nearby." The shadow glided toward the door of the chamber, slipping through the crack with remarkable speed, quickly discovering Su Hao and Ji Chemin behind the double-sided mirror. "What the hell is that? A ghost?" Ji Chemin exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of the shadow, seemingly still haunted by the specter from the haunted house. Su Hao picked up a stick from the table, cautiously prodding at the shadow. The stick passed through the darkness as if penetrating mist, and without lingering, the shadow vanished into the ground, reappearing beside Fang Xiangyu at the electric chair. Chapter 95. The complex special ability? Is there someone behind the mirror? Fang Xiangyu was utterly bewildered, staring at the large mirror before him with a look of shock and panic. A two-way mirror? Having worked at an amusement park for several years, he was well acquainted with various peculiar props and instantly deduced the uniqueness of this cell. What terrified him was not merely the presence of someone behind a mirror, but the unsettling realization that the process of summoning the shadow might have been witnessed by whoever lurked behind it. With his secrets laid bare and his personal freedom curtailed, and with no idea who had abducted him, Fang Xiangyu was engulfed in anxiety and fear, immediately dispersing the shadow before him without a moment's hesitation. "Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? Could it be you?" he stammered, recalling the last moments before his consciousness faded, when he had been pursuing a tourist who had uncovered the secrets of his haunted house. Just as he stepped out of the surveillance room, he had been knocked out before he could react, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself imprisoned in this hidden chamber. The two figures behind the mirror ignored Fang Xiangyu's frantic cries, engaging in a calm discussion regarding the shadow he had just summoned. Su Hao, taking notes in a document, recorded the peculiarities of this individual's abilities and quietly asked Ji Qingmin, "What are your thoughts?" Ji Chengmin furrowed his brow. He didn't even attempt to use the ghostly shadow to break free from its restraints. Perhaps those spirits lack strength or cannot interact with the physical world. "No. I once touched a female ghost in the haunted house. It had a physical form, and its skin was as cold as that of a corpse. As for its strength, I cannot say," Su Hao replied, frowning. "Honestly, I'm increasingly baffled by the nature of this person's abilities. That shadow doesn't resemble any of the female ghosts in the haunted house, yet its teleportation technique is identical to what I saw of Kayako in the surveillance room." "Is that so? A corporeal ghost, you say? That's a first for me," Ji Chemin remarked with a grin. "If we can't guess, then let us stop speculating. It's time to begin the interrogation." "All right, you go first," Su Hao said, pushing the microphone towards Ji Qingmin, as he was unfamiliar with the interrogation process and wanted to observe how his senior would conduct it. However, Ji Qingmin replied, "No need for that. You give it a try. Improvisation is fine. The subsequent interrogation process isn't overly complicated. With the polygraph in place, it will be difficult for the subject to lie." "Very well." Since he was encouraged, Su Hao placed the microphone before him, gathered his thoughts, and spoke in a deep, serious tone, "Confess to receive leniency. Resist to face severity. State your name and where you reside." Fang Xiangyu, along with Ji Qingmin, was slightly taken aback. "Dude, your interrogation approach is quite a fusion of Eastern and Western styles. The first part was fine, but why did the latter half suddenly sound like a county magistrate addressing the court?" Su Hao cast an innocent glance, realizing he had no prior knowledge of interrogation techniques, and his mind had simply conjured lines from a television drama. The metal chair held Fang Xiangyu momentarily stunned, recognizing Su Hao's voice. "It's really you. We have no grievances against each other. Why have you kidnapped me? Let us discuss this properly. First, answer my question." Su Hao cut through the pleasantries, getting straight to the point. "Furthermore, "We are not kidnapping you. This is a matter of official duty. You are in the interrogation room of the National Special Operations Bureau, and everything you say will be monitored by a polygraph and recorded." The National Special Operations Bureau? Feng Xiangyu was bewildered, his expression shifting as he pondered the implications. Su Hao could empathize with his feelings. Most individuals who awaken special abilities tend to harbor secrets, fearing discovery by the state, which might lead to them being captured and subjected to experiments. Truth be told, he had entertained similar fears in the past. With the authority of the state and the intimidation of the polygraph, it took little effort for this young haunted house owner to divulge his secrets. Upon uncovering the true nature of this individual's abilities, both Su Hao and Ji Qingmin were left astounded. No one had anticipated that this person's powers were scarcely related to supernatural events. Rather than controlling ghosts, he possessed a capacity akin to the materialization of psychic energy. Indeed, the essence of materialized psychic energy was embodied in that earlier formless shadow. In simpler terms, he could project his psyche into reality, simulating various forms, such as the female ghosts in the haunted house. Currently, he could project up to 3 shadows, each functioning as an independent entity with limited intelligence, capable of following simple commands, yet endowed with unique abilities such as mental oppression, teleportation, and telekinesis. All these special abilities were predicated on the materialization of the psychic entity. Mental intimidation could only threaten ordinary individuals with inferior psychic power. Teleportation was facilitated by the entity's unique capability to traverse shadows within a confined area. Telekinesis, on the other hand, consumed a substantial amount of psychic energy. Truth be told, the shadow struggled to move even the weight of a few chopsticks. In terms of physical prowess, the shadow posed little danger. Were a confrontation to arise, the combined force of the 3 shadows would likely fail to overpower an ordinary person, even if they could assume the guise of female ghosts, as they would reveal their true forms upon receiving any form of attack. Though lacking in lethality, this individual's abilities were far from weak. Within the confines of a mere shadow ability lay characteristics of mental attack, transformation, independent segmentation, teleportation, and telekinesis. The number of such complex special abilities was even rarer than elemental powers. Having once been an employee at the haunted house, upon discovering his extraordinary ability, Feng Xiangyu's first thought was to establish a unique haunted house to profit legally. Such a remarkable ability, and you merely use it to frighten people? Su Hao found it hard to fathom, gazing intently at Feng Xiangyu across the mirror. So, the female ghosts in the 3 scenes of the haunted house were all manifestations of your shadow? You commanded their actions through the surveillance system? Not entirely. Feng Xiangyu hung his head in disappointment. While the shadows lack high intelligence, they can still execute simple scare tactics on their own. I mainly monitored the surveillance to prevent any unexpected incidents, such as someone deviating from the script. The weight of that last remark carried a hint of implication. Su Hao cleared his throat and handed the microphone back to Ji Qingmin, feeling he had exhausted his line of questioning. Taking the microphone, Ji Qingmin stated bluntly, "One final question. How did you secure the funding to acquire the building housing the haunted house?" Chapter 96, System Upgrade? This. Feng Xiangyu hesitated, his gaze wandering. Clearly burdened by an unconfessed secret, Ji Qingmin remained composed, stating, "The flow of funds is not difficult to investigate. If you confess honestly now, you might receive leniency. But if we uncover any criminal behavior on our own, we shall proceed according to the law." It was a classic approach, a sweet date followed by a heavy stick. This method proved effective in interrogations. Feng Xiangyu glanced helplessly at the lie detector not far away and conceded, "All right, I will speak." According to his account, a week ago, he had transformed into a ghost using his shadow abilities to intimidate the amusement park owner into temporarily leasing a building set for redevelopment to him, paying only a symbolic few tens of thousands in rental fees. Initially, he had considered using this tactic to scare people into extorting money, but due to his long-standing respect for the law, he ultimately refrained. Overall, he had not committed many illegal acts using his abilities, which simplified the interrogation process considerably. Ji Qingmin asked a few more questions to ensure that the individual posed no threat. Within half an hour, the interrogation concluded, and the staff opened the door to the room, releasing Feng Xiangyu from the metal chair. Since he had no prior criminal record, the subsequent procedures were much simpler. As before, Su Hao and Ji Qingmin escorted him to Team Leader Xing's office to finalize his contract for joining the ability group. The unique nature of his abilities made him a valuable asset, and the higher-ups would undoubtedly strive to include him in their ranks. Sitting on the sofa beside the office, Su Hao was not particularly interested in the conversation between Team Leader Xing and Feng Xiangyu. His attention wandered to the system interface. Puzzled as to why no system tasks had appeared today. Typically, a side quest would have triggered during the investigation of the haunted house. Beep. System upgrade in progress. Task module temporarily disabled. Duration required for upgrade, 48 hours. Time remaining until system upgrade completion, 40 hours. System upgrade? Upon seeing the two lines of text suspended in the center of the interface, Su Hao was momentarily taken aback. The upgrade had begun 8 hours prior. Roughly around the time he had gotten out of bed that morning. He had not actively opened the system interface today, hence his ignorance of the ongoing upgrade. Although he was uncertain about how the system would evolve, he anticipated positive developments, perhaps unlocking new features upon completion. Previously, upgrades occurred upon reaching certain milestones, with the system automatically unveiling new modules. However, this time the entire system was undergoing an upgrade, suggesting significant changes post-completion. Contemplating this, Su Hao closed the system interface. Though he could not undertake tasks during the upgrade, it coincided perfectly with his vacation. After the myriad experiences of the previous week, it was time for him to relax. Meanwhile, Team Leader Xing and Feng Xiangyu had finalized the contract. The young entrepreneur had barely opened his haunted house before it collapsed. Now becoming a prospective member of the ability group, destined for military training, likely to be away for at least a week or two. After sending Feng Xiangyu off, Team Leader Xing turned to Su Hao, saying, "Xiao Su, I need to discuss something with you." "Oh, what is it?" Su Hao had initially intended to leave with Ji Chamin but was called back. Team Leader Xing produced a document and handed it to him. "The higher-ups learned of your awakening of elemental abilities and regard you highly. Believing that talent should not go to waste, they have decided to offer you an opportunity for training at the military district in the capital. There, you would have access to a higher platform, and you might even attain a notable military rank." The capital? Su Hao paused, scanning the document in his hand. It outlined the training details at the military district and the positions available upon completion. Not only was the base salary nearly 5 times higher than his current remuneration, but the benefits offered were also impressively extensive. However, Su Hao felt little inclination toward the offer. He was content in Chang'an, surrounded by acquaintances, and reluctant to abandon those connections for the sake of purported advancement in an unfamiliar city. Frankly, he harbored little ambition for status, wealth, or power, perhaps a reflection of his ordinary mindset. At least the several million he currently possessed was sufficient for a comfortable period. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, opportunities were not lacking. As long as he completed tasks and elevated his rank, securing status and wealth would eventually come to him without the need for strenuous efforts. Setting the document aside, Su Hao replied straightforwardly, "Is it possible to decline? I feel quite satisfied staying here, and there is no necessity to pursue training in the capital." "Consider this matter carefully," Team Leader Xing suggested. "You can respond after your vacation." Team Leader Xing appeared slightly surprised by Su Hao's decision, pausing before continuing. "In truth, we in the ability group would prefer not to lose such a promising talent. However, to be frank, the capital does offer better opportunities for development. As the nation's capital, it is a hub for many top officials, and even the headquarters of the ability group is located there. Compared to the branches, the headquarters provides superior salaries, benefits, and facilities." "All right, I will think it over," Su Hao replied without outright rejecting the offer and returned the document to Team Leader Xing, who organized the papers and added, "By the way, the higher-ups approved an additional reward of 10 points for you yesterday. Congratulations on your promotion to a level 3 member. In truth, even without those 10 points, your discovery of the 2 ability users today would have sufficed for a promotion." As he spoke the latter part, Team Leader Xing's gaze towards Su Hao held a hint of skepticism. "Xiao Su, may I ask how you discovered those ability users? Perhaps 1 or 2 were mere luck, but 6 is quite notable." To this, Su Hao was prepared with a response. He scratched his head and said, "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. But whenever I encounter ability users, I feel something subtly distinct about them, an indescribable sensation that sets them apart from ordinary people." Special perception? Team Leader Xing was not surprised by this and nodded in understanding. "I see. If you experience such sensations again, please report to me immediately. There has been an increase in individuals' awakening abilities lately, and neglecting this could lead to significant issues." "Understood, I will keep it in mind." Given that discovering ability users yielded point rewards, Su Hao had intended to leverage his investigative abilities to accumulate points. In the ability group, points held considerable significance. Not only could they be exchanged for vacation time, but, according to Ji Qingmin's casual remarks. Members of level 3 and above could also redeem unique benefits from the ability group, such as access to new technologies from research institutes or certain policy advantages. Of course, the primary function of points was to upgrade one's authority. In the ability group, higher rank members enjoyed corresponding increases in salary, benefits, and police ranks. For instance, Team Leader Xing was a level 6 member, serving as the leader of a branch of the ability group. Advancement in authority levels became increasingly challenging. While level 3 required 100 points, level 4 demanded 300. Chapter 97. Encountering Qiu Ruoyan again in the realm of the ability group. Acquiring points is a formidable challenge. For an ordinary task, if one's performance is not particularly exceptional, one may earn merely 5 or 6 points. Only slightly more difficult tasks might yield over 10 points, while tasks that could grant dozens of points often involve perilous risks, such as the recent operation to protect Miss Mo. Su Hao barely survived that endeavor, receiving a reward of 70 points, perhaps in gratitude from old Master Mo. Not everyone can risk their life for points, and such opportunities are not easily come by. In contrast, discovering an ability user guarantees a reward of 5 or 10 points, a remarkably effortless pursuit. Ascending to a level 4 member of the ability group through this means would be nothing short of splendid. However, the subsequent remarks from Team Leader Xing dashed his hopes. Due to a recent surge in the number of awakened ability users, the higher-ups decided to transition the rewards for discovering ability users from points to a monetary system, offering 30,000 yuan for each user found. Points will only be awarded for subduing particularly dangerous ability users. A new system? Su Hao furrowed his brow. 30,000 yuan for each discovery? That reward hardly seemed substantial. It was to be expected that the higher-ups would abolish this regulation, as points serve as a critical indicator of one's advancement within the ability group. Such rewards were instituted when ability users were exceedingly rare, but with their increasing numbers, it was unreasonable for points to be easily attainable. Regrettably, he had hoped to accumulate several more points, only to find the policy had shifted more swiftly than anticipated, leaving no room for loopholes. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired hastily, "By the way, when does the new system take effect? The individuals I brought today still count for points, right?" This new policy was issued yesterday. Team Leader Xing paused momentarily. However, the 2 individuals you recommended today possess unique abilities that hold significant value for the organization, so I will still apply for a reward of 20 points for you. Significant value? Su Hao was taken aback. While it was true that the ability of the individual from the haunted house was formidable, what was remarkable about the former female university student's halo ability? Upon reflection, he suddenly comprehended. Although perception-type abilities lack combat prowess, their value can surpass that of combat abilities when utilized properly. This morning, the female university student detected Su Hao's uniqueness through her ability, indicating that her perception skill allows her to identify ability users within a crowd. Moreover, her perception ability is far less cumbersome than Su Hao's reconnaissance. She merely needs to scan her surroundings to easily spot any anomalies in the halos, and her efficiency is markedly superior. With this realization, Su Hao felt considerably relieved. The new policy was not primarily aimed at him. Although perception-type ability users are not numerous domestically, they are certainly present, and earning points through their discovery would be far easier for them. With the implementation of the new system, everyone is deprived of point earnings, which provided him with a sense of balance. Team Leader, is there anything else? If not, I will go eat. After discussing the necessary matters, Su Hao glanced at the dusk sky outside. His stomach was beginning to grumble. There was nothing more to address regarding official business. Team Leader Xing hesitated. One thing I should mention is that old Master Mo has requested you to serve as a bodyguard for his granddaughter for a while. I declined on the grounds that you are still on leave due to your injuries. But I hear Miss Mo plans to have the higher-ups issue a bodyguard task for you once your leave ends. Is that so? Su Hao was speechless. He initially thought Mo Lishuan was merely joking the previous night, but it seems she was serious. The whims of a wealthy heir truly know no bounds. Is this not an abuse of power? Nonetheless, if you genuinely do not wish to, I can certainly find a way to help you decline. Team Leader Xing seemed to value Su Hao's personal preferences, smiling knowingly. However, I personally believe that as a young person, engaging in more social interaction can be quite beneficial. Su Hao rubbed his forehead. Let us discuss this after I return from leave. Very well, you may go now. After bidding farewell to Team Leader Xing, Su Hao hailed a taxi home and ordered takeout along the way. Upon arriving at the entrance of his apartment complex, he fortuitously encountered Qiu Ruoyan, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. She appeared somewhat troubled, absent-mindedly walking with her head down, seemingly lost in thought. She didn't notice Su Hao until he approached her to greet her. "Oh, Su Hao?" Qiu Ruoyan blinked. "It's been several days since I last saw you. Have you been out having fun?" "Yes, something like that." Su Hao shrugged, having spent the past few days on a government-funded excursion at the hospital. He asked, "Have you encountered any troubles? You seemed quite anxious just now." "It's nothing." Qiu Ruoyan's gaze flickered. "I was merely contemplating changing jobs. I may be leaving my current company soon, but I haven't secured a new position yet." "What prompted such a sudden decision?" Su Hao was puzzled, suddenly recalling Manager Feng, who had previously been a nuisance to Qiu Ruoyan. He frowned. "Is that Manager Feng bothering you again? Just let me know, and I can ensure he never troubles you again." A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Qiu Ruoyan's eyes, but she replied, "There's no need to trouble you. I have considered it and believe that the position of secretary may not suit me. It's a good opportunity to resign and seek something more fitting." "Are you certain?" If Qiu Ruoyan is determined to leave, he would refrain from meddling, though he might discreetly teach Manager Feng a lesson to alleviate her grievances. "Yes." Qiu Ruoyan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, seemingly contemplative. "Su Hao, I." She appeared on the verge of saying something but hesitated and ultimately refrained from speaking. At that moment, the elevator arrived at the 5th floor, and Su Hao had to disembark. She smiled. "You can go ahead. Once I leave my job, I might frequently drop by for meals, so don't refuse me. If anything comes up, remember to let me know," Su Hao said before exiting the elevator and bidding farewell to Qiu Ruoyan. Ultimately, he and Qiu Ruoyan had only known each other for about a week. Unless she sought assistance, he felt it inappropriate to interfere in her work and life. Nonetheless, he took note of the situation. This holiday week, he found himself quite idle, and staying home playing games was rather dull. Perhaps he could explore different activities. For instance, visiting Qiu Ruoyan's company tomorrow to confront the admirable Manager Feng might be an intriguing option. Chapter 98. Online tidbits upon returning home. Su Hao first stopped by his neighbor's house to greet Xiao Yi, spending some time indulging in PS4 games with the young girl before leisurely heading back to enjoy takeout. Seated at his computer desk, he dined while scrolling through the latest news and gossip online. Many lesser-known websites were rife with sensationalist headlines, even featuring dubious metaphysical articles. For instance, thousands gather for this shocking event. Surprising. A mudslide captured a dragon. Live footage of a master of Hungar shattering rock with a single punch. Strange news. A human shadow spotted above thunderclouds. Who is this Taoist crossing tribulation? Each time Su Hao encountered such sensational news, he almost felt as though he were living in a fantastical realm. Yet, in reality, he had not witnessed even a trace of these occurrences. Previously, he might have chuckled at these stories, but now he found himself wrestling with disbelief. The reason was simple. He had unwittingly become a protagonist in one of these absurd tales. Kung Fu Master battles the Hulk. Live report. High energy throughout. Was that video still trending? Upon seeing the headline on a small trending site, Su Hao's expression turned peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, he clicked on the article. The news featured clips from the most popular short video app, complete with screenshots and HD enhancements in an attempt to clarify the indistinct figures of the Kung Fu Master and the Hulk. Fortunately, the video was sufficiently blurry, and the team behind it had failed to capture Su Hao's likeness. Nonetheless, the comments section was flooded with individuals eager to pilgrimage to the video's location, hoping to seek out this Kung Fu Master as a mentor. While most commenters were jesting, there were certainly some who took it seriously. No wonder he had noticed an increase in foot traffic around his neighborhood recently. The video's popularity had not waned. Su Hao found himself bemused. What if someone truly recognized him? The authorities had yet to fully acknowledge the existence of supernatural abilities. Would he really have to make a public appearance as a Kung Fu Master? The organization overseeing supernatural abilities had adopted a hands-off approach to the video's circulation online, likely intending to use him as a case study for promoting the existence of such powers while subtly shifting public perception. When the time came to reveal the truth about supernatural abilities, the societal impact might be lessened. The comments were quite amusing. Some even compared him to the Hungar Master. Scrolling through, Su Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the suggestion that he should challenge the Hungar Master from the one-punch shattering rock news to see who possessed greater skill. A lengthy string of replies had accumulated, with dozens of comments echoing similar sentiments across both news articles. Out of curiosity, he clicked on another article titled Live Footage of Hungar Master Shattering Rock. The top of the article featured yet another short video. Inside a temple, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit executed the opening stance of Hungar. gathering his energy before delivering a powerful punch to a boulder the size of a basin. With a loud crash, the rock shattered into several pieces, sending debris flying. The video was brief, lasting only 10 seconds, yet it was remarkably clear, revealing the cracks in the rock and the trajectory of the splintered stones, visually striking. This simple video of a single punch had captured a corner of the trending news, drawing significant attention with nearly 100,000 views. However, most comments were light-hearted remarks like, "That master's attire is so stylish. Where can I get it? The special effects are incredible. Give some credit to X for breaking through the sky. Is this a promotional clip for a kung fu movie?" Compared to Su Hao's blurry video, this clearer footage was met with greater skepticism. The consensus among viewers was that it was a product of special effects. After all, that rock was not only 2 feet wide but also an inch thick. Even a grown man would struggle to move it, let alone shatter it with a mere punch. Yet, Su Hao held a different perspective. Was this video truly fake? As he replayed the moment the middle-aged man shattered the rock, a serious expression crossed his face. Outsiders enjoy the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. The man's stance in the video betrayed his profound mastery. His punch, seemingly simple, concealed immense power, channeling all his strength into that single blow. Although he could not ascertain how the rock had fractured from within, the evidence of its shattering was undeniably real upon his careful inspection. The middle-aged man had indeed shattered that 1-inch thick boulder with a single punch. To be honest, even Su Hao found it somewhat unbelievable. Given his current strength and technique, he might easily break a few bricks. But to think of shattering a rock with his fist was beyond imagination. If he attempted such a feat, he would likely be the one injured. After some calculation, Su Hao concluded that to break the rock in the video would require at least 40 points of strength. Moreover, breaking stone with one's fist involved more than sheer force. He suspected that the man had not merely relied on his fist. The rock had evidently fractured from within. Could it be some form of offensive supernatural ability? Or perhaps the concept of hidden strength in ancient martial arts truly existed? Su Hao recalled how he had previously deceived Yang Hanwu by using lightning as an example of hidden strength, and Yang had believed him, indirectly suggesting that there might indeed be practitioners in the martial arts world who had mastered such techniques. In terms of power, this concept could rival supernatural abilities. He wondered if mastering Bejiquin at a grandmaster level could yield such hidden strength. Instinctively, he reached for the system interface, only to remember it was currently undergoing an upgrade. Never mind, the experience points required to elevate Bejiquin were immense. Just to reach elite level had cost him 500 points. And ascending to grandmaster level would likely require several thousand more. He decided to set that thought aside for now. Moreover, grandmaster level was not the pinnacle. There was still a master level beyond that, and who knew how many experience points would be needed. If given the chance, he would indeed like to meet the Hungar master from the video to inquire about the power of hidden strength. Although he had acquired knowledge and skills in Bejiquin through the system module, he still lacked practical experience and refinement. Amidst the seemingly outlandish fake news, 2 stories turned out to be genuine. What of the others? Su Hao cast a skeptical glance at the remaining articles about the dragon's sighting and the human shadow in the thundercloud, skimming through them. The images were mostly blurry, making it difficult to discern their authenticity. Most ordinary people would instinctively dismiss them as false. However, to Su Hao, nothing in this world was too strange to believe. Chapter 99. The power of invisibility. The extraordinary phenomena encountered by the ability group suggest that many ancient myths may indeed have roots in reality. Who's to say that creatures like the legendary Jiaolong, divine beasts, Taoist priests, and sorcery do not exist in our present world? As Su Hao perused the trivial news on a minor website, he became lost in thought. He recalled Mo Lushuan's Crimson Jade Orb, said to contain 3 points of supernatural energy, a spiritual gem gifted to the ancestors of the Mo family by a Taoist priest during the late Qing dynasty. Delving deeper into contemplation, he realized it held a wealth of information. Such treasures as spiritual orbs are undoubtedly real. By extension, it seems highly probable that exorcists and Taoist practitioners genuinely exist. Suddenly invigorated, a smile crept upon Su Hao's lips. His aspirations for wealth and status are modest. Earning a few million would suffice for a comfortable life. With his current attributes and several abilities, he could easily secure a respectable position and salary within the national framework, achieving his life's objectives. Frankly, if he continued to squander his time, he might even grow disinterested in undertaking missions for advancement. After all, the System's tasks are not mandatory, with minimal repercussions for avoidance. Some assignments may be completed incidentally, while others merely serve to complicate matters. However, The realization that there might exist higher, more mysterious realms in this world ignited a new ambition within him. Martial arts masters, Taoist priests, Jiaolong, divine beasts, and perhaps even enigmatic cultivators? Could the surge of supernatural abilities represent a different form of mystical emergence? Compared to mingling with the elite and engaging in their intrigues, Su Hao found himself far more captivated by those transcendent beings. Once the holiday concludes, he might take the opportunity to visit the archives and explore past mission records to uncover what supernatural events had transpired. With his current status as a Level 3 member, he should have access to some non-confidential task records. Speaking to himself, Su Hao idly manipulated electric arcs between his fingers, honing his control over the element of lightning. It had only been a week since he joined the ability group, and he had interacted with only 2 official members, Miao Yueying and Ji Qingmin, remaining unfamiliar with most of the group's facilities. Nevertheless, his privileges allowed him access to numerous areas, such as the archives, interrogation room, training facility, and the supply cabinet. The latter reportedly housed advanced technology designed to address perilous supernatural occurrences, but requisitioning equipment required formal approval, and he could only utilize it in the training room, which he had yet to experience. Despite encountering several incidents during the past week, his supernatural missions had been limited to the initial capture of a minor creature. Humans are naturally curious about the extraordinary, and Su Hao harbored a keen interest in both supernatural phenomena and cutting-edge technology. Ji Qingmin had mentioned participating in paranormal tasks, where a research institute provided them with high-tech equipment resembling pulse guns, capable of delivering severe damage to incorporeal spirits through electromagnetic interference. Perhaps a visit to the research institute was in order? Old Ji seemed to have acquaintances there. He might inquire in a few days. Su Hao's thoughts wandered. Initially feeling somewhat aimless during the system upgrade, he soon realized the multitude of pursuits that piqued his interest. Shutting down his computer, he refrained from further musings and retired to bed. The following morning, Su Hao awakened naturally. Glancing at his phone, it was still before 8 o'clock. His year-long work routine had established a regular biological clock, and even after a week away from work, he often rose at this hour. At this time, Qiu Ruoyan likely had not yet begun her shift, as she had submitted her resignation but had not yet departed. After washing his face, Su Hao pondered whether he should visit the 18th floor to greet, console, or inquire about Qiu Ruoyan. Each option felt somewhat inappropriate. He was a man of action, not accustomed to offering verbal comfort. Moreover, Qiu Ruoyan had already declared her intention to resign and seek new employment, leaving him uncertain of how to assist her. While he possessed formidable abilities, modern society values connections, an area in which he felt lacking. His network consisted of 2 main avenues, the ability group and Yang Hongwu's Bejiquan school. The more he contemplated, the more vexed he became, ultimately deciding that confronting Manager Feng would be a more practical course of action. Su Hao scratched his head. However, physically confronting someone was not as straightforward as it seemed, even though he could easily overpower an ordinary person with his current attributes. Attacking someone in his capacity as an ability group member could lead to undesirable consequences if Manager Feng chose to report the incident. Nevertheless, if he were to take action, it would need to be executed discreetly. After some deliberation, Su Hao resolved to first master the power of invisibility, thus alleviating any concerns when it came time to confront someone. Accessing the system interface, he noted that the main screen still indicated an ongoing upgrade, and the specialization module remained inaccessible. Thankfully, the ability tree appeared to operate independently from the system interface and was still usable. Locating the invisibility power, Su Hao used his last remaining ability point to activate it. His entire being shimmered with a peculiar, distorted light, rendering him partially translucent. Akin to a ghostly figure from a film, the transformation took around 5 to 6 seconds before stabilizing. Was it over? Tentatively, Su Hao summoned his magical essence, mentally invoking invisibility. Instantly, the light surrounding him distorted and refracted, completely obscuring his figure. Not only his body, but even his clothing became transparent, leaving no trace behind. Not only could others not see him, but even Su Hao was unable to perceive his own body. He squeezed his transparent arm, although invisible. He could surely feel its presence. It appeared that the invisibility power was not simply a chameleon-like skin color change, but rather a remarkable optical refraction ability, capable of concealing the traces of his clothing as well. Su Hao contemplated this revelation. He took a few steps forward, attempting to open a door. Initially disoriented by the inability to see his own arm, he quickly adapted, thanks to his refined control over martial arts and bodily sensations. The invisibility unlocked by a single ability point was at its most rudimentary level, merely distorting light to deceive the eye. And its consumption was significant, requiring 1 point of magical essence per second. Su Hao had understood the high cost of invisibility since he first unlocked the ability tree. It was precisely this substantial consumption that had led him to initially forego activating it. However, with his enhanced mental attributes, he now possessed over 100 points of magical essence, barely enough to maintain invisibility for 2 minutes. As for stamina, the cost was even more astonishing. Every 3 points of stamina translated into 1 point of magical essence consumption. With Su Hao's current stamina at 25 points, he could sustain invisibility for only 6 seconds. Though 2 minutes may seem trivial, the possibilities within that time frame were vast. Ahem, setting aside any inappropriate thoughts, 2 minutes would surely suffice for a brief encounter. And even a fleeting moment would grant Su Hao ample opportunity to enact his plans. Emerging from his state of invisibility, Su Hao hailed a cab to Autumn Ruoyon's workplace. He recalled Yang Hanwu chauffeuring her there when Manager Feng had previously harassed her, so he knew the address, a rather unremarkable office building. The nature of the business with an unknown, likely a small-scale enterprise. He mused at the audacity of a manager from such a modest company relentlessly pursuing his own employees. Did the company turn a blind eye to such behavior? He suspected he was cut from the same cloth as Liu Bapi. The thought of Liu Bapi ignited Su Hao's ire, and he silently vowed to add a few extra kicks when he confronted Manager Feng. Speaking of Liu Bapi, he had previously attempted to have Su Hao taught a lesson, sending thugs to break into his home in the dead of night. However, since their incarceration, the police had paid Liu Bapi a visit for a statement, and he had remained silent ever since. Regrettably, he was released after a mere 3 days of detention and remained in his managerial position, now endowed with the power of invisibility. Should he perhaps carve out some time in the coming days for a visit? The taxi arrived at its destination. Su Hao donned a large smog mask, concealing half his face. He reckoned Manager Feng, having only met him once, would struggle to recognize him. It was barely 8:30, and employees were still trickling into clock-in. Su Hao patiently lingered near the entrance of the office building, engrossed in his phone, awaiting Manager Feng's arrival. About 10 minutes later, he spotted Autumn Ruoyon. Just before she entered, Su Hao activated his invisibility, watching her ascend in the elevator before dispelling the effect. Best to keep her in the dark, to avoid complications. His motives for confronting Manager Feng were not to curry favor with Autumn Ruoyon, but rather out of a sense of camaraderie, simply to vent some frustration on her behalf. Whether she knew of his involvement was inconsequential, as long as Manager Feng met with misfortune. Nearly half an hour elapsed, and as 9 o'clock approached, a slightly overweight figure sauntered in, clutching a briefcase. TSK, the fellow certainly took his time. Su Hao observed Manager Feng ambling towards the elevator, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. He stealthily followed, silently positioning himself behind him. Manager Feng was engrossed in a WeChat conversation. Su Hao's keen eyes effortlessly scanned the screen, deciphering the exchange. Manager Feng, old Liu, have you approved Little Autumn's resignation? The other party, Little Autumn? Oh, the young lady you've been pursuing lately? Her resignation was only submitted yesterday. I haven't reviewed it yet. Manager Feng, tell HR not to process her departure. We can stall for at least another month, according to the resignation procedures. The other party responded with a mischievous emoji. What's the matter? Haven't you won her over yet? Manager Feng, not yet. The little minx is impervious to persuasion. She tried to fool me last time with some guy she claimed was her boyfriend, and now she wants to resign and run? I've invested so much time in her. I have to have her. The other party inquired. Didn't I just introduce you to a girl from our department? Have you already grown tired of her? Manager Feng replied with a sly grin. Heh, don't mention it. Too easy. I'm in the mood for something more challenging. The conversation concluded there. Su Hao frowned. Glancing at Manager Feng, who was still typing away with a lecherous grin, Su Hao's anger surged. He turned and headed towards the deserted fire escape, activating his invisibility and swiftly returning. Just then, the elevator doors parted. As it was past the check-in time, the ground floor was virtually deserted, with Manager Feng as the sole occupant of the elevator. Providence was on his side. A smirk tugged at Su Hao's lips as he stepped into the elevator alongside him. The door slid shut. Manager Feng, still chuckling to himself as he typed, was engrossed in fantasies of what he would do with Autumn Ruin once he had her in his grasp. Little did he know, Su Hao, standing behind him, was contemplating what he would do with him. As the elevator began to ascend, Su Hao unleashed a punch straight into Manager Feng's face, followed by a kick to his waist. He carefully modulated his force to inflict pain without causing lasting harm, unleashing a flurry of blows. Manager Feng emitted a cry of agony, instantly disoriented. He clutched his head, trying to identify his assailant, only to discover, to his horror, that the elevator was empty. Good heavens! Is this a haunting? He frantically reached for the elevator buttons, but Su Hao was having none of it. He seized his arm and dislocated it with a deft maneuver. Barely a few seconds had passed. There was still plenty of time. Su Hao had a vast repertoire of techniques from martial arts that could inflict excruciating pain without causing permanent damage. Coupled with the subtle force and pressure point strikes of Bajiquan, he proceeded to pummel Manager Feng until he nearly lost consciousness, only to be jolted back to awareness to endure more punishment. After a full minute of relentless assault, leaving Manager Feng dazed and disoriented, Su Hao pressed the elevator button and released him. Glimpsing the opening elevator doors through his haze, Manager Feng bolted out as if escaping the gates of hell, wailing and howling. A ghost! Help! A demon is killing me! His face bruised and swollen, his arm dangling uselessly, he presented a pitiable sight, barely distinguishable from a vagrant. He fled, oblivious to the shoe he had lost, under the bewildered gazes of onlookers, like an angry bird disappearing into the sunset. Su Hao calmly exited the elevator, dusted off his hands, and, with his remaining half-minute of invisibility, made his way to the stairwell, departing after the deed, concealing merit and fame. Don't ask who I am. I'm a good Samaritan. Phew, that son of a gun really got under my skin. I was only planning to beat him for a few seconds, but I got carried away and went on for a whole minute. Reappearing in the deserted stairwell, Su Hao exhaled. His punching speed was far from ordinary. A minute of pummeling Manager Feng was akin to a half-hour gang assault for a regular person. However, should he seek medical attention, the worst they would find would be minor contusions. Su Hao's handiwork was impeccable. Due to the prolonged invisibility, his Dantian's vortex had dwindled to about 2/5 of its capacity. Su Hao sat quietly on the stairs, playing on his phone, waiting for his vortex to replenish. He had one more task to complete. With the increase in his mental attributes, his mana source, which previously took an entire day to fully restore from 0, now required less than 10 hours, recovering roughly 10% per hour. He was patient. He sat on the stairwell, playing on his phone, while observing through the window whether Manager Feng had left the building for the hospital. About 15 minutes later, Su Hao unexpectedly spotted Manager Feng in the stairwell. He was being helped downstairs, limping and groaning in pain. He must have been so traumatized by the beating that he was afraid to take the elevator, enduring the pain to use the stairs instead. All the better, saves me a trip to the hospital. A playful smile tugged at Su Hao's lips.